In the year 102 of the new calendar, in the city of Hanwu Daxia, Chen Han, your inferior talent is a source of embarrassment. Even participating in the college entrance examination would be futile. Chun Feng's qualifications surpass yours 100-fold. Let him take your place. Our family has a yearly quota for military service, and you shall be the one to fulfill it. As Chen Han gazed upon the hypocritical faces of his elders in the ancestral hall, his frustration boiled within him. Yet he found himself powerless to retort. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, his anger palpable. Since arriving in this parallel world, he had been surrounded by the insincerity of these elders. A century ago, a cataclysm struck Blue Star, with monstrous beasts invading from the void, leading to the descent of myriad races. Humans were forced to retreat to a corner, defensively clinging to their cities. From that point onward, martial prowess became the highest virtue, granting warriors a position of exalted privilege and access to resources. Every individual could awaken their talent at the age of 15. Talent levels range from F to SSS, determining one's potential for a lifetime. Unfortunately, Chen Han awakened F-level talent, strengthening. Yet, opportunities for a miraculous turnaround still existed. Why passing the college entrance examination and gaining admission to a martial university, supplemented by the resources of his family, even Chen Han's F-level talent could be cultivated into that of a warrior. Though he might not aspire to noble titles, achieving a comfortable existence within the family would be well within reach. The Chen family was the foremost clan in Hanwu City. Merely surviving within its ranks was a privilege many sought but could not attain, allowing one to live a life of ease. However, Chen Han never anticipated that this year, it would be his turn, along with a group of family heirs, to take the college entrance examination and pursue studies at the martial university. Instead, due to his talent, his younger brother Chen Feng would usurp his place. The rationale was that Chen Feng possessed S-level talent, a rare phenomenon. With early and diligent cultivation, he was expected to elevate the Chen family to greater heights. In this era, the opportunity to leap into success through the college entrance examination was singular miss it, and one could never re-enter the academic realm. Thus, the Chen family had deemed Chen Han expendable. Moreover, as the family had a yearly requirement to send one member for military service, the discarded Chen Han would be the one to go. Though termed military service, it was little more than a death sentence. Due to the fierce battles beyond human territory, the annual mortality rate for soldiers exceeded 50. Why did the prominent families only have one quota for military service each year? Because everyone understood it was a punishment. Chen Han, this is the resolution regarding your college entrance examination. Do you have any objections? The family head, Chen Zhennan, regarded Chen Han with a cold stare, his eyes filled with an unmistakable air of authority. Objections? What right did Chen Han have to voice them? The uncles and aunts permitted within the ancestral hall were at least formidable warriors. With their unwavering gazes fixed upon him, should he dare utter a word of dissent, he would likely be forcibly bound and sent off to the military. Chen Han shook his head, despondently, resembling a withered leaf, and then declared, "I have no objections, but I must utter a single statement." What followed from Chen Han's lips astonished everyone present. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Chen family, renouncing my place in the ancestral hall and the family lineage. A mere F-level talent, daring to voluntarily disassociate from his clan? With the support of the Chen family, his fate in the military could have been far less dire. The surrounding members of the Chen family wore expressions of disbelief. Yet, the family head, Chen Jinnan, regarded the matter with a different perspective, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Chen Han, do you truly believe that by renouncing your connection with the Chen family, you will evade conscription? Allow me to enlighten you. Such notions are the fantasies of a fool. In truth, Chen Han had not contemplated such a scenario. His thoughts revolved around the inevitability of death, questioning the need to remain within this family. He had initially thought that the privilege of participating in the college entrance examination was the sole benefit he would receive from the Chen family, only to discover that even this right would be stripped away. Such is the nature of elders. Before them, the younger generation is eternally bereft of the freedom to choose, destined solely to follow their dictates. While he had no qualms about the preferential treatment afforded to Chen Feng, he could not accept the loss of his last flicker of hope. Rather than await their eventual decision to cast him from the family, he preferred to take the initiative and make a clean break. Rest assured, I will fulfill my military obligation. But from this moment forward, I hold no further connection to the Chen family. With that, Chen Han strode out of the ancestral hall, not once looking back. Behind him, the cold laughter of Chen Han echoed. This Chen Han, should he cling to our family's name in the military, he might survive, but without the family. He is courting death. Seemingly oblivious to the derision, Chen Han boarded the military transport. Unlike others, he had no one to bid him farewell. His parents had been dispatched on a classified mission by the family when he was but a child, and they had since vanished without a trace. Others were embraced, tears cascading down their faces, for the fate of those embarking on this journey into the military was uncertain, with many unsure if they would return. My son, do not weep, you are going to serve your country, and should you perish, let it be with honor. Son, take good care of yourself in the military. The foreign battlegrounds are notoriously brutal, and this parting held a high probability of being a final farewell. That moment, Chen Han glimpsed a petite figure forcing her way through the crowd. Brother, you must return alive. Chen Han's heart stilled upon recognizing that figure right was his younger sister, Chen Xue, and the entire Chen family. Only he and his sister relied on one another. Just as he intended to respond, the military vehicle had already quietly begun to move. Chen Shui chased after it for a full mile, gradually relinquishing her pursuit as the truck's silhouette receded into the distance. This sister represented Chen Han's sole attachment within the Chen family. Fortunately, she possessed an A-level talent, which spared her from the family's harshest treatment. However, if the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly strive to extricate his sister from this soulless family. Before long, a group of new recruits arrived at the military camp. Chen Han sat on the wooden bed in the dormitory, his gaze vacant. A mortality rate of 50% meant that for every 2 individuals, one would inevitably perish. Chen Han did not entertain the illusion that he would be among the fortunate 50% who survived. The capricious nature of life and death weighed heavily on him, especially after he had proclaimed his bold intentions to sever ties with the Chen family, leaving him anxious about his future. Suddenly, a sound filled his ears, a mechanical chime that brought him immense joy. Such a sound could not be produced by a mere human. Chen Han was instantly elated. The heavens had not entirely forsaken him. The system had arrived, albeit belatedly. Activating your great Xia martial spirit system. Activation progress 1. Activation progress 50. Activation progress 100. Congratulations, your great Xia martial spirit system has been successfully activated. Would you like to bind the system immediately? Indeed, it was a system. Bind immediately. Chen Han responded eagerly. Ding. Congratulations on successfully acquiring the great Xia martial spirit system. Chen Han could hardly contain his excitement as he perused the detailed introduction to the system. It turned out that the system allowed him to earn points through signing in, completing tasks, defeating enemies, or advancing in rank. The purpose of these points was to draw from a prize pool containing various talents, physical attributes, and martial skills. The prize pool held grand rewards, including many SS-level talents he had never even heard of. S-level talents were exceedingly rare, coveted by martial universities that would compete fiercely for them. As for S-level talents, they were prioritized for national development. SS-level talents were simply beyond Chen Han's reach at his current status. Then, another notification from the system chimed in. Ding! As this is your first activation of the system, you will receive 3 free lottery chances. You may draw from the talent, physical attributes, and martial skills prize pools. This is a novice prize pool. There are no level restrictions. You may draw talents and skills ranging from F-level to SS level. The prize pools varied in rewards and point costs. For instance, the lowest tier pool required only 5 points for a single draw, with a maximum limit of level rewards. Conversely, the highest tier pool necessitated a minimum of 5,000 points for a single draw, with rewards ranging from S-level to SS level. The novice gift pack was a gamble of luck. Exciting. Embracing the thrill, Chen Han simultaneously initiated draws from the talent, physical attributes, and martial skills pools. Before long, 3 notifications chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully drawing a talent. You have obtained the SS level talent War Spirit Sacred Body. Ding. Congratulations on successfully drawing a physical attribute. You have obtained this level attribute Refined Body. Ding. Congratulations on successfully drawing a martial skill. You have obtained this level skill Piercing Thorn Spear. One must admit, Chen Han's fortune is remarkably favorable. The probability of drawing an SS grade from the novice prize pool is a mere 1, while the chance of obtaining an SS grade is virtually negligible. Yet, he astonishingly drew an SS grade talent, along with an SS grade physique and SS grade martial skill. Name: Chen Han. System name: Great Xia Martial Soul System. Rank: Private. Realm: None. Talent: SS grade talent strengthening, SS grade talent Saint Body of Soldiers. Physique: SS grade physique Refined Body Proficiency. Beginner. Martial skill: SS grade martial skill Piercing Thorn Spear Proficiency. Beginner. Weapon: None. Current points: 0. Upon completing his draw, a system panel appeared before Chen Han. This panel encompassed attributes such as rank, realm, and talents. The rank is straightforward. It denotes Chen Han's military position after entering the army. New recruits begin as privates. After 3 months of training, they ascend to corporal, followed by sergeant, major, and ultimately the highest rank of marshal. With each rank advancement, the system rewards Chen Han with a substantial amount of points, which vary according to the rank attained. The realm signifies the classification of a martial artist level. Currently, based on Chen Han's understanding of the world's development post the century-long invasion of myriad races, martial artists are categorized into 6 major realms: warrior, martial artist, general, emperor, venerable, and deity. Each of these 6 major realms is further divided into 8 minor realms. At present, Chen Han possesses no realm. He has learned that new recruits must cultivate to at least the first tier of warrior within 3 months of enlistment, lest they face certain death. Naturally, Chen Han's primary concern lies with his talents. He scrutinized the attributes of each talent. Saint Body of Soldiers, a talent that achieves peak compatibility with any weapon, allowing effortless mastery of all weaponry, as if one were in their natural element. When utilizing any weapon-related martial skill, the power of that skill can be forcibly elevated by 2 tiers. Moreover, during weapon training, the cultivation speed is enhanced tenfold. This increase in cultivation speed can be linked to the weapon's strength and the cultivation method, with a baseline of tenfold. Upon witnessing his first SS grade talent, Chen Han was utterly stunned. It was extraordinarily formidable. Currently, the talents of martial artists on Blue Star are categorized into 4 primary classes: natural, enhancement, trait, and manipulation. The natural class is easily comprehensible, as it involves the manipulation of elemental forces such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. This category comprises the majority of martial artists. The enhancement class focuses on augmenting one's physical capabilities. For instance, Chen Han's grade talent, strengthening, enhances his muscle strength by approximately 20. The trait and manipulation classes represent the rarest forms of talent among Blue Star's martial artists. Manipulation refers to the ability to control puppets or mechanisms, making such talents exceedingly valuable within the military. The remaining traits are the rare attribute. System, distinct from the natural, enhancement, and operation categories. This is the attribute system. The innate ability to wield enhanced weaponry is something Chen Han has yet to witness. The sacred body of weapon souls is likely an attribute talent. It is simply extraordinary. Not only can he proficiently utilize various weapons, but he can also elevate his martial techniques by 2 entire tiers when employing them. Chen Han is no stranger to advanced martial techniques, having been born into the esteemed Chun family of Hanwu City. Most of these martial arts were conceived by predecessors and have been passed down through generations. The most powerful technique currently within the Chun family is the Shrank technique, the tremendous palm, a closely guarded family secret. It is this very technique that has allowed the Chun family to maintain their standing in Hanwu City for decades. The sacred body of weapon souls, however, has the capability to enhance the martial arts executed with weaponry by 2 tiers. This implies that the Shrank technique he has just acquired, the piercing thorn spear, although classified as Shrank, could be elevated to SS-rank under the augmentation of the sacred body of weapon souls. The effects of the piercing thorn spear are straightforward yet formidable. Piercing thorn spear proficiency. Beginner. a supreme martial technique unleashed through the spear that guarantees a hit against a single target, capable of piercing the heart. When used against multiple targets, the spear can be hurled with immense power. Indeed, as in strength technique, its guaranteed hit feature possesses a tracking characteristic, rendering evasion impossible for adversaries. Coupled with the enhancement from the sacred body of weapon souls, Chen Han could only imagine the immense power this technique would wield at AS for the beginner proficiency. It is a result of the need for practice, as each martial technique requires training to reach its pinnacle, at which point its power is at its zenith. Finally, there's the constitution that Chen Han has acquired. This aspect is quite unique, unlike innate talents. Nearly half of the martial artists in the Blue Star community lack a constitution. It can be stated that only those with both advanced innate talents and a constitution can continually elevate their limits. Refined body proficiency. Beginner. A body honed through countless trials, possessing vitality that exceeds that of any other martial artist of the same realm by more than double. This multiplier can increase with proficiency. What the constitution enhances is vitality. Vitality encompasses both recovery and endurance. Chen Han has witnessed the martial generals of the Chen family, whose stamina is formidable. They can travel thousands of miles in a day and engage in combat for an entire day and night without breaking a sweat. Their recovery ability is equally astounding upon reaching the martial general level. They possess self-healing capabilities, enabling them to regenerate even severed limbs, albeit with time. The refined body, however, consistently grants one recovery and endurance that surpasses others in the same realm by double, even at the beginner proficiency level. With these three innate talents, attributes, and martial techniques, Chen Han's confidence soared. With a system at his disposal, what was there to fear? Surviving in the military camp would be a breeze. What he ought to contemplate now is how to advance his military rank. The military is not devoid of pathways to promotion. On the contrary, attaining a high rank within the army holds far greater significance than training at a martial arts academy. However, the risk of death is ever present in the barracks, where the ground beneath every general's feet is often littered with the bones of the fallen. Upon their arrival, new recruits gather only in the evenings. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Han surveyed the untidy dormitory around him and found it increasingly intolerable. In a buoyant mood, he decided to tidy up. He picked up a mop and began to clean the floor. Yet, after just a single stroke, he was startled by a cracking sound emanating from his bones. It felt as if his right arm had gained a measure of strength. What on earth? Chen Han murmured in disbelief, suddenly recalling the characteristics of the soldier's sacred body. This unique trait allowed for a tenfold increase in training speed when wielding weapons. During his 3 years of high school, all students focused on laying a foundation through a training method known as the fundamental breathing technique. After 3 years, any act of breathing was regarded as a form of cultivation. The various subsequent training sessions merely served to enhance this cultivation. The greater the intensity of the training, the faster the cultivation progressed. Remarkably, even without training, one would remain in a state of cultivation. Naturally, Chen Han had mastered the fundamental breathing technique. However, he had not anticipated that mopping the floor could also contribute to enhancing his cultivation. Contemplating this, he glanced at the mop in his hand. Could this contraption truly be classified as a weapon? While few would consider a mop as a weapon, it does possess a wooden handle. By this logic, a stick could also be deemed a weapon. Enlightened by this realization, Chen Han exerted himself further, transforming the dormitory floor into a pristine surface. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. Chen Han was soon adorned with beads of sweat, and his body began to expel dark, grimy substances. A sense of astonishment washed over him as he recognized the significance of this phenomenon. It indicated the thorough cleansing of impurities from within his body. As he felt a mysterious energy surging forth from his depths, it was akin to an extensive purification, expelling all concealed filth. This sensation filled him with unparalleled lightness and joy, as if the entire world had brightened around him. This was not merely a physical transformation, it marked a spiritual awakening. He could discern his thoughts sharpening and his senses heightening. Over time, these changes would become increasingly pronounced, bestowing upon him a plethora of unforeseen benefits. Throughout this process, his body entered a state of returning to its essence, and from that moment forth, he officially embarked on the path of the martial artist. In the span of just one afternoon, he ascended to the first rank of warrior. The disparity between SSS talent and F talent is indeed as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Generally speaking, new recruits undergo a training period of 3 months upon entering the military. During the training period, most individuals typically ascend to the rank of A, first-tier warrior, within approximately 1 month. However, those with exceptional talent may achieve this advancement in as little as half a month. Such occurrences are rare, as the majority of those conscripted into the military are of relatively inferior aptitude. The truly gifted individuals are usually recruited by the martial arts university. Only those from exceedingly impoverished families might possess higher talents, such as grade A prodigies entering the military. As for someone like Chen Han, who progressed to a first-tier warrior after merely dragging on for an afternoon, such a phenomenon is likely unheard of, perhaps the first of its kind. In a century, if the Chen family were to learn of this, they would likely be consumed by regret. Chen Han set the mop aside and swiftly took a shower. Just as he finished dressing, he heard a loud voice from outside the door. "Are the dormitories in the military this clean? There isn't a speck of dust." Upon hearing this, Chen Han recognized that his dormitory mate had arrived. To his surprise, it was a familiar face. The individual spotted Chen Han and immediately exclaimed, "Oh, young Master Chen, I knew you'd end up here, but I never expected we'd be in the same dormitory." He pretended to approach for a hug, but Chen Han quickly recoiled in distaste. "Ji Xiao, with all that snot and tears, you ought to clean yourself up." The person was named Ji Yun, who shared a similar plight with Chen Han, as both were regarded as the illegitimate offspring of their respective families. In Hanwu City, there are 2 prominent families, the Chen family and the Ji family. Sharing similar circumstances and attending the same school naturally forged a strong bond between them, and they often referred to each other as young masters. Ji Yun was slightly older, although he hadn't taken the college entrance examination. It seemed he had remained at home for a year before being dispatched by his family to the military. His only advantage over Chen Han was that his parents were still alive. Yun had shed tears upon entering the military, but he dismissed it with nonchalance, saying, "What's there to fear? Don't let my appearance fool you once I get to the foot-washing city. The little sisters and models will have no choice but to call me Big Brother." After more than a year apart, Ji Yun appeared much more carefree since coming of age. He then winked at Chen Han, saying, "Good brothers should wash their feet together. Whenever we find a time, let's go. You know how it is with our Ji family, money is no object." That was Ji Yun's character. Even in the face of adversity, he prioritized enjoyment. However, this trait was common among the scions of wealthy families. Soon after, a third individual entered the dormitory. He was tall and slender, exuding an extraordinary aura, and his attire indicated wealth. The ensemble likely cost no less than 500,000. "Wow, even he's here," Ji Yun remarked in astonishment. He was familiar with this person and proceeded to introduce him to Chen Han. This young man hailed from a prestigious family, one with greater standing than both the Chen and Ji families. The Zhao family of Dongdi City, Zhao Yufei, the Eastern Empire city, serves as the capital of the Great Xia, while Hanwu City remains merely a primary stronghold. Within the Eastern Empire city, the Zhao family stands out as distinguished. Zhao Yufei exhibited a commendable demeanor, refraining from using his status to intimidate others, and promptly greeted Chen Han and Ji Yun. "Greetings, I am Zhao Yufei, and a class talent with the ability of Thunderflash. I look forward to your guidance." A class. Chen Han was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Ji Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. "A class? Such talent is highly coveted by prestigious martial arts academies. Why then have you chosen to enlist in military?" Zhao Yufei could not help but let out a wry smile. "Let's not discuss it. An A-class talent may indeed be regarded as supreme in the eyes of the ordinary, but within the Zhao family, it is merely considered average. Surely, as fellow scions of esteemed families, you both are not oblivious to this fact." Ji Yun rolled his eyes. Had he possessed an A-class talent, he would never have joined the military. Shortly thereafter, the last occupant of the dormitory arrived. Upon entering, he immediately feigned an intention to strike Ji Yun. "Ji Yun, your adoptive father is present, and you, rebellious child, do you not submit to punishment?" "Rebellious child? Last time you lost 2,000 to me in Mahjong. Can you blame me for that?" The two began to chase each other around the dormitory. Ji-yun's talent is of the enhancement type. Yet unlike Chen Han's physical fortification, his ability enhances speed, aptly named Divine Speed. As for Zhu Ming, Chen Han was familiar with him as a scion of the third family of Hanwu City, the Zhu family. His talent is a rare manipulation type known as Mechanical Puppet. A small scythe robot relentlessly pursued Ji-yun, attempting to strike him. Remarkably, all four individuals in the dormitory were scions of noble families, which piqued Chen Han's curiosity. Zhao Yufei was the first to inquire, "Why is it that all four of us in this dormitory hail from esteemed families?" His question cast a pall of silence over the group. Ji-yun and Zhu Ming momentarily ceased their playful conflict. Ji-yun spoke slowly. "This is to be expected. I have long heard that scions like us are the least favored in the military." He informed the group that despite the upper echelons mandating that each prominent family must send one member to the military annually, many families either turn a blind eye or sent their least capable offspring to fulfill the requirement. This cycle perpetuated disdain for family scions among the military ranks. Yet, due to the pressure from these families, the military reluctantly afforded these scions some measure of special treatment. Consequently, family scions faced significant discrimination and exclusion within the military. They were often regarded as inept by other soldiers or officers, subjected to derisive glances and mocking remarks. This inequitable treatment fostered feelings of frustration and inferiority, causing them to doubt their own capabilities. Worse still, family scions not only endured disdain, but also confronted malicious attacks and bullying from fellow soldiers. These individuals would deliberately instigate trouble for the scions, creating conflicts that ensnared them in challenging predicaments. The scions of the family often find themselves powerless to resist, silently enduring their plight, their hearts brimming with helplessness and indignation. Ultimately, they are merely a group of forsaken offspring of the clan. Furthermore, those who enter the military from such families often carry a tarnished reputation, known for their cowardice and the tendency to flee in the face of danger. However, at this moment, Chen Han chuckled softly, stating, "In truth, I no longer consider myself a member of the Chen family. I have severed all ties with them." Ji-yun suddenly grasped the implication, exclaiming, "How could I have overlooked this?" "Indeed, young Master Chen, your astuteness shines through. Joining the military has rendered your familial identity a burden. Yet, if you're not a scion of the family, how did you find yourself assigned to this dormitory?" Chen Han surmised the answer. The Chen family had clandestinely removed him from the list of candidates for the college entrance examination long ago, subsequently placing him on the list for military enlistment. This entire scheme had been orchestrated by the Chen family, aimed at ensuring he could not pursue higher education, thereby forcing him into military service. They had covertly manipulated the course of his life, steering him onto a path entirely divergent from his original aspirations. Consequently, the military was unaware of his severance from the Chen family and had preemptively assigned him to a dormitory. From the very beginning, he had been meticulously orchestrated by the Chen family. What a cunning family! Chen Han mused inwardly, deepening his grievances against the Chen clan. The others remained silent, for Chen Han had accomplished what they wished to do but dared not attempt. To extricate himself from his lineage, we, the Forsaken, have endured disdain within the family, but now that we have entered the military, even ordinary folks may regard us with contempt. What shall we do henceforth?" Zhu Ming sighed heavily, plopping down onto the bed. Troubled by the uncertainty of the future, Ji-yun let out a soft sigh, his tone laden with gravity as he remarked, "At this juncture, we can only take one step at a time. The road ahead remains long. I hope we can all persevere." Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the bell at the dormitory door rang out. "Attention! A notification for all personnel. The new recruits' entrance examination is about to commence. Please gather at the training ground within 3 minutes." The entrance examination for new recruits is a brief assessment each soldier undergoes upon enlistment. The instructors will tailor training regimens of varying intensity based on each individual's aptitude and physical condition. More importantly, this examination serves not only to identify suitable candidates for military service, but also to select promising talents. Those distinguished as exceptional prospects are likely to ascend to officer ranks in the future. The four hastened to the training ground. Upon arrival, Chen Han beheld a colossal machine positioned at the center of the field. The machine was round in form, resembling a gigantic tortoise, its surface as dark as ink and glistening with a metallic sheen. This ebony shell was crafted from no ordinary material. It exuded an alluring aura of advanced technology. Surrounding the machine were intricate circuits and various instruments, all interconnected by a complex web of wires leading back to the tortoise shell. Each numerical instrument displayed distinct data, with their fluctuating figures seemingly signifying some crucial information or energetic state. The presence of these devices rendered the entire machine more enigmatic and technologically advanced, evoking a sense of curiosity regarding their functions. Chen Xiao, what do you think this contraption is for? Ji Yun whispered beside Chen Han. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han replied thoughtfully, "It is likely some instrument for measuring strength." "Oh, it seems this is your moment to shine. Your Chen family excels in strength even with your grade talent. You ought to achieve commendable results." Chen Han remained silent, knowing that definitive answers would only come once the instructor arrived. Aside from them, there were over 100 other new recruits standing in the training ground, all engaged in hushed conversations. "Enough chatter, you bunch of rookies." A voice rang out from behind the crowd. Turning to see the source, they were met by a young woman. Clad in a red training uniform, her figure was curvaceous and exuded an aura of authority, her presence formidable and intimidating. The male instructor before Chen Han quickly introduced, "Everyone, this is your chief instructor for the next 3 months of training, Zhao Linger." Upon seeing her, Ji Yun turned pale, visibly trembling. "My heavens, why did this ominous figure have to show up?" Chen Han, rarely witnessing Ji Yun's fear of women, teased, "Ji Xiao, is there truly a woman who frightens you? You have no idea how formidable she is. Zhao Linger possesses the strength of a perfected warrior, just a step away from advancing to a martial general." Chen Han was taken aback. It was astonishing that a chief instructor among over 100 recruits wielded such power. Typically, those who attained martial general strength in the military were likely of officer rank, and it was not unheard of for them to be minor generals. Ji Yun continued, "Though she is beautiful, her temper is fiery. I've heard she has offended numerous high-ranking officials in the military with her bluntness." So, Chen Han suddenly understood. It appeared that someone of Zhao Linger's caliber serving as a new recruit instructor was indeed an exception. She had been demoted. Zhao Linger casually took a seat on a chair and gestured for her subordinate instructors to announce the rules. The rules were straightforward, aligning closely with Chen Han's assumptions. The tortoise shell, known as the iron armor tortoise shell, was the subject of the test. In the current world of Blue Star, aside from areas inhabited by humans, most regions were overrun by exotic beasts, collectively referred to as the Dark Domain. The iron-armored tortoise was one of the most common demon beasts found in the Dark Domain, renowned for its formidable defenses. One had to be at least a 6th-tier warrior to shatter its shell. The military, having discovered this characteristic of the iron-armored tortoise, utilized its shell for the new recruits' assessments. The recruits, utilizing their innate talents, regardless of method, struck the turtle shell, and the testing apparatus automatically displayed their scores. After the rules were proclaimed, the examination commenced in earnest. Prior to this, Zhao Linger uttered a few words that instantly ignited the atmosphere. "You bunch of green recruits, I care not whether you enlisted voluntarily or involuntarily, but now that you are here, I expect your sole objective to be the defense of our homeland, reclaiming lost territories. This time, the higher-ups are particularly invested in the new recruit assessment. Those who rank among the top 3 will be granted the rank of corporal and shall have the privilege of selecting a weapon from the military arsenal for their own use." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in fervor. The prospect of advancing from private to corporal through the recruit assessment was unprecedented. Such a promotion was not merely a change in title, it signified an elevation in status. The allowances and pensions would also see an increase. Severed from his family, Chen Han found himself devoid of any financial support. These funds were of utmost necessity to him. Moreover, for Chen Han, the paramount significance of ascending in rank lay in the acquisition of points. He was determined to secure a position among the top 3. However, the instructor suddenly called out, "Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Chen Han, Zhu Ming, step forward." Although the meaning behind the instructor calling their names was unclear, the 4 instinctively complied and stepped out. "Present. You 4 shall not participate in the assessment. Return to your dormitories and rest." At these words, the expressions of Chen Han and the others shifted dramatically. Being dismissed from the examination to sleep might seem favorable, Yet the mere utterance of their names was tantamount to a public execution. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Huh, these individuals must be the worthless scions of their families among us, right? Not even qualified to participate in the assessment. That's hilarious. The military has an influx of family offspring each year this time. There are particularly many. Just a bunch of parasites living off others. It was not uncommon for family scions to abstain from the new recruit assessment, and this had become an unwritten rule. No one expected a mere cannon fodder from a prominent family to achieve anything noteworthy. As long as they did not cause trouble, the military would turn a blind eye. This is precisely why Chen Han spoke of the ease of survival for those with family names. Life was more easily preserved. However, dignity was all but obliterated. Everyone delights in kicking a dog when it is down, especially when that dog is a once privileged scion of a family. Zhao Yufei was the first to step forward in protest. Why are we not allowed to participate? Is the military not a place that values strength? The instructor regarded Zhao Yufei with curiosity, sizing him up as if he were a fool. Oh, you want me to be more explicit? Individuals like you can merely linger here once the 3 months conclude. You will either be logistics personnel or cooks. Rest assured, those of you who enjoy privilege will not be sent to your demise. The instructor's words, though seemingly complimentary, dripped with sarcasm. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. Zhao Linger regarded the offspring of affluent families with disdain, exclaiming, "Why waste your breath on them? Even if they were permitted to compete, they wouldn't even make it to the top 3, let alone the top 50. At this, Zhu Ming and Ji Yun bowed their heads in shame. Their talents were unlikely to place them within the top 50. It was then that Chen Han finally understood the profound prejudice the military held against the scions of wealthy families. Instructor Zhao Ling, what if I were to secure a position in the top 3? A voice, imbued with unwavering confidence, suddenly pierced through the crowd. This voice flowed like a clear spring amidst the cacophony, instantly capturing everyone's attention. People turned their heads, searching for the source of the sound. Emerging from the throng was a figure, resolute and self-assured, radiating confidence. It was none other than Chen Han, proudly brandishing a long spear. Unbeknownst to him, he had found a weapon on the training grounds. The army is a realm that prioritizes strength. He would not engage in arguments, he would let his prowess speak for itself. Zhao Linger regarded Chen Han with intrigue, a playful smile gracing her lips. This year's recruits from affluent families are indeed unlike those from previous years. Very well. If you could secure a spot in the top 3, I will upgrade all of you in the dormitory to a superior accommodation one, reserved solely for officers. Additionally, during the 3 months of new recruit training, I will personally attend to you. But if you fail, you will obediently report to the kitchen to perform menial tasks. I have always detested individuals like you. Ji Yun's fiery temperament is no exaggeration. Zhao Linger was audacious enough to challenge Chen Han to a bet. Her confidence stemmed from her prior knowledge of Chen Han's background. Even Zhao Yufei, with a grade talent, could not guarantee a place in the top 3. With a grade talent, what right did he have? Naturally, Zhao Linger perceived Chen Han's declaration as mere bravado. Spoiled scions often revel in such displays. Yet, this time, she was about to miscalculate. With his hands firmly gripping the spear, Chen Han began to channel his energy. A formidable aura erupted forth. The moment his power radiated, Zhao Linger, whose realm far surpassed Chen Han's, immediately sensed a shift. She stood up and declared, "First-tier warrior has already entered the path of martial artists." At this moment, Chen Han's mind was tranquil, devoid of self and distraction. His gaze was fixated solely on the impenetrable shell of the iron tortoise before him. His eyes blazed like torches, intensely locked onto the target, as if he aimed to pierce through it. The long spear in his grasp became animated, quivering slightly and emanating a series of strange red glows. The crimson light radiated like sharp arrows, enveloping the entire space in a veil of enigmatic hues. Chapter 5. A stunning shot. Recognizing the master spirit weapon. At that moment, Chen Han suddenly struck. The spear in his hand darted forth like a bolt of lightning, its speed surpassing all imagination, eluding even the naked eye's ability to trace its astonishing trajectory. With a vigorous sweep of his arm, the spear transformed into a blurred shadow, surging forward with unparalleled might. As the spear pierced through the air, It seemed to tear the atmosphere apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Simultaneously, a tremendous force erupted from the spear, and crimson lightning unfurled like a blooming rose of blood, resplendent and captivating. It radiated a dazzling brilliance that left onlookers in awe. This strike was not only swift, but also imbued with boundless murderous intent and power. It resembled a torrent capable of obliterating everything in its path, rushing toward its target with ferocity. The shell, reputed to withstand the might of warriors above the 6th tier, was unexpectedly penetrated by Chen Han, leaving a gaping wound. The testing apparatus malfunctioned. The specialized equipment used to evaluate the new recruit's performance was now issuing a failure alert. Chen Han slowly retracted his spear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To attain the best possible score, he had employed his pinnacle martial skill, the piercing thorn spear, augmented by the enhancements of his weapon spirit body, which rendered it a supreme martial technique. Such techniques are immensely taxing, and after its use, Chen Han felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The ordinary spear could not withstand the terrifying force of the supreme technique and shattered upon breaching the iron tortoise shell. Fortunately, with his forged body, Chen Han recovered quickly. The arena fell into a profound silence before erupting into thunderous applause. This strike had astonished everyone. The military camp, a domain where strength reigns supreme, witnessed Chen Han redeeming the honor of his family's previously deemed worthless lineage. What a stunning shot. Chen Han, well done. However, with the machine malfunctioning, how would the score be calculated? Amidst the cheers, the instructor chuckled wryly, rubbing his forehead. The maximum score achievable by the apparatus is 1 million points. With previous records for new recruits hovering around 600,000, Chen Han had shattered the record, thus calculating his score as 1 million points. In reality, his score far exceeded 1 million. The apparatus simply had a cap. The instructors were overjoyed, for in recent decades, the military had not encountered such a promising talent. Yet, Zhao Ling'er sat in silence, her countenance darkened. She had intended to instill fear in the new recruits, but found herself on the receiving end of her own tactics. Instructor Zhao, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Chen Han inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Ling'er. The notion that a martial general would serve him thrilled him. Zhao Ling'er rolled her eyes, gritting her teeth. I stand by my word. This way, please. I shall first take you to the armory to select your weapon. Her emphasis on the word please was particularly pronounced. Undoubtedly, Chen Han had emerged as the unequivocal victor in this assessment, and Zhao Ling'er would lead him to choose his weapon. The military arsenal is not to be trifled with, and Chen Han had long been aware of its significance. The weapons housed here are crafted from materials derived from extraordinary beasts, even surpassing those obtainable at the Martial Arts University. It can be said that the weapons at the Martial Arts University are merely supplied by the military. One of Chen Han's motivations for vying for a top 3 position is precisely this. A fine weapon is both costly and elusive, and the Daxia Martial Soul System's lottery pool does not include weapons. As the two walked side by side, Chen Han felt an overwhelming pressure the moment he approached Zhao Ling'er. However, the suppression of realm is contingent upon talent. If the disparity in talent is too great, the effect is negligible. Zhao Ling'er is at best of intermediate talent, vastly inferior to Chen Han's superior talent. In a real combat scenario, given the significant difference in realms, Chen Han would not stand a chance. Yet, the pressure exerted by Zhao Ling'er, given her talent, could not influence him. Chen Han calmly remarked, Instructor Zhao, it is rather inappropriate to intimidate others with force. I believe my shoelaces are untied. Would you mind helping me with that? Zhao Ling'er, initially thinking Chen Han was referring to his talent, was momentarily taken aback by his unperturbed demeanor in the face of her pressure. Instinctively, she glanced down at Chen Han's shoelaces, only to discover they were perfectly tied. He was merely toying with her. Fuming silently, Zhao Ling'er could only let out a frustrated huff. At that moment, a voice called out from behind them. Zhao Yufei, score 468,000. Due to Chen Han's participation, Zhao Yufei also took the test and achieved an impressive score, making him one of the top performers in the new recruit assessment. Zhao Ling'er remarked, it seems that you young scions possess some genuine abilities. As she opened the doors to the arsenal, a plethora of weaponry was revealed, diverse and eclectic. Swords, spears, axes, halberds, and various other exotic implements were on display. Without hesitation, Chen Han made his way to the section housing long spears. Upon his first encounter with the piercing thorn spear, he realized an important truth. Formidable martial skills require equally formidable weapons as their foundation. Otherwise, they cannot be sustained. Moreover, one of the characteristics of the martial soul sacred body is that the better the weapon, the faster the cultivation speed. As Chen Han meticulously searched through the pile of long spears, he had barely taken a few steps when a spear unexpectedly fell at his feet. Upon closer inspection, he found it was crafted entirely from a mechanical alloy, radiating a silvery glow. However, the spearhead was unlike any metal. It resembled the fang of some extraordinary beast. Yet, one should not underestimate its sharpness simply because it appeared to be a tooth. Chen Han could faintly sense a chilling murderous intent emanating from the spearhead. This tooth undoubtedly belonged to a high-tier beast, possessing an imposing aura even as a mere bodily component. Grasping the spear in his hand, Chen Han felt an immediate affinity for it. This shall be the one, he decided, and he approached Zhao Linger, spear in hand. In Zhao Linger's words, there was an undercurrent of bitterness. The Snow Wolf spear has recognized you as its master? This is a top-tier spiritual weapon. I could never subdue it in the past. It turned out that the Snow Wolf spear had resided in the military's armory for 3 years. Its body was forged from high-strength alloys, which alone were worth 2 million. The spearhead, crafted from the teeth of the ferocious Snow Wolf King of the Dark Domain, was priceless. The military had expended considerable effort to vanquish the Snow Wolf King, utilizing its teeth to forge this formidable weapon. Ordinary individuals could not wield the Snow Wolf spear. Its overwhelming killing intent would rebound upon them, extinguishing their consciousness, even if they were masters of polearms. Clearly, Zhao Linger was unaware of the extraordinary capabilities of Chen Han's martial spirit physique. In this world, there was no weapon that Chen Han could not master. As night fell, Zhao Linger urged Chen Han to return and rest, as formal training for the new recruits would commence in 3 months. Meanwhile, the male instructor led in the second and third place finishers of the assessment, Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun. Chen Han was not surprised to see Zhao Yufei among the top 3. However, he was somewhat taken aback by Ji Yun's presence. Ji Yun approached with a noticeable limp, as if one of his legs were broken, gritting his teeth against the pain, yet still managed to cast a glance at Chen Han. Speed, at times, could be transformed into power. Often, the swifter one moved, the stronger the attack against the adversary. Ji Yun had exerted his utmost speed, leveraging momentum to kick at the armored turtle shell, scoring impressively high, but he suffered from the backlash. Chen Xiao, I am determined to stick with you for a lifetime. I hope I haven't embarrassed you. Ji Yun forced a pained smile. Chen Han patted Ji Yun on the shoulder, conveying unspoken understanding, as he watched Chen Han, spear in hand, recede into the distance. The male instructor couldn't help but express to Zhao Linger, the signs among this batch of new recruits are truly impressive. Zhao Wei, you've struck gold. If these individuals shine, your position may very well ascend. Zhao Linger shook her head in response. Not necessarily. They may not remain, with such remarkable achievements. Do you believe their families will not come to claim them? According to protocol, the top 3 scores in the recruit assessment are reported to their families. The military will also send valuable gifts to the families of the top performers as a gesture of goodwill. This is intended to reassure ordinary families and encourage more individuals to enlist. But families differ. Once they learn that a group of discarded misfits possesses such potential, do you think those families will easily let these promising talents slip away? Chapter 6. A 20-fold increase in training speed. Warrior Level 4. Would those families dare to come to the military to claim recruits? Where is the might of our great Xiao military? The male instructor was greatly astonished. Zhao Linger furrowed her brow slightly, sneering, do not underestimate those shameless families. They push us commoners into battle, unwilling to spare even a single promising talent for the military. There is nothing they would not do. Zhao Linger fulfilled her promise by upgrading the dormitory for Chen Han and his companions. The luxurious accommodation boasted a plethora of amenities. Exuding warmth and comfort, Chen Han enjoyed a restful slumber, and upon awakening, the system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully checked in for 1 day, earning 10 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to private first class, earning 300 points. Accumulating 10 points for a single day's check-in felt rather meager, yet it was a step in the right direction. Continuous check-ins would gradually enhance the point accumulation. However, the points awarded for the promotion were substantial, totaling a commendable 300. This bounty was sufficient for Chen Han to partake in a minor lottery, with the potential to draw a talent of up to level, albeit with a dismal probability of merely 2. Chen Han, however, was not inclined to engage in such trivial pursuits. If he were to gamble, he would aim for something grander. With the system at his disposal, reaching the apex of levels was his true aspiration. He would only entertain the grand prize pool of 5,000 points. The command to assemble arrived once again, and Chen Han swiftly grasped his snow wolf rifle. Hastening towards the training grounds. Under the blazing sun, the new recruits stood beneath its relentless rays, collectively lamenting their plight. This was merely a posture of military standing. Zhao Linger, a woman of fortitude, remained unperturbed, her composure unwavering. What were these recruits complaining about? Half an hour of standing at attention, and they were already at their wits' end? She informed them that what lay ahead was a grueling 6-hour endurance training regimen each day. Anyone with objections was welcome to voice them. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned sour, with the instructor's words echoing, "Who would dare to dissent?" A devil indeed. 6 hours of unrelenting training was a formidable challenge. It was clear that this taskmaster was the strictest in the recruit camp. Ji Yun muttered in discontent. His leg had been injured the previous day, and he was still recovering. 6 hours of endurance training felt like a death sentence. At that moment, when no one else dared to speak up, Chen Han boldly stepped forward and declared, "Report, instructor, I have an objection." Upon seeing him stand up, Zhao Linger felt a twinge of disappointment. A young master was still a young master. Enduring hardship was not in their nature. In the past, there had been instances where nobility requested a reduction in training hours, and many had even attempted to evade responsibilities, unable to endure even an hour of training. "Speak." Chen Han continued, "I request that the training duration for myself, Zhao Yufei, and Ji Yun be increased to 9 hours. Instantly, 100 pairs of eyes fixated on Chen Han, their expressions seemingly questioning his sanity. 6 hours were already excruciating. 9 hours would surely exhaust them beyond measure. Zhao Yufei held no objections. Rather, he admired Chen Han's audacity. Ji Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Chen, you might as well kill me. Zhao Linger is a demon. But you are the king of hell." Zhao Linger's lips curled into a slight smile, her normally fiery temperament revealing an unexpected allure. She found herself increasingly appreciative of Chen Han. He bore none of the typical airs of a spoiled scion. "Very well. Chen Han, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, and Zhu Meng. Your training duration has been extended to 9 hours. No rest until you complete the training." Zhu Meng, who had been mocking Ji Yun, was instantly taken aback upon hearing this command. "Why am I included in this?" Compared to Chen Han, who ranked among the top 3 in the new recruit assessments, Zhu Meng indeed had no remarkable distinction. However, his unique quality lay in his innate talent for operational skills. This is precisely the type of talent most sought after by the military, proving invaluable in the defense of positions. It can be said that regardless of the level of talent, anyone possessing operational skills will be a focal point of military attention. Zhao Linger issued the order, and Zhu Meng had no choice but to comply. While the training involved basic physical exercises such as running and push-ups, the most crucial aspect was the specialized enhancement training tailored to each individual's talents. For instance, Ji Yun needed to continuously run to improve his speed. As for Zhu Meng, his focus was on the precise manipulation of mechanical life forms. The 9-hour training session primarily consisted of such exercises, with the introduction of the foundational breathing technique. Any form of training inherently contributed to the enhancement of one's abilities, necessitating a focus on strengthening their respective talents. Among them, Chen Han's training was perhaps the simplest. He merely needed to wield a spear, repeatedly practicing a series of fluid movements. Ding! The system has detected that your weapon is a high-grade spiritual artifact. Due to the enhancement of your soldier's soul physique, your training speed has increased to 20 times. A high-grade spiritual artifact is truly extraordinary, elevating the training speed from 10 times to an astounding 20 times. It is worth noting that even among prominent families, high-grade spiritual artifacts are considered treasures. Yet here in the military, they are freely given to new recruits. Since his arrival in this world, the first time Chen Han felt warmth was ironically within the military, which is somewhat amusing. The days swiftly passed. Despite Ji Yun's flamboyant demeanor, he exerted himself fully the moment Chen Han spoke. In those 9 hours, he managed to run the entire distance, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. "Chen, the amount of training today is equivalent to what I used to endure in 3 months. I need to head to the foot massage parlor and find a couple of girls to pamper me." Zhao Yufei and Zhu Meng were equally exhausted, sprawled on the ground. However, none of the 3 truly harbored resentment towards Chen Han. They understood that without enduring hardship now, they might face dire consequences later. Moreover, as signs of distinguished families. They knew that to stand out in the military and earn respect, they must exert far greater effort than the average individual. What astonished the trio was that throughout the full 9 hours of practice, Chen Han not only remained unfazed, but barely broke a sweat. He even told the three, "You rest first, I'll practice a bit more. Chen, we can't keep up. If we train any longer, we might actually perish." Ji Yun, no longer trying to show off, quickly returned to the dormitory. Even Zhao Yufei conceded defeat. Thus, Chen Han extended his training time to a staggering 11 hours. This was made possible by his forged body physique, which allowed for rapid recovery of endurance. The longer the training continued, the easier it became for him. Time flies like a fleeting horse, and before long, a month and a half has passed. During this period, most of the new recruits have just barely advanced to the first tier of warrior. Yet, Chen Han has astonishingly reached the 4th tier. The 20-fold enhancement in training speed is no jest. Typically, an ordinary warrior requires over 2 years to attain the 4th tier. Chen Han's level is already comparable to that of many seasoned veterans who have survived in the army. Have you been granted some extraordinary advantage? Have you made another breakthrough? At this moment, Zhao Linger entered with a basin of water for washing, detecting Chen Han's prowess and exclaiming in surprise. She has adhered to her promise, accepting her bet, and has been dutifully serving Chen Han by fetching him tea and water all this time. However, Zhao Linger has kept everything in her heart, determined to reclaim her dignity from Chen Han once the 3-month training period for new recruits concludes. But given the current situation, Ji Yun promptly teased, "Instructor Zhao, you ought to discipline our Chun Xiao sooner rather than later. Otherwise, once the 3 months are up, you might not stand a chance against him." Chen Han dared not reprimand, as Ji Yun and Zhao Linger could certainly hold their own against him. A gust of wind from Zhao Linger's palm left a resounding imprint on Ji Yun's face, causing him to grimace in pain. "Who told you to be so audacious in front of the instructor?" Zhao Linger huffed, though one could not discern if her words were directed at Ji Yun or Chen Han. Suddenly, the military broadcast announced, "Chen Han, please proceed to the reception room immediately. Someone is looking for you." At that moment, the Army's announcement beckoned Chen Han. Upon arriving at the reception room, he was curious about who would seek him out at the military camp, and upon raising his eyes, he was astonished to see his second uncle. Chapter 7. What you discard. The army cherishes as treasure his uncle, Chen Shiming, is a formidable warrior at the 2nd tier of martial prowess. He had also been present when Chen Han was exiled to the military. However, upon this reunion, Chen Shiming's demeanor appeared significantly improved. Upon seeing Chen Han, he immediately donned a broad smile and inquired, "Xiao Han, how have you been in the army? Have you been bullied?" His ingratiating demeanor was evident. One could hardly trust such overt friendliness. Chen Han harbored no fondness for these family relatives, especially since he had severed ties with the Chen family entirely. "Speak plainly, and get to the point." Chen Shiming maintained his cheerful facade, responding, "Do not speak so harshly. Xiao Han, if you are not faring well in the army, you can always confide in your second uncle. I can take you home." Home? How dare he even mention it? When Chen Han had sought to cut ties, Chen Shiming had been the first to mock him. Yet, Chen Han quickly discerned the true purpose behind Chen Shiming's visit. It was likely that news from the military had reached the Chen family. As a new recruit who ranked among the top 3 and shattered records, how could the Chen family possibly overlook him? The Chen family must be regretting their earlier decision. Chen Han scoffed, "You are quite bold. This is the military. Are you suggesting I become a deserter?" "Deserter? How harsh that sounds." Chen Shiming, fearful that others might overhear, immediately leaned close to Chen Han's ear and whispered, "Second uncle still holds some influence within the military. Retrieving a new recruit like you is hardly a challenge. The family head has already consented to your return and has found someone else to take your place in the army. You can go back and participate in the college entrance examination, gaining admission to a prestigious martial arts university. Do not indulge in childish tantrums." Childish tantrums? Upon hearing this, Chen Han felt a surge of anger. After enduring years of disdain and injustice, could a mere remark about childishness absolve everything? These elders, it seemed they had gained nothing but age. Chen Han replied coldly, "I will not return. I have no home to go back to." Seeing Chen Han repeatedly refuse, Chen Shiming tore off his fade. Known within the family as the Smiling Tiger, his usual jovial demeanor masked a heart full of daggers. The pressure of his 2nd-tier martial prowess radiated outward, an overwhelming force bearing down upon Chen Han. "Chen Han, do not disrespect the offer. The family head sees potential in you, which is why I am here to bring you back." If you maintain this attitude, I can forcibly take you with me. Being born a member of the Chen family means living and dying for the family's honor. You cannot sever ties. Do not think that a little strength gives you wings. Faced with the far superior Chen Han remained unperturbed. The oppressive aura of the second-tier martial artist failed to sway him. Moreover, this was a military camp. Despite Chen Shiming's formidable capabilities, he would not dare to act here. Chen Han stood resolute, and in that moment, Chen Shiming discerned Chen Han's current level, 4th-tier warrior. How did you achieve this? Chen Shiming's eyes widened in disbelief. It was known that among his peers, Chen Feng, the most talented, had only reached the 2nd tier. Chen Feng possessed enhanced training speed, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Chen Han, with mere average talent, had suddenly incited a hearty laugh from Chen Shiming. Excellent. Truly, heaven has favored the Chen family, granting us yet another extraordinary talent. Despite his joy, he overlooked the fact that Chen Han had been cast aside by the Chen family. Come with me. Such talent squandered in the military is a crime. With that, Chen Shiming moved to seize Chen Han. With such brilliance, he had no regard for his own dignity and was determined to bring Chen Han back to the family at any cost. However, at that moment, a spear was abruptly pressed against Chen Shiming's neck. Yet it was not Chen Han who had acted. A graceful figure had swiftly appeared. Standing protectively in front of Chen Han, Zhao Linger, also a wielder of a spear, declared, Chen Han is now on the military's hidden dragon list. You wish to take him away? With a cold snort, she positioned the spear's tip merely a foot from Chen Shiming's throat. With a slight exertion, she could send him to his demise. Though Zhao Linger had only attained the pinnacle of martial arts, Chen Shiming regarded her with considerable caution. Most high-ranking martial artists in the military had emerged from the depths of bloodshed and carnage. The ability to challenge the ranks is not absent. Moreover, Zhao Linger is quite young, merely 3 years senior to Chen Han, which implies that she was once a prodigy within the military. Upon hearing this, Chen Shiming exclaimed in astonishment, the potential dragon list? Being well connected within the military, he was well aware of what the potential dragon list represented. It is a prestigious roster cultivated by the armed forces. Each year, fewer than 10 individuals are privileged to grace this list. Those fortunate enough to be included receive a disproportionate allocation of military resources. Most of the high-ranking officials in the military have previously been on this list. Yet, Chen Shiming was reluctant to concede so easily. Softening his tone significantly, what does my taking my nephew back to participate in the college entrance examination have to do with the military? The military's interference is excessive. Zhao Linger cast a sidelong glance at Chen Han before stating, do you wish to return? Chen Han resolutely shook his head. Zhao Linger then turned her gaze back to Chen Shiming, a playful smile gracing her lips. If he desires to return, I shall not hinder him. However, if he chooses to stay, no one can compel him to enlist. At this point, a fierce glint radiated from Zhao Linger's eyes. Chen Shiming, do you not recognize the might of our great Xiao military? The terrifying battle intent emanating from Zhao Linger rendered Chen Shiming, who was a second-tier martial general, utterly speechless. Chen Han now comprehended that Zhao Linger had considerably restrained herself in front of the new recruits. Otherwise, the murderous aura honed through countless trials could easily terrify most new soldiers into submission. However, Zhao Linger's threats extended beyond this. As military officers, we possess the authority to act at our discretion. Do you understand what it means to act at our discretion? It means that killing you falls well within that privilege. Zhao Linger could eliminate Chen Shiming without facing any repercussions, whereas should Chen Shiming dare to lay a finger on Zhao Linger, he would face the full force of military law. Zhao Linger's stance was unequivocal. She would safeguard her soldiers. Chen Shiming was genuinely intimidated, despite the Chen family's considerable influence. They dared not oppose the military. Disgruntled, he departed, casting a final glance at Chen Han. Regret began to set in, particularly upon learning that Chen Han had already attained the 4th tier of martial prowess. How could such a genius be relegated to military service? Xiao Han, should you feel regret, do not hesitate to contact me. He even shamelessly left Chen Han with this remark. Chen Han watched Chen Shiming's retreating figure, finding the situation somewhat amusing. At that moment, Zhao Linger turned her attention to Chen Han, her expression calming. I have heard some things about you from Ji Yun. You have endured much. I admit I previously harbored misconceptions about you scions of noble families, and I owe you an apology. Chen Han felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After 18 years in his family, where no elder ever regarded him with importance, He now felt a warmth within the military. Suddenly, Zhao Linger appeared to recall something, tapping her forehead. To express my apologies. I shall impart to you the renowned Yu family spear techniques, taught personally by General Yu. Consider it a token of my sincerity. This gift was indeed substantial and significant. General Yu, whose full name is Yu Wuyun, is a venerable commander in the military, now reaching the remarkable age of 120. Chen Han had encountered his name in textbooks. He is held in high esteem within the military, having distinguished himself at the onset of the resurgence of spiritual energy. He personally led his troops to thwart the invasion of exotic beasts that threatened to overrun the territory of the Great Xia, successfully halting their advance north of the Long River. The Yu family spear technique is his creation, a martial art that can be enhanced over time, beginning at a foundational level. Depending on the practitioner's comprehension and proficiency, it can be elevated to a more advanced tier. Notably, General Yu is generous with his knowledge. Any soldier who wields a weapon may learn the Yu family spear technique. Clearly, Zhao Linger is among those fortunate individuals. However, this technique is not one that new recruits can learn upon enlistment. A minimum of 1 year of service and a demonstrated record of military achievements are prerequisites for instruction. Chapter 8. The Yu family spear technique. New recruit competition. Observe closely. The Yu family spear technique emphasizes powerful thrusts, raw strength, and adaptability. Each transformation amplifies the force of the subsequent strike. On the training grounds, Zhao Linger personally demonstrated the Yu family spear technique for Chen Han. The technique is executed with breathtaking speed, as she wields the spear with the grace of a dancing dragon or serpent. Although the movements may appear simple, each thrust is imbued with extraordinary significance. Chen Han diligently memorized each detail. Before long, the 8 wooden stakes set upon the training field bore countless puncture marks from Zhao Linger's strikes. Truly, this is the formidable spear technique crafted by General Yu. Alright, I have completed a general demonstration of this technique. How much you comprehend depends on your own understanding. Zhao Linger retracted her spear, executing each motion seamlessly. Without hesitation, Chen Han nodded slightly, having thoroughly internalized the Yu family spear technique. On his system panel, a new category for martial arts appeared. Name, Chen Han. System name, Great Xia Martial Soul System. Rank, Private First Class. Realm, Warrior, 4th Stage. Talent, Level A Talent, Enhanced Physique. Level A Talent, Holy Body of the Soldier. Constitution, Level A Constitution, Refined Body. Proficiency, Intermediate. Martial Technique, Level A Martial Technique, Piercing Thorn Spear. Proficiency, Beginner. Martial Art, Level A Martial Art, Yu family spear technique. Proficiency, Beginner. Weapon, Superior Spiritual Artifact, Snow Wolf Spear. Mastering this martial art also accelerates the cultivation speed of the holy body of the soldier. Thus, Chen Han's training velocity has reached an astonishing 25 times the norm. This is still based on the martial art being at the foundational level. Should he elevate the proficiency of the Yu family spear technique to its maximum, it would transform into an advanced martial art. The enhancements of an advanced martial art would be even more formidable. Furthermore, the refined body would also see an increase, doubling his vitality compared to warriors of the same tier. The only aspect that remains unchanged is the proficiency of the piercing thorn spear. This martial technique is too extraordinary, requiring lethal intent and significant energy expenditure, rendering it difficult to train under normal circumstances. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly remarked, the Yu family's spear technique, with its emphasis on thrusting, aligns perfectly with your martial skills. You should practice this technique diligently. Before Chen Han could complete his thought, Zhao Linger interjected. It's of no concern. Your family possesses some extraordinary martial arts, and you need not divulge them to me. Achieving the first rank in the warrior realm without formidable martial skills is utterly impossible when it comes to breaking through the shell of the iron-armored turtle. Chen Han silently nodded, acknowledging her words. However, Zhao Linger remained unaware that his martial skills did not originate from the Chen family, but rather from the system itself, and were indeed rare in nature. Subsequently, Zhao Linger continued, prepare yourselves. The training for this batch of recruits is nearing its conclusion, and the new recruits grand competition is imminent. You may leave. Chen Han nodded in agreement, and just as he stepped outside, he heard a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the task for the new recruits grand competition. Achieving a top 3 ranking will earn you points for a lottery. First place grants 3,000 points. Second place 2,000, and third place 500. It was indeed a system task. Securing first place in the grand competition would yield a significant reward of 3,000 points. As for the points for second and third place, Chen Han paid them no mind. His goal was solely to claim first. Thus, over the following days, Chen Han began to practice the U family spear technique during training. After another fortnight, the U family's spear technique, thrust, upward flick, flowed seamlessly as he executed countless thrusts into the wooden targets in the training field. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. In the span of 2 weeks, he had elevated the U family spear technique to an intermediate proficiency. With this level of mastery, it had transformed into a superior technique. Chen Han's skill was now comparable to Zhao Linger's. Today, as Zhao Linger observed Chen Han's training, she was once again taken aback. After all, she had been hailed as a genius and had taken 6 months to elevate the U family spear technique to a superior level. Chen Han, you continue to astonish me, Zhao Linger said, handing him a towel to wipe his sweat, behaving almost like a maid. Over the course of 2 months, she had become accustomed to being treated as Chen Han's attendant. This U family spear technique is indeed profound and formidable. Chen Han wiped his brow while not forgetting to praise the technique. The martial arts pool within the Great Siam martial soul system consumes points at a staggering rate. The highest level prize pool requires 10,000 points for a single draw, and even then, there is no guarantee of acquiring a desirable technique. After all, a martial art must align with one's innate talent. Without the corresponding aptitude, even the most powerful technique is rendered useless. While the U family spear technique may not be the pinnacle, it perfectly suited Chen Han and saved him a considerable amount of points. He intended to save his points to draw for gifted physiques or martial skills. This afternoon marked the time for the new recruits' grand competition. With the U family spear technique elevated to a superior level, Chen Han felt a greater assurance of securing first place. Chen Han had finished his lunch and rested for a while when the new recruits gathered for the grand competition. This competition, known as the New Recruit Grand Tournament, brings together all recruits enlisted within a month to engage in combat trials. The victor is crowned the newcomer king, a title that secures a place in military records and brings numerous advantages in the future. In the month Chen Han enlisted, there were 3 batches of new recruits, and he belonged to the final group. This last batch faced certain disadvantages, as the first 2 groups had undergone at least an additional 2 weeks of training. Over 300 recruits assembled in the training grounds. Their faces hardened after 2 months of grueling training. The military serves as a crucible for personal development, and many had tanned their skin to a wheat-like hue, with complaints now replaced by a resolute silence. Zhao Linger remained the chief examiner, while the deputy instructors began to announce the rules of the competition. The rules were exceedingly straightforward. It would be a series of one-on-one bouts in a ring, with participants randomly paired. The only prohibition was against killing. Any means could be employed to incapacitate an opponent or break their spirit until a winner was determined. The military's regulations were decidedly more severe than those encountered in any university combat. In the first match of the new recruit grand tournament, Chen Han faced Han Heihu. As the initial contender, Chen Han was unfamiliar with the name Han Heihu, who must have been one of the recruits from the earlier batches. The crowd rallied behind him, shouting encouragement. "Go, brother Black Tiger. Defeat him." Han Heihu was an imposing figure, towering nearly 2 meters and exuding an air of dominance. Chen Han sensed his prowess. He was a second-tier warrior, indeed formidable. As they faced each other in the ring, Han Heihu smugly remarked, "I've heard you're the strongest among your group. Why is no one cheering for you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Han's peers regarded Han Heihu with incredulity. Their silence did not imply muteness. This duel promised little spectacle, for Han Heihu was destined to be swiftly defeated. The disparity in skill was so pronounced that it hardly warranted their attention. The atmosphere shifted as Chen Han's supporters began to openly scorn Han Heihu. Furious, Han Heihu retorted, "I hail from a military lineage and possess innate earth-based abilities. How could I possibly be vanquished by a mere scion of a useless family? A swift defeat? Unthinkable." With that, the duel commenced. Han Heihu clasped his hands together and struck the ground with a mighty blow, conjuring an armor forged from solid rock that enveloped him. The Han family, known for their martial heritage, had inherited the Earth River armor, transforming their bodies into formidable weapons. Once donned, the armor granted him immense power, allowing him to both attack and defend with unparalleled strength. Aside from a slight decrease in agility, It boasted almost no flaws, akin to a mobile fortress. Prepare to receive my strike, Han Heihu bellowed. However, before he could launch his assault, Chen Han's figure shifted like a phantom, disappearing from sight in an instant. Han Heihu had yet to comprehend the situation when an unexpected darkness enveloped his forehead. It felt as though something had struck him, causing his rocky armor to collapse with a thunderous sound, and he fell heavily backward. Before he could finish his proclamation of being a sixth-tier warrior, the immense form of Han Heihu lay sprawled upon the ground. This entire sequence transpired in the span of a mere second. Chen Han. Promotion. Chapter 9. The Undisputed Rookie King, No Challenger. Witnessing this turn of events, the new recruits who had entered alongside Chen Han displayed a sense of indifference. They had already foretold of his imminent demise. What is there to boast about? Do you not realize that with Chen Han among us, we can only aspire to second place? Indeed, as they asserted, if Chen Han's extraordinary talent combined with his martial prowess could not swiftly vanquish Han Heihu, then it would truly be a wasted endeavor. However, those recruits who were not part of Chen Han's cohort were filled with grievances, clamoring incessantly. What is there to compare? A sixth-tier warrior. There is only one rookie king. He is undoubtedly the first. This is unjust. Whoever faces him is destined to lose. Standing resolutely with his spear, Chen Han was taken aback that his initial strike had turned the rookie arena into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. On the examination platform, several deputy examiners were taken aback by Chen Han's exceptional qualifications. They were the chief instructors of the first and second batches of recruits. Yet their ranks were beneath Zhao Linger, leading them to curry favor with her. Congratulations, Officer Zhao. This recruit you have trained is a rare gem. You will surely gain prestige. Zhao Linger waved her hand in annoyance, dismissing their flattery. Spare me the formalities. I am not swayed by such antics. We have a conflict among the recruits. How shall we resolve this? There can only be one rookie king. And Chen Han's immediate display of supremacy left little room for hope, as the disparity was too vast, disheartening the new recruits. Zhao Linger was equally troubled, as her manipulation behind the scenes had intended for Chen Han to face some adversity, instilling in him the lesson that overconfidence leads to defeat. Han Heihu's abilities were among the most formidable against Chen Han, with his Earth River armor adept at both offense and defense, presenting a challenge that was not easily surmountable. Zhao Linger had anticipated that Chen Han could defeat Han Heihu, yet she was taken aback by how effortlessly he accomplished it. This fellow is truly a source of vexation. Zhao Linger grimaced. The rookie competition had transformed into an unprecedented spectacle. The deputy examiners found themselves in a state of utter disarray. In the second match, Qian Lei faced Zhang Xian. They tentatively announced the names for the next bout, only to be met with responses of refusal. I won't go. Whoever wants to fight, go ahead. What is there to compare? I refuse to compete. Just declare Chen Han the victor. Such responses were anticipated by the examiners. Ultimately, it was Zhao Linger who managed to quell the uproar among the recruits. Enough of this noise. If you possess the capability, step onto the arena and defeat Chen Han. I am prepared to declare you the champion. With her words, coupled with an imposing presence akin to that of a martial general, silence fell upon the crowd. Once the audience quieted, Zhao Linger slowly spoke. Do you know, in ancient armies, there existed a role known as the Vanguard? The Vanguard. He is the valiant warrior who first ascends the city walls in ancient battles. Such an individual would receive significant commendations, and titles of nobility would be but a formality. However, only one can be the first to scale the walls. Even the second to reach the top garners no rewards. Let me make this clear. This is the rule of the military. Do not presume this is a martial arts academy where one can shout freely. If anyone is dissatisfied, they may challenge me to a duel. Zhao Linger's words carried a formidable authority, causing the group of new recruits to lower their heads in silence. Suddenly, Zhao Linger shifted her tone. However, the army is not devoid of compassion. This grand competition among new recruits is unprecedented. The title of the newcomer king undoubtedly belongs to Chen Han, but you may all compete against him, and I shall observe who can endure the longest under his prowess. With private rewards to be distributed. For the sake of Chen Han, the rules of the new recruit competition were remarkably amended. As this scenario had never occurred in history before, do not harbor any objections. I have already petitioned the higher-ups to promote you to the rank of corporal. While your experience may be lacking, your strength is undoubtedly sufficient. Zhao Linger was also mindful of Chen Han's aspirations. Achieving a double leap in rank during the training period was something Chen Han had no qualms about. Moreover, he was eager to test the Yu family's spear technique, curious to see how it would perform in actual combat. In a one-on-one confrontation, victory seemed unattainable. However, in a multi-pronged assault, the dynamics would shift. As long as the opponents did not vastly outclass him in rank, most martial artists of the same tier would struggle against multiple adversaries. A swarm of ants can indeed bring down an elephant. In pursuit of the remaining rewards, the enthusiasm of the new recruits was ignited, and they clamored to ascend the stage. The first to enter the fray were none other than the so-called family failures from Chen Han's dormitory, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, and two newly recruited lightning element warriors. Chen Xiao, do not hold back, lest others accuse you of going easy on us. Chen Han, I've long wished to gauge the gap between us. After 2 months of training, their strength had noticeably improved. Zhao Yufei had reached the second tier of martial prowess, while Ji Yun and Zhu Ming were nearing that threshold through diligent practice. They recognized Chen Han's dedication. While they might not catch up, they at least aspired not to hinder his progress. Come forth, Chen Han declared, gripping his spear firmly and adopting a vigilant stance. The first to strike was Zhao Yufei, whose thunderclap ability combined speed and power for a dual onslaught. With a resounding crack, Zhao Yufei became enveloped in electricity, charging towards Chen Han. The other two lightning element warriors attacked from opposing directions, while the comparatively weaker Zhu Ming adeptly controlled 4 mechanical life forms to stage a feigned assault from the side. At the outset, Chen Han found himself encircled by their abilities. With thrusts, upward strikes, and spinning maneuvers, he unleashed the full extent of the Yu family's spear technique, forming a protective barrier composed of spear shadows around him. The first two to be struck were the two lightning element warriors, who were sent flying several meters away, directly ejected from the arena. The third was Zhao Yufei. Possessing the enhanced agility characteristic of thunderclap, Zhao Yufei relied on his keen instincts, narrowly evading 2 of Chen Han's thrusts, as he believed he could close in on Chen Han to launch an attack. The tip of the snow wolf spear suddenly appeared near his right cheek, sending him flying. Zhu Ming's 4 mechanical companions were similarly rendered inoperative by Chen Han's 4 precise strikes. The primary advantage of wielding a long spear lies in its extended reach. When used adeptly, one can navigate any situation with remarkable ease, excelling in both offense and defense. Young Master Chen, you have grown complacent. You hardly even noticed my presence. At that moment, Ji Yun had mysteriously crept onto the ground and made his way beside Chen Han, displaying cleverness. He took advantage of Zhao Yufei's group attacking from the front, swiftly maneuvering behind Chen Han before lying flat on the ground. With Chen Han preoccupied by the 3 opponents in front, he naturally lacked visibility behind him, and being prone made it even more difficult for him to detect Ji Yun's presence. Relying on this small witticism, Ji Yun believed he would finally be able to make contact with Chen Han. Little did he know, Chen Han casually swung his spear, striking Ji Yun squarely on the forehead. In a stunning display of weapon handling, the entire Zhao Yufei team was swiftly annihilated. The 5 members of Zhao Yufei took precisely 1 minute and 13 seconds to be defeated. In truth, the skill level of Zhao Yufei's team was far from the upper echelon among the new recruits. However, the new recruits finally glimpsed hope and began to engage Chen Han in a relentless series of challenges. Subsequently, Chen Han continued to face off against several groups. Yet, none could surpass the performance of Zhao Yufei's team. The reason was simple. They had trained alongside Chen Han, absorbing nuances of his marksmanship through daily practice, allowing them to last a bit longer in combat. The others, however, were not so fortunate. What was intended to be a 3-day competition for the new recruits concluded in less than a day. I hereby declare the champion of this new recruit competition, Chen Han. The best team of the competition was recognized as Zhao Yufei's squad. Chen Han's supremacy was indisputable, and he, along with Zhao Yufei and his companions, received accolades. Chen Han returned to his dormitory, content. Upon entering, he was greeted by 2 notifications. Congratulations! You have achieved first place in the new recruit competition and earned 3,000 points. Congratulations! Your military rank has been promoted to corporal, and you have gained an additional 1,000 points. A total of 4,000 points were now at his disposal. Coupled with the points Chen Han had accumulated over the past 2 months, his total had surpassed 5,000, allowing him to participate in a draw from the highest points reward pool. Without hesitation, Chen Han accessed the system reward pool, selecting the talent category. Talent is fundamental. Without talent, all else is moot. Furthermore, while one might draw ineffective items related to physicality, martial skills, or techniques, talent remains a guaranteed boon. Initiating the draw from the highest points reward pool for talent. With a 5,000 points pool, the probability of drawing a mid-level talent stood at 20. Chen Han focused intently on the system's roulette, and at last, he witnessed the pointer come to a halt, landing on talent. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the talent, Killing God Spear Intent. Chapter 10, Killing God Spear Intent. Military Commendation. Name, Chen Han. System name, Great Siam Martial Soul System. Military rank, Corporal. Realm, Warrior Level 6. Talent, Strengthened Body Grade. Divine Body of the Soldier's Soul Grade. Killing God Spear Intent Grade. Constitution, Refined Body Grade. Intermediate Proficiency. Martial Technique, Piercing Thorn Spear Grade. Beginner Proficiency. Cultivation Method, U-Family Spear Technique, Grade, Intermediate Proficiency. In the Talent section, a new talent, Killing God Spear Intent, has emerged. The name itself suggests a connection to long spear weaponry. Chen Han immediately glanced at the description of Killing God Spear Intent. Killing God Spear Intent, God of the Spear. Intent of slaughter rampant. When engaging in combat with a spear, one accumulates slaughter points. Each point enhances all physical attributes, excluding vitality, by 1%. Slaughter points are cumulative, with a maximum limit of 200 points. Once the slaughter points reach their zenith, one can unleash all slaughter intent, amplifying one's attributes to 4 times for a duration of 1 hour, after which the slaughter intent resets to 0. While studying spear-related techniques, one can transcend the technique's limits, elevating it by 1 grade. This is yet another formidable talent, perfectly suited to Chen Han. The maximum accumulation of slaughter points is 200, meaning that under normal circumstances, this talent doubles the enhancements to physical capabilities. Undoubtedly, this is a reinforcement-type talent. Among the enhancement talents Chen Han has encountered, his brother's talent merely boosts physical functions by 80%. However, Killing God Spear Intent offers a full 2-fold enhancement, not to mention the explosive slaughter intent, which, when activated, results in a quadrupling of enhancements. It is essential to recognize that most high-level martial artists possess attributes that differ from those of the next tier by approximately 4-fold. For instance, Chen Han, at Warrior Level 6, has physical capabilities that are 4 times inferior to those of a martial artist of the next realm. Thus, upon activating the slaughter intent explosion, Chen Han effectively transcends his current realm. Moreover, it allows spear techniques to surpass their limits and elevate by 1 grade. The U-Family Spear Technique is currently at grade. Under the amplification of Killing God Spear Intent, it has already reached grade. Once Chen Han comprehends the U-Family Spear Technique thoroughly, it will ascend to grade. He will surpass even General Yu. Chen Han is exceedingly satisfied. These 5,000 points were well spent. Meanwhile, in the military camp, Officer Qin Fei holds the new recruit competition report handed to him by Zhao Ling. His face a portrait of astonishment. This Chen Han has remarkably achieved Warrior Level 6 within just 2 months. Surely, you must be mistaken? Zhao Linger shakes her head. No, I have trained him for 2 months, and he has indeed progressed from Warrior Level 1 to Warrior Level 6 right under my watchful eyes. How splendid. Such a prodigy has graced our ranks. Our military has finally struck gold. I will double the commendations. Additionally, I have approved the rewards for Zhao Yufei and his 5 comrades that you requested. Very well, Officer Qin. Zhao Linger nods slightly. Little Zhao, with your military accomplishments, you should have been promoted to lieutenant long ago. Now, with the emergence of a soldier like Chen Han, I shall petition higher authorities to elevate your rank. Officer Qin speaks earnestly, seemingly indignant on Zhao Linger's behalf. Zhao Linger shook her head with vigor. Captain Qin, you are well aware that I do not concern myself with such matters. My only desire is to follow in the footsteps of General Yu, to engage in battle and defend our homeland. At this, Qin Fei paused momentarily before breaking into a sudden smile. Prepare the batch of new recruits you are training. They are to be organized into teams for a practical combat assessment. What? Zhao Linger froze. It was exceedingly rare to conduct real combat exercises during the new recruits training period. Typically, after 3 months of training, an additional 2 months of acclimatization was required before the recruits were formally deployed to the battlefield. Given the current situation on the front lines was not dire, there was no necessity for the new recruits to serve as mere cannon fodder. Unless, Zhao Ling seemed to grasp something, her eyes alight with surprise. Could it be that General Yu is preparing to cross the Long River and advance towards the Dark Domain in the north? Classified military information. Qin Fei replied with a mysterious smile, implicitly affirming Zhao Linger's assumption. He continued, "Nurture Chen Han well. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable." Understood. Captain Qin. Zhao Linger saluted with utmost respect. She then burst through the door of Chen Han's dormitory. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Zhao Linger today, she had shed her usual fiery temperament and authoritative presence, appearing instead like a lively young girl, her lips curving upwards in an uncontainable smile. "Instructor Zhao, have you encountered some delightful news today? In just this minute since entering, you've smiled more than in the past 2 months combined." Due to the wager between Zhao Linger and Chen Han, she often frequented Chen Han's dormitory, even prompting Zhao Yufei to make a jest. Zhao Linger shot Zhao Yufei a cold glance, retorting, "Mind your own business." She then turned to the others, declaring, "You all have performed admirably. You have brought me honor. Especially you, Chen Han, the first to topple the new recruit camp. The higher-ups have granted a special commendation for you, which I have been tasked to deliver." Zhao Linger produced a box and opened it to reveal 45 glass-sealed vials containing a pale blue liquid that emitted a faint glow. Qi blood elixir. In a dormitory filled with scions of prominent families, it was evident that they could easily recognize valuable items. The Qi blood elixir, developed by the National Academy of Sciences, could only be produced by state factories. Only those who had become martial artists could withstand its potent effects. The effects were straightforward. Consumption would gradually enhance one's physical constitution and increase blood vitality. A single vial of Qi blood elixir was valued at around 5,000 yuan. And once one became a martial artist, daily consumption of the elixir was essential, coupled with training, to continually solidify and improve one's foundational strength. Martial arts are notoriously expensive, which is why advanced martial artists often hail from affluent families. I understand that you are from esteemed families, and you may not regard this as significant. However, this Qi blood elixir is exclusively supplied to the military and possesses effects 3 times greater than standard ones. Out there, it is priced at 50,000 per vial, with demand exceeding supply. Initially, Ji Yun and his companions exhibited a palpable lack of enthusiasm. Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun, to say nothing of their distinguished backgrounds, one hailing from a prominent family in the capital and the other from a lineage of merchants, were undeniably affluent. While they may lack certain resources, their financial means were far from meager. Once the 3-month training period for new recruits concluded, they could easily solicit their parents for monetary support. With the aid of military stipends, Chen Han could indeed afford the 5,000 yuan required for the Qi blood essence. However, upon learning of the military's exclusive supply of this essence, the situation took on a completely different hue. Such coveted items, valued yet inaccessible, could not be acquired even with ample wealth. Moreover, although they possessed wealth, they were not in a position to squander it frivolously, as a monthly expenditure of 100,000 yuan was already quite substantial. As the newly crowned champion, Chen Han was entitled to 30 bottles of Qi blood essence. Zhao Yufei and his 4 companions would evenly share the remaining 15 bottles. Ji Yun reached for his 3 bottles, but midway through his motion, he seemed to recall something and abruptly halted. He stated, "Instructor Zhao, good steel is meant for the blade. I shall relinquish my 3 bottles to young Master Chen. Without him, we would not have received commendation from our superiors." Zhao Yufei concurred, adding, "Indeed, just having the opportunity to spar with Chen Han is already a satisfying experience." Nonsense. Zhao Linger, observing their attitudes, felt a surge of indignation. The military, while emphasizing individual prowess, also relied on teamwork. Would you entrust your back to a beast otherwise? At this moment, Chen Han interjected, "Instructor Zhao is correct. We should each claim our respective rewards. Growth is essential for everyone in the military." With that, he retrieved his 30 bottles of Qi blood essence. Just then, a remark from Zhao Linger left everyone astounded. "Moreover, how can you even compare yourselves to this freak? Achieving the 6th tier of warrior within 2 months, since the establishment of the military in the new era, he is the very first." Zhao Linger infused the humiliation she had endured over the past 2 months into that single statement, emphasizing the term freak with particular weight. It is worth noting that Zhao Linger had reached the 3rd tier of warrior within 3 months, a feat that secured her a place on the hidden dragon list. Yet, in the presence of Chen Han, she felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Chapter 11. Preparations before battle, a tribute testing indeed. Zhao Linger's words resonated deeply with Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Zhu Ming, who all nodded in agreement. Thus concluded the military commendations. That night, Chen Han sat on his cot, retrieved a bottle of qi blood essence, and unscrewed the cap, releasing an enchanting aroma that filled the air. The essence's flavor was akin to the finest wine of the age, but its potency was formidable. A warrior could only consume one bottle per day. Chen Han poured the contents of the bottle into his mouth in one swift motion. Before long, a powerful warmth coursed through his entire being. He felt as though every cell within him was being tugged and transformed, a sensation both wondrous and peculiar. Strangely, Chen Han experienced no discomfort or pain. Rather, an inexplicable exhilaration surged within him. He sensed that his body was undergoing a transformation of a nature he could not fully comprehend. As time progressed, the intensity of this sensation grew stronger. He could distinctly feel his blood surging through his veins, his muscles contracting and relaxing in a rhythmic dance, and his bones trembling ever so slightly. A profound sense of exhilaration enveloped him. The combination of breathing techniques, rigorous training, and the nightly consumption of a vital essence known as qi blood elixir was hailed as the trinity of martial prowess. The amalgamation of these three elements constituted the essential regimen that every martial artist was mandated to follow. Particularly, the qi blood elixir. Not only did it enhance vital energy, but it also rejuvenated bodily functions, alleviated fatigue, and fortified the physical form. Upon awakening the following day, regardless of the trials faced on the previous day, one would feel invigorated and renewed. Its inception was heralded as the foremost invention of the new century. Most martial artists, lacking inherent physical prowess, had but one means to elevate their vitality: the consumption of the qi blood elixir, preventing them from lagging too far behind those endowed with innate abilities. However, this did not imply that the elixir held no merit for those with innate talents. Quite the opposite, due to Chen Han's unique physique, which allowed him to maintain a level of vitality double that of his peers. Each bottle of qi blood elixir he consumed was equivalent to 3 for others. Possessing such a physique undoubtedly elevated a martial artist's potential. This was no mere platitude. The next day, before the clock struck 6, a blaring military alarm abruptly roused everyone from their slumber. Zhao Linger summoned all the new recruits to the training grounds to announce a momentous decree. Tomorrow, they would embark on live combat training. They would step into the battlefield against formidable beasts, assessed in groups of 4. This simple proclamation detonated like thunder on a clear day, sending shockwaves through the assembly. What? Live combat training? I had not anticipated such an intense undertaking during the new recruits training period. I do not wish to meet my demise. The mere thought of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with terrifying beasts sent several new recruits into a panic, some nearly soiling themselves with fear. Many among them had been conscripted against their will. Basic training was acceptable, but when it came to matters of survival, fear was a universal sentiment. Chen Han observed that those standing alongside him, including Ji Yun and Zhao Yufei, were already trembling with trepidation. Ji Yun was drenched in cold sweat. Young Master Chen, something is amiss. It is indeed exceedingly amiss. I have never heard of new recruits facing live combat in training. Currently, the northern frontier was not in a state of emergency. Were they to be used as cannon fodder? Zhu Ming echoed his sentiments. Only Zhao Yufei maintained a semblance of composure. I believe this may not be a misfortune. Let us not forget, we are no longer scions of noble families. We are soldiers now. Such words from the esteemed families of the capital resonated, dispelling the fears of Ji Yun and Zhu Ming. Old Zhao is right. To extend one's neck is to invite the blade. To retract it is also to invite the blade. We will face it sooner or later. Let us confront it head-on. The fate of a soldier is the battlefield. Loyal bones lie buried beneath verdant hills. What need is there for a shroud of horsehide? Zhao Linger understood the recruits' apprehensions. Yet, General Yu's strategy necessitated the acceleration of their integration into the military ranks. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. To be a soldier is to possess fortitude. Fear of death is not an option. Real combat training cannot guarantee that everyone will survive. For those who wish to be cowards, I offer you the opportunity to report to the logistics camp and the cooking team. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned towards Chen Han and his 3 companions. They were eager to see if these pampered scions of illustrious families would tremble in fear. To their surprise, the 4 stood tall and resolute, exuding an indomitable spirit that seemed unafraid of death. By heavens, if these 4 young masters are unafraid, what do we have to fear? If death is our fate, so be it. We cannot allow ourselves to be looked down upon. Zhao Linger placed Chen Han and his trio in the front row, hoping they would inspire others. They did not disappoint her expectations. Their courage invigorated all the new recruits. It was exceedingly rare for over 100 new soldiers to face the specter of death without a single one stepping back. Excellent. If any of my soldiers are found to be cowards, it is a disgrace to me, she declared. Now line up and prepare for your attribute tests. For the sake of fairness in combat training, you will be assigned to different zones based on your attribute values. Each zone will present varying strengths of ferocious beasts. Attributes refer to strength, speed, and vitality. Each of these three attributes has distinct testing methods. The strength test involves striking an iron tortoiseshell with your fists, measuring the power of your body. Speed will be assessed over a total distance of 1,000 meters, calculated in meters per second. Vitality will be recorded by specialized instruments. The first to undergo testing was Ji Yun. Soon, the results were revealed. Ji Yun, punching power 150 kilograms, speed 70 meters per second, vitality level 1. The qualifying standard for a first-tier warrior required a punching power of 300 kilograms, a speed of 30 meters per second, and a vitality level of 1. Ji Yun's results indicated a significant imbalance. Wang Xing, punching power 300 kilograms, speed 34 meters per second, vitality level 1. Yang Fei, punching power 400 kilograms, speed 30 meters per second, vitality level 1. As more individuals stepped forward, their attributes were gradually disclosed. This time, Zhao Linger had learned from experience, deliberately placing Chen Han at the end of the line to avoid any controversy. Zhao Yufei stepped up, punching power 900 kilograms, speed 53 meters per second, vitality level 2. His appearance finally introduced a participant whose values surpassed the average, eliciting a chorus of murmurs. Such innate talent is unparalleled. Alas, we cannot compare. Some individuals are born in the capital, and there's an even more extraordinary talent yet to come. This extraordinary talent was none other than Chen Han. As the queue dwindled, anticipation mounted among the crowd, eagerly awaiting the revelation of Chen Han's attributes. They no longer regarded him as a competitor, but rather as a figure of veneration. At last, it was Chen Han's turn to take the stage. The testing process was swift, and the recorder promptly announced Chen Han's remarkable results, causing the audience to hold their breath in anticipation. Chen Han demonstrated a striking punching force of 3,000 kilograms and an astonishing speed of 165 meters per second. The newly enlisted soldiers gasped in disbelief upon hearing these figures. How could there be such a vast disparity among recruits who joined at the same time? They felt as though they were unable to keep pace with him at all, while the new recruits hung their heads in despair. Zhao Linger appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. From Chen Han's 6th-tier warrior status, these attributes were merely slightly superior to those of others at the same level. Unbeknownst to her, the testing equipment did not allow for the use of weapons, meaning Chen Han had no enhancement from innate talents. Had he been wielding the Snow Wolf Spear, these attributes would have multiplied exponentially. Next, the recorder began to disclose Chen Han's vitality level. Upon receiving the record sheet, he initially thought he had misread it and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Only after confirming that the report was accurate did he slowly announce, vitality level, 10 tiers. My goodness, Zhao Linger exclaimed, cursing in shock. This time, it was not the new recruits who voiced their disbelief. Zhao Linger stepped forward and confronted the recorder, demanding that he restart the instrument for measuring vitality and conduct the test once more, insisting that there must be a malfunction. Her suspicion was entirely justified. Vitality was the most challenging attribute for a warrior to enhance. Most warriors at their level typically had a vitality of merely 6 tiers. Zhao Linger, nearing the rank of a military commander and having access to considerable resources within the army, had surpassed Chen Han by an entire rank, with a vitality level of only 11 tiers. Unless Chen Han possessed extraordinary physical attributes, it was inconceivable for him to achieve a vitality of 10 tiers. A prodigy who had reached the 6th tier of warrior status in just 2 months, combined with a vitality of 10 tiers, this report, once submitted, would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar within the military. Chapter 12. The Old General Arrives. The emphasis is on Chen Han. In truth, Zhao Linger was well aware that the Army's vitality testing machine had taken a decade to develop, and it was highly unlikely for it to malfunction under normal circumstances. This device utilized a light-like scanning method to analyze every cell in the human body, providing a comprehensive vitality index. Only through deliberate manipulation could the vitality values be altered. However, this was the military, not a martial arts academy, who would dare tamper with the machinery, knowing that the consequences would involve military law. Nevertheless, to ensure a rigorous report, Zhao Ling'er felt compelled to have Chen Han undergo another test. Chen Han stepped onto the machine once more, allowing it to scan him thoroughly. The result remained steadfast at 10 tiers. A vitality of 10 tiers was simply incomparable. Chen Han now surpassed even some seasoned soldiers who had served for 2 or 3 years. The new recruits erupted in astonishment, having trained for the same 2 months. Chen Han's potential was truly unfathomable. The recorder found himself in a quandary and turned to Zhao Ling'er, asking, "Lieutenant Zhao, should we submit this report?" After the completion of the 3-month training period, it was time for the allocation of barracks for each new recruit. It was evident that Chen Han would inevitably become the object of desire among the various barracks. Submitting the report was unavoidable, for in the military, where there are numerous eyes, it would soon be seen by the commanding officers of all the barracks. Deception was futile. Zhao Ling'er was further troubled by the question of which beastly territory would be appropriate for Chen Han's abilities, ensuring fairness for the others. She instructed them to select suitable team members to form a group, declaring that there would be no training today, with practical assessments commencing the following day. With that, Zhao Ling'er departed with the documents in hand. Chen Han and his companions returned to their dormitory, and undoubtedly, the 4 of them could easily form a cohesive team. Suddenly thrust into the battlefield to combat the beasts, they were still grappling with the reality of their situation. Right a will first. Let us not depart this world without leaving something behind. Ji Yun pulled out paper and pen, fervently beginning to write. He held a shallow connection to his clan, but felt a profound attachment to his biological parents. Zhao Yufei snatched the paper and pen from him, admonishing, "Have a bit of confidence. How can you be so certain of death? Instead of thinking about writing a will, why not contemplate our team name first? Chen Han would be the team leader. Surely, no one would object to that?" Ji Yun shook his head vigorously. "Object? Chen Xiao could defeat the 3 of us in an instant. Who would dare oppose?" Zhu Ming nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way." Chen Han, not one to be modest, accepted the position of team leader, stating, "In that case, I shall graciously accept the role." The group deliberated for a considerable time regarding their name. Among them, Zhao Yufei excelled academically, and he proposed a name that satisfied everyone. "Since our team leader is Chen Han, let us name ourselves after him, adding night to it. How about Cold Night Team?" The name Cold Night Team was elegant indeed. The 4 unanimously agreed, and Chen Han submitted the team name along with the members. After a full day of rest, the following day, all the new recruits boarded military vehicles heading towards the northern frontier. The military camp was not far from the northern region, facilitating support for the battlefield. After 2 hours, they arrived at the northern border, where a towering wall loomed before them. This wall soared over 50 meters high, constructed entirely of alloy, majestic and imposing. The sky-reaching wall. It took the Great Xia over 2 decades to forge this wall, a testament to the bloodshed of human warriors throughout history, allowing our existence to endure. On the other side of the wall lay the dark domain, teeming with ferocious beasts and rarely trodden by human feet. Ascend the wall. At that moment, a voice shouted from above, and a long ladder was lowered. The new recruits were to line up and ascend the ladder to reach the sky-reaching wall. Before proceeding to the combat zone, many would never witness the scenery beyond the wall in their lifetime. As Chen Han gazed from the wall, his eyes met a panorama of forests and mountains, along with remnants left by humanity. Countless beastly roars emanated from an unknown source. Upon looking down, one could observe numerous monstrous creatures with gaping maws congregating beneath the city walls. The assembly point for the new recruits was situated in an open space within the towering walls, similar to the grand competition among the recruits. This practical assessment also involved new soldiers gathered within a month, totaling 82 groups. Once assembled, Chen Han noticed that the instructors stood side by side, gazing into the distance, as if awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. "Chen Xiao, is a prominent personage arriving? Look at our instructor Zhao, typically fiery, now behaving as docile as a young girl." Just as Ji Yun had remarked, Zhao Ling'er seemed to have transformed today, her demeanor now as gentle as that of the new recruits. In truth, Zhao Ling'er held a respectable position within the military, with fellow instructors addressing her with great reverence. She had been relegated to this post, implying that the individual worthy of such treatment within the military was likely of at least a school-level rank. Such high-ranking officers, akin to battalion leaders, rarely personally oversee the training of new recruits. Attention! At that moment, Zhao Linger bellowed, prompting all to salute immediately. An elderly figure approached slowly from the distance. With hair and beard as white as snow, he appeared frail, yet exuded an imposing presence. Standing at 2 meters tall, his robust physique wielded a large saber while donned in a marshal's cloak. His towering silhouette commanded respect and prevented direct gazes. Chen Han had seen this face numerous times in textbooks, yet witnessing it in person evoked a quiet admiration. He was none other than General Yu Wuyun, revered as the elder general. In his youth, General Yu wielded firearms, but in his advancing years, he had transitioned to the more grandiose saber. The fact that a new recruit assessment had drawn General Yu to the scene was extraordinary. Approaching his 80th year, he stood as the first and most senior marshal in history. Prior to him, the highest military rank had been that of a general. To witness General Yu during their training as recruits was a privilege that would render their lives profoundly meaningful. The new recruits were filled with exhilaration, their joy palpable. Lieutenant Zhao Linger of the 3rd New Recruit Battalion, please welcome Marshal Yu for his address. Little Zhao, there's no need for formalities upon seeing me. I apologize for placing you in this role. General Yu spoke with an imposing presence, yet a remarkably gentle tone. His stature extended beyond military ranks, holding a commendable position in the political sphere, which explained the extensive national campaign promoting him. It is no hardship, as long as I remain your soldier. There is no grievance, Zhao Linger replied, tears brimming in her eyes at his words. At this juncture, General Yu turned his gaze towards the new recruits, smiling warmly. Look at you all, so spirited and youthful. I have aged, and this new era does not have a place for me. The future belongs to you. Grandpa Yu, you are not old. Grandpa Yu, you can live for another 100 years. Due to General Yu's immense popularity among the populace, many spontaneously referred to him as Grandpa Yu, creating an atmosphere of warmth and familiarity. He is the only marshal in the army without any pretense, empathizing with the soldiers and embodying the unity of military and civilian. Today, during the practical combat assessment, some among you may perish. Are you afraid? No, not afraid. The arrival of Marshal Yu Wuyun ignited the fervor of the crowd. Even the timid new recruits, who previously displayed hesitation, seemed invigorated as if they had been infused with vitality. Even the timid Ji Yun stood tall, his throat nearly hoarse from shouting. This man is truly a significant figure. The Ji family and the Chun family pale in comparison to him. Young Master Chun, should I gain even a fleeting glance from Marshal Yu, I would surely deliver a resounding slap to those from the Ji family who have looked down upon me. Before he could finish his words, Yu Wuyun suddenly spoke up. Is there among you someone named Chen Han? The attributes report of Chen Han has already spread throughout the military, reaching even the ears of Yu Wuyun. Otherwise, a person of his stature, burdened with numerous affairs, would not be present here today. Alas. So, it turns out that Grandfather Yu has come seeking Chen Han. With Chen Han here, our batch of new recruits may never rise to prominence, destined to be overshadowed by him. Zhao Linger, observing the chaotic scene, felt a tinge of embarrassment and coldly commanded, silence. Chen Han, step forward. Chen Han emerged, and Yu Wuyun immediately fixed his gaze upon him. With just one glance, he discerned Chen Han's potential, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, though it was quickly concealed. Indeed, a fine prospect. I have met Chen Muhu. You bear no resemblance to that old fellow. Chen Muhu, Chen Han's great-grandfather, is the founder of the Chun family in Hanwu City. Chapter 13, Wilderness Zone. Real beasts. The words of General Yu radiated a message. In his eyes, Chen Han surpasses even his great-grandfather. However, Chen Han does not hold fondness for this ancestor, who is a consummate politician. The Chun family's ascent to being the foremost family in Hanwu City was not solely due to strength, but rather because of Chen Muhu's maneuvers in the capital. Chen Muhu rarely returned to the family and looked down upon the lesser offspring. As for Chen Han, he may not have even remembered his name. The new recruits were envious, their eyes turning red. Those few who have received praise directly from General Yu are exceedingly rare. Those promoted by him invariably ascend to great heights. This signifies that General Yu has regarded Chen Han as a personal soldier. Such a formidable backing within the military is invaluable. Let us commence. It is time for these young recruits to witness the harsh realities of the army. Yu Wuyun glanced back at Zhao Linger, his purpose achieved. Indeed, the practical combat location for the new recruits is a wilderness teeming with strange beasts. Most of the beasts in this wild area range from 1st to 3rd tier. Based on the 6 major realms of martial prowess, humanity categorizes these beasts into 18 tiers. Every 3 ranks correspond to the strength of a martial artist at a particular realm. The 1st to 3rd ranks naturally align with the warrior domain. The closer one is to the central area, the higher the rank of the exotic beasts, and consequently, the greater the danger. Although practical combat may result in casualties, the military would not recklessly send new recruits to their demise. The exotic beasts of rank 4 and above in the wilderness have long been eradicated. The assessment rules stipulate that the recruits, organized into groups, will board helicopters to various designated areas. In these locations, they must survive for a full day and night. Each group leader will carry a signal flare and recording equipment. The flare is to be launched in the event of a life-threatening crisis, prompting the instructors stationed on the periphery to rush to the rescue. The recording device logs the points accrued from slaying exotic beasts, 5 points for a rank 1 beast, 10 for a rank 2, and 40 for a rank 3. Ultimately, the assessment scores are calculated based on the total points earned. The first group to depart is the Cold Night Squad, situated 3 kilometers from the central zone. Departure. Chen Han and his 3 companions boarded the helicopter. En route to the battlefield, due to Chen Han's previously demonstrated extraordinary abilities, the Cold Night Squad has been assigned to a particularly perilous area, one of the most treacherous and intricate zones of the entire battlefield, rife with unknown challenges and dangers. Amidst the cacophony, the helicopter ascended, carrying the Cold Night Squad toward the epicenter. During the flight, Chen Han conversed with his teammates about their perspectives and strategies for the mission. Despite their awareness of the formidable challenges that lay ahead, resolute conviction and determination radiated from each face. High risks herald high rewards, and the likelihood of encountering rank 2 and 3 exotic beasts in the central area was substantial. As the 4 descended from the helicopter, barely touching the ground, a roaring wild boar charged out from the thicket, weighing in at 2,000 kilograms. This massive beast possessed astonishing strength, capable of toppling a large tree with each collision. Its target was none other than Ji Yun, the giant tusk boar. A rank 2 exotic beast could unleash a force of 3,000 kilograms upon impact. Do not get struck. Chen Han, fulfilling his role as group leader, immediately took command upon landing. Ji Yun, paralyzed with fear, broke into a cold sweat, but fortunately, he possessed the talent of incredible speed. With a powerful push of his limbs, he narrowly evaded the boar's charge, almost meeting a dire fate. Heart racing from the near miss, Ji Yun was acutely aware that battling exotic beasts was not akin to a sparring match. These creatures offered no pause for contemplation or counterattack. With a thunderous crash, the giant tusk boar, undeterred by its initial failure, bellowed and launched another assault. This colossal creature, even in mere motion, sent tremors through the ground beneath. A paralyzing fear enveloped Ji Yun, rendering his legs momentarily immobile. Move, for heaven's sake. At a critical moment, Ji Yun, the young scion of a prominent family, exhibited extraordinary resolve. He leapt gracefully into the air, landing atop a tree just as a wild boar collided with it, momentarily halting its advance. Act now, commanded Chen Han, as Zhao Yufei and Zhu Ming fumbled in confusion. Chen Han's words instantly brought them to their senses. To neutralize such a beast, swift action was imperative, otherwise, the threat would be immense. Chen Han, with his snow wolf rifle poised, took aim. One shot was all it took to pierce the giant boar's flesh, creating a gaping wound. As he withdrew the rifle, a bloodied object dangled from its tip, indeed, the heart of the beast. A single shot to the heart. Chen Han displayed an uncommon calmness. Everyone, stay composed. This is a battlefield. Lives are at stake, he admonished, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his usual nonchalant self. Yes. Ji Yun and his companions felt a wave of shame. Had it not been for Chen Han's timely intervention, they would have suffered casualties upon landing. Chen Han, however, did not reproach them excessively, recognizing that they faced a second-tier beast. Such creatures typically matched warriors of the 3rd to 6th tier, and among them, the most formidable, Zhao Yufei, had only reached the 2nd tier. The pressure of their ranks instilled a fear that rendered their limbs weak. Fortuitously, Chen Han's encouragement bolstered their confidence. Taking the lead, Chen Han forged ahead, wielding his spear with the prowess of the Yu family's technique. With each thrust, another beast fell. Zhao Yufei and the others were tasked with dispatching the remaining injured creatures, ensuring that none escaped unscathed. In the wilderness, survival was paramount, with slaying enemies as a secondary concern. After all, Enduring a full day and night would yield a significant reward of 500 points, enough to pass the assessment. However, Chen Han aspired for more than mere passage. He sought to secure the top position for their group. Mediocrity was not an option, whether vying for acclaim or claiming credit. He was resolute in his pursuit of first place. Moreover, eliminating beasts would also garner a certain number of points. Before long, Chen Han had accrued over 200 points in the Great Siam Martial Soul system. Though modest, it was better than nothing. Ding! Your killing intent value has reached 200. You have received a 200-point attribute boost. The system announced the accumulation of his killing intent. During the battle, this value would continue to rise. Once maximized, it would not dissipate unless unleashed in a burst of killing intent. With a punch force of 3,000 kilograms, once his killing intent was fully charged, it would double, equating to an astonishing 9,000 kilograms. Such power would be insurmountable for most creatures below the 3rd tier. Under Chen Han's guidance, Zhao Yufei and his companions gradually steadied themselves, learning to target beasts of comparable strength. The surrounding beasts were soon thoroughly eradicated. As dusk approached, Chen Han and his companions pressed on, growing bolder with each battle. Charging toward the heart of the wilderness where the most fearsome beasts lurked. Before them stood a warning sign emblazoned with the word danger. Prior to their departure, their instructor had cautioned them against venturing into the central area, for it was rumored that, in addition to the troublesome Tier 3 beasts, Tier 4 beasts might also make an appearance. Such formidable creatures would be beyond the capabilities of mere warriors to confront. Gazing at the warning sign, Chen Han and his comrades exchanged knowing smiles, their bodies drenched in blood yet devoid of fear, brimming instead with audacity. Shall we proceed? Chen Han inquired with a grin. Indeed. Let us enter and rest within. Just as they were about to step into the central zone, a massive turtle emerged as an obstacle, a Tier 3 iron-shelled turtle. Its shell could only be shattered by a formidable warrior, yet its lack of offensive prowess justified its Tier 3 classification. It seemed to be lounging in the area. Having glanced at Chen Han and his group, likely satiated from a recent meal, and thus refrained from attacking. However, its contempt for the group was unmistakable as it nestled down behind the warning sign, withdrawing its limbs into its shell. While the danger it posed was minimal, the insult was profound. Though Chen Han and his companions could have circumvented the turtle to enter the central domain, some insults are intolerable. 2 months prior, Chen Han had managed to breach its shell, and he was more than capable of doing so again, perhaps even extracting its heart. In the darkness, the flash of a weapon illuminated the night, followed by a wretched howl that startled other groups in the wilderness, who were on the brink of slumber. What on earth was that commotion? Is it Chen Han again? With his vitality at level 10, only he could fight on without fatigue. Chapter 14. The Wolf Spider Matriarch. Tier 4 Nest Lord. Blood Essence Stone. Indeed, Zhu Meng extracted a crimson stone-like object from within the iron-shelled turtle. This item, known as a Blood Essence Stone, is a crystallization of the beast's vitality and serves as a vital ingredient for crafting vitality elixirs. Only beasts of Tier 3 or higher can produce these stones within their bodies, and they can fetch around 10,000 on the market. Old Zhu, the Blood Essence Stone you possess is of particularly high quality. It could sell for 15,000. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hailing from a merchant family, he possessed a keen insight and unique understanding of the quality of goods. He could discern the value and quality of items from subtle details, revealing lucrative opportunities. This talent allowed him to navigate the commercial realm with ease. The reason many commoners are willing to risk their lives to join the military is twofold. First, the army represents their only chance for advancement. Second, hunting beasts can yield substantial wealth, primarily sourced from these blood essence stones. While a modest sum may not stir the hearts of the Cold Knight squad members, a significant fortune would indeed make a difference. In just a month, even 100,000 could not withstand the onslaught, and the blood essence stones were immensely tempting to them. After securing the blood essence stones, the group directly removed the shell of the iron-armored turtle to use as a tent, spending the night in the heart of the wilderness. Upon awakening the next day, Chen Han observed that signal flares were being launched from all directions across the vast expanse. In a mere half-day, out of a total of 82 teams, only a third remained. Unlike Chen Han and his companions, who pressed forward with relentless aggression, merely surviving in this beast-infested wilderness posed a significant challenge. Ji Yun's expression brightened as he remarked, "Chen, given this trend, our first place is assured." However, Chen Han remained composed, cautioning, pride precedes a fall. Quantitative changes can sometimes lead to qualitative transformations. Do not underestimate them. Although they are on the periphery, if they manage to kill enough beasts, they may surpass us. A third-tier beast is worth 40 points, while a first-tier beast is worth 5 points. 8 first-tier beasts equate to 1 third-tier beast. Yet the difficulty in defeating a third-tier beast far exceeds that of vanquishing 8 first-tier beasts. Chen Han held no objections to this system of fairness. The group's expressions grew serious as they continued to advance into the heart of the wilderness. Soon, they encountered a colossal spider blocking their path, roughly the size of a wild boar, with 8 compound eyes and 19 legs. It was a red venomous wolf spider, a third-tier beast. Despite its classification, the red venomous wolf spider possessed a lethal venom. Being struck by its toxin could lead to severe injury or even death, with only martial-level vitality having a chance of withstanding its potency. Having gained experience from the previous day's battle, Zhao Yufei and the others were much more seasoned. Zhu Meng deployed a mechanical life form to draw the spider's attention, while Ji Yun, leveraging his speed, prepared to strike. Zhao Yufei, being the strongest attacker, took the lead. As the red venomous wolf spider was distracted by the mechanical life form, Zhao Yufei seized the opportunity, delivering a thunderous punch that struck the spider with great force. The spider staggered back 3 meters, enraged, and lunged at Zhao Yufei, only to be ambushed by Ji Yun, who plunged a dagger into its body. Through their coordinated efforts, Chen Han did not need to intervene, and they swiftly dispatched the third-tier beast. Seeing this, Chen Han felt reassured and charged ahead. Utilizing the exquisite techniques of the Yu family's marksmanship, he swiftly felled 2 more red venomous wolf spiders. Keep up. Ji Yun and the others exchanged glances, exclaiming in resignation, "Don't compare yourselves to the freaks. Don't compare yourselves to the freaks." As they delved deeper into the center, they increasingly realized that the beasts appearing in the central zone were predominantly these third-tier wolf spiders, as if the wolves had entirely claimed this portion of the wilderness. This peculiar situation piqued Chen Han's curiosity. After eliminating over 30 red venomous wolf spiders, the Hanyi team arrived at the very heart of the central zone. The scene before them was nothing short of astonishing. It was a nest of red venomous wolf spiders. Over 70 red venomous wolf spiders lay in wait around their lair, the interior of which was saturated with a dark crimson venom that emitted a noxious miasma, enveloping the surroundings. At the very center of this den, one particular red venomous wolf spider stood out conspicuously, measuring 8 meters in length and boasting a robust physique. It bore numerous smaller red venomous wolf spiders that emerged from the eggs it had laid. Upon beholding this extraordinary creature, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Zhu Meng were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if an invisible force weighed heavily upon them. The thought that arose in their minds was one of futility. They could not possibly hope to defeat it. This was a manifestation of oppressive dominance, indicating that the power of this unique red venomous wolf spider far surpassed their own, having ascended to the 4th tier. Chen Xiao, do not entertain any foolish thoughts toward it. Ji Yun trembled. Of the 4, only Chen Han possessed the highest realm and exceptional talent, rendering him immune to the influence of such intimidation. Zhao Yufei added, "The lair of the red venomous spider matriarch is not merely home to a 4th-tier beast. Should we attack, we would be besieged by all the red venomous wolf spiders, and the lethal venom within the lair would be fatal upon inhalation. Warriors of our caliber dare not act alone against the lair of the red wolf spider." Everyone assumed that Chen Han would recklessly charge into the lair. Yet he was not so foolish. "I shall not enter, but we cannot retreat." Not far from the wilderness lay the city of Cold Wind in the northern borders of Great Xia, devoid of the protective towering walls. Should these red venomous wolf spiders proliferate unchecked, they would give rise to countless matriarchs and lairs, bringing untold troubles to Cold Wind City. The lair before them appeared to have only recently formed, presenting the optimal opportunity for extermination. Even if they were to notify the instructors, time would be of the essence. What do you intend to do by not advancing and yet not retreating? Chen Han surveyed the surroundings and found the tallest tree. With a few agile leaps, he ascended to the treetop. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Linger stood atop the towering wall, her anxiety reaching a boiling point as she observed the battlefield. The protection of new recruits was a priority, with signal flares serving as the first line of defense. The second line consisted of the instructors stationed on the towering wall, who would provide assistance as needed. Upon witnessing the red venomous wolf spider, they too were taken aback, with several instructors already en route to lend their support. This was not a challenge that mere recruits could surmount. Even warrior-level instructors would need to unite their efforts. What is Chen Han planning? Zhao Linger exclaimed in frustration. Did I not say that upon encountering a fourth-tier beast, the only course of action is to flee? Immediately. Where are the cloud ladders? Deploy them quickly. Meanwhile, standing atop the tree, Chen Han leaned slightly back, adopting a stance as if to draw a weapon. Red lightning crackled around him, coalescing into a fierce aura, while the tip of his snow wolf spear erupted into a dazzling scarlet glow. The effect of the piercing death thorn spear, when confronted with a solitary adversary, directly targets the opponent's vital point, exhibiting an infallible accuracy. The foe is rendered incapable of evasion, compelled to confront Chen Han head-on with a might greater than his own. However, when faced with multiple adversaries, Chen Han can hurl the spear, relinquishing its guaranteed hit capability, but correspondingly amplifying its power, granting it a devastating area of effect. The intent to kill surges forth, augmented fourfold. With a force of 15,000 kilograms, an ominous aura radiates from Chen Han. Gathering strength, he launches the spear. In a seamless motion, the snow wolf spear is released, soaring like a swift arrow towards the red venomous spider matriarch. Chen Han, have you lost your mind? Do you think that by not charging in, the spiders will refrain from emerging? Zhao Linger seethed with indignation. The moment the cloud ladder descended, she hastened towards the wilderness. At this juncture, the red venomous spider matriarch, busy laying eggs in its lair, seemed to sense an impending threat from afar. It emitted a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the cavern. This cry echoed like a battle horn, prompting the surrounding spiders to rally around it, forming a formidable defensive circle. Each spider appeared tense and vigilant, poised to confront the looming peril. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light erupted, traveling at an incomprehensible speed. The defensive circle, comprised of ordinary spiders, was as fragile as paper. After piercing through over a dozen red venomous spiders, the snow wolf spear firmly embedded itself in the matriarch. Boom! The unexpected thunderous explosion left the remaining groups in the wilderness astonished. They turned their gazes towards the heart of the wilderness, where the blast, centered around the red venomous spider's lair, unleashed terrifying waves of red light. Chapter 15, Breaking Records. Supreme Evaluation. What transpired in the central area? This commotion frightened the surrounding beasts away. It must be Chen Han again. Has he conjured a missile? Complaints arose from the groups still undergoing assessment at the periphery. When several instructors finally arrived at the center of the wilderness, they beheld a scene such as this. The red venomous spider matriarch had been impaled by Chen Han's snow wolf spear, its body torn asunder. The spiders surrounding the lair, fortunate enough to survive, were on the brink of death. Even the miasma within the lair had been dispersed by the recent explosion. Meanwhile, the members of the Cold Night team had already begun harvesting the near-dead red venomous spiders, extracting the blood essence from within them. Upon seeing the instructors approach, Ji Yun inquired, "Instructors, there is still an hour left in the assessment. Do you require anything?" The instructors were rendered speechless by this remark. In the practical evaluations, the instructors were forbidden to intervene rashly, as it would constitute a breach of discipline. The instructors must also face consequences. No worries, no worries. A group has just launched a flare, and we are heading to provide assistance, conveniently passing by here. The instructors began to feign ignorance, casting a glance at Chen Han before departing. Chen Han's prowess is indeed rather astonishing. The wolf spider nest, which would require the efforts of 3 martial artists to clear, was single-handedly eradicated by him. The formidable martial skills serve as a warrior's trump card. When confronted with foes, defeating opponents beyond one's level creates miracles. All of this hinges upon martial techniques. However, the consumption of such skills is equally immense. Chen Han sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to recuperate, while Ji Yun and the others gathered the blood essence stones. The piercing thorn spear, which was initially aimed at a single target, had its power multiplied unexpectedly, consuming an astonishing amount of vitality. His 10-tier vitality was nearly depleted. After nearly 10 minutes, Chen Han gradually regained his strength. The expenditure for a single use of the piercing thorn spear was so substantial that in the future, I will undoubtedly need to acquire more martial techniques. The 100 refinements body is no longer sufficient. Once I accumulate 5,000 points, the next technique I shall extract will be related to physique. A physique of this level is adequate for the vast majority of martial artists. The cycle continues endlessly. After all, most martial artists lack any physique at all, relying solely on vitality elixirs for enhancement. Chen Han's physique at this level has saved him a considerable sum. Yet, it is still insufficient. After the assessment, only 11 groups remained in the wilderness. The others were all despondent, bloodied, and somber, while the Han Yi group returned with large bags of blood essence stones, resembling victorious hunters. Along the way, Chen Han observed stretchers carrying injured recruits being the first to board helicopters back to the camp, with not a few covered by white cloth. In battles against exotic beasts, a moment's distraction could lead to fatal consequences. The instructors scarcely had time to intervene. We must not let victory cloud our judgment. You are right. Chen Han, pride goeth before a fall. Zhao Yufei, observing the recruits covered by white cloth, couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Had it not been for Chen Han, the three of them might have met their demise long ago. The expressions of the group gradually shifted from joy to seriousness. Upon returning to the assembly point, only 260 of the 300 recruits remained. 34 had perished, and 30 were injured. With such casualties under the watchful eyes of the instructors, one can only imagine the true battlefield's toll. A 50% mortality rate is not merely talk. Standing in the ranks, Chen Han suddenly felt a chill creep down his back. Upon turning, he found Zhao Linger glaring at him fiercely, her eyes radiating an unmistakable aura of animosity. Chen Han shrugged slightly, pondering in confusion. When did I offend her? Stand at attention, Zhao Linger commanded sharply, and the new recruits immediately assumed military posture. Well done. The new recruits' practical training has resulted in a mere 10% fatality rate. You stand as the cohort with the lowest mortality among those who have undergone real combat training. Do not hang your heads in despair. You are soldiers. Remember the 30 souls who have fallen here. They were your comrades, your brothers. Keep their memories close, for it is through honoring them that you shall better safeguard your friends and loved ones in the future. 30 lifeless bodies, draped in white cloth, lay solemnly before the assembly, prompting some individuals to weep openly. This is a time-honored tradition within the ranks of new recruits, to feel shame and subsequently summon the courage to advance, a hallmark of the esteemed Daxia military. Once the crowd regained their composure, Zhao Linger gestured for the stretchers to be removed. The scores were announced, and the results calculated. The practical assessment for new recruits is categorized into 4 tiers: poor, inferior, good, and excellent. The Lung Mang team scored 325 points, deemed inferior. Scores below 500 indicate those who faltered after merely a day and night, often falling into the inferior category. The Kaola team scored 435 points, also inferior. The Quang Dao team achieved 650 points, classified as good. Those who endured a full day and night, coupled with slaying some aberrant beasts, generally attain a rating of good or higher. The outcomes of this practical assessment significantly influenced the battalion assignments of the new recruits. The highest echelon of the Daxia military is the army, which is divided into 6 legions: the Water God Legion, the Thunder God Legion, the Wind God Legion, the Fire God Legion, the Earth God Legion, and the Wood God Legion. Each legion comprises 4 battalions, designated as the 1st through 4th battalions, with 6 directly subordinate camps beneath each battalion. Recruits will be allocated to these camps, where disparities exist. Some are elite units while others consist solely of inept individuals, such as those assigned to logistical support. Individuals like Chen Han, hailing from distinguished families, are mostly relegated to logistical camps, leading unremarkable lives and often facing mistreatment. However, this time, things are destined to be different. The male instructor, upon glancing at a sheet recording the assessment scores, paused momentarily before announcing. The Han Yi team scored an astounding 13,500 points. Exceptional. In addition to the 4 ratings of excellent, good, inferior, and poor, there exists a classification known as exceptional, reserved for those who surpass historical score records. Since the turmoil caused by aberrant beasts in the northern frontier 40 years ago, which established the exceptional score, no recruits have managed to break this record until now. A score of 13,500. I recall that the previous exceptional record stood at a mere 6,400 points. The recruits gasped in astonishment, especially Han Heihu, who hailed from a military family and possessed a keen understanding of military affairs. This remarkable achievement was largely due to the last encounter with the Wolf Spider Battalion. The score for a 4th-tier aberrant beast alone was worth 3,000 points, augmented by the contributions of the 3rd-tier Red Venom Wolf Spiders, which enabled the Han Yi team to shatter the record. Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Meng. Follow me. The rest returned to the barracks. You have 1 month left for training. Make the most of it. There remains an opportunity for you to be selected by elite units. The military commendation remains a privilege reserved solely for the team that secures first place. Zhao Linger summoned Chen Han and a few others to distribute the rewards. The rest, consumed by envy and resentment, found it futile. At least those rated as good or above would have their profiles forwarded to the commanders of various military camps. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Linger finally erupted. Chen Han. The foremost duty on the battlefield is not to slay enemies, but to ensure one's own survival. When confronted with a Tier 4 aberrant beast, your sole course of action should be to flee. Otherwise, it is akin to suicide. This time you were fortunate, but what if? It became apparent that Zhao Linger's fierce gaze stemmed from this concern. As the chief instructor, she bore the responsibility of safeguarding the recruits, especially one as promising as Chen Han. Before Chen Han could defend himself, it was a comment from Ji Yun that caught Zhao Linger's attention. Instructor Zhao, you seem to have misunderstood Chen. At that time, we were already over a kilometer away from the red venomous wolf spider. Chen calculated the spider's speed, our own, and even factored in the terrain. If his attack had failed, we would have immediately fired a signal flare and evacuated the central zone within a limited time. Chen Han was never a reckless individual. He possessed a fiery passion and a keen intellect. Otherwise, he could not have managed to live with his sister in the Chen household. Why would the affluent young master Ji Yun defer to him? It is no wonder that commander you held him in such high regard. A person may possess immense potential and combat prowess, yet if they are merely a brash fool, they can aspire to be no more than a captain. It is this wisdom that is paramount in the ascent from captain to commander. Chapter 16. The Golden Sun Breathing Technique. Ascending Martial Artist. Zhao Linger led the Cold Night team to a grand door and knocked several times. Enter. Upon opening the door, the Cold Night team was taken aback by the sight before them. It was none other than Marshal Yu Wuyun, who had appeared during the new recruits' practical training. Is the reward for the practical training personally bestowed by Marshal Yu? Zhao Yufei exclaimed in disbelief. Given Marshal Yu's stature, it seemed improbable that he would attend to mere foot soldiers. Zhu Ming stood rigidly, visibly anxious. The first words spoken by Yu Wuyun were directed at Chen Han. Chen Han, I observed your practical training, and you performed admirably. You set a remarkable record that has gone unbroken for 40 years. Marshal Yu's expression was one of deep satisfaction. At that moment, the group noticed the large window behind him. Through it, the battlefield's panorama was laid bare. Realization dawned upon them, and Zhao Yufei remarked, so, our fortune is thanks to Chen Han. A 6th-tier warrior dismantling a 4th-tier aberrant beast's lair is not merely unprecedented. It is a feat unmatched in history. Ji Yun chimed in, showering praise. Suddenly, Yu Wuyun's gaze turned cold as it shifted back to Zhao Linger. Little Zhao, you remain as impetuous as ever. It is precisely because of your temperament that I can barely protect you. Your impatience is unwarranted. Did you not see the distance between Chen Han and the tree and the wolf spider's lair? Why the rush? Marshal Yu is amiable towards the new recruits. Yet he displays no mercy when admonishing his personal guards. Zhao Linger possesses a fiery temperament towards everyone, but before Marshal Yu, she is submissive and readily admits her mistakes. Yes, I will be more mindful next time. On Marshal Yu Wuyun's desk, 4 exquisite boxes are displayed. He gestures towards them, saying, open them, and behold the rewards for your outstanding evaluations this time. The members of the Cold Night team feel a twinge of anxiety. Rewards dispensed directly by Marshal Yu are surely significant. Chen Han opens one of the boxes, revealing a book adorned with golden thread. The words Golden Sun Breathing Technique are boldly inscribed upon it. All 4 are taken aback, although they are scions of noble families and have encountered numerous rare treasures. The sight of the breathing technique leaves them profoundly awestruck. Talent is the foundation for martial artists. Physical constitution elevates their limits, while martial skills serve as their trump cards. However, the rarest of all are the techniques. Among these, breathing techniques are the most elusive. Every individual awakens their talent at the age of 15. Yet regardless of their genius, 3 years of high school are required to solidify their grasp of breathing techniques. This underscores the importance of such techniques. Once a breathing technique is firmly established, an individual can enter a state of cultivation merely by breathing, depending on the quality of the breathing technique. Each martial artist's foundational attributes during advancement vary. For instance, on average, a martial artist progressing from the 1st rank of warrior to the 2nd rank will see their punch strength increase from 300 kilograms to 600 kilograms. However, If they employ a higher quality breathing technique, their punch strength could potentially reach 700 kilograms due to a more solid foundation. Moreover, upon switching breathing techniques, their attributes will gradually catch up. Yet, breathing techniques are only created by martial deities who invest considerable time into their development. Currently, there exist fewer than 30 recognized breathing techniques in the world. 90% of martial artists utilize basic introductory breathing techniques. Everyone strives to enter prestigious martial universities precisely because they allow for the acquisition of superior breathing techniques. The military maintains strict control over these techniques as well. Chen Xiao, am I dreaming? Ji Yun exclaims. The Golden Sun breathing technique, which is only obtainable by officers of school rank and above through remarkable military feats, has been so easily bestowed upon us. Ji Yun feels as if he is living in a dream. Zhao Yufei, hailing from a prominent family in the capital, pales at the thought. Marshal Yu is still here. Are you suggesting that this breathing technique is a counterfeit? Realizing her mistake, Ji Yun promptly falls silent. Zhao Linger, unable to remain silent, interjects. Chen Han, this indicates Marshal Yu holds you in high regard. Otherwise, even with a record of excellence, you would not receive the Golden Sun breathing technique as a reward. Zhao Linger intends to elaborate further but is interrupted by Yu Wuyun. Chen Han, let us speak plainly. I have a great admiration for you and hope you will join my Fire God Army as 1st Brigade, the Quasi Camp. The Quasi Camp of the Fire God Army is renowned as an elite battalion, a true gathering of the finest warriors. Ordinary soldiers might never even approach the threshold of the Quai Character Camp, where only a few dozen recruits out of tens of thousands of new soldiers are accepted each year. The provision of the Jin Yang breathing method, coupled with direct allocation to the Quai Character Camp, leaves no new recruit with a valid reason to decline. However, Chen Han was not entirely certain of his desire to join the Quai Character Camp. While General Yu holds a prestigious position, Chen Han was not entirely beholden to the camp. Yet, a subsequent remark from Yu Wuyun sent a jolt through Chen Han. Of course, I shall not compel you. The choice of where to join rests solely with you. You possess the right to choose. You may take the Jin Yang breathing method, and your military rank will be elevated by 2 levels, while the other members of the Cold Knight group will each be promoted by 1 level. The right to choose. This was a privilege Chen Han had never experienced in his 18 years with the Qin family. The stature of Yu Wuyun far surpassed that of the hypocritical elders of the Qin family, yet he did not pressure Chen Han, nor did he wield his authority to impose his will. Realizing Chen Han's hesitation to respond, Yu Wuyun expressed a hint of empathy. It is understandable if you choose not to join. The Fire God Army faces relentless battles on the front lines, with a mortality rate soaring to 70%. The Thunder God Army, being affiliated with the capital, offers greater opportunities for advancement. I presume you are inclined toward that path. Before Yu Wuyun could finish, Chen Han interjected. All right, I agree. Upon hearing Chen Han's consent to join the Quai Character Camp, a flicker of joy appeared on Yu Wuyun's face. Zhao Linger, who had not seen such an expression from Yu Wuyun in quite some time, began to comprehend that the general viewed Chen Han as a successor, especially since all of Yu's descendants had perished on the battlefield. Yet, Yu Wuyun's next words ignited her fury. Since you have agreed, let me inform you, your Cold Knight group will maintain its formation upon joining the Quai Character Camp and will be directly under my command. Xiao Zhao, you shall also join the Cold Knight group, with Chen Han as your leader. You will follow his directives directly, bypassing the battalion commander. Everyone immediately grasped Yu Wuyun's intention to mold the Cold Knight group into an elite task force for rigorous training. Zhao Linger's eyes widened in disbelief, and she could no longer contain her anger. General Yu, you expect me to join the Cold Knight group and take orders from this guy? She exclaimed, pointing at Chen Han. After enduring 3 months of servitude without recompense, she now found herself subordinate to him just as the period came to an end. Yu Wuyun replied coldly, Xiao Zhao, your fiery temperament and arrogance can only be tempered by Chen Han. If I do not transfer you to the Cold Knight group, how can I protect you? Do you believe your transgressions are trivial? Do you intend to remain in the new recruit camp for your entire life? Enraged, Zhao Linger's face turned pale, and she could only stomp her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth. Once they returned to the new recruit dormitory, their faces radiated joy. They opened the Jin Yang breathing method and promptly began their practice. The principles of breathing techniques are generally similar. As long as one possesses a solid foundation in the basic breathing methods, understanding others becomes relatively effortless. The Jinyang breathing method serves as an upgrade to the foundational techniques, allowing practitioners to absorb solar spiritual energy while breathing. Chen Han sat on his bed, entering a state of cultivation. After 3 months of rigorous training, the new recruits faced their final month, characterized by monotonous drills as they all strive to excel, aiming to ascend to a higher echelon of military prowess. On the last morning, Chen Han stood on the balcony, a ray of dawn illuminating his face. He wielded his long spear, skillfully executing various techniques within the confines of limited space. The movements of the Yu family spear technique were mastered by him to perfection, even surpassing Zhao Linger. It was evident that he had comprehended the essence of the technique. Under the amplification of the killing god spear intent, his spear skills had reached an unprecedented level. In terms of this technique, no one could surpass him, not even Yu Wuyun. As he practiced, a radiant aura of martial energy enveloped Chen Han, each bone in his body crackling with power. Subsequently, the aura dissipated, consolidating within him. A tremendous force surged like a tide through Chen Han, coursing through his meridians. His 8 extraordinary vessels were fully connected. This was an achievement only attainable by true martial artists. He had broken through. In just 3 months, he had successfully advanced from a first-tier warrior to a martial artist. Chapter 17, 28 Points of Vitality. The Might of the 3 Armies. The Jinyang breathing technique proved to be invaluable, not only accelerating his cultivation speed, but also solidifying his foundational attributes. Chen Han tightened his grip on the long spear as an inexhaustible stream of power flowed within him. He had initially estimated that it would take him another 3 days to reach the first level of martial artist. According to protocol, on the last day of the new recruit training camp, all recruits of his cohort were to gather at the official military camp. Chen Han was part of the 3rd recruit camp, alongside the 1st, 2nd, and 4th camps, totaling over 1,000 individuals. Many officers from various camps would personally visit the new recruit camp to select suitable candidates for their respective divisions. Although Chen Han had already committed to joining the Fire God Army under Commander Yu, this selection process was unavoidable, at least for appearances' sake. After taking a shower and donning a fresh military uniform, Chen Han emerged from the bathroom, feeling exceptionally buoyant. However, upon reaching the door, he noticed Ji Yun standing there. His gaze fixed intently on him, a peculiar expression adorning his face. Ji Yun's eyes seemed to convey a mix of curiosity and bewilderment, as if he were astounded by Chen Han's transformation. His scrutiny traversed from the crown of Chen Han's head to the tips of his toes, examining every detail meticulously. Chen Han felt somewhat uncomfortable under Ji Yun's gaze and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Ji Yun snapped back to reality, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Nothing. I just think you look a bit different today." "Differently how?" Chen Han asked, slightly intrigued. "You seem a bit more handsome," Ji Yun remarked with a teasing grin. A chill ran down Chen Han's spine, prompting him to retort, "Get lost." At that moment, Ji Yun's expression turned serious. "Just kidding, but I can't shake the feeling that your strength has increased significantly. A week ago, you had already reached the 8th rank of a warrior, and now you have grown even stronger. Does that not signify your ascension to the realm of martial artists?" Within the legacy of the Ji family, apart from the extraordinary speed, there exists a remarkable trait that allows one to perceive the strength of others, disregarding the disparity in ranks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yufei and Zhu Ming immediately gathered closer, particularly Zhao Yufei, whose expression was one of profound despondency. "No way. I just ascended to the 3rd rank of a warrior yesterday, thinking I could narrow the gap between us, and yet you have already broken through?" The leap from the 8th rank of a warrior to the realm of martial artists is not a mere trivial enhancement. Under the same rank, 3 3rd-rank warriors might triumph over a single 8th-rank warrior. However, once the barrier of rank is crossed, the odds become insurmountable. Of course, this does not apply to Chen Han, a 6th-rank warrior capable of defeating 4th-rank exotic beasts. Chen Han, not intending to conceal his progress, nodded affirmatively. Zhao Yufei and the others rolled their eyes in unison, exclaiming, "Indeed, Instructor Zhao is right. One cannot compare oneself to a freak of nature." 3 months to achieve the 1st rank of a martial artist, surely the first in history. Even the prodigies of prestigious martial artist universities cannot rival your extraordinary prowess. At that moment, the assembly bell rang, signaling their departure to the official military camp. Upon arrival, the scale of this camp was on an entirely different level compared to the rookie camp. Thousands of individuals stood in formation on the training ground. Yet it did not feel congested in the least. However, What captivated attention were the officers stationed on the platform, scrutinizing the new recruits. After ascending to the first rank of a martial artist, Chen Han's sensitivity to power had sharpened, allowing him to sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the officers above. Through the discussions among the recruits, Chen Han realized that this was no ordinary occurrence. Wow, so many high-ranking officials have gathered here for the conclusion of the new recruit training period. Look, that's Colonel Fan Xiao, the commander of the Wind God Army's Shanzi camp. And see that one in yellow attire? Even more formidable, Lieutenant Colonel Li Mu, commander of the 1st Battalion of the Earth God Army, known for its elite troops and distinguished achievements. These prominent figures seldom graced the rookie camp with their presence. Yet they had all congregated here. Among them, the most formidable was a middle-aged man seated at the center, clad in a general's cloak, exuding an imposing aura even while seated. That distinguished individual was Major General Qin Yi, deputy commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Thunder God Army. Now, that is a true heavyweight. A group of new recruits, astonished and intimidated, gazed at the numerous high-ranking officers. The sole purpose of their gathering was directed towards one individual. The gaze of all the officers converged upon Chen Han, who stood at the back of the line. Silence. After 3 months, you still chatter incessantly. You lack the demeanor of a soldier. Zhao Linger barked, her rank placing her in a unique position within the rookie camp. Thus she remained the chief instructor. Form a line for attribute testing. With the commanders of all the major camps present today, ensure you perform admirably. Zhao Linger instructed softly. Zhao Linger, indeed, was not one to seek flattery, nor was she articulate. After speaking, she merely stood aside, showing no obsequiousness towards the officers on stage. Chen Han, step forward. As the instructor called out Chen Han's name, nearly all the officers present rose to their feet, including the deputy commander of the battalion, Qin Yi. Witnessing such reverence left the new recruits astonished. It's Chen Han again. I have heard of his reputation in the first new recruits camp. The rookie king who single-handedly carried the entire camp, receiving top evaluations in practical tests. It seems these high-ranking officials have come specifically for him. I wonder what his current attributes are like. However, Chen Han remained composed as he approached the machine, merging his stance and focusing his strength into his right fist. Before he could strike, Deputy Commander Qin Yi had already sensed his cultivation level. He couldn't help but exclaim, disregarding decorum, Level 1 martial artist. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. No one had anticipated that Chen Han had already attained the realm of a Level 1 martial artist. The new recruits were filled with envy and admiration, while the senior officers marveled at Chen Han's potential. Captain Li Mu of the 3000th camp remarked, this year, the prestigious Yunwu University in the capital produced a genius named Sun Wu, who reached Level 7 warrior in just 3 months, causing a stir throughout the city. Chen Han achieving Level 1 martial artist in 3 months will surely send tremors across the entire Great Xia. Captain Fan Xiao of the Mountain Character Camp rejoiced, at last. Our military has reclaimed some honor. Is our army inferior to the Martial Artist University? Enough talk. Let us observe Chen Han's attribute test. Qin Yi's voice was grave, his position rendering Li Mu and Fan Xiao unable to retort. However, both understood that Qin Yi was here to contend for Chen Han. The Thunder God Army was under direct jurisdiction of the capital and possessed the finest resources, prompting Li Mu and Fan Xiao to sigh inwardly, fearing they could not compete with Qin Yi. At that moment, Chen Han's fist struck the shell of the strength testing device, producing a sharp crack as the surface shattered significantly. Unlike his initial entry into the army, this time it was Chen Han who effortlessly broke the shell with a mere punch. The machine began to alarm, but fortunately, the strength had already been registered. Replace the device if it's damaged. Recorder, what is Chen Han's strength? Qin Yi inquired nonchalantly, directing his question at the recorder. The recorder gulped nervously before slowly announcing, Chen Han, strength, 563 kilograms. The average strength for a Level 1 martial artist hovers around 16,000 kilograms. Yet Chen Han had surpassed that, reaching 18,000. The golden sun breathing technique was indeed advantageous in this regard, and moreover, this attribute could be doubled by the god of death's spear. Even with strength alone, he had already placed others in the shade. Next came speed. Chen Han crossed the 1,000 meter distance almost in the blink of an eye. Speed, 756 meters per second. The average speed for a Level 1 martial artist is approximately 500 meters per second, and once again, Chen Han had exceeded the average. Ultimately, It is the vitality that captures the utmost attention of senior military officials such as Qin Yi and Li Mu. They all bore witness to Chen Han's report on vitality levels reaching 11 stages last time. It is precisely for this reason that they chose to attend in person. Vitality is the most crucial attribute for a soldier. While strength and speed may fluctuate around an average, vitality remains steadfast. Although battles among martial artists unfold in the blink of an eye, soldiers often find themselves facing numerous foes on the battlefield against formidable beasts. This attribute can even determine one's survival in combat. As Chen Han's hand rested upon the recording instrument, the values began to rise steadily. 1 stage, 2 stages, 20 stages. As it approached 20 stages, the readings showed no signs of abating, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Finally, the instrument came to a halt at 28 stages. Vitality, 28 stages. For a first-tier martial artist, achieving 28 stages of vitality is an impossible feat, even with a constant intake of vitality elixirs. Li Mu, a 4th-tier martial general, possessed only 24 stages of vitality, falling short of Chen Han's impressive level. This implies that, in the absence of tier restraints, Chen Han could outlast Li Mu on the battlefield. The recorder slowly announced Chen Han's achievements. Chen Han, exceptional in strength, superior in speed, and unparalleled in vitality. Chapter 18, The Regret of the Chen Family. Atonement and Apology. Once again, unparalleled. In military trials, breaking a record set by predecessors is recognized as extraordinary. It is quite common for strength and speed to fall short of the exceptional mark. After all, a century has passed since the new era began, and it is implausible that no talents emerged during this time. Furthermore, this is without the enhancement of the Godslayer's Spear's intent. Once the amplification of the Godslayer's Spear is taken into account, Chen Han's attributes will undoubtedly surpass all prior records. Such a level of vitality is sufficient to leave the 3 armies feeling ashamed. A first-tier martial artist possessing vitality attributes at the level of a martial general is simply unprecedented. Li Mu, as a high-ranking official in the army, showed no concern for his own dignity, inhaling sharply in disbelief. Even Qin Yi could not conceal his astonishment, stating, in battles against countless ferocious beasts, the most vital aspect is the vitality value. Without sufficient endurance, strength and speed are rendered useless. Moreover, achieving first-tier martial artist status within 3 months is an unparalleled feat. He is indeed a promising talent. Qin Yi openly expressed his admiration for Chen Han. Li Mu and Fan Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with resignation. If Qin Yi were to make a move, the conditions they could offer would surely pale in comparison to those of the Thunder God army. Before Zhao Linger could announce the next participant for testing, Chen Han found himself surrounded by a throng of officers. Fan Xiao, the commanding officer of the mountain character camp, was the first to speak. Chen Han, which camp do you intend to join? If you have yet to decide, why not consider our mountain character camp? The atmosphere here is commendable, and we foster a strong sense of unity. You have come here and found a home. Fan Xiao possesses a robust physique, yet his demeanor is surprisingly affable. Before he could finish his statement, Li Mu swiftly pushed him aside, exclaiming, "Get lost, old Fan. The capabilities of your mountain division do not even come close to half of my 3,000 regiment." He turned to Chen Han, proclaiming, "Join us. And achieving greatness will be a mere formality. My 3,000 regiment will also provide you with the finest weaponry. The equipment of the 3,000 regiment is renowned throughout the military, with both weaponry and various alloy armors being among the best in the army." The conditions Li Mu offered were undeniably generous. The thousands of new recruits gathered around were filled with envy. How enviable! Just after the test, Chen Han was being fervently sought after by the most prestigious military camps. A new recruit gritted his teeth and remarked. Little did he know that standing beside him was Ji Yun, who immediately retorted, "Why are you so sour? If you had the same capability, you would be sought after as well." The crowd began to murmur, but it was Zhao Linger who restored order, commanding all the recruits, "Silence. Maintain your composure." Zhao Linger held considerable authority over the new recruits, and her words swiftly quelled the crowd. However, as she spoke, her gaze drifted anxiously toward the rear. Although Chen Han had agreed to Yu Wuyun, the army's commander was not solely Yu Wuyun. To avoid gossip, Yu Wuyun could not overtly use his influence, especially not for a prodigy like Chen Han, who was under the scrutiny of the entire military. Despite Chen Han having made a verbal commitment, should he decide to retract it, Yu Wuyun would find himself powerless. A multitude of officers continued to extend olive branches to Chen Han, entirely disregarding the thousands of new recruits before them. At this moment, Chen Yi stepped forward. With the rank of Major General, his mere presence caused all the officers to instinctively step aside. Chen Han, join my Thunder God Army, and you shall have all the wealth and glory you desire. The resources of the Thunder God Army are well known. Even when combined, the other 5 armies cannot compare. I guarantee that within a year, you will at least achieve the rank of captain. Chen Yi's voice resonated loudly, ensuring that all the new recruits heard him. This only fueled their envy further. The Thunder God Army is the most coveted unit amongst the majority of new recruits. Not only are the cultivation resources abundant, but promotions are also rapid. Most importantly, combat is rarely required. The Thunder God Army's duty is to defend the Eastern Imperial City. Unless beast hordes invade, they remain inactive. Such a comfortable and prosperous position, who wouldn't desire to join? However, the slots in the Thunder God Army are limited, with fewer than 100 recruits accepted each year, many of whom are already predetermined sons of influential families, bypassing training to enter directly. Before Chen Han could utter a word, Chen Yi continued. I have some connections with your Chen family, and am an old acquaintance of your family head, Chen Han. With just a word from me, your standing within the Chen family will soar. Do you not wish to make a name for yourself? His confidence was palpable, as though he had already secured Chen Han's allegiance. Yet, Chen Han, having made a promise, would never waver. With Chen Yi attempting to leverage the Chen family against him, the possibility of succumbing to his pressure was even more remote. Chen Han's expression was slightly cold as he calmly stated, General Chen is perhaps unaware that I have severed ties with the Chen family, removed from the family tree in the ancestral hall. Moreover, I have resolved to join the Fire God Army's K Battalion. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's kindness. The onlookers were left in astonishment, gazing at Chen Han. The Chen family of Hanwu City was a prestigious lineage. Even if one standing within the family was not particularly noteworthy, the protection afforded by the family was undeniably advantageous. How could such an extraordinary talent as Chen Han possibly choose to leave the Chen family? Was it Chen Han who had lost his senses? Or was it the Chen family that had gone mad? Chen Yi's countenance darkened immediately. The Thunder God Army and the Fire God Army had always been at odds. Chen Han's allegiance to the Fire God Army was tantamount to a slap in his face. Yet, he did not hold Chen Han accountable for this slight, but rather directed his ire towards the Chen family. Upon learning of Chen Han's departure from the Chen family, Chen Yi realized he had no leverage left. Apart from Yu Wuyun's personal intervention, how many could resist the allure of the Thunder God Army? With a cold snort, Chen Yi departed from the scene. As he stepped out of the military camp, he hastily commanded his aide, Quick, inform the Chen family of this news. They have actually let such a prodigy slip away. The aide, taken aback by the revelation, quickly nodded in compliance. Yes, General. I will relay the message immediately. Chen Yi continued, his voice laced with fury. How could the Chen family allow a genius who can attain the martial artist realm in merely 3 months, boasting a blood vitality level of 28, to leave? Do they not comprehend what he signifies for the Chen family? The aide bowed his head and replied, General, please calm your anger. The Chen family may have their own considerations. Perhaps they deem this young man unworthy of their standards, or there may be other reasons for his departure. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Chen Yi grumbled, What is wrong with Chen Han? Is he blind to the potential before him? News of Chen Han quickly reached the Chen family, the foremost clan in Hanwu City. Once again, the usual assembly gathered in the ancestral hall, where Chen Han wore a gravely serious expression. He was the first to speak, furiously tossing the letter from Chen Yi onto the center of the hall. Who will explain this to me? What is going on? Chen Han has reached the first tier of martial artists in just 3 months, and with a vitality of 28. This is unprecedented in the military. No, it is unparalleled in the history of martial arts academies. His tone was filled with rage, and none dared to interject within the hall. After a considerable pause, someone finally spoke. Patriarch, this must be false, right? Given Chen Han's level of talent, it would be a miracle for him to reach the martial artist tier in 3 months, let alone this. Chen Shiming suddenly stood forth. It is highly likely to be true. At that time, when the Patriarch sent me to invite him, he was already at the 4th tier of warriors. So attaining the martial artist tier is certainly within the realm of possibility. Upon hearing this, Chen Han grew even angrier, pointing a finger at the speaker, Chen Han. It was your ill-conceived idea to substitute Chen Han's college entrance quota for your son Chen Feng. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? You bully Chen Han. Knowing he is an orphan without support, you presume you can offend him with impunity. Your son, Chen Feng, despite having utilized the finest resources of the Chen family, has only reached the 3rd rank of a warrior. What a waste. Chen Han bowed his head under the scolding, not daring to retort, for the truth was undeniable. After Chen Feng replaced Chen Han at the Warrior University, he squandered his days indulging in the pleasures of the capital, neglecting his training entirely. Chen Han felt regret. Although Chen Feng possessed exceptional talent, it merely meant an additional protector for the Chen family. In contrast, Chen Han was on a much higher echelon than even the founder of the Chen family, and he possessed the potential to secure the Chen family's position in the capital. Now, not only was Qin Yi berating him, but it was likely that others in the capital who learned of this would also criticize him mercilessly. He might even lose his position as the family head. The ancestral hall fell into a prolonged silence, with most individuals wearing expressions of distress. Given the gravity of the situation, you all must devise a plan to persuade Chen Han to return to the family. He may remain in the military, but he must be recognized as a member of the Chen clan. Chen Han commanded those present. Yet these individuals were the same ones who had participated in expelling Chen Han. They believed he had no support and that his departure from the Chen family was inconsequential. Now, it was too late for regrets. The only course of action now was to send Chen Han to offer an apology. Chen Shiming suddenly interjected, and at once, all eyes turned to Chen Han, much like they once did with Chen Han. Chapter 19. Challenge the camp commander. 2 major realms. This is the nature of large families. Strength is revered, and there is no compassion. Chen Han had seen through this very truth, which compelled him to decisively sever ties with the Chen family. Chen Han never imagined that just over a month ago, his son was the pride of the entire family. Now, a month later, he seemed to have become a pariah. Observing the expressions of those around him, Chen Han realized he had no choice but to go. The thought of apologizing to someone he had always deemed worthless filled him with resentment. Very well, I shall go. Meanwhile, Chen Han, stationed at the Huashan Mountains Kuei character camp, was unaware of these developments. Today marked the first day of the Han Yi group's registration. Upon entering the military camp, Chen Han immediately sensed the stark difference from the new recruit camp. The air was thick with an atmosphere of solemnity. Thousands of soldiers from the Kuei character camp were gathered in the training ground, their expressions serious. Even while standing at attention, their demeanor exuded an extraordinary presence. After all, these were the elite chosen from millions, seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of battle. Right turn. Suddenly, the commanding officer of the Kuei character camp shouted, and all the seasoned soldiers turned their gaze towards the Han Yi group. This grand display was not for training, but rather to welcome the arrival of the Han Yi group. The weight of their scrutiny left the members of the Han Yi group feeling somewhat apprehensive. Were they about to endure the veterans' rigorous training for the new recruits? Chen Han thought to himself, fully prepared for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, the members of the Cold Night team stood on high alert. Only Zhao Linger appeared somewhat impatient, exclaiming, "What are you all pretending for?" Before she could finish her sentence, a series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted throughout the training ground. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. In an instant, thousands of people surged towards the Cold Night team, lifting everyone except Zhao Ling high into the air as a grand welcoming ceremony. Oh dear. It has been ages since our esteemed Kuei battalion welcomed any newcomers. I have grown weary of the faces of you old fellows, exclaimed one of the soldiers. Little Red, you have returned. Congratulations. When Zhao Linger first entered the Kuei battalion, she was fearless, often clashing with General Yu, earning her the nickname Little Red. Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhu Meng, and Zhao Yufei exchanged glances, astonished by the atmosphere of the renowned elite Fire God Army's Kuei battalion. They were unaware that while the Kuei battalion was indeed elite, it frequently faced the front lines, with a staggering mortality rate of 60%. Many who were comrades today might find themselves separated by death tomorrow. Thus, the atmosphere of the Kuei battalion was far less tense compared to other military camps. Silence. What do you all look like? How have I taught you? Shouted Captain Lu Zixing immediately. The entire area fell silent. And Chen Han and the others were set down. Lu Zixing turned to Chen Han and gestured for him to step forward. You must be Chen Han, the one making quite a name for himself lately. Everyone in the army knows your name now. Though these words seemed to praise Chen Han, he furrowed his brow, sensing that Lu Zixing's remarks carried deeper implications. Indeed, Lu Zixing continued, I know you are a genius, but in the Kuei battalion, we are never short of geniuses. He pointed to a few individuals below. That one, as dark as coal, is Imoli. Don't let his honest face fool you. In just half a month, he has thoroughly mastered the Yu family's spear techniques. Even Old Master Yu praises him as the heir to the Yu family's spear techniques. His future achievements will rival those of General Yu. He then gestured to another. And that one, Wang Hu, made quite a name for himself in the recruit camp. He attained the rank of Marshal General in just 2 years. Let me make one thing clear. Although Old Master Yu has said you need not follow my orders, do not let your talent lead to arrogance in the Kuai battalion. It was evident that Lu Zixing intended to put Chen Han in his place. Watching from below, Ji Yun and the others felt a sense of concern. With Ji Yun asking, Instructor Zhao, what does Captain Lu intend to do? Why is he trying to embarrass young Master Chen? Zhao Ling'er remained silent. Recalling that she too had undergone a similar initiation when she first joined the Kuai battalion. Only another genius could suppress a genius, despite Lu Zixing's formidable demeanor. He was still under 30 years of age, yet his cultivation had already reached the level of Martial Emperor. It can be said that those who achieve Martial Emperor at such a young age are exceedingly rare. He was personally selected by Marshal Yu from millions, the youngest colonel in the army. At this moment, Lu Zixing suddenly removed his outer garment, revealing a body of well-defined muscles. Chen Han, if you dare to challenge me, I am ready to test your mettle. As a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign level, it was unexpected for him to openly challenge Chen Han, given that they were separated by 2 substantial realms. Strangely, the soldiers of the Kuei character camp below did not perceive anything amiss. They understood well that Lu Zixing would not exert his full strength. He merely aimed to temper Chen Han's fervor. Almost every soldier in the Kuei character camp had experienced Lu Zixing's formidable prowess firsthand. Very well. Chen Han eagerly accepted the challenge and promptly brandished his snow wolf spear. Though Lu Zixing was unarmed, Chen Han dared not underestimate him. He was curious to gauge the extent of the disparity between his own strength and that of a martial sovereign. A glint of determination flickered in Chen Han's eyes as he pushed off with his back legs, propelling himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lu Zixing, with the techniques of the Yu family spear art in motion. The long spear in Chen Han's hands executed a myriad of transformations. Thrust, flash, pierce. Each movement was executed with meticulous precision. As Lu Zixing, the personal vice commander of Marshal Yu, observed, he instantly recognized the Yu family spear art that Chen Han employed. You dare to use the Yu family spear art against me? You have some audacity, young man. Lu Zixing smiled slightly. He was well versed in the intricacies of the spear techniques and effortlessly evaded Chen Han's strikes. Chen Han's attacks were brutally fierce, each thrust a lethal move, propelled by an unwavering belief in his own prowess. Such a contest was the perfect arena for him to unleash his full potential. Even Emily, who had previously been astonished by Lu Zixing's skill, couldn't help but express his admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. Chen Han has mastered the Yu family spear art to an extraordinary degree. They say I possess great comprehension, yet I feel there remains a gap between my understanding and that of Marshal Yu. However, Chen Han's grasp of the Yu family spear art undoubtedly surpasses mine. He is the one who can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Marshal Yu. Mo Li's words drew the attention of many. It is worth noting that while many in the military practiced the Yu family spear art, few had ever received praise from Marshal Yu himself. Mo Li not only received compliments, but had also been awarded a medal. His words carried significant weight, confirming Chen Han's high level of mastery in the spear art. Yet, this was merely a testament to his skill. It could not bridge the gap in their realms. The two engaged in battle for quite some time, with Lu Zixing hardly moving an inch. The disparity in their foundational attributes was too great. Even as Chen Han seemed to land strikes, Lu Zixing effortlessly evaded them. At this moment, Chen Han's advantage and vitality became evident. Remarkably, after such a prolonged exchange, beads of sweat had begun to form on Lu Zixing's brow, while Chen Han appeared unfazed, continuing to unleash a multitude of spear techniques with unwavering focus. At that moment, Chen Han missed another strike, the two brushing past each other. Lu Zixing grew somewhat impatient. He was reluctant to initiate an attack on Chen Han, yet he feared that if he were to be utterly exhausted by Chen Han, it would be a source of embarrassment. Let us keep it within bounds. Chen Han, I've gauged your capabilities. But even if you practiced the Yu family spear technique for another decade, your spear tip would never reach me. Before he could finish his words, Chen Han unexpectedly altered his grip on the spear, his body sinking as he exerted force backward. In an unforeseen turn of events, he leaned back and executed a reverse thrust with the spear. Even Lu Zixing had not anticipated this. By the time he regained his senses, Chen Han's spear had already pierced into his side. In that instant, Lu Zixing felt a surge of fear, as if he were on a battlefield facing a deadly beast. Despite being 2 major realms below in cultivation, this fear left him feeling icy cold. Fortunately, his formidable skills enabled him to retreat swiftly. Yet he found himself propelled off the stage. According to the rules of the arena, in this moment, he had lost. The most astonishing of all was Mo Li. What kind of technique was that? Even Martial Yu never taught me such a move. Caught off guard and utterly unpredictable. Could it be that Martial Yu is withholding secrets? No, that's impossible. With his character, he would never conceal anything. Unless Chen Han has grasped the Yu family spear technique to a level surpassing that of Martial Yu. Chapter 20. Another draw. The body of the medicine god. The veterans of the Kuei character battalion looked on in disbelief. Among them were many whose cultivation levels exceeded that of Chen Han. As an elite unit, most of the members were at the level of martial generals, capable of standing alone in other battalions. As Lu Zixing had remarked, this place was not devoid of talent. However, a genius like Chen Han, who surpassed the founder of a technique, was indeed a rarity. A mere recruit had managed to transcend the very principles of the martial arts he had just begun to learn. Lu Zixing cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Chen Han. Well done. However, I must remind you that do not think you are only beholden to the marshal's commands. As long as you remain in the Kuei character battalion, you are to adhere to the same training as everyone else. Should I discover any deception on your part, you will face the consequences. Chen Han, sensing the gravity of the situation, cupped his fists and replied, I am grateful for your leniency, battalion commander. I consider this a stroke of luck. With that, he promptly retreated to the sidelines, standing at attention in a standard military posture. This action greatly pleased Lu Zixing, who had initially expected such a talent to be arrogant, yet was pleasantly surprised by Chen Han's humility. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Martial Yu held Chen Han in such high regard. However, the veterans surrounding Chen Han were quite different. Despite their higher cultivation levels, they had never bested Lu Zixing. They enthusiastically surrounded Chen Han, exclaiming, Young man, you did brilliantly. Haha, it is indeed the first time I have witnessed Captain Lu encounter a setback. Particularly notable was Mo Li, who even changed his position several times to stand beside Chen Han. He quietly inquired, Chen Han, how did you execute that shot? There's something remarkable about it. The Yu family's spear technique emphasizes both robustness and the transformation of spear momentum. The aspect of robustness speaks for itself, being related to one's cultivation. The higher the foundational attributes, the more formidable the Yu family spear technique becomes. However, the variations in spear momentum require a certain finesse. When cultivated to the highest level, the Yu family spear technique encompasses 36 variations of spear momentum, a wisdom gleaned from General Yu's relentless battles and numerous duels with martial artists. Thus, while it may seem accessible to all, the nuanced transformations within the spear momentum are not easily grasped by everyone. At present, Mo Li has fully mastered 35 variations of the Yu family spear technique. Yet he is certain that the move Chen Han just executed is not one he lacks knowledge of. Chen Han, on the other hand, could not articulate it. His recent counterstrike was akin to a muscle memory etched in his very bones, unleashed in an instant. It was the influence of the killing goddess spear intent that elevated his mastery of the Yu family spear technique to a higher echelon, transforming it into an advanced skill. He dared not claim he had truly surpassed General Yu. Therefore, the intricacies of this technique could only be understood by him. Even if he wished to teach, he would struggle to explain. Noticing Chen Han's silence, Mo Li recognized his own impertinence and took a step back, saying, I've overstepped. I shall ponder this myself. Chen Han shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. In the following days, the Han Yi team underwent what could be described as devilish training at the Kuei character camp. Having already intensified his training regimen at the recruit camp from 6 to 9 hours, often adding extra sessions, Chen Han found that these were merely the basics in the Kuei character camp. To become elite, one must not only possess exceptional talent, but also exert effort double that of ordinary individuals. One morning, as Chen Han awoke, he suddenly received a system notification by his ear. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have earned 50 points. With the passage of time, the points accrued each day upon waking increased. Currently, his daily sign-in points had reached 50, which seemed rather meager. However, despite Chen Han's recent promotion by 2 ranks, in the military, such an elevation requires numerous procedures to finalize the commendation. This implies that although his rank had risen, the official documentation had not yet been processed, resulting in his rank-related point rewards not being credited. Nevertheless, the total points he now held had precisely reached 50-30, allowing for a high-level lottery draw. He decided to invest 5,000 points for the premium lottery, with the draw specifically targeting physical attributes. The 28-tier vitality level corresponds to that of a martial general. Yet Chen Han still found it inadequate, for the energy consumed by a piercing death-thorn spear was already quite staggering. Immediately, a spinning wheel appeared before Chen Han, gradually coming to life. Chen Han fixated on the wheel. While physical attributes were generally advantageous, they varied greatly in quality. The disparity between low and high-tier physiques was monumental. 5,000 points were no easy feat to accumulate. At last, the wheel began to slow, and the pointer ultimately settled in the rarest section. With a sigh of relief, Chen Han recognized that the physique he had acquired was at least a high-level one. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a high-level physique, divine body of the pharmacist. To his astonishment, it was indeed a high-tier physique. Eagerly, Chen Han accessed his system panel to review the introduction of the divine body of the pharmacist. Divine body of the pharmacist, an innate spiritual physique that amplifies the effects of any attribute-enhancing elixirs consumed by tenfold. It allows for the refinement of attribute-enhancing potions using vitality, necessitating the collection of raw materials. The description was brief, yet it left Chen Han gasping in awe. Truly, a high-level physique exhibited extraordinary effects. First and foremost, when consuming attribute-enhancing potions, the effects were magnified tenfold. The most notable example was the vitality elixir, whose efficacy was well known and had become a hard currency in the current era dominated by warriors. High-quality vitality elixirs were rare and sought after. Within the military, only high-ranking officers with commendable achievements were eligible to partake in superior vitality elixirs. From what Chen Han understood, the efficacy gap between the highest and lowest grades of vitality elixirs was scarcely threefold. However, this was merely within his known parameters. The maximum disparity would likely hover around 5 times. Yet, this physique magnified the effects a staggering tenfold. A 5,000-point vitality elixir could yield results akin to 500,000. The first effect was already astonishing, but the second was even more remarkable. This meant Chen Han could utilize his vitality to create potions akin to the vitality elixir. Since the invasion of the human race, no such precedent had occurred. All existing methods for refining attribute-enhancing potions had been the result of generations of scientific research and the colossal machinery of the state, enabling mass production. Chen Han could be regarded as the first individual in a century of history to independently create vitality elixirs, even without any cultivation. This singular ability alone could elevate him to unimaginable heights. However, Chen Han had no intention of becoming a pawn subject to others' whims. While vitality could regenerate, attribute-enhancing potions were indeed rare. Elated, Chen Han prepared to consume a bottle of vitality elixir to test the effects of the divine body of the pharmacist. At that moment, several seasoned veterans from the Kwai battalion rushed in hastily. Chen Han, hurry outside. Someone wishes to see you. Damn it, this person just won tea leave. They even carry a few thorny branches, claiming they wish to apologize to you. He claims he wishes to come and apologize to you. If you do not come out, he shall remain kneeling at the entrance of the barracks. It is a heavily guarded area. I cannot fathom how he found it. Chen Han furrowed his brow. Since joining the army, he had not had any significant disputes with anyone. However, upon reflection, he surmised the man's identity. He must be from the Chen family. What is his name? Chen Han. They say he is your 6th uncle. After all, he is your relative, and it would be improper for us to drive him away violently. Upon hearing the name Chen Han, a surge of anger welled up within Chen Han. His experiences within the Chen family were almost entirely intertwined with this 6th uncle. Since his birth, Chen Han had looked down upon him and consistently suppressed him. Within the entire Chen family, he was one of the few individuals Chen Han despised the most. How dare he now show his face and seek forgiveness? Chen Han coldly scoffed. How thick-skinned he is. It was early morning. Allowing him to kneel there would disrupt the discipline of the barracks. Chen Han rose to don his military uniform and subsequently followed Mo Li towards the main entrance. Chapter 21. The Marshal's Protection. Chen Han is one of our soldiers. At the entrance, a burly middle-aged man was kneeling, his upper body bare, revealing solid muscles and sun-kissed skin. What was most striking, however, was the bundle of thorny branches he bore upon his back. These thorns seemed to possess a peculiar power, as even this martial hero was marked with crimson streaks of blood. Upon seeing Chen Han emerge from the tent, Chen Han's eyes instantly brightened, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Good nephew, he called out twice, his demeanor appearing quite endearing. Chen Han, however, was left with goosebumps. Feeling disgusted, he could not forget the smirking face of Chen Han from that day at the ancestral hall. Get lost. As Chen Han approached him, the only response he offered was the icy command to depart. He wished to sever all ties with the Chen family, with his only concern being his younger sister Chen Shui, who remained within the clan. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to utter even that single word. Chen Han's reaction was anticipated by Chen Han, who interpreted it as the petulance of a child. After all, in the eyes of these elders, Chen Han was still merely a child. Good nephew, do not hold on to childish temperaments, all right? No matter how angry you are, your sixth uncle is here to apologize today. You should let go of your grievances. Come back with me. 18 years of humiliation could not be erased by a mere apology from Chen Han, nor could it absolve the Chen family. Fortunately, Chen Han had long seen through Chen Han's true nature. There is no need for further words. Your presence here will only tarnish the barracks. You have 10 minutes to leave. If you do not, the brothers of the Kuei regiment will eliminate you on the spot. Upon hearing the name Kuei regiment, Chen Han appeared visibly startled. Is this the Kuei regiment? The most elite force under Marshal Yu? The veterans surrounding Chen Han remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Chen Han's words. A palpable atmosphere of intimidation enveloped the space, rendering Chen Han speechless. Although he possessed the strength of a third-tier martial general, such prowess was merely mediocre among the elite of the Kuei camp. Moreover, these individuals were forged from encounters with formidable beasts, and in a one-on-one confrontation, he would find himself at a disadvantage, let alone facing multiple opponents. A sense of trepidation washed over Chen Han. This act of seeking forgiveness had been coerced by his family, and he had no desire to risk his life here. Thus, he softened his tone. Dear nephew, I understand your reluctance to return. However, the head of our family has stated that if you are willing to rejoin the Chen clan, he would graciously allow a new page to be opened in the family lineage for you. In the future, our entire clan will take pride in you. This honor is something even the current head has not received. The prospect of a new page in the lineage was a tremendous honor, nearly rivaling that of the esteemed member of the Chen family in the capital. Chen Han believed that Chen Han would not refuse such a proposition, and his expression grew somewhat smug. Little did he know, from the moment Chen Han severed ties with the family, the possibility of a return had vanished. A single phrase plunged Chen Han into despair. Do you think I would still covet that tattered family lineage of yours? Chen Han gazed down at Chen Han with a cold, disdainful look, as if the Chen family itself were no more than ants before him. Yet, the implication of his words was a blatant insult to the Chen clan. Fury immediately surfaced on Chen Han's face. Chen Han, you have some nerve. You even deny your own family. But I must remind you, your own sister, Chen Shui, is still within the Chen household. Chen Han's mention of Chen Shui was ill-timed. Upon hearing her name, Chen Han's fists clenched tightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Even in the military camp, where blood might be spilled in violation of discipline, he was prepared to execute Chen Han on the spot. Just then, Chen Han emitted a blood-curdling scream. Before he could strike, a single arm was severed from his body, blood gushing forth. In excruciating agony, he cried out, "Who did this? Do you not know that I am from the esteemed Chen family of Hanwu City?" At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the elite members of the Kuei camp, upon the arrival of a figure, stood at attention, saluting with utmost respect. Among the entire military camp, only one person commanded such reverence. Chen Han's fury subsided as he stood tall. Marshal Yu. The mere utterance of those words sent a chill down Chen Han's spine, nearly paralyzing him with fear. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned to see Marshal Yu Wuyun, clad in a grand military cloak, staring directly at him. Yu Wuyun's voice was devoid of any emotion. What connections allowed you, a piece of filth, to enter here? The Chen family of Hanwu City, is it? I will remember this. Previously, Yu Wuyun had displayed an overly amiable demeanor in front of Chen Han and his companions. So much so that Chen Han had completely forgotten that among individuals of his stature, there were only 3 in the entire Great Xia. He was, in fact, the most senior among them. a national hero, the brilliance of Great Xia. Such titles could easily be attributed to him without contention. The Chen family, in his presence, was merely a trifling matter. Chen Han, stripped of his previous arrogance and even missing a hand, could only suppress his agony and lower his demeanor. General you jest. How could my Chen family dare to offend you? Chen Han hastily retrieved his severed arm, fearing that this esteemed individual might take offense and bring about his demise. Remember, Chen Han is my personal soldier. This succinct declaration elucidated Chen Han's current status. Yu Weiyun himself had acknowledged him as a personal soldier. Such a distinction was unparalleled in the entire Great Xia. Chen Han felt a shiver run down his spine by virtue of this singular title. Chen Han's position was likely comparable to that of the Chen family's revered ancestor. Dare they lay a finger on Chen Shui? The entire Chen family would tremble in response. Chen Han's emotions grew increasingly intricate. Within such a brief span, Chen Han had become the favored talent of Yu Weiyun, while his own son indulged in revelry in the capital. The disparity between these two circumstances was as stark as night and day. I shall take my leave. Please take care of your health. Chen Han picked up his severed arm, not daring to utter a word of complaint, and hurriedly retreated into the distance. Yu Weiyun watched Chen Han's departure with unabashed disdain. Investigate who permitted him entry. Such breaches of military discipline cannot be tolerated within the Fire God Army. With a single command, countless individuals could find themselves uprooted. Naturally, the burden of this debt would fall upon Chen Han. Subsequently, Yu Weiyun summoned Chen Han to the camp office. Chen Han spoke first. General Yu, I am grateful for your earlier assistance. Yu Weiyun waved his hand dismissively, as if the incident was of little significance. In fact, I should be thanking you. To refuse the conditions of the Thunder God Army and join my humble ranks. Over the years, nearly all promising talents have gravitated towards the Thunder God Army. Young man, you have my admiration. After commending Chen Han, Yu Weiyun turned to matters of importance. It appeared that recently, in an effort to emulate Yu Weiyun, various military camps had established special operations groups akin to the Cold Night Group. Under the guise of competition, this initiative stemmed from the other two marshals' fears of Yu Weiyun's continued expansion of influence within the military. After deliberation, it was decided that these special operations groups would undergo a practical assessment, a true battlefield scenario fraught with peril. Of course, those who excelled in this assessment would receive substantial rewards. Yu Weiyun spoke slowly. Some say I am cultivating my own power, but I have never feared idle gossip. Ultimately, this practical assessment is merely a matter of face, and I do not wish for you young ones to sacrifice your lives for my vanity. Therefore, I am here merely to inform you that if you are unwilling to participate, I shall immediately decline. Yu Weiyun's forthrightness brought great comfort to Chen Han. The esteemed marshal would indeed contend for the sake of these foot soldiers. It was no wonder that Yu Weiyun held such high esteem within the military. Firstly, it was a reward. Secondly, it was to honor Yu Weiyun's trust. To repay you on the golden platform, I shall uplift the Jade Dragon and risk my life for you. Chen Han promptly acquiesced. Marshal Yu, I accept this practical assessment. Yu Weiyun nodded. Training is beneficial, but you must understand that there is no need to shed blood in a reckless pursuit of first place. A soldier's duty lies in safeguarding the homeland. Do not act out of momentary impulse. Chapter 22, The True Battlefield. 16 teams upon returning to the dormitory. Chen Han consumed the last bottle of the remaining blood essence elixir in one swift motion. A surge of formidable energy erupted within him, swiftly absorbed by his cells and transformed into vitality. Chen Han felt a surge of delight. Is this the enhancement of the body of the Medicine King? He could clearly sense that this experience with the blood essence elixir was entirely distinct from the previous ones. The disparity of a tenfold increase was truly immense. Subsequently, Chen Han placed his palm upon the instrument used to test his vitality attributes. The elite Kuei character battalion was exceptionally well equipped, with each dormitory furnished with various machines for attribute testing. Remarkably, Chen Han's vitality value leaped from the previous level of 28 to 29. This value was typically reserved for many martial generals, instilling Chen Han with greater confidence for the special operations assessment scheduled in 10 days. Once the training concluded, Chen Han briefed each member of the Cold Night team about the practical assessment. To his surprise, the group exhibited no fear regarding the upcoming assessment. Rather, they were filled with excitement. In the military, this group of forsaken heirs received tenfold the respect compared to those from prestigious families, fueling their enthusiasm. Over the course of these 10 days, their training intensified, with them neglecting sleep and food, almost perpetually engaged in cultivation. Boom. Chen Han delivered a punch to the power measuring device, which displayed the astonishing number 23,780. My current strength attribute is 23,780 kilograms. My speed attribute is 850. My vitality attribute is at level 39. My realm is that of a third-tier martial artist. After reviewing his attribute values, Chen Han felt a sense of satisfaction. Achieving such a level within 10 days of rigorous training was already an extraordinary feat now. In terms of attributes, he was nearly on par with Zhao Linger, a martial artist of the 8th tier. Without considering the enhancement effects of the Killing God gun, the voice from the camp loudspeaker echoed, Chen Han, Zhao Linger, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, assemble. Chen Han let out a sigh of relief, shouldering his luggage and the snow wolf gun. To leave the camp signified their impending journey to the battlefield. Each soldier in the Kuei character camp had their own private quarters, and as Chen Han stepped outside, he encountered Zhao Linger and the others. Their gazes met, filled with determination and resolve, as if they were convinced of their success in this assessment. Let us go? Chen Han grunted, taking on the role of leader, issuing a silent command to his comrades. The military vehicle traveled northward for quite some time, as the entire battlefield of exotic beasts lay concentrated in that direction. The stretch from Longhe to the Tongtian Wall could indeed be classified as a battleground. However, the location to which Chen Han and his companions were heading was vastly different from the previous wasteland. The exotic beasts in the wasteland not only possessed lower levels, but were akin to those nurtured by the military. In contrast, on an authentic battlefield, these beasts would engage in organized offensives and retreats, even launching large-scale assaults on the Tongtian Wall, much like humans. Even before entering the true battlefield, merely within the confines of the Tongtian Wall, Chen Han could already sense the earth trembling beneath the thunderous footsteps of the exotic beasts. It was unfathomable to imagine how many creatures lurked beyond that towering wall. The entire Special Operations Group participating in this practical assessment had now gathered behind the Tongtian Wall. 16 groups had arrived, each varying in strength. Yet, with a single glance, Chen Han could discern that among these groups, the number of those at the martial general level was not insignificant. A considerable majority, including those like Zhao Linger who were merely a step away from becoming martial generals, populated the ranks. This competition was fundamentally inequitable. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Linger trembled with rage. Her fiery temper flared, and her expression was akin to a small chili pepper. What is going on? I must report this to the higher-ups. I need to inform General Yu, she exclaimed, outraged that these special operations teams were comprised of seasoned veterans rather than her contemporaries. Isn't this bullying? Although Zhao Linger was now in the same group as Chen Han, she had previously served as an instructor to many of them. It was utterly illogical to pit a group of martial artists against seasoned soldiers of at least martial level. However, Chen Han shook his head and admonished her, Zhao Linger, obey my orders. Halt. Do not move. This entire situation had been anticipated by Chen Han. It was essential to remember that the establishment of special operations groups was originally initiated by General Yu. The Cold Night Group was the first of its kind. Those within the military who opposed General Yu would not readily enlist new recruits to form special operations teams merely to vex him. In a sense, this assessment represented a contest of power among the military's upper echelons, with each faction striving to avoid defeat. Currently, as Chen Han held a superior position over Zhao Linger, she had no choice but to comply. At that moment, a man adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of opulence, suddenly turned to gaze at Chen Han and gradually approached him. His demeanor was surprisingly gentle as he extended his hand for a handshake. You must be the illustrious Chen Han, who has shattered the records of vitality. It is an honor to finally meet you. Despite sensing the man's ulterior motives, Chen Han reciprocated the gesture with a cordial greeting. I am Chen Han, leader of the Cold Night team of the Fire God Army. I look forward to your guidance. The man introduced himself in return. I am Zhen Zelin, leader of the White Light team of the Thunder God Army. A pleasure to meet you. Recognizing the Zhen family of the capital, Zhao Yufei, the highest-ranking member of the Cold Night team, immediately identified the man's lineage. You are from the Zhen family of the capital. The others, including Ji Yun and Zhu Ming, gasped upon hearing the name. For the Zhen family was among the top 5 prestigious families in the capital, wielding immense influence in both political and military realms. The second-rate families from Hanwu City, such as Ji Yun and Zhu Ming, were mere ants in comparison to the Zhen family. Even Zhao Yufei's Zhao family paled in significance. Moreover, Zhen Zilin's position within the Thunder God army indicated his considerable stature. Zhen Zilin scrutinized Chen Han before exclaiming, "Truly impressive. No wonder I've been hearing your name echoed throughout our ranks lately. Level 3 warrior. You've only been in the camp for 4 months, haven't you?" He then offered a slight smile. "Nevertheless, I must advise you, with such talent, do not squander your life heedlessly here. For your Cold Night team, withdrawing from this practical assessment would not be a disgrace." A formidable aura emanated from Zhen Zilin, revealing his prowess as a level 3 martial general, an entire realm above Chen Han. Even Zhao Linger felt momentarily breathless under the weight of his presence. Yet, Chen Han remained unperturbed. Calmly, he replied, "No need for your concern. We shall meet on the battlefield." He reiterated, "The suppression of realms does not equate to true suppression. It is the innate talent that matters." Zhen Zilin's innate talent, at best, could reach a certain level. It was not sufficient to have any effect on the gifted Chen Han. In truth, Zhen Zilin had yet to attain that level himself, merely possessing the Zhen family's secret breathing technique. The most elite families possessed the finest cultivation resources. At that moment, the chief examiner on the celestial wall began to shout down to the assembly, "Esteemed candidates, the practical assessment is about to commence. Allow me to outline the assessment criteria. Your scores will be based on the points earned from hunting exotic beasts, with higher-ranking beasts yielding greater points. I understand that you are all elite members selected from various military camps, but I must remind you that this battlefield features a rare large-scale beast tide." As he spoke, a broadcast screen materialized before the crowd, revealing an intimidating scene of countless exotic beasts surging forth, a veritable tide that seemed unstoppable. The warriors fought valiantly. Yet many fell victim to the monstrous beasts, their bodies torn to shreds without the chance for a proper burial. Limbs, torsos, and heads were devoured in mere seconds by these unknown creatures. This scene was both heart-wrenching and terrifying. The chief examiner appeared unfazed, accustomed to such brutality, displaying little emotional response. This image was captured 10 minutes prior. Those who were afraid were free to withdraw now. To retreat at such a moment would brand one as a coward for life. "Fear not," exclaimed the 16 special operations teams in unison. "Excellent. Due to the overwhelming number of beasts on the opposing side, this test cannot utilize ladders. You must each rely on your own abilities to scale the towering wall." The assessment commenced. This evaluation would be broadcast live, allowing both the soldiers and the public to witness the prowess of these special operations teams. Chapter 23. My vitality is at level 39. A single command could dominate the entire internet. The live broadcast was an unexpected development for the Cold Night team. Even Marshal Yu had not given prior notice. Given Marshal Yu's character, it was unlikely he would conceal anything from Chen Han. The only plausible explanation was that this decision had been made by higher authorities on short notice. A glance at the other special operations teams revealed they were operating at an entirely different level compared to the Cold Night team, regardless of how one considered it. The Cold Night team was at the bottom of the rankings. This could have significant repercussions. In the worst-case scenario, the higher-ups might begin to question Marshal Yu's leadership, potentially cutting the Fire God Army's resources and budget. Both Chen Han and Zhao Linger realized this simultaneously, exchanging determined glances. This battle could only end in victory, not defeat. Indeed, just as the chief examiner's words concluded, the 16 special operations teams surged towards the towering wall, standing at a staggering height of 100 meters. Failure to sprint adequately could result in fatality. However, being elite troops came with its own justifications. Scaling the wall alone was akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique skills. Some summoned colossal mechanical armors, towering over 10 meters, carrying their teammates, effortlessly leaping to the top of the wall. Others manifested blades from their arms, driving them into the wall to ascend gradually. Among them, the most striking was Zhen Zilin, who had earlier challenged Chen Han. With a mighty shout, a radiant spectrum of colors erupted beneath him, enveloping all members of the White Light team like a mist. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Zhen Zilin ascended gracefully, soaring directly towards the top of the towering wall. Light-based talent. Lu Zixing exclaimed in awe as he watched the spectacle unfold on screen. The Cold Night team represented the entire Kuei character battalion, thus embodying the stakes of the whole battalion. To prepare for this competition, all soldiers of the Queasy camp ceased their training and gathered to witness the live broadcast. Aside from the Queasy camp, most military camps not currently engaged in missions were similarly occupied. This practical test holds immense significance for the entire army, prompting higher authorities to mandate that all battalions and regiments participate in the viewing. Zhen Zilin possesses an exceptionally rare light attribute talent within the natural system. Over the past century, the emergence of light attribute warriors has been exceedingly scarce, akin to a gem in the vast ocean. The Zhen family in the capital has thrived due to this inheritable talent, securing a place among the top 5 families in the city. The light attribute talent not only boasts formidable combat capabilities, akin to a tidal wave, but also enhances the attributes of others and heals their vitality. Such a versatile talent naturally garners the army's attention, and coupled with Zhen Zilin's status within the Thunder God army, accessible only to the aristocracy of the capital, it is no wonder he exudes such confidence. Madness. These individuals are truly shameless. What realm does our Cold Knight team even possess? Their special operations teams have members whose lowest cultivation level is at the 3rd rank of warriors. Is this not blatant bullying? I refuse to accept this. If they have the guts, let them send me in. The entire Queasy camp, witnessing the stark disparity in cultivation levels between the other special operations teams and the Cold Knight team, was filled with righteous indignation. Especially when it came to climbing the sky wall. To scale the sky wall, one must possess at least warrior-level strength, and there is always the risk of falling. Apart from Chen Han and Zhao Linger, none of the other 3 in the Cold Knight team have reached warrior status. For them, merely climbing the wall presents an insurmountable obstacle. Only Lu Zixing appeared remarkably composed, gently stating, "Do not rush, let us observe." Chen Han always manages to surprise us. Upon hearing this, the group felt a measure of relief. After all, Chen Han had already left a profound impression on Lu Zixing, a martial emperor. Shortly after joining the military, the sentiments of the soldiers from other camps mirrored those of the Queasy camp, as they believed the Cold Knight team would be incapable of overcoming this formidable wall. Yet, the audience of this live broadcast extended far beyond the military camps. The broadcast covered the entire Daxia network, including the Chen family of Hanwu City. Within the ancestral hall of the Chen family, all senior members were intently watching the live stream featuring Chen Han. Chen Shiming remarked, "In just 3 months, Chen Han has transformed from a family disgrace into the leader of a military special operations team. It is truly unexpected. Those on screen, even if encountered in person, would command our utmost respect." Chen Jinan interjected, sighing deeply, his eyes filled with regret. Not only that, but he has now garnered martial U.S. favor, rising swiftly. His future prospects are limitless. Our Chen family has not only lost a significant ally, but, at this point, Chen Jinan paused, glancing at the trembling Chen Zhan, who had been kneeling in the ancestral hall for 10 consecutive days since returning from the military, too fearful to utter a word of protest. "Chen Zhan, because of you, our Chen family has now offended Marshal Yu. Do you realize who Marshal Yu is? The first person of the new dynasty. One word from him could plunge the Chen family into an abyss of despair." Chen Zhan was filled with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. Sending Chen Zhan to apologize not only failed to salvage Chen Han, but also entangled them with the formidable Yu Yun, creating a significant predicament. Even if they were to eliminate Chen Zhan now, it would serve no purpose. Nevertheless, Chen Zhan still wielded some influence within the family, and soon, supporters began to rise in his defense. "Master, please do not be so enraged. You must understand the nature of the military. As long as Chen Han does not ascend, our Chen family shall remain secure. Though Marshal Yu is formidable, our esteemed ancestor possesses considerable cunning. Unless it comes to a point of no return, he would not dare to sever all ties with our family. Indeed, I believe Chen Han may very well meet his end in this practical test. After all, it is in the northern border, a true battlefield." Upon hearing these words, Chen Jian's anger subsided somewhat. In fact, the remarks from his supporters resonated with his own sentiments. In a certain light, Chen Jian secretly wished for Chen Han to perish in this very test. If this rebellious scion were to truly die, it might not be such a misfortune after all. Chen Jian fixated on the screen, inwardly cursing vehemently. Among the 16 teams, the relatively weaker Han Yi group had now become the center of attention. Meanwhile, Chen Han was already devising a plan. "Zhu Meng, summon all your mechanical spiders." Zhu Meng gazed up at the colossal mech towering over him, feeling a sense of inadequacy. "Captain Chen, do you truly expect my mechanical spiders to match that mech? Such a construct can only be operated by a martial general." Though he expressed doubt, Zhu Meng unconditionally trusted Chen Han and was willing to entrust his life to him. With a flick of his talent, 6 half-human-sized mechanical spiders scuttled toward him from a distance. Chen Han tossed the snow wolf gun onto the back of a mechanical spider. With everyone stepping onto the long spear, Zhu Ming commanded the mechanical spiders to scale the wall. The moment these words were uttered, everyone immediately grasped Chen Han's intention. He aimed to utilize his own strength to create friction, enabling everyone to ascend smoothly. Yet, the wall's gradient was a perfect 90 degrees and soared to a height of 100 meters. Not to mention the immense strength required to stabilize 5 individuals. Even if they managed to hold steady, their stamina or vitality would surely falter during the ascent. Ji Yun hastily interjected, "Young Master Chen, this is unfeasible. Even if you manage to get us up there, you will likely exhaust yourself to the point of hemorrhage. How will you then vanquish the beasts? You are our commander." Zhao Ling, taken aback by Chen Han's reckless decision, inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, "I will stabilize it. Chen Han, once we are up, you shall be responsible for slaying the enemies." However, a seemingly casual remark from Chen Han rendered the members of the Han Yi group speechless. This statement also struck fear into the hearts of many within the special operations teams, as it was broadcasted live, capturing the attention of all those gathered before the screen. My current vitality level stands at a remarkable 39. In merely 10 days. This is the most precious attribute of vitality. I have ascended from level 28 to level 39. What a jest. It is akin to tossing a bomb into a crowd, instantly igniting the attention of all spectators. All members of the special operations team, including the supremely skilled Jin Zelin, who possesses enhanced physique, currently have a vitality attribute of merely 32. His level 32 vitality, even at the 3rd tier of martial generals, is exceptionally rare among the nobility of the Thunder God Army in the capital. Chapter 24, Military Acumen. He is a born commander. Marshal Yu, seated in the high-level conference room while sipping tea, found himself choking slightly as he heard this statement. Such a display of surprise from a high-ranking elder is indeed a rare occurrence. At this moment, 2 others sit beside Marshal Yu. Both, adorned in marshal's attire, are considerably younger than him. One has a sharp, cunning visage, while the other bears a full beard and a classic square face. These 2 are the current leaders of the Thunder God Army and the Wind God Army, Zhongguo and Ouyang Quan, respectively. The trio in this conference room represents the pinnacle of military authority and strength within the Great Xia. A glint of astonishment flickered in Zhongguo's eyes, but he swiftly concealed it. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, "Old Yu, your new recruit possesses quite a flair." Given Yu Wuyun's seniority, the other 2 marshals, despite being his peers, could only address him respectfully as Old Yu. Yu Wuyun felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet maintained a facade of indifference, stating, "He is but a young man. It is only natural for him to be ambitious, yet he pales in comparison to your esteemed ranks. He is merely a martial artist." Yu Wuyun, having established his status in the political arena, is indeed a cunning old fox. His words, both praise and veiled sarcasm, subtly mocked Zhongguo and Ouyang Quan for relying on their superior ranks. Ouyang Quan rolled his eyes, fully aware of Yu Wuyun's taunts, yet found himself at a loss for words. It is true that they had employed some minor tricks, yet those tricks are rendered ineffective now. The news of Chen Han's vitality level of 39 has reached everyone, even if Team Cold Knight were to place last. The emergence of such a prodigy under Yu Wuyun's command undermines any attempts to diminish his military influence. Now, they can only hope for their own special operations team to achieve victory, which might afford them some benefit. Meanwhile, beneath the celestial wall, Zhao Ling, upon hearing of Chen Han's vitality level of 39, couldn't help but smirk slightly, her eyes filled with jealousy and helplessness. Even though she had grown accustomed to Chen Han's extraordinary abilities, each episode still left her heart racing. As she retracted her long legs from the mechanical spider, she gestured for Chen Han to proceed. Zhao Ling's vitality currently stands at 12. Leading her team upwards is an arduous task, while for Chen Han, it is akin to mere sustenance. No one would willingly seek hardship. Thus, under the leadership of Chen Han, the seemingly insurmountable skyward wall, which could not be scaled by those lacking martial prowess, was effortlessly traversed by the Han Yi team. However, this was merely the initial hurdle. Beneath the skyward wall lay the true spectacle. Countless exotic beasts surged from the distance, launching an assault upon the wall. The beast tide. In the annals of this world, it is regarded as an exceedingly terrifying natural phenomenon, comparable to the earthquakes, tsunamis, and floods of Chen Han's previous life. In certain respects, the beast tide is even more horrifying than these natural disasters. After centuries of technological advancement, humanity has developed the means to withstand numerous natural calamities. The skyward wall has stood for over 100 years, enduring hundreds of tremors yet remaining steadfast. The only significant damage it has sustained occurred during 3 rare supersized beast tides. When the beast tide descends, the majority of the exotic beasts become unnaturally irritable and restless, producing a hormonally induced urge to consume. This hormone compels them to converge en masse upon human settlements. It is a relentless cycle of life and death. For this imminent beast tide, 3 battalions of soldiers have been dispatched for defense, nearly 10,000 men. Yet, as Chen Han gazed down, he realized that this multitude was insignificant amidst the densely packed tide of beasts, akin to a grain of sand in an ocean. The battlefield resembled a meat grinder, with lives being extinguished at every moment. Having lived in a peaceful environment for too long, newcomers to the battlefield, like the Han Yi team, were understandably filled with trepidation. Charge! At that moment, a voice rang out, and the enormous mech leapt directly from the towering skyward wall, which stood 100 meters high. With a resounding crash, the colossal machine descended into the throng of exotic beasts. Its mechanical prowess was extraordinary. The giant mech unsheathed a long sword from its waist, cleaving through the larger beasts as if they were mere vegetables, reducing them to mere chunks of flesh in the blink of an eye. Zhu Meng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "That must be the Titan squad." It is said that this squad consists entirely of controllers, and their combat prowess hinges upon that massive mech. The cost of such a mech exceeds $1 billion. The romance of a man lies in mechs. Zhu Meng, also a controller, felt a pang of envy. "Old Zhu, slay more beasts, and when I have the funds, I'll get you one." Ji Yan clapped Zhu Meng on the shoulder, offering a word of comfort. In this tumultuous situation, however, Chen Han remained composed, intently observing the environment below as he contemplated the unfolding battle. The Han Yi team's level was not particularly high, while the exotic beasts below were all at least tier 3. Lacking the luxurious mechs of the Titan squad, he feared that the moment he entered the throng of beasts, he would be trampled into a pulp. Soon, Chen Han identified a relatively secluded area with fewer exotic beasts. From there, he planned to establish a stronghold and ensure survival. Beyond his personal prowess, Chen Han displayed the composure and military acumen expected of a commander. The mechanical spiders swiftly descended with Chen Han and his companions. While he brandished a long spear aloft, bursts of crimson light erupted from the spear, reminiscent of blooming red roses. With a vitality score of 39, Chen Han felt liberated from his previous constraints. He commenced by unleashing his formidable martial skills. The spear of piercing death struck the ground, instantly emitting a cataclysmic light akin to an explosion. All the exotic beasts within a radius of several dozen meters were obliterated by Chen Han's assault. Consequently, the score for the Cold Knight team skyrocketed from 0 to 720 in an instant. The points from this practical test were comparable to the previous recruit assessment, albeit with a slight adjustment in scoring. Meanwhile, Zheng Zilin, who had just ventured into the throng of exotic beasts, cast a sidelong glance at the spectacle. He marveled, realizing why Chen Han had stirred such a commotion within the army. The destructive power of a third-tier warrior's attack could even surpass that of most generals. This individual possessed extraordinary vitality, rapid cultivation, and martial skills. Could he truly be a family disgrace? Unwilling to be outdone, Zheng Zilin recalled the purpose for which Marshal Zhong Go of the Thunder God Army had summoned him: to suppress the recent momentum of the Cold Knight team within the military. "Go!" Zheng Zilin bellowed, and suddenly, a radiant 7-colored light erupted from his back, coalescing into a form reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. This divine light swiftly shot forth, transforming into a barrage of sharp arrows that pierced through numerous exotic beasts. Logically, Zheng Zilin's strength should have garnered the attention of many within the army. However, his divine light could not overshadow the brilliance of Chen Han. The reason was simple. This test itself was fundamentally unfair. Chen Han's rank, amidst a special operations team of seasoned veterans, was merely at the bottom. Yet, his demonstrated capabilities were on par with anyone else. "Chen Han, well done. Take down that rabble from the Thunder God Army." The calmness and strength exhibited by Chen Han were certainly not inferior to those of the elite forces in the military. Marshal Yu had indeed chosen wisely. Not only the confidants of Yu Wuyun from the Fire God Army, but even the higher echelons of the Wind God Army and Earth God Army were lauding Chen Han. He was an unparalleled genius, one that had never graced any martial arts university in history. Chen Han, however, did not bask in pride. Instead, upon touching the ground, he began to issue commands. Zhu Meng, deploy all the mechanical spiders. There's no need for them to wander far, just have them patrol the vicinity. Let them form a perimeter within a radius of 100 meters. Jian, you are swift. Take charge of eliminating the third-tier and below exotic beast offspring around us, without direct confrontation, and ensure that the mother beasts do not notice our presence. Zhao Yufei, you will follow Jian closely and assist him in dealing with the more formidable foes. Faced with the onslaught of exotic beasts like a surging tide, Chen Han promptly devised a battle strategy. The operational plan is rather straightforward. Given their overall lack of strength, they shall establish a stronghold in this area, where the presence of aberrant beasts is minimal. Then, they must resolutely defend the position. At this point, Chen Han raised his spear and cast a glance at Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger, our task is considerably weighty. We must resolve the majority of the aberrant beasts that charge forth. Zhao Linger returned his gaze, her enchanting eyes shimmering with approval. Had she been in command, her strategy would have closely mirrored Chen Han's. However, unlike Chen Han, she had spent 2 to 3 years honing her military acumen on the battlefield. In contrast, Chen Han was a born commander. Chapter 25. You slay the monsters. I shall concoct the potions. Before long, dozens of aberrant beasts surged towards them. Third-tier beasts, saber-toothed tiger. Third-tier beasts, scarred giant rat. Fourth-tier beasts, thornback dragon. Indeed, the aberrant beasts that emerge during a beast tide are exceptionally formidable, and these particular species are among the most destructive of their tier. Yet, neither Chen Han nor Zhao Linger exhibited the slightest trepidation. Zhao Linger, with strength comparable to a martial general, was the most formidable member of the entire Cold Knight squad. Moreover, she had already endured the rigors of the Iron Blood battlefield. Chen Han, do not lag too far behind. Zhao Linger smirked, her lips curling into a smile, as a glimmer of cold light flickered forth, and then her spear unleashed like a dragon. Let us not forget, she is also a prodigy. The Yu family spear technique danced elegantly in her hands. Each thrust and stroke was executed with precision and grace. Coupled with her solid foundational attributes, these third and fourth tier aberrant beasts were utterly inadequate before her. With deft movements, several beasts fell to her piercing strikes. Watching from the screen, Yu Wuyu nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. During her time in the new recruit camp, Zhao had not neglected her training. Her foundational attributes and mastery of the Yu family spear technique had ascended to new heights. As one of the few martial deities of the Great Xia, he was naturally able to discern Zhao Linger's prowess. What puzzled Yu Wuyun, however, was Chen Han. At that moment, Chen Han had plunged into the fray, confronting 3 saber-toothed tigers and 2 thornback dragons. These 2 species of aberrant beasts shared a common trait, their enormous size. Notably, the thornback dragon resembled a dinosaur thought to have vanished in ancient times. Its body adorned with backward-facing spines, hence its name. A strike from the spines of a thornback dragon could easily carve a chunk of flesh from one's body. Hence, a long weapon is the optimal choice for such encounters. Consequently, Chen Han employed the same Yu family spear technique as Zhao Linger. Yet, his execution appeared somewhat distinct. Agile and versatile, he maneuvered effortlessly even within the encirclement of aberrant beasts. With downward slashes, forward thrusts, and sweeping motions, the myriad variations of the Yu family spear technique were masterfully executed by Chen Han. Observing this, the Thunder God Army Marshal, Zhongguo, jested, "Old Yu, when did your Yu family spear technique undergo such refinement? Why was I not privy to this?" Yu Wuyan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To be honest, at this moment, he was utterly perplexed by the spear techniques employed by Chen Han. As the founder of the Yu family spear technique, Yu Wuyun could discern that the foundation of Chen Han's technique was indeed rooted in the Yu family style. However, it contained numerous variations that bore no relation to Yu Wuyun himself. As a martial deity, Yu Wuyun's insight was incomparable to that of Mo Li. In a mere glance, he grasped the intricacies of Chen Han's techniques and could affirm that these variations surpassed the original Yu family spear technique he had created. The only conclusion was evident. Chen Han had successfully refined the Yu family spear technique. Yu Wuyun chuckled awkwardly and said, "General Zhong, would you believe me if I claimed that Chen Han has improved the Yu family spear technique?" Zhongguo cast a disdainful glance at Yu Wuyun. "The entire army claims you are selfless, yet it seems otherwise." Yu Wuyun shrugged, feeling no need to elaborate. As he stated, rumors were best met with a smile. Only Ouyang Quan was astounded internally. This old man, renowned for his impeccable character, was above reproach. He would never lie. Could it be that Chen Han truly possessed the talent to refine martial arts? Ouyang Quan lamented deeply. Such a talent should have been recruited into the Fengshan army at any cost. Chen Han's rendition of the Yu family spear technique had nearly eradicated all the flaws of its predecessor, retaining only its merits. Furthermore, as the Yu family spear technique was primarily designed to combat beasts, Chen Han's speed in slaying these creatures even surpassed that of Zhao Linger. In less than 10 minutes, the dozen or so beasts charging towards him were vanquished entirely. However, the tide of beasts was endless. Those initial foes were merely an appetizer. Simultaneously, other special operations teams showcased their prowess, whether they were martial generals or the elite selected from various armies. Their speed in dispatching beasts was significantly swifter than that of the Cold Knight team. Notably, Zhun Zilin's White Light team, under the enhancement of Zhun Zilin's light-based talent, was particularly impressive. Time passed, and at last, with the assistance of 16 special operations teams, the first wave of beast attacks was successfully repelled. On the live broadcast screen, the hunting scores of each team were prominently displayed. The White Light team led with an impressive score of 49,730 points, closely followed by the Giant team at 49,500 points. As for the Cold Knight team, as Chen Han had anticipated, they languished at the bottom with 43,100 points. Ji Yunju, Meng, and Zhao Yufei, exhausted and bloodied, lowered their heads in shame upon seeing the scores. Young Master Chen, we have ultimately held you back. Our apologies. This score of 43,000 points was largely the result of Chen Han's efforts, with Zhao Linger contributing a small portion. As for Ji Yunju and his companions, they likely accounted for a mere fraction of around 3,000 points. Chen Han replied slowly, "Do not fret. This is merely the first wave of assault. The real spectacle is yet to come. This practical test, though termed as such, is in reality a strategic maneuver by the higher authorities to thwart the invasion of otherworldly beasts, deploying 16 elite special forces teams for support. Without this intervention, the 3 battalions of soldiers, lacking the presence of senior officers, would likely falter under the pressure. Consequently, this practical test will persist until the tide of beasts is quelled. As for when that will occur, none can ascertain. This is a protracted conflict." Chen Han surveyed the surrounding special forces teams, noting that most of the warriors below the rank of general were gasping for breath, their vitality waning, and many bore injuries. Even those at the general level fared no better. Only Chen Han remained unfazed, his vitality at a remarkable level of 39, showcasing a distinct advantage. The most crucial aspect is that his divine physique possesses a unique trait, the ability to concoct potions. Provided he has the necessary materials, he can create potions of any attribute. Earlier, Chen Han had employed the Yu family spear technique, refraining from utilizing the piercing thorn spear precisely for this moment. Materials? Chen Han found himself surrounded by an abundance of resources. He accessed the system interface, and numerous basic attribute potion recipes materialized before him. The low-tier vitality elixir, a fundamental potion to enhance vitality, requiring the leg bone of a burrowing rabbit and a blood crystal from a third-tier beast. The basic strength cultivation potion. Upon consumption, it gradually increases strength attributes through absorption and training, necessitating the inner pouch of a scarred giant rat and an antenna from a northern frontier giant ant. The basic strength enhancement potion provides a temporary explosive boost in strength, requiring the teeth of a saber-toothed tiger, the fur of a frost wolf, and a blood crystal from a dwarf giant. The variety of potions is extensive, primarily focusing on enhancing basic attributes. According to the system, there are indeed higher-tier recipes that include potions affecting talent effects. While Chen Han had heard of potions like the vitality elixir or strength-enhancing stimulants, the notion of enhancing talent effects seemed almost otherworldly. However, unlocking these higher-tier recipes demands a substantial amount of points, which Chen Han currently lacks. Moreover, the materials required for these advanced recipes are of a higher quality, which he cannot procure at present, thus he refrains from unlocking them. For now, basic attribute potions will suffice. Chen Han's focus naturally gravitated towards the most urgently needed basic strength enhancement potion. This potion could double his strength for a brief period, a remarkably useful effect. He aimed to bolster not only himself, but also his team members. Without delay, Chen Han set about experimenting. Having both the northern frontier giant ant and the scarred giant rat conveniently at his feet, which he swiftly collected. Potion crafting. He silently uttered the command. And the two materials from his pocket vanished, replaced in the system space by a vial of vibrant blue strength cultivation potion. Chen Han felt a surge of excitement. His divine potion-making ability was indeed formidable. Not only could he craft potions, but he did so with a flawless success rate. Moreover, the concocted elixir bears no adverse effects whatsoever. This potion has long been available on the market, yet it is classified as a forbidden substance. Potions capable of explosively enhancing attributes typically come with significant side effects. Frequent use can lead to catastrophic consequences, such as shattered meridians and a plummeting martial prowess, or even fatal hemorrhaging from the orifices. Within the martial arts university, utilizing such substances raises suspicions of cheating, thus no one dares to employ them. Although the military's regulations are somewhat less stringent, aside from those willingly courting death, such potions are generally issued. Chen Han could scarcely fathom the tumult that would ensue if his elixir were to be made public. Chapter 26. Rising Above. A surge in points. Undoubtedly, this side-effect-free enhancement potion would irrevocably disrupt the existing regulations of the entire medicinal industry in the Great Xia. Among the myriad formulas, the one that captivated Chen Han the most was a blood vitality elixir. Composite blood vitality elixir. Effects upon consumption. It can elevate one's blood vitality value by an entire tier for a limited duration and may be used consecutively with effect stacking. However, due to its potent efficacy, there is an upper limit on the quantity consumed, contingent upon the user's realm. Warriors may consume a maximum of 10 vials, while martial artists may ingest up to 20 vials. Exceeding the consumption limit risks catastrophic bodily harm. Caution is advised. Materials required to concoct this elixir include 3 blood essence stones from 4th-tier exotic beasts, 2 tusks from the rampaging corpse elephant, 1 hide from the thornback dragon, and 1 tail from the wasteland lizard. Unbelievable. It is nothing short of miraculous. Upon witnessing the effects of this potion, Chen Han could not help but exclaim in awe. The most challenging fundamental attribute for martial artists to enhance is blood vitality. Even though Chen Han's vitality reaches an impressive 39 tiers, this is only due to the dual enhancements of the 100 refinements body and the divine body of medicine. In reality, most martial artists lack any special physique. They must rely on blood vitality elixirs to gradually augment their vitality attributes. Thus, even though Zhao Linger has broken through to the rank of general, her vitality remains a mere 12 to 13 tiers, with no discernible change. Each tier of vitality enhancement is the fruit of countless blood vitality elixirs and innumerable days and nights of arduous training. Yet this blood vitality elixir can directly elevate one's vitality by an entire tier. Although it is time-limited, its effects are extraordinarily formidable. It is sure to drive martial artists, particularly those within the military, to madness. The exceptional efficacy also implies that the materials required for this elixir are not few. However, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Without hesitation, Chen Han began to scour the battlefield for the raw materials necessary for the composite blood vitality elixir amidst the throngs of exotic beasts. Fortunately, the beast tide had left a diverse array of beast corpses strewn across the ground, making the sought-after materials relatively easy to procure. Unfazed by the ongoing rest of others, Chen Han fervently harvested the corpses of the exotic beasts on the battlefield. In light of the situation, the members of the White Light team could not help but scoff, remarking on the naivety of those from the countryside, questioning the value of such materials. Those selected for the Special Operations team were undoubtedly affluent, whether as military elites with special allowances or born into wealth, like Zhen Zilin, whose attire alone was worth millions. They were primarily concerned with the benefits they could gain within the military upon victory. Meanwhile, the viewers of the live broadcast were utterly perplexed by Chen Han's actions at this moment. Particularly, within the Chen family, Chen Shiming seemed to have an epiphany. He suggested, "Master, do you think we have been too harsh on Xiao Han in the past, leading to his aversion towards us? Before he joined the military, the allowance we provided was barely a fraction of what an ordinary family member receives." Chen Jinan rested his chin thoughtfully, nodding in agreement with Chen Shiming's assessment. "You are right. We offered Xiao Han too little. Mere empty promises hold no value. Next time, let us send gifts directly to the military." These two strategists believed they had finally uncovered the reason for Chen Han's disdain for the Chen family. Only Yu Wuyun, with a hearty laugh, exclaimed, "Haha, well done. My soldiers must possess such boldness. Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan exchanged disdainful glances at Yu Wuyun, as if mocking him. The reason Yu Wuyun was at odds with the other two marshals was that, despite his status, he should have been the voice of the foremost family in the capital, yet remained silent for the family's interests. Clearly a marshal, he stood alone, his eyes solely on national interests. In a realm where clarity breeds contention, such a person, despite holding a prominent position in the military and political spheres, was naturally not well regarded. While everyone assumed Chen Han sought wealth, the reality was quite the opposite. After scouring the battlefield for materials from the exotic beasts, he found himself with hundreds of vials of potions in his system space. Suddenly, a thunderous uproar echoed from afar. Countless exotic beasts had gathered once more, launching an assault on the skyward wall. The military commander immediately commanded, "Stay alert. We cannot allow these special operations teams to underestimate us." The ordinary soldiers responded in unison. Yes, they promptly resumed their formations, bracing for the impending assault. However, as Chen Han had predicted, the previous wave of attacks had drained much of their vitality. This time, the members of the special operations teams lacked their earlier vigor, adopting a defensive posture akin to the Cold Night team. Chen Han had no intention of concealing his alchemical prowess. It was a skill unique to him, impervious to theft by others. Thus, he directly retrieved several blood replenishing and attribute enhancement potions from his system space, tossing them to Zhao Ling'er and the others during the broadcast. "Drink these potions, for now. We shall adopt an offensive strategy." The members of the Cold Night team received the potions with disbelief. "Chen Han, this is indeed a forbidden drug." The members of the Cold Night team turned pale with fright. Chen Han, unfazed, replied, "Do not panic. These substances can enhance our fundamental attributes without any side effects. Moreover, the rules do not prohibit the use of forbidden drugs. This is a battlefield, not a mere contest." All those watching the live broadcast were taken aback when Chen Han produced the forbidden drug. "What is happening? Isn't this a competition? Why are they using forbidden drugs? This is unfair." "Fair? Look at the White Light team. They have third-tier martial generals. Is that fair?" As the reality of this inherently unequal test sank in, the crowd gradually accepted the fact that Chen Han and his team were consuming forbidden drugs. Even the initiators of this contest, Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan, shared a knowing smile. They were unconcerned by the Cold Night team's use of forbidden substances, understanding the significant side effects involved. This contest was fundamentally designed to undermine Yu Wuyun, and if the Cold Night team experienced complications from the drugs, the blame would not fall upon them. Yu Wuyun felt a pang of heartache. The reason he had cautioned Chen Han was precisely to prevent such a scenario. He did not wish for this facade to cost Chen Han and his companions their lives. Even if the Cold Night team ended up at the bottom of the scoreboard, he would accept it, as long as they remained alive. Tears began to well up in Yu Wuyun's eyes. Ultimately, the members of the Cold Night team chose to trust Chen Han, consuming the potions in one swift motion. No sooner had Zhao Yufei ingested the potion than he sensed something was amiss. Why do I feel no pain after taking these potions? My cousin used a forbidden drug during the family competition, and I witnessed him grimacing in agony, nearly fainting." Zhao Yufei looked at Chen Han in terror, realizing the sheer terror of such a side effect-free attribute-enhancing potion. It could even cause a seismic upheaval in the capital. However, there was no time to ponder further, as the horde of beasts was upon them. Boom! With a swift strike, Zhao Yufei unleashed his attack, and under the enhancement of the attribute potion, his strength surged dramatically. What would have required considerable effort to kill a third-tier beast was now almost akin to an instant kill. "Wow, this feels incredible." The members of the Cold Night team, shedding their reservations, plunged into the midst of the beast horde, adhering to Chen Han's principle of offense over defense. Consequently, the scoreboard began to reflect a steady increase in their points. Those watching the live stream were electrified. "Look, the Cold Night team has surpassed the Mountain City team, now ranking 15th. Oh my, now they are 14th. They surpassed the Yellow Package team." The spectators watched in awe as the Cold Night team's score climbed steadily. Within less than an hour, they astonishingly reached third place, trailing only behind the White Light and Giant teams. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the remaining special operations teams exerted themselves vigorously, their collective prowess already surpassing that of the Cold Night team by a considerable margin. Should the Cold Night team manage to stage a comeback, even with the aid of performance-enhancing substances, it would be a source of immense embarrassment. However, as the teams intensified their efforts, they encountered a chilling realization. The members of the Cold Knight team seemed to thrive in battle, exhibiting an unyielding tenacity, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. While it was somewhat understandable that Chen Han's vitality could be freely expended due to his remarkable capabilities, the unwavering resilience of the other members of the Cold Knight team was truly perplexing. Zhen Zilin appeared to have an epiphany, his scalp prickling with apprehension as beads of cold sweat streamed down his face. He exclaimed, "Chen Han, could it be that the potion you revealed earlier is capable of directly enhancing vitality?" Chapter 27. The Frenzy of Various Teams. The Rush for Potions. Zhen Zilin's expression darkened significantly. He contemplated numerous possibilities, yet struggled to fathom the reason behind the Cold Knight team's escalating fervor in combat. The only plausible explanation lay in Chen Han's potion, which must have the capacity to significantly augment vitality. Given the context of a real battlefield beset by a beast tide, the absence of casualties did not imply that the special operations personnel emerged unscathed. Each bore some degree of injury. Vitality not only reflected physical strength and endurance, but also recovery capabilities. For instance, a 2-centimeter-long wound with a vitality level of 1 or 2 might take 4 to 5 days to heal completely, whereas a vitality level of 10 could achieve full recovery in just 1 day. The higher the vitality, the more active the self-healing factors within the cells. As Zhen Zilin engaged in combat, he meticulously observed the Cold Knight team, confirming his suspicion that their vitality had surged dramatically. The moment he voiced this thought, it sent shockwaves through the audience of the live broadcast. With a population of approximately 500 million in the entire Great Xia, the official live stream had garnered viewership in the hundreds of millions. If Chen Han indeed possessed a potion that could directly enhance vitality, it would be nothing short of a seismic event for the entirety of Great Xia. All eyes were glued to the screen, breath held in anticipation of Chen Han's response. Aware of the nearly 100 million viewers scrutinizing him, Chen Han boldly acknowledged the truth. "Indeed, I possess a potion that can directly enhance vitality. However, unlike vitality elixirs, it provides a temporary boost." He elaborated on the effects of the potion. Consuming 1 vial would elevate vitality by 1 level. In all of Great Xia, only Chen Han, blessed with the divine body of a potion master, held the proprietary technology, and he felt no trepidation. Furthermore, the entire military establishment recognized him as the designated individual of General Yu. Even if this fact became known, who would dare to challenge him? Chen Han's tone was nonchalant, yet it left the audience, including the members of the Cold Knight team, utterly astounded. Ji Yun gently caressed his stomach and hesitantly remarked, "Wait, Chen Xiao, are you implying that the potion you mentioned, which can directly enhance one's vitality, is what I just consumed?" Chen Han nodded indifferently. Ji Yun's expression resembled that of someone on the verge of tears as he continued, "Chen Xiao, do you have any idea how much that concoction is worth? If it cannot be mass-produced, it would start at no less than 1 million per vial." Zhao Yufei and Zhu Ming exchanged glances, their faces reflecting mutual concern. If Chen Han were to hold them accountable, the potions they had just ingested could amount to a debt of several million. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd of over 100 million under strict control, the most astonished individual was undoubtedly Li Qingshi, the head of the national pharmaceutical industry. Situated in the office of the largest factory in the capital, his credentials were nearly on par with Marshal Yu, as he had a significant influence on the development of all attribute potions in the country. Among these, the most formidable was the Vitality Elixir. Without his contribution, such a potion might not even exist today. Prior to the Vitality Elixir, the average vitality level of martial artists at the Martial Emperor realm was merely at 10. Thus, even though Li Qingshi possessed only martial artist level strength, he held a position of unparalleled status throughout the Great Xia. In that moment, after Chen Han spoke those words, this esteemed individual was so taken aback that he fell to the ground, as if paralyzed. Supported by his subordinates, he trembled uncontrollably. For nearly 20 years, my primary research focus has been on potions capable of directly enhancing vitality. A research team of hundreds, utilizing the nation's most advanced equipment, has made no progress whatsoever. How could this young man, barely 20, have developed it? Li Qingshi asked his 2 aides in astonishment, yearning for answers that his subordinates could only shake their heads in response. Unbeknownst to Li Qingshi, even if he were to ascertain all the components of Chen Han's vitality potion, he would still be unable to mass-produce it. "Quick, get Elder Yu on the line. We cannot allow such talent to remain in the military," He must be in the national pharmaceutical sector to realize his full potential. I shall revere him as a true ancestor. However, he was not alone in his astonishment. At this moment, several of the nation's top martial arts universities were equally frenzied upon discovering Chen Han's identity, especially when they learned about his background. He was of the age to participate in the college entrance examination for martial arts universities, being a scion of a prominent family. Why had he entered the military instead? The implications were clear upon reflection. In mere moments, the Chen family's phone was inundated with calls, each voice on the other end representing someone they could not afford to offend, all expressing their ire towards Chen Nan. He could only smile apologetically, growing increasingly regretful. Had he left a means of retreat for Chen Han when he cast him out, it would have been for the best. On the battlefield, the air seemed to thicken, and although the crowd did not cease their efforts against the beasts, their glances occasionally drifted towards Chen Han, each bearing an expression of unspoken words. At that moment, a voice shattered the tranquility. It emanated from the colossal mech. Chen Han, could you possibly sell me 2 vials of your vitality elixir? I am willing to pay $1 million per vial. One would expect the operator of such a machine to be a rugged man, but instead, a delicate female voice rang out. Chen Han focused his gaze and saw that the pilot in the cockpit had removed her helmet, revealing a petite girl, barely standing at 1.60 meters. Surprisingly, all 5 members of the giant squad were similarly diminutive. This stark contrast took Chen Han aback, for he had not previously witnessed the true appearance of the giant squad. They had donned heavy battle armor that made them appear nearly 1.90 meters tall. Their remarks unraveled the assumptions of those present. Such an item, capable of directly enhancing one's vitality, is invaluable even if it has a time limit. It could be the difference between life and death in a critical moment. Many fallen soldiers are not slain by monstrous beasts, but rather succumb to exhaustion in battle. When the fight reaches a fever pitch, it is merely a matter of holding on. Once that strength wanes, death is not far behind. However, the effect of Chen Han's elixir is akin to granting one a renewed breath. An increase or decrease in vitality can sometimes signify a monumental shift. Chen Han, I too wish to purchase 5 million for 5 vials. Save 3 for me. I would even accept 120,000 per vial. At this moment, what ought to have been a competitive squad was instead beseeching Chen Han for his vitality elixir. The allure of such a potion was irresistible, and they cast aside any notions of pride. Only Zhen Zilin's countenance was ashen. His superiors had initially dispatched him to suppress the Cold Knight squad, yet it had turned into a spectacle for Chen Han. Meanwhile, a member of the White Light squad whispered to Zhen Zilin, team leader Zhen, should we not also procure 2 vials? Zhen Zilin was nearly driven to laughter by his ire, snorting coldly, leave. Focused solely on his task, Zhen Zilin continued to unleash the radiant 7-colored light, for his only objective now was to ensure the White Light squad remained in the lead. However, the ensuing beast tide did not feature any creatures of excessive rank. The highest encountered was merely rank 5. Rank 5 beasts correspond to the realm of martial artists from the 3rd to the 6th tier, under the enhancement of the god of death's lance. Chen Han's base attributes had already reached the level of a 7th-tier martial artist. Such rank 5 beasts posed no challenge whatsoever. Thanks to the elixir's enhancement, his staggering vitality of 59 tiers allowed Chen Han to act without restraint. He hurled the piercing thorn spear, intended for group assaults, as if it were without cost. Each throw created a massive crater on the battlefield. Drawing back the Snow Wolf gun, Chen Han utilized the U-family spear technique to reap several more beasts. In this ebb and flow of action, the Cold Knight squad's score surged dramatically. Soon, their score surpassed that of the giant squad, claiming 2nd place. Zhen Zilin felt as though his heart were bleeding. He had surpassed Chen Han by an entire realm, exerting every ounce of strength, yet found himself utterly powerless. After tirelessly unleashing radiant beams of light, Zhen Zilin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Indeed, the light attribute talent was extraordinarily powerful, and Zhen Zilin's efficiency in dispatching the beasts was on par with Chen Han. Unfortunately, such a talent also demanded a significant toll on one's vitality. Exhausted after more than 10 minutes of relentless effort and now suffering from internal injuries, Zhen Zilin could no longer hold on. He could only helplessly gaze at the leaderboard. The White Light team had amassed 206 for 100 points, while the Cold Knight team had reached 200 points. Boom. With the Snow Wolf gun exploding amidst the throng of beasts, the Cold Knight team's score surged by an additional 700 points, bringing it to 206,900. There was no doubt they were in the lead. Chapter 28. The Beast Army. The Minotaur Lord. This surpassing of scores signified an everlasting triumph. The members of the White Light team had succumbed to fatigue. It was impossible for them to reclaim their standing. Before long, under Chen Han's leadership, the Cold Night team's points surpassed the White Light team by a full 10,000. This gap in scores continued to widen. Witnessing this, the elite members of the Kuei character battalion erupted in joyous cheers. Ha! The Cold Night team has done splendidly. Who would dare to underestimate our Fire God army now? Even the usually stern Lu Zixing broke into hearty laughter, scoffing, "Look at that bunch of useless gluttons in the Thunder God army, lounging in the capital without lifting a finger. Now let's see how Zhongguo can oppose our commander Yu." In the high-level conference room, Zhongguo realized the tide had turned against him, and his complexion shifted to a shade reminiscent of liver. He had drawn the finest elites from various Thunder God army camps, all of whom possessed realms superior to that of the Cold Night team. Having lost, he could not deny that his reputation had suffered a considerable blow. Nevertheless, Zhongguo managed to force a smile, saying, "Commander Yu, congratulations in advance. The Cold Night team's resounding victory is undoubtedly due to your nurturing." Yu Weiyun's heart brimmed with joy, yet he maintained a humble demeanor, stating, "It is not over yet. The outcome remains uncertain." In truth, those who had fought on the battlefield for years understood that this beast tide was nearing its conclusion. Although it was a large-scale beast tide, it was confined within a radius of merely several dozen kilometers, with the total number of beasts amounting to only a few tens of thousands. On the battlefield, members of special operations teams had even begun to assess their losses and organize their weaponry. After all, in this test, only the team with the highest score would receive rewards. The rest were merely participants, and the number of beasts was steadily diminishing, with their operational objectives already achieved. Chen Han glanced back at the members of the Cold Night team. Despite the benefits of potions, their vitality limits were still insufficient, and after the continuous battles, they too were thoroughly exhausted. Observing the score above, Chen Han sheathed the Snow Wolf gun and gently said, "Let us take a break. The remaining beasts can be handled by the brothers from the three main camps." Just when everyone believed that the war was nearing its conclusion, a series of thunderous roars erupted, shaking the very ground beneath Chen Han and his companions, as if an earthquake had struck, causing instability in their stance. The scene resembled the impending approach of a colossal primal beast. Simultaneously, the towering wall blazed with crimson light, sounding a series of alarming alerts. "Warning! Warning! An army of aberrant beasts has appeared ahead. An army of aberrant beasts has appeared ahead." Upon hearing the phrase aberrant beast army, a wave of terror swept through the crowd as they exchanged fearful glances. Although the terms aberrant beast horde and aberrant beast army may seem similar, the reality of facing them is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The aberrant beast horde, despite its vast numbers, appeared devoid of intelligence, charging recklessly forward without any semblance of strategy. In contrast, the human army operated with discipline, formations, and coordination, which meant that while the previous assault by the horde had been fierce, it did not inflict significant losses on the military. In fact, a considerable portion of the aberrant beasts fell not due to human intervention, but rather through self-inflicted trampling. However, the aberrant beast army was an entirely different entity. Exhibiting a level of discipline comparable to that of human forces, their organized movements wreaked substantial havoc. The historical emergence of the first aberrant beast army was recorded in the 62nd year of the new calendar, a year marked by devastating breaches in the towering wall, resulting in the loss of millions of lives. Presently, within the territory south of the Long River, the appearance of such armies is exceedingly rare, with their presence primarily noted in the Dark Domain north of the river. Scientists speculate that the aberrant beasts in the Dark Domain have developed a civilization akin to human society, establishing order and forming nations composed of various aberrant species. Yet, such phenomena remain largely absent south of the Long River, where it has been nearly 2 decades since an aberrant beast army was last sighted within the territory of the Great Xia. As the crowd gazed upward, they beheld the aberrant beasts advancing in a perfectly synchronized formation, step by step, toward the towering wall. Their movements were uniform, their expressions solemn, entirely devoid of the previous ferocity. At the center of this assembly stood a massive aberrant beast, towering at 6 meters, a true giant amidst the throng. With the head of a bull and eyes as large as basketballs, its most terrifying feature was a pair of 1-meter-long tusks that glinted ominously, reminiscent of some mysterious metal. In its grasp, it wielded a weapon, a uniquely crafted axe, composed of an alloy, unlike anything naturally formed. The classification of this colossal beast was unmistakable, a 6th-tier aberrant beast. The bullhead beast lord. The appearance of this creature instantly incited widespread panic among the populace, not merely due to its fearsome visage, but because its imposing stance. The massive axe it held, and certain adornments suggested it was not merely a beast, but something akin to a humanoid entity. As Yu Wuyun observed the scene, he stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed intently upon the screen. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Have those beasts in the north evolved to this extent?" With just a fleeting glance, he discerned that this minotaur leader hailed from the dark domain north of the Longhe River. For nearly 2 decades, the military had refrained from dispatching any expeditions to the north. Humanity had grown complacent, entrenched in their strongholds, believing that such a stance would ensure their peace. Although Marshal Yu held a prominent position, he was ultimately unable to command the entire nation. Despite his concerns and repeated proposals to investigate the north, his suggestions had fallen on deaf ears. Over the span of 20 years, the civilization in the Dark Domain had managed to refine alloys, though of inferior quality. Inferior even to human civilization from a century ago, it nonetheless indicated a certain level of industrial foundation. This was anything but a favorable omen. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the alien beast army, the battlefield, which had been shrouded in silence for a prolonged period, was finally disrupted. I thought I had lost my chance. That team includes many 6th-tier beasts. If you won't engage, I shall venture forth. This proclamation came from a warrior wielding a guandao within the Huangta group. His rank was at the 2nd tier of martial generals, and until now, the Huangta group had consistently ranked 3rd, closely trailing the Titan and White Light groups, with hopes of claiming the top position. However, the overwhelming score of the Hanya group now rendered any chance futile. Naturally, a 2nd-tier martial general would be dissatisfied with such an outcome. No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. With a base speed of at least 2,000 meters per second, he dashed to the forefront of the alien beast army in the blink of an eye. "Han Li, don't go over there," shouted Jin Zilin, a fellow member of the Thunder God army. In theory, a 2nd-tier martial general should have no difficulty dealing with 7th-tier beasts, yet the ensuing spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. Han Li's techniques were grand and sweeping. As he charged into the enemy ranks, he indeed achieved considerable success. With a fierce strike reminiscent of splitting Mount Hua, he cleaved 3 or 4 6th-tier beasts in half. However, in the next moment, dozens of beasts surged forth. A thornback dragon, leveraging its size, crashed into his back, the sheer force causing him to lurch forward involuntarily. In the blink of an eye, the horns of 2 unicorns began to emit a crackling electric light, unleashing bolts of lightning towards him. Most terrifying of all, several smaller beasts, akin to monkeys, leaped onto his weapon in an instant. Han Li's expression shifted to one of horror as he found himself unable to fend off the onslaught. In mere moments, the beast had wrested his weapon from him. At that moment, he comprehended the true terror of the alien beast army. Just as he intended to retreat, a dozen massive beasts positioned themselves as living shields, swiftly obstructing his only escape route. Boom! Bang! The sound of heavy impacts resounded as several attacks rained down upon Han Li, causing him to spurt blood. A tremor coursed through the hearts of all present, rendered speechless by the reckless tactics of the monstrous beasts, yet an undeniable urge to rescue Han Li arose within them. It was evident to all that Han Li was merely relying on his realm to endure. Without assistance, he would likely be torn to shreds in no time. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from the broadcast. "Everyone, heed my command. Abandon Han Li and retreat immediately. Do not linger for even a moment." Chapter 29, Group First, Type 6 Special Battle Armor. It was unimaginable that this command was issued by Marshal Yu, who was currently in a high-level conference room. Zhong Go, standing beside Yu Wuyun, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Yu Wuyun, what do you mean by this? Han Li is one of my Thunder God army, and you simply say we will not rescue him?" Yu Wuyun cast a sharp glance at Zhong Go, his previously benevolent expression now transformed into one of formidable intensity. He paid no heed to Zhong Go's provocation. "Be it Han Li or anyone else amidst the beast army, I would issue the same command. Our soldiers may sacrifice themselves to defend our homeland, but they should not engage in such senseless acts of suicide. This test you are conducting is inherently unreasonable." With an irate snort, Yu Wuyun silenced Zhong Go, who fell quiet in fear. This predicament was a consequence of Han Li's underestimation, and it was unjust to burden all the special operations teams with the repercussions. On the battlefield, following the issuance of the command, Chen Han turned without a backward glance, being the first to ascend the towering wall. Ji Yun and the others were left somewhat puzzled. "Chen, are we truly not going to save him?" Chen Han did not respond. His actions in climbing the wall made his stance abundantly clear. Han Li held no significance for him, and he was not worth the risk. Moreover, everyone was utterly exhausted, and anyone venturing into the beast army at this juncture would be akin to a fool. Before long, the members of the special operations teams had also largely reached the top of the towering wall. Despite Han Li's third-tier martial prowess, he could no longer hold on. Just as he was about to utter a plea for salvation, a unicorn's horn pierced through his abdomen, eviscerating his organs in a gruesome display. Everyone turned away, unwilling to witness the sight. Yet in reality, Han Li's body was devoured by the beasts in mere seconds. "Activate the Type 3 laser." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Chen Han. Subsequently, the previously smooth surface of the towering wall began to reveal numerous densely packed gun ports. The purpose of the towering wall was not merely to serve as a barrier against the beasts. If that were the case, the wall, extending over 1,000 kilometers, would have long been reduced to ruins. 1, 2, 3, fire. At the command, a barrage of terrifying black lasers shot forth from each gun port, emitting an aura of dread as they rained down upon the beast army. The Type 3 laser was a newly discovered form of special laser by scientists of the Great Xia following the New Era. Unlike previous lasers, this particular type can only be powered by a unique material to unleash its potential as a weapon. This material is non-renewable and exceedingly precious, known as star crystal. The resurgence of spiritual energy over a century ago led to the fall of countless meteors upon Blue Star, and star crystal is a product of these celestial fragments. Its appearance is translucent and radiant, resembling crystal, yet it conceals immense energy within. To this day, scientists on Blue Star have yet to fully comprehend its composition. As a source of energy, a single palm-sized star crystal is sufficient to sustain the electrical needs of a small city, housing tens of thousands for an entire month. When used to power a Class 3 laser as a weapon, it becomes the most lethal means of combating aberrant beasts. The black laser, when unleashed, is eerily silent, as if the world itself has fallen into a hushed stillness. However, upon striking the ranks of the aberrant beast army, it obliterates them with the ease of withering dry twigs. Within the confines of the laser's reach, all aberrant beasts are instantaneously reduced to mere dust. The Minotaur commander seems to realize the terror of the laser and lets out a frenzied roar, commanding a retreat. Yet, how can living beings outpace light? Only a warrior of the martial emperor caliber stands a chance of surviving the onslaught of a Class 3 laser. In the next instant, the Minotaur commander is also annihilated beneath the beam. Regrettably, the rarity of star crystals means that deploying such a large-scale Class 3 laser consumes approximately 3 kilograms of this precious material, preventing it from being utilized as a standard weapon. Moreover, most star crystals are located north of the Dragon River. Zhu Ming cannot help but exclaim in awe at the power of technology. Chen Han, however, gazes coldly, holding a differing opinion. While technology's might is formidable, the corporeal form of a martial god is nearly indestructible, unless one suffers internal injuries. Not even the combined might of all star crystals in the world can harm a single hair on a martial goddess body. Knowledge is undoubtedly formidable, but the evolution of the physical body is the true prerequisite for the eternal survival of a species. The chief examiner, upon hearing Chen Han's words, cannot help but nod in silent approval. Once upon a time, Marshal Yu expressed a similar sentiment. It is for this reason that he often prefers to allow his soldiers to experience the battlefield firsthand, enduring the trials of life and death, rather than letting technology extinguish their will. With this thought, the chief examiner clears his throat and announces, "In this test, the Han Yi team has scored 215,600 points, securing first place. Special operations teams, you may return. Rewards for this test will be distributed in due time." Finally, the assessment concludes. Yet the expressions of most special operations teams are far from favorable. After all, they have come a long way only to have the team with the lowest average rank. Han Yi, steal the spotlight. Only the giant team's lowly squad maintains a semblance of normalcy. Among them, a girl with a doll-like face and twin ponytails steps forward to greet Chen Han. Before the assessment, he had to look up to her, but now, having removed her mech, She stands half a head shorter than him. Greetings, Chen Han. My name is Zhang Shirin, the leader of the giant squad under the Wood God Army. It is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to extend my congratulations on your first-place achievement. The petite figure of a lowly belied a voice reminiscent of a mature woman, leaving Chen Han momentarily taken aback. The Wood God Army and the Fire God Army are both commanded by Marshal Yu, which explains why the giant squad harbors no animosity towards the Cold Knight squad. They were established temporarily, specifically by Marshal Yu to assist Chen Han. What surprised Chen Han further was the revelation that Zhao Linger was acquainted with Zhang Shirin. Before Chen Han could respond, Zhao Linger playfully approached and pinched Zhang Shirin's adorable cheeks. Shirin, my dear, after 2 years, how have you become even more charming? Linger, I'm actually 2 months older than you. Why do you still call me little sister? The two distinct goddesses, each with their own personalities, engaged in light-hearted banter, creating a delightful scene. Confused, Chen Han softly remarked, Zhao Linger, how do you know the giant squad? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Zhao Linger scoffed dismissively and shot Chen Han a glance. On the battlefield, there are no sisters. If I had mentioned it sooner, wouldn't that be cheating? Reflecting on the details of the battlefield, Chen Han realized that Zhao Linger had seemingly been paying attention to the giant squad, often glancing their way with concern. Chen Han, let us not forget that we, the giant squad, were the first to order the life essence potions from you. Zhang Shirin playfully waved her tiny fist, which bore no real threat. She continued, as a token of gratitude, you need not take a vehicle. We shall transport you back in our mecha. Upon hearing mecha, the eyes of Zhu Meng, Ji Yun, and Zhao Yufei sparkled with excitement, and even Chen Han felt a stir of interest. At that moment, the towering mecha loomed before them, robust and imposing, difficult to resist. Riding in a mecha, accompanied by a lowly, Chen Han found no reason to decline and promptly accepted. On the return journey, the colossal mecha sped down the highway. Despite the jostling within, the Cold Knight squad was filled with exhilaration. Mengzi, we must earn more military merits. We must acquire one of these mechas. Indeed, the latest model is the Hongying mecha from the capital, standing over 20 meters tall. We absolutely need one. Days later, the commendations were issued. First came the promotion in military rank. Every member of the Cold Knight squad saw their rank elevated by 1 level. Chen Han, once a corporal, was now a 2nd lieutenant. Do not underestimate this rank advancement. Attaining the rank of lieutenant signifies a true entry into the officer corps, granting a measure of influence within the military. Below the lieutenant rank, one remains merely an ordinary soldier. In less than half a year, rising 5 ranks from a recruit is unprecedented in military history. Besides the rank increase, the most significant reward was the 6th generation special combat armor. Chapter 30, The Northern Expedition Plan. Proceed with caution. The 6th generation special combat armor is no ordinary armor. Since the year 1980, the nation has been diligently developing a specialized alloy armor for warriors. Over this period, through continuous innovation, it has now reached its 6th iteration, aptly named Type 6. This armor boasts virtually no flaws, with the nation investing a full 2 decades to bring it to fruition. It was only 2 years ago that it was deployed in actual combat. The most remarkable aspect of this armor lies in its incorporation of star crystals as a power source, significantly enhancing its capabilities. When donned by a warrior, it not only greatly amplifies defensive abilities, but also elevates all basic attributes to a certain extent, with the sole exception of vitality. However, the inclusion of star crystals renders the Type 6 armor exceedingly costly. Currently, only high-ranking officers within the military have the privilege to utilize it, with no more than 50 individuals in the entire army possessing such armor. Thus, the awarding of 6 sets is indeed astonishing, explaining why Marshal Yu described the rewards for this testing as exceedingly generous. The awards ceremony was graced by Marshal Yu himself. When the 6 sets of Type 6 armor were presented before Team Han Yi, the members were momentarily incredulous, particularly when they beheld the translucent star crystal embedded in the waist of the white armor, a controlled item that is nearly impossible to procure even with substantial wealth. Marshal Yu, with a gentle smile, reassured the young warriors, "Do not be anxious, children. Go ahead and give it a try." Upon hearing this, they rushed forward, and with a mere gesture, the armor seemed to float effortlessly towards them, exuding an indescribable sense of advanced technology. Before long, the entire suit enveloped Chen Han. The armor was designed for optimal comfort, fitting perfectly without concern for size or body shape. Chen Han merely swung his fist, striking the power measurement device. And under the armor's enhancement, his strength surged by an astounding 3,000 kilograms. The Type 6 armor is indeed a marvel. Chen Han gazed at the gleaming white alloy, overwhelmed with emotion. This armor is exclusively provided to the military, unattainable by prominent families or even top martial arts universities, allowing Chen Han to once again appreciate the advantages of military service. Yet, before the excitement could fully settle, Chen Han noticed a frown on Marshal Yu's brow, indicating his displeasure. He waved his hand, instructing, "You all take the armor back. Chen Han, stay." Zhao Linger, having spent the most time with Marshal Yu, understood that he had important matters to discuss and promptly saluted, "Yes." Once the others had departed, Marshal Yu suddenly produced a document, tossing it onto the table. Boldly inscribed on the cover were 5 significant characters: Northern Expedition Plan. Upon seeing those words, Chen Han was momentarily taken aback, then slowly inquired, "Marshal Yu, what is this?" Marshal Yu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, rarely seen in his presence, as he sat upright and replied, "You should take a look." Recognizing the significance of the matter, Chen Han picked up the Northern Expedition Plan and began to scan its contents. However, those fleeting glances stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. It is no exaggeration to assert that this Northern Expedition Plan represents the most significant military maneuver in decades. Yu Wuyun intends to take action against the dark territories of the north. The beasts inhabiting the northern dark domain are vastly different from those in the south. This plan has the potential to reverberate throughout the entire Disya. At this moment, Yu Wuyun suddenly spoke. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, Disya has fallen. Since then, the Long River has served as the boundary, with the territory north of the river under the dominion of beasts, while the land south belongs to Disya. For over a century, our Disya has remained confined to a mere corner. Upon saying this, Yu Wuyun rose, his towering 2-meter stature radiating an aura of grandeur. The once feeble old man transformed entirely, and Chen Han felt as though he were witnessing the dawn of a turbulent era, leading the people of Disya towards a new light. Yu Wuyun continued, "Chen Han, I drafted this plan, and it has already been submitted. What are your thoughts?" Chen Han, still processing the information, replied softly, "You mean you wish to reclaim the northern territories?" "Indeed." Yu Wuyun nodded solemnly, suddenly pointing to a complete map of Disya, nostalgia flickering in his expression. A vast expanse north of the Long River was once known as the origin of Disya. "Chen Han, you may not grasp it now, but I am, in fact, a native of the north. For a full century, I have not set foot on my homeland. As a traveler from another world." Chen Han certainly understood that the complete territory of Disya had been cleaved in two by the beasts. Upon his arrival, he too struggled to accept this reality. But over time, that sentiment had faded. Gradually, Chen Han began to comprehend Yu Wuyun's feelings. He feared that the descendants of Disya would forget that the north is the true homeland of Disya. "The northern expedition has always been my lifelong aspiration. Yet various reasons have hindered my resolve. However, just a few days prior, upon witnessing the commander of that beast army, I realized, if we do not address those fiends in the north, it may very well be us awaiting the encroachment of the great army. Now, answer me this. Do you support this northern expedition plan? For the nation and the people, a true hero. Yu Wuyun indeed deserves the title of unparalleled excellence." Chen Han nodded gravely and replied, "Certainly, I agree. The duty of a soldier is to protect home and country. Please direct us on which battlefield our Cold Night team should take responsibility." Observing Yu Wuyun's righteous demeanor, Chen Han assumed he intended for the Cold Night team to engage in battle. To his surprise, Yu Wuyun's response exceeded Chen Han's expectations. "Chen Han, you have misunderstood. Each member of your Cold Night team is a precious gem. I could never bear to send you to your deaths. Moreover, this northern expedition plan is not so easily approved. To embark on the northern expedition, we not only require a substantial reinforcement of troops and equipment, but, most importantly, this plan necessitates the signatures of over 70% of the families for consent." These words genuinely astonished Chen Han. As a high-ranking marshal, it is utterly absurd that a battle plan requires the consent of over 70% of the families. Chen Han was aware that in the entire Great Xia, the families wielded immense power, but he never anticipated it would reach such an extent. It was akin to a single hand obscuring the heavens. It is noteworthy that 80% of the Great Xia's military hails from humble beginnings. Yet, the necessity for over 70% family approval to engage in warfare is nothing short of ludicrous. Are these families so fearful that, Should the commoners be depleted, they would have to take to the battlefield themselves. They hold 80% of the cultivation resources in their grasp. In that moment, Chen Han felt a profound shame in his familial ties. The actions of the Chen family were already distasteful, but many families surpassed them in their greed. Corporal Chen Han, take your orders. Suddenly, Yu Wuyun's commanding voice rang out. Chen Han immediately stood at attention. Yu Wuyun spoke with conviction. The mission of the Cold Night Group is to return to Hanwu City and secure the approval of over 70% of the families for the Northern Expedition Plan. Are you confident in accomplishing this task? Indeed. Within the army, the number of families related to Yu Wuyun was limited, but coincidentally, the entire Cold Night Group comprised family members and were Yu Wuyun's most trusted troops. At that moment, Chen Han grasped Yu Wuyun's true intentions. He scratched his head and remarked, "Marshal Yu, are you expressing all this to distance us from our families, fearing we might harbor personal ties?" Caught off guard by Chen Han's insight, Yu Wuyun felt a twinge of embarrassment and averted his gaze, muttering, "Chen Han, sometimes being too clever is not advantageous." Chen Han was astonished to see the renowned beacon of humanity exhibit such a naive side. He replied, "Rest assured, we have long severed ties with our families and will not hold back. We guarantee the success of this mission." With Chen Han's repeated assurances, Yu Wuyun's concerns were alleviated. "Very well. In that case, I shall grant you the freedom to act. Remember, do not cause excessive turmoil." The phrase freedom to act may sound simple, yet it carried significant weight. It implied that Chen Han could mobilize troops within Hanwu City at will, even to the extent of taking lives. Regardless of the magnitude of the consequences, Yu Wuyun would shoulder the burden. This was not a trivial matter, but a genuine imperial decree. After all, few could rival Yu Wuyun in authority within the Great Xia. As he stated, the Northern Expedition was imperative. Chapter 31, Return to Hanwu City. Sister Chen Shui. In the new century, the resurgence of spiritual energy led to a proliferation of various families throughout the Great Xia, akin to mushrooms after a rainstorm. Although the military predominantly consisted of common folk, those who achieved military merit would naturally ascend to become representatives of their family's interests. This simple truth had eluded Chen Han until now. Sitting on the bunk of his dormitory, he found himself unable to quell the tumult within. He let out a long sigh. Upon his initial entry into the military, his sole aspiration was merely to survive within the confines of the barracks. Yet, in a mere span of months, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded. This shift in status left Chen Han feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. It was only upon grasping this reality that Chen Han comprehended the weight of Yu Wuyun's Northern Expedition Plan. Before engaging in battle against the terrifying beasts lurking in the Northern Dark Domain, Yu Wuyun intended to wage war against all the families of the Great Xia. The mission of the Cold Night team, in comparison to directly confronting the enemy, was likely to be far more arduous. Reflecting upon this, a peculiar smile surfaced upon Chen Han's lips. Cunningly, General Yu had indeed thought this through. With this newfound authority, the Cold Night team would find their operations significantly facilitated. Content: Chen Han retired for the night, and the following day, he and the Cold Night team boarded the train bound for Hanwu City. Meanwhile, within the halls of Hanwu City's 8th High School, a delightful girl was engaged in fundamental training of introductory breathing techniques on the playground. As she performed push-ups, she counted aloud while continually adjusting her breathing rhythm. Mastering the breathing technique was no mere academic endeavor. It necessitated a synthesis of theoretical knowledge and physical training to effectively regulate one's breath and absorb the essence of the world. Thus, until the college entrance examination for martial arts, all students, in addition to their regular curriculum, were dedicated to solidifying their grasp on these foundational breathing methods. Perfecting this skill was no simple feat, yet once mastered, the benefits would last a lifetime. At that moment, a group of male classmates passed by her side. "Hey, Chen Shui, still working so hard? Did you know your brother is on television now? With him around, why are you pushing yourself so much?" The girl in question was Chen Han's younger sister, Chen Shui. Turning to face the boys, she was immediately struck by their mocking expressions, eliciting a look of disdain from her. "What do you know?" she retorted. "You used to call my brother useless, and as his sister, it is my duty to protect him from being bullied. Now that he is famous, I must ensure I do not hold him back." Were Chen Han present, he would undoubtedly feel immense pride upon hearing his sister's words. Her retort rendered the boys speechless. However, one boy stood apart. His demeanor was grim, and his expression dark. His name was Chi Yu, of the Qi family in Hanwu City, who had long been allied with the Chen family, acting as their subordinate, with both families historically intermarrying. If Chen Han had remained a so-called useless individual, conventionally, with a bit of maneuvering by her father, a girl of Chen Shue's caliber would eventually marry into the Qi family. Yet, the circumstances had altered dramatically following that live broadcast. Chen Han had ascended to prominence in Hanwu City. With such a formidable ally behind her, the distance between Qiyu and Chen Shui grew increasingly vast. Contemplating this, Qiyu could not help but exclaim, "Chen Shui, what are you so proud of? Your brother will always be a waste. Do you think a single live broadcast can change that? My father continues to broadcast daily, elucidating matters of public safety. Have I ever spoken of anything?" Under Chen Han's influence, Chen Shui is known for her fiery temper. With a swift motion, she rose from the ground and pointed an accusatory finger at Qiyu. "Qiyu, I have warned you numerous times. You may speak of me, but do not mention my brother. I have tolerated you for far too long." Noticing the genuine anger in Chen Shui's demeanor, Qiyu instinctively took a step back, ceasing his retorts. Both Chen Han and Chen Shui grew up without parents and faced scorn within their family due to their talents. In such a terrifying familial atmosphere, they had almost developed a habit of submissiveness. However, this time, Chen Shui was determined to no longer endure. She advanced 2 steps closer, confronting Qiyu with fierce words. "Qiyu, apologize to me now. Apologize to my brother. If you refuse, I will force you to face the consequences." With that declaration, she flung her school badge at his feet, a gesture signifying a challenge to duel. Such duels not only fostered martial cultivation, but also honed practical combat experience, which the school did not prohibit. "Young master, you wouldn't back down, would you? After all, she is merely a girl. If you refuse to accept this challenge, it would be quite disgraceful." Encouraged by the onlookers, Qiyu swallowed hard and reluctantly accepted the duel. He cast down his badge as well, declaring fiercely, "Chen Shui, do not blame me for taking advantage. A gentleman does not fight with a lady. You are the one who provoked me first." The two assumed their stances, transforming the playground into their arena. Although neither had formally embarked on their martial journey, their foundational breathing techniques, coupled with innate talent, endowed them with a semblance of combat prowess. Chen Shui possessed an extraordinary natural talent, the level of night snow, a rare attribute of the elemental category. In contrast, Qiyu's abilities were less impressive, merely a level earth-type talent, and his earlier bravado was merely to save face. In truth, Chen Shui ranked among the top at No. 8 middle school, destined to be sought after by prestigious martial universities. Qiyu, aware of his limitations, stomped his left foot down, conjuring a 3-centimeter thick earthen wall before him. His talent, while defensive in nature, rendered him unable to engage offensively, akin to conceding defeat. In comparison, Chen Shui exhibited a far more aggressive approach. With a soft utterance, her body became enveloped in glimmering ice shards, as though clad in a suit of frosty armor adorned with icy blades, capable of both offense and defense. Observing Qiyu's earthen barrier, a cold smile crept across her face. With a strength of 180 kilograms and a speed nearing 10 meters per second, her fundamental attributes were not far from those of a warrior. Who is truly the waste here? She scoffed lightly, propelling herself forward like a spring. In an instant, she stood before Qiyu, ready to strike with a powerful right hook. With a single punch, the icy blade of the frost armor effortlessly struck the earthen wall, leaving deep gashes in the 3-centimeter thick structure, which crumbled into debris in an instant. Qiyu was utterly astonished. He had anticipated a disparity between himself and Chen Shui, yet he never fathomed it would be so vast. In a moment of panic, he conjured a soil spike to attack Chen Shui. However, the spike merely grazed her right hand, easily thwarted by her frost armor. Unfazed, Chen Shui delivered a powerful blow directly at Qiyu. The sheer force sent him hurtling backward, causing him to roll several times on the ground before coming to a heavy stop. When Qiyu finally rose, his right cheek was a grotesque sight, bloodied and bruised. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" The onlookers, a group of boys, erupted into laughter as they witnessed Qiyu clutching his face, reduced to tears and sobbing uncontrollably. You, I will tell my dad," Qiyu exclaimed in a panic, fleeing in fear of being seen in such a disgraceful state. Chen Shui retracted her frost armor, a disdainful smile gracing her lips, but soon concern crept in. "Will this cause trouble for my brother?" she pondered. Just then, her smart device issued a notification. "Hello, you have an unread message. Please check." A virtual screen materialized before Chen Shui, and upon reading the message, her heart soared with joy as she hurriedly made her way out of the campus. At the Hanwu City Station, several men clad in military uniforms exuded an air of valor, their shoulder badges indicating high ranks, drawing the attention of passers-by. Chen Xiao, although it has only been 3 months since our return to Hanwu City, it feels like an eternity has passed. Who would have thought that just 3 months ago we were nothing but the spoiled scions of wealthy families, and now we stand tall in the heart of Hanwu City? Ji Yun, ever the chatterbox, had not ceased his incessant prattle since they boarded the vehicle, his words flowing like a rapid-fire machine gun. Yet, Chen Han indeed felt a sense of dislocation. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and a soft figure leaped onto Chen Han. Chen Han, I didn't expect you to have an old acquaintance in Hanwu City, the tall Zhao Linger teased upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 32. You have connections. I, however, have none. Perhaps even Zhao Linger did not realize that her words were laced with jealousy. The only one privy to the underlying tension was Ji Yun, who watched Zhao Linger with keen interest, jesting, Instructor Zhao, are we soldiers not allowed to fall in love? It was only then that Zhao Linger comprehended, her cheeks flushing slightly. Rarely did such a scene cause this fiery girl to blush. She pouted slightly, looking as if caught in a guilty act. Who said we can't fall in love? I never said that. It's just that military partners need to be registered, and Chen Han is, well, not officially accounted for. Upon hearing these words, Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, and Zhao Yufei exchanged glances, followed by a series of mocking chuckles that betrayed their scheming satisfaction. In the next moment, the woman who had thrown herself upon Chen Han uttered a phrase that left Zhao Linger utterly mortified. Brother, it's been so long since we met. At that moment, Zhao Linger wished fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. Chen Han affectionately pinched Chen Shui's cheek, saying, let me take a look. You've lost weight after months apart. Has the Chen family been mistreating you? However, Chen Han was well aware that, given Chen Shui's capabilities, the Chen family had only nurtured her. Moreover, after the previous threat from Commander Yu, the Chen family dared not lay a finger on Chen Shui. With a light huff, Chen Shui replied, Brother, the Chen family hasn't done anything to me. It's just that without you around, anywhere I stay feels dull. At this moment, Chen Shui turned her head and spotted Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, and the others. Aside from Ji Yun, she did not recognize the others and curiously asked, Brother, besides old Ji, are they all your comrades? Wow, that sister over there is so beautiful. Chen Shui's sweetness shone through as she immediately noticed Zhao Linger, who stood out among the group of men. Zhao Linger, when silent, indeed possessed an unparalleled beauty, long legs, an angelic face, and a perfectly slender figure that could evoke envy even among women. Chen Shui's compliment struck a chord with Zhao Linger, who promptly responded, Little Chen Shui, you are quite adorable as well. Zhao Linger's voice transformed, sweet and melodic, a stark contrast to her previously fiery demeanor. Just as Chen Han was about to speak, he noticed a faint scratch on Chen Shui's arm, one that seemed rather more than an accidental scrape. His expression hardened as he pointed to the mark on her hand. Little Shui, who did this? Were you bullied at school? Chen Shui hastily withdrew her hand to conceal the scratch, forcing a smile as she replied, It's nothing. Just a minor injury from practicing martial arts. Brother, I'm not that delicate young lady. This little scratch hardly counts as an injury. Chen Han understood Chen Shui's temperament well. The more she feigned nonchalance, the more it suggested that her injury was inflicted by someone else. Previously, due to a lack of strength, both he and Chen Shui had to endure in silence. However, circumstances had changed. Now a third-tier martial artist and a trusted confidant of Commander Yu, he would no longer tolerate any form of humiliation. Chen Shui's reluctance to disclose the truth did not deter Chen Han from investigating. He vowed never to allow Chen Shui to suffer even the slightest harm again. As they walked through the streets of Hanwu City, Zhao Linger and Chen Shui engaged in lively conversation, while Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, and the others discussed the various establishments in Hanwu City, with Zhao Yufei listening intently. This scene alleviated some of Chen Han's anger. Yet, the tranquility was soon shattered. In the distance, a man with one side of his face swollen grotesquely like a pig's head was shouting obscenities. Accompanying him were 3 bodyguards clad in black, all formidable martial artists. Where is that wretched woman? Where has she gone? With a boldness to strike, but a lack of courage to face the consequences, he declared, Watch how I make you pay today. His brazen outburst in the street instantly attracted a crowd. Due to the swelling on his cheek, few recognized his identity, leading to roaring laughter at his expense. Who is this person? This is too hilarious. Who pummeled him so thoroughly? At that moment, the Cold Night group happened upon the scene, with Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun laughing uncontrollably. Only Chen Shui, the instigator of the commotion, broke into a cold sweat. Like a child caught in a misdeed, she tugged at Chen Han's sleeve, saying, "Brother, this isn't fun, let us leave quickly." Just as she finished speaking, she attempted to drag Chen Han away, but was spotted by the keen-eyed Qiyu. Ignoring his supposed status as the young master of the Qi family, Qiyu shouted, "It's you, Chen Shui. Don't even think about escaping. You think you can hit someone and just run away?" He strode across the street with several bodyguards in tow. As he began to point and curse at Chen Shui, a tall figure stepped in front of her. Qiyu, initially focused on Chen Shui, was taken aback upon realizing it was Chen Han, causing him to take several steps back. What are you doing here? Aren't you in the military?" His words drew the attention of everyone on the street to Chen Han's presence. The previous livestream had left a profound impression, with over 100 million people in the Great Xia remembering the elite Special Operations Unit, particularly its most notable member, Chen Han. Isn't that the leader of the Cold Night group, Chen Han? He is from Hanwu City. Quick, let us take a photo to commemorate this. Suddenly, the majority of the crowd's attention shifted to Chen Han. However, he had little interest in their admiration, as he had already deduced that the scratches on his sister's arm were likely connected to this fool. Gripping Chen Shui's wrist, he coldly addressed Qiyu. "Did you do this?" Qiyu's earlier bravado evaporated. Despite his bravado at school, he understood Chen Han's formidable status when confronted. His voice faltered. "So what if I did? Look at what your sister did to me." This remark only elicited further laughter from the crowd at his disfigured visage. Meanwhile, Qiyu's bodyguards remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In an instant, they surged forward, their martial presence palpable. "How dare you speak to our young master like that? Do you even know who he is? Just because you're wearing a military uniform doesn't he make you special? Do you know who our master is?" Hanwu City had yet to reach the scale of Dongdi City, and some remained narrow-minded, having lived their entire lives within the confines of this city, stubbornly believing that the local officials represented the pinnacle of power. Chen Han ceased his idle chatter, his heart brimming with fury as he grasped the snow wolf spear. Although his realm remained that of a martial artist, within this tier, he found no equal. In the next instant, the formidable thrust of the Yu family's spear technique swept forth, leaving 3 bodyguards incapacitated and gasping blood upon the ground. Chen Han's foundational attributes far surpassed theirs, rendering the confrontation one of utter domination. Yet, his intentions extended beyond mere punishment. He hurled the snow wolf spear, executing a string of precise strikes. "Murder! Run! Someone is killing in broad daylight." The crowd scattered in terror, caught off guard by Chen Han's ruthless decisiveness. What was initially intended as mere amusement revealed a gruesome reality. Even the other members of the Cold Night squad were taken aback by Chen Han's mercilessness, casting astonished glances his way. However, Chen Han's wrath was not confined to just those 3 black-clad bodyguards. He extracted their long spear embedded in their chests and slowly advanced towards Qiyu. Qiyu, sensing the chilling intent of murder, was rendered speechless, a stain of urine marking his trousers in fear. "Don't kill me. I beg you. My father is Qi En, the head of the Hanwu City War Bureau. He has numerous connections." Panic-stricken, Qiyu was unaccustomed to facing death, having always wielded power over others. Regrettably, while his father may have had many allies, Chen Han had far fewer constraints. The spear's cold gleam flashed, and without hesitation, Chen Han pierced Qiyu's body. Chapter 33. I come to Hanwu City for one purpose. This scene not only horrified the onlookers, but also stunned the members of the Cold Night squad. Chen Shui covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Brother, what are you doing?" Her concern was not for Qiyu's fate, but rather that his petty provocations hardly warranted death. Though we live in an age of martial artists, killing in public remains a grave offense. In fact, the very presence of martial artists on the streets necessitates a stricter enforcement of law and order. Even scions of prominent families would refrain from such acts. Yet, Chen Han had acted brazenly before the eyes of many. Zhao Ling furrowed her brow and spoke. "Chen Han, your actions will not sit well with Marshal Yu. You might find yourself facing a military tribunal." Throughout it all, despite the lack of understanding, Chen Han maintained a demeanor of calm and composure, embodying the qualities of a seasoned commander. Retrieving his spear, stained with Qiyu's blood, he began to wipe it clean while stating, "Do not forget why we have returned to Hanwu City. The Cold Knight squad had come to Hanwu City for a singular purpose: to secure the signatures of various families on the Northern Expedition Agreement. To put it bluntly, this signifies a direct confrontation with the prominent families. Although Chen Han was furious, he did not lose his composure. Chi Yu's transgressions did not warrant death. Had he been a commoner, Chen Han would have merely maimed him. However, as a scion of the Qi family, one of the titans of Hanwu City, he must face death. This is an internal conflict, and in warfare, one must employ ruthless measures. Meanwhile, the various families of Hanwu City received word of Chen Han's return. They dispatched emissaries bearing an array of gifts, eager to curry favor along the route Chen Han would traverse. Previously regarded as a waste within the familial circles of Hanwu City, a single live stream had allowed the public to reassess him. The sight of Chen Han committing murder in broad daylight was fortuitously witnessed by members of the families. They halted in their tracks, rendered silent by fear. I recall the figure sprawled on the ground. Wasn't that the young master of the Qi family? How could he be so easily slain? Has Chen Han grown so audacious? Not only did he kill in public, but he also targeted a member of the Qi family. Although the Qi and Chen families are considered allied, such boldness is unprecedented. What is Chen Han truly after? The onlookers gasped in trepidation, too frightened to approach with their gifts, lest they provoke Chen Han's wrath and meet a similar fate. Coincidentally, Chen Han's cold gaze swept across the faces of the family members. A mere glance sent them fleeing in panic, discarding their offerings in their haste. The members of the Cold Knight group were still processing Chen Han's earlier words. They had thought this task would be relatively straightforward, merely requiring the family signatures. Little did they know, this Northern Expedition plan would severely encroach upon the interests of the families. Besides the imminent loss of military personnel, the families would also need to contribute funds and resources. Most critically, the coveted star crystals. Currently, the military supply of star crystals was exceedingly limited, with the majority held by the various families. To pursue the Northern Expedition, acquiring these high-end weapon resources was absolutely essential. This amounted to robbing from the family's livelihoods. A bloody storm was inevitable. By eliminating Chi Yu, Chen Han was making an example. Let us proceed to the encampment, Chen Han stated coldly, leading the members of the Cold Knight group to the garrison in Hanwu City. Moments later, a luxury vehicle suddenly approached the street. A rugged middle-aged man, clad in a suit, upon seeing Chi Yu's lifeless body, burst into inconsolable grief. My son, he wailed, his cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow. This man was Chi Feihu, the father of Chi Yu. Chi Feihu held the position of director of the War Preparation Bureau in Hanwu City. Despite its grand title, the bureau's function was primarily to educate the residents about matters of warfare, akin to a civilian role. However, within the realm of combat, there exists a modicum of authority, specifically the ability to mobilize the city patrol teams. The warriors comprising these patrols traverse the urban landscape daily, upholding order. This seemingly trivial power bestowed immense confidence upon Chi Yu. With an air of arrogance, she frequently invoked the name of Chi Feihu. In a fit of desperation, Chi Feihu wept profusely, his eyes swollen and red, only for his fury to soon ignite. Chen Han, you are merely a foot soldier. Am I to fear you? A life for a life. I demand your death. Relay my orders. Gather all the city patrol teams of Hanwu City. Yes, all of them. Bring them to the military garrison with me. The overwhelming rage obliterated the scant remnants of Chi Feihu's rationality. Meanwhile, the Han Yi team arrived at the military garrison of Hanwu City. Upon reaching the entrance, several soldiers emerged to receive them, executing a standard military salute. Greetings, Officer Chen. Greetings, Officer Zhao. Officer Chen, I am Luo Feng. The higher-ups informed us of your arrival in Handong City today, and I have been tasked with welcoming you. The meals have already been prepared. The courteous soldier, Luo Feng, extended his hand to take Chen Han's luggage. However, Chen Han did not hasten to enter. Instead, he discarded the baggage and stood at the threshold, seemingly waiting for something. He then inquired of Luo Feng, what forces are currently stationed near Hanwu City? Luo Feng scratched his head and pondered before responding. Currently, it appears that the Water God Army's Xiuzi Battalion, the Earth God Army's Lucian Battalion, and our Fire God Army's Dingzi Battalion are stationed in Hanwu City. Without hesitation, Chen Han produced a token from his bosom and tossed it to Luo Feng. The token prominently engraved with the character. Luo Feng's hand trembled as he clutched the token, stammering, "Is this not General Yu's military command token? My heavens!" It was entirely reasonable for a low-ranking warrior, who likely spent their entire life within the garrison, to react thus, having never encountered Yu Wuyun. Chen Han spoke in a grave tone. Luo Feng, with this token, summon all personnel from these 3 battalions to the garrison. Since returning to Hanwu City, Chen Han's actions had consistently exceeded the expectations of the Han Yi team members. Ji Yun could not restrain her curiosity, asking, "Young Master Chen, what do you intend to do?" The soldiers from the 3 battalions number in the tens of thousands. They are capable of combat. Chen Han wore an expression of unwavering determination, his gaze fixed intently on the singular road ahead. Just wait. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Shortly thereafter, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air. Following this, a procession of city patrol vehicles rushed forth, numbering as many as 70 or 80. Chapter 34. The Reverse Battle General. The terrifying personal strength. The inexperienced Qin Shui had never witnessed such a scene, instantly trembling in fear and instinctively retreating behind Chen Han. "Xiao Shui, fear not. Your brother is here," Chen Han reassured her, allowing Qin Shui to relax considerably. One by one, the doors of the city patrol vehicles swung open, revealing uniformed patrol team members descending from within. Do not underestimate the prowess of these patrollers. Their average rank is at least the 6th level of martial artists, with some even reaching the 8th level. Most scions of noble families, who have not entered the army to face the battlefield, undertake such duties instead. Chen Han had once aspired to join their ranks. The last to exit was Qi Feihu, who pointed at Chen Han and erupted in fury. "Chen Han, you worthless wretch. You seek death by daring to kill my son?" No sooner had he finished speaking than all the city patrol members surged forward, swiftly surrounding the Cold Night team. Chen Shui was nearly in tears, sobbing, "Brother, did I cause you trouble? I shouldn't have acted against Qi Yu. I'm so sorry." The kind-hearted Chen Shui was blaming herself. Chen Han smiled gently and reassured her, "It's all right. Xiao Shui, you were helping me." In the face of such a scenario, the members of the Cold Night team stood ready, their expressions grave. The conflict between martial artists is unlike that with monstrous beasts, often decided in the blink of an eye. Thus, in situations of being outnumbered, most would prefer to face a beastly onslaught rather than a swarm of martial artists. The city patrol team boasted several hundred members, most of whom possessed greater strength than the Cold Night team. If they fought with lethal intent, the Cold Night team might not stand a chance. Fortunately, these scions, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never witnessed life-and-death struggles in Hanwu City, and could be said to have never taken a life. They lacked the bloodlust of true soldiers. Therefore, without Qi Feihu's command, they merely surrounded the area. Zhao Linger huffed disdainfully, "Qi Feihu, it is you who seeks death. Do you not realize we are military personnel?" Qi Feihu shrugged, a glint of menace in his gaze. "What of military personnel? Does that grant you the right to kill indiscriminately? Besides, you are merely a handful of foot soldiers. Just because you are called a special operations team, do you truly think yourselves formidable?" Ji Yun and Zhu Ming exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "Qi Feihu, I advise you not to overestimate your position. We are no longer the easy targets you once bullied." Qi Feihu's eyes narrowed, scanning Zhu Ming and Ji Yun, and finally resting on Chen Han. He recognized these 3 as notorious failures within the Hanwu City family circles. In the past, they would have bowed and scraped before him. Yet, in merely a few months, the tides had turned dramatically. The old adage holds true: 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. However, Qi Feihu did not consider himself an easy target, nor did he believe these individuals could stir any significant upheaval. It was important to note that his summoning of all the city patrol teams would undoubtedly rouse the attention of all families in the city. If he were to concede, the entirety of Hanwu City would witness the disgrace of the Qi family, unable to contend even with a handful of useless individuals. The Qi family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. "Ji Yunju, out of respect for your lineage, I shall spare your lives today. However, Chen Han, I must personally sever your head today." As he spoke, Qi Feihu's garments suddenly tore apart, and he seized a steel broadsword from one of his subordinates. "Chen Han, do not claim that I am bullying you. Today, I demand your life. As long as your comrades remain passive, I shall not incite the patrol team to act against you. Dare you engage me in a duel?" As the commanding officer of a patrol team, Qi Feihu was naturally formidable, possessing the strength of a second-tier martial general. Very well. Chen Han readily accepted the challenge. He stepped forward, gripping the snow wolf spear firmly with both hands in front of him. Chi Feihu did not anticipate Chen Han's prompt acquiescence, and during the time he gathered his forces, he had calmed considerably. Unaware of the Cold Knight Squad's connections within the military, he lacked confidence in facing the repercussions after eliminating them. His earlier threats were mere posturing. He would never dare to kill a soldier in front of the military camp. All was a ruse to provoke Chen Han into a one-on-one confrontation. Should he falter and end a life, the implications would be markedly different. The ongoing martial contests across the Great Xia now numbered in the tens of thousands daily. The cunning old fox of the officialdom could not help but smirk. After all, he was but a child. Yet, at this moment, the old fox remained oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into Chen Han's trap. "Wretched child, return my son's life," Chi Feihu bellowed, raising his blade to strike. The foundational attributes of a martial general were formidable, and the Chi family's talents predominantly enhanced physical prowess. If Chen Han recalled correctly, Chi Feihu's gift would augment his musculature, amplifying both offensive capabilities and defensive resilience. Thus, Chi Feihu donned no armor but bared his upper body, his muscles resembling iron blocks. In the blink of an eye, the blade's sharp glimmer descended upon Chen Han's head. The months spent in the military camp had not been in vain. His combat instincts compelled him to raise his weapon in defense. The clash of their weapons resonated with a deafening ring, even producing sparks. Chi Feihu was taken aback, realizing this youth has already attained the third tier of martial prowess. Moreover, he could withstand my diamond blade technique. In terms of raw strength, Chen Han undoubtedly lagged behind Chi Feihu. Thus, he did not linger in battle but swiftly withdrew from the range of Chi Feihu's assault. A longer weapon holds an inherent advantage. The spear's length was crucial, as engaging in close quarters with a broadsword, especially given their significant disparity in foundational attributes, was unwise. Chen Han did not resign himself to inaction. Having just evaded the attack, he unleashed the Yu family's spear technique. Against a martial general, Chen Han audaciously initiated an offensive, leaving the city patrol team utterly astonished. Has Chen Han lost his mind? Does he dare to take the initiative against our director? As a third-tier warrior, any act of aggression on his part would only expose his vulnerabilities. Our director could easily strike him down. However, a defensive strategy is not Chen Han's style. The techniques of the Yu family's spear art contain no defensive maneuvers. Offense is indeed the best form of defense. With swift and elusive spear shadows, he relentlessly targeted various parts of Chi Feihu's body. This adversary proved to be quite formidable. The disparity in their foundational attributes was not easily bridged, and Chen Han's thrust struggled to inflict significant damage on Chi Feihu's muscular frame. Yet, the fact that a mere warrior could hold his own against a martial general was already a tremendous victory. Moreover, as the battle progressed, Chi Feihu grew increasingly alarmed. Gradually, he found himself at a disadvantage. First, Chen Han appeared to possess an almost inexhaustible reservoir of vitality, not a single bead of sweat gracing his brow. Secondly, he noticed that each spear thrust from Chen Han was gaining in strength. Initially, Chen Han could barely graze his skin, but soon, he managed to create a small puncture. Chapter 35. Not only does he refuse to admit guilt, but he also dares to retaliate against this officer. Of course, this minor puncture was hardly a significant concern for a martial general like Chi Feihu. He could heal from it in no time. What truly instilled fear in Chi Feihu was that Chen Han was merely a warrior. The fact that he could engage him in a back-and-forth combat shattered the century-old belief in the invincibility of higher realms. This young man was not the same as before. Previously, when Chi Feihu encountered Chen Han on the streets, he regarded him as nothing more than a timid and insignificant boy. Enraged, Chi Feihu summoned all his power, his knife techniques becoming unpredictable and ferocious, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The onlookers from various families gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that Chen Han could force Chi Feihu to unleash the Chi family's ancestral martial skill, the Thousand Waves Jagged Blade? This martial technique comprised 12 strikes, rooted in the foundation of the diamond blade art. For Chen Han, a mere third-tier warrior, the moment Chi Feihu employed the Thousand Waves Jagged Blade, it essentially signified his defeat. The Thousand Waves Jagged Blade is a high-tier martial skill. As previously mentioned, martial skills serve as a warrior's trump card, consuming a vast amount of vitality. Generally, warriors refrain from utilizing such techniques unless absolutely necessary. When the time comes to employ martial skills, it is a matter of life and death. The underlying implication in the elder's words was clear. Had Chen Han also been of the martial general level, Chi Feihu would have long since met his demise. The prominent families of Hanwu City were compelled to reevaluate this individual they had long dismissed as inept. The Thousand Waves jagged blade was extraordinary. As Chen Han raised his spear to block, the first strike left him feeling immensely pressured, even causing his ankles to sink into the earth. The might of a martial general was indeed formidable. Chen Han quietly acknowledged this, swiftly retreating. Fortunately, his advantage in vitality meant that the first strike could not inflict any substantial harm upon him. At this moment, the long-awaited system notification finally arrived for Chen Han. Ding! The system alert announced that his killing intent value had reached its peak. At last, it was full. Once the killing intent value reached its zenith, it signified that Chen Han could harness the power of the god of killing, thereby quadrupling his attributes. Chi Feihu's base strength was approximately 150,000 kilograms, while Chen Han's current base attribute stood at 31,500 kilograms. A fourfold enhancement would bring him to a figure nearly equivalent to Chi Feihu's. Did Chi Feihu possess martial skills while Chen Han did not? At that moment, a surge of crimson lightning erupted from the tip of Chen Han's spear. Chi Feihu's fear was palpable, as he could distinctly sense a shift in Chen Han's aura. He felt as though, as a martial general, he was now on equal footing with the martial artist Chen Han. It was this fleeting moment of terror that rendered him utterly disoriented. Consequently, he failed to unleash the next strike of his Thousand Waves edge knife. In martial confrontations, victory and defeat can hinge on the briefest of instants. In that very second, Chen Han had already closed the distance to Chi Feihu. The spear of piercing thorns was unleashed with lethal precision, targeting Chi Feihu's heart. An explosion of red light erupted as Chi Feihu's once proud, iron-like muscles crumbled effortlessly under the assault of Chen Han's martial prowess. The snow wolf spear plunged deeply into Chi Feihu's body. The outcome of the battle was already determined. Yet, astonishingly, Chi Feihu did not perish. Chen Han was equally taken aback. He was certain that the snow wolf spear had penetrated Chi Feihu's interior and that the piercing thorns had unerringly aimed for the heart. As he withdrew the spear, a copious amount of blood gushed from Chi Feihu's chest. It was then that Chen Han noticed a peculiar barrier had been installed at the site of Chi Feihu's heart. This barrier appeared to be a strange, soft substance, likely composed of a special mechanical alloy. A realization dawned upon Chen Han. This individual had undergone biomechanical enhancement, particularly around the heart. Such enhancements were one of the contemporary means for martial artists to augment their strength. By implanting biological alloys within the body, akin to the old practice of silicone augmentation, one could significantly elevate their physical capabilities. However, mechanical modifications were exorbitantly expensive, especially around the heart. Given that martial artists of this era possessed considerable self-healing abilities and advanced medical technology, as long as there were no severe issues with the brain or heart, survival was generally assured. If memory served Chen Han correctly, the cost of such modifications was astronomical. To withstand the piercing thorns, the biological alloy employed must be truly extraordinary. Chi Feihu gazed at Chen Han in terror, experiencing his first encounter with the fear of death, to the point where a faint stain appeared between his legs. Like father, like son, they were almost indistinguishable. At this juncture, Chi Feihu could scarcely concern himself with matters of pride. He urgently called out to the patrolling team members around him. All of you attack. Eliminate Chen Han. I will take full responsibility. Those who can eliminate Chen Han, I assure you the position of Director of the Battle Administration. Under the lure of substantial rewards, brave souls are bound to emerge. Previously, the patrol team members hesitated to take action in the presence of Chen Han's stature. However, Chi Feihu's words ignited a fervor within them. The role of the Director of the Battle Administration is coveted by countless scions from various families throughout Hanwu City. Moreover, they would not bear the responsibility for Chen Han's demise. In an instant, hundreds of martial artists from the patrol team brandished their weapons, casting their predatory gazes upon the Han Yi group. Chen Han calmly retracted his spear, wiping the blood from its surface, then glanced at his watch. It was nearly time. Just as the patrol team was preparing to strike, a cacophony of voices erupted from behind them. Captain Lu Linglong of the Chu Battalion, reporting. Deputy Captain Gao Ying of the Chu Battalion, reporting. Captain Zhang Fa of the 6000 Battalion, reporting. Captain Wang Dagong of the Ding Battalion, reporting. Upon hearing this chorus, the legs of the patrol team members nearly buckled. When they turned to look, They were astonished to find an overwhelming number of soldiers had appeared behind them, outnumbering them 100-fold. The marshal's decree signified an unassailable authority. Even soldiers caught in slumber were compelled to rise from their beds and hasten to this location without delay. The hundreds of patrol team members immediately discarded their weapons, obediently squatting on the ground. Chi Feihu's face turned ashen, his expression reflecting a profound sense of despair. He could scarcely fathom that a mere newcomer to the military, Chen Han, could mobilize such a force. Revenge was now out of the question. He might not even survive this ordeal. A slight smile graced Chen Han's lips as he addressed the captains behind Chi Feihu. You all witnessed what transpired earlier, did you not? Chi Feihu, the director of the battle administration, dared to speak disrespectfully to me. I took action to discipline him, and instead of acknowledging his wrongdoing, he had the audacity to retaliate. How should this transgression be dealt with? Chen Han's words resounded with conviction, each syllable striking like a hammer on Chi Feihu's heart. Kill! 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 The call for blood echoed across the mountains. Chen Han's next statement was a dagger to Chi Feihu's heart. Chi Feihu, I forgot to inform you that Marshal Yu granted me the authority to act with discretion before my departure. Chapter 36, 30,000 points credited. Extraction of martial skills. Discretion. The weight of these 4 words was not lost on Chi Feihu, who had immersed himself in the bureaucratic realm for many years. Furthermore, it was a privilege bestowed by Marshal Yu. Even the highest authority in the current daxiao must treat Marshal Yu with utmost respect. In ancient times, this would be akin to a special imperial envoy. What fate awaits a lowly official like Chi Feihu, who barely ranks as a 7th-grade bureaucrat? For offending such an envoy is self-evident. Yet, Chi Feihu's heart was heavy with despair. It was indeed Chen Han who first took the life of his son, and it was Chen Han who accepted his challenge. He is more wrong than Doi. Little did he expect that Chen Han's true intention was not merely to claim his life. At that moment, Ji Yun stepped forward and proclaimed, Chi Feihu, how audacious you are to offend Lieutenant Chen. The others chimed in, with Zhu Ming adding, is it merely Chi Feihu? No, it is the Chi family. You have been brazenly rampant in Hanwu City for so long that you have lost all sense of humility. These words struck fear deeper into Chi Feihu's heart. How could he alone offend an imperial envoy when it could very well drag the entire Chi family into peril? In a state of panic, Chi Feihu hastily knelt before Chen Han, trembling as he said, Lieutenant Chen, I am but a fool who failed to recognize greatness. It is my fault. This matter has no connection to the Chi family. Each person must bear their own consequences. Chi Feihu understood all too well that if the calamity he had caused were to ensnare his family, he would be irreparably condemned. Yet, he had not yet grasped the gravity of the situation. Chen Han's initial target was never just Chi Feihu. Was it indeed so? Each must bear their own consequences. Chen Han, exuding authority from his seat, narrowed his eyes at Chi Feihu, whose heart quaked under his gaze. Little did Chi Feihu anticipate that this 18-year-old youth, newly come of age, would possess an aura reminiscent of a cunning old fox. Subsequently, Chen Han let out a cold snort and raised his arm, declaring, I shall take it upon myself to bring the Chi family to justice and rectify this misconduct. Is there still a semblance of justice in the face of such brazen acts at the military camp's gates? Is there still military law? Bring Chi Feihu down. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to the Chi family for legal proceedings. At that moment, Chi Feihu finally comprehended Chen Han's true objective. From the very beginning, he had fallen into Chen Han's trap. Having been entrenched in the political arena for years, such a ploy should have been beneath him. Alas, Chen Han was too youthful and had once been regarded as a mere waste in Hanwu City. He had underestimated him. Chen Han, you truly possess remarkable cunning. You are indeed ruthless. Chi Feihu glared at Chen Han with venomous resentment, yet he found himself shackled without recourse. At this juncture, should he dare to make a move, Chen Han would have every justification to lead his troops to raise the entire Chi family. Chen Han paid no heed to Chi Feihu's impotent fury. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the throngs of onlookers gathered on the hillside. These individuals were the representatives of various families from Hanwu City, sent to gather intelligence. At that moment, they reveled in the misfortune. Alas, the illustrious Chi family of Hanwu City has been bested by a mere junior of the Chen family, who is hardly known. It seems the Chi family has truly fallen. A lowly director like Chi Feihu, wielding power in Hanwu City, deserved such retribution. However, Chen Han's next words rendered the smiles on their faces frozen, with some among them nearly stumbling in shock. The families of Hanwu City, who wreak havoc upon the land. are utterly ignorant. If the Qi family is in such disarray, then the interception and killing at the military camp's gates must be addressed. Execute! 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 The soldiers roared in unison. The word kill resonated through the heavens and the earth like thunder. Yet it also resembled a butcher's knife poised at the throats of the prominent families. Quick! Return and inform the clan leader. By heavens! Chen Han has come to demand lives. At this moment, Chen Han's intentions were laid bare. Although the prominent families sensed the impending doom, it was already too late. The general's decree from Marshal Yu signified that Chen Han now held the highest command in Hanwu City, wielding the power of life and death. And the Qi family had just presented him with that very knife. Watching the retreating figures, Chen Han felt a sense of satisfaction as he turned to head back to his quarters. Zhao Linger, in a hushed tone, remarked, "Chen Han, might you be overstepping the bounds? Marshal Yu will undoubtedly face considerable pressure. One must be ruthless to stand firm." Chen Han replied nonchalantly, "You have not experienced life within the clan, so you cannot comprehend how treacherous these individuals are. When dealing with them, one cannot afford even a hint of feminine compassion." Zhao Linger's concerns were not unfounded. Just as Chen Han wrapped up his affairs, Yu Wuyun in the capital received numerous reports, almost all denouncing Chen Han. Accusations of public murder, blatant disregard for the law, and military justice being unable to tolerate such acts filled the documents. Yet, Yu Wuyun erupted in laughter. "Ha! Well done. This is the spirit of my soldiers. If he were to act like a coward, I would have to chastise him." His secretary, bearing a look of exasperation, lamented, "Master Yu, these reports could significantly affect you. Are you not concerned that the old guards will exploit this opportunity to slander you?" "Concerned?" Yu Wuyun scoffed. "If I were afraid, I would not be Yu Wuyun. These ancient relics in the capital, I am over 100 years old and still expected to engage in battle. But this is for the best. It prevents them from claiming that this marshal is inferior to a mere junior." With that, Yu Wuyun proceeded to retrieve his broadsword. "Come with me to the Qian family." Clearly, Hanwu City was merely a primary city. The most formidable challenge in the capital would be tackled personally by Yu Wuyun. The following day, news shocked the entirety of Daxia. The estate of the prominent Qian family in the central district of the capital was inexplicably severed, revealing a 100-meter-wide pit. Had Zhao Linger foreseen this news, she might have refrained from dissuading Chen Han. Under the serene moonlight, Chen Han sat cross-legged, immersed in tranquil cultivation. The day's encounters had yielded him profound insights into martial arts. His practical experience remained limited, primarily engaging with adversaries of equal rank in the military, which often resulted in overwhelming victories. Opponents like Qi Feihu, possessing lesser strength, were indeed his ideal challengers. At that moment, a voice rang in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations! Your military rank has ascended 3 tiers consecutively, and you have received 30,000 points." Upon hearing this, Chen Han exhaled in relief. The bureaucratic process in the military had finally concluded, and his rank as a second lieutenant was now officially recorded. This was likely orchestrated by Yu Wuyun. Had his lieutenant rank not been solidified, the company-level officers in Hanwu City would surely not acknowledge his authority. This signifies that the corresponding points for the promotion in rank have finally been credited, an impressive 30,000. This is no trifling sum. Chen Han resolved to allocate 20,000 of these points directly towards acquiring a breathing technique, while the remaining 10,000 would be invested in martial skills. Currently, these two areas represented his most significant weaknesses. Although the Jinyang breathing technique is formidable, it is merely conventional and does not compare to the most elite breathing methods. Furthermore, a singular martial skill is insufficient to navigate complex situations. System, select from the highest tier of techniques. I wish to draw a skill. Ding. Due to your repeated attempts at drawing, the system grants you a benefit. You may now selectively choose a type of technique from the pool. And this technique will be of the highest grade. Chapter 37. Starry Sky Breathing Technique. Sun-extinguishing God-slaying spear. Is such fortune truly bestowed? Chen Han gasped in surprise. The ability to selectively draw for techniques at the highest level is indeed remarkable. Without hesitation, he directed the selection towards the breathing techniques category. System. Initiate targeted breathing technique draw. Before Chen Han's eyes appeared a spinning wheel, adorned with various elite breathing techniques. It must be said that breathing techniques are indeed the most precious of skills. The wheel featured a mere 6 outstanding techniques. Regardless of where the pointer landed, it was guaranteed to be a gain. The pointer began to whirl at great speed, soon landing on an area designated for the Starry Sky breathing technique. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn a prize. You have obtained the Starry Sky breathing technique. Starry Sky breathing technique, grade created by ancient powerhouses. This technique allows one to draw spiritual energy from the countless starry skies of the vast universe, thereby enhancing oneself. Effect: when practicing, the enhancement of basic attributes will exceed that of ordinary breathing techniques by more than double, with an increase in training speed by tenfold. As you have already practiced an introductory breathing technique, upon obtaining the Starry Sky breathing technique, the system will automatically adjust your breathing technique to this new form. This grade of breathing technique boasts a straightforward yet powerful effect, doubling the enhancement of basic attributes. Do not underestimate this doubling. For instance, if Chen Han were to use the introductory breathing technique at his current third-tier warrior level, his strength would be approximately 24,000 kilograms. The Jinyang breathing technique, being among the military's finest, would elevate this attribute to around 30,000 kilograms. However, the Starry Sky breathing technique could propel his strength to a staggering 90,000 kilograms. It is worth noting that Chi Feihu, a third-tier martial general, possesses merely 120,000 kilograms of strength. Such a comparison underscores the potency of this breathing technique. In addition to strength, aspects such as speed and vitality can also be enhanced through training, and these foundational attributes can be amplified by the God-slaying spear. With a singular breathing technique and a talent, one could assert that Chen Han's foundational attributes could surpass those of warriors one entire realm above him. Elated, Chen Han immediately rose to test his newfound prowess. He struck the power testing device with a single punch, and the screen instantly displayed a startling figure, 94,350. After altering his breathing technique, his fundamental attributes surged in an instant. If Chen Han were to confront Chi Feihu now, the outcome would undoubtedly be entirely different. Simultaneously, Chen Han placed his palm upon the blood energy measurement instrument. The numbers displayed on this device were equally astonishing. 82. A terrifying 82 units of blood energy, achieved without the aid of a composite blood energy elixir, signifying that this attribute had reached the level of a martial sovereign. Indeed, even martial sovereigns, without exceptional physical constitution, might not possess such an alarming quantity of blood energy. It is evident that in the realm of martial artists, breathing techniques are foundational. Chen Han exhaled softly, taking some time to regain his composure. Besides the breathing technique, he still had 10,000 points remaining. Naturally, this sum would be utilized to draw martial skills. With a double draw, Lady Luck once again favored Chen Han, as the pointer gradually settled in the rarest zone. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the martial skill Void Breaking Fist. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the martial skill Sun Extinguishing God-Slaying Spear. The first martial skill, although classified, regrettably pertains to unarmed combat. While Chen Han could utilize this skill, it bore no relevance to his soul weapon Sacred Body or the God-Slaying Spear, serving only as a last resort should he find himself weaponless. The second martial skill, however, was extraordinary. The name alone hinted at its formidable nature. It was Chen Han's first high-tier martial skill, Sun Extinguishing God-Slaying Spear, high-tier shattering the sun and annihilating the void. A single thrust transcends realms, unmatched in its ferocity and overwhelming in its might. In contrast to the description of the piercing thorn spear, the introduction of the Sun Extinguishing God-Slaying Spear was notably concise. Clearly, this was a martial skill designed for mass destruction. So much so that no effect description was provided. The piercing thorn spear, though classified as a high-tier martial skill, was elevated to extraordinary levels due to the enhancement of the soul weapon Sacred Body. A single thrust of the piercing thorn spear allowed the martial artist Chen Han to effortlessly slay a fourth-order exotic beast, the mother spider. The destructive power of this high-tier martial skill, amplified by the soul weapon Sacred Body, was truly beyond imagination. As dawn broke, Chen Han slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he sensed an additional surge of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. This marked the threshold of a breakthrough. In just a few short days, he had ascended to the fourth order of martial artists. With the enhancement of the soul weapon Sacred Body coupled with the accelerated training speed of the stellar breathing technique, his progression rate was undoubtedly unparalleled. Chen Han muttered softly to himself before washing his face. Just as he was about to step out of his room, Zhao Linger rushed in, tablet in hand. Chen Han, you must see this. The tablet displayed the day's most sensational headline. A 100-meter deep chasm in the heart of the capital's most bustling district sent shivers down the spine. The headline read, "Shocking. Supreme Commander Yu Wuyun's fury. A prominent family in the capital annihilated overnight." It must be said, the title is quite sensational. Chen Han immediately discerned that Yu Wuyun had taken action against the families in the capital. "Let us go. Bring Qi Feihu. We are heading to the Qi family," Chen Han commanded, for this journey back to Hanwu City was not merely for idle leisure. "Understood, Captain." Zhao Linger felt an increasing admiration for Chen Han. It was her first time addressing him by his title. On the bustling streets of Hanwu City, hundreds of military vehicles paraded ostentatiously, drawing the attention of onlookers who paused in curiosity. At the center of the convoy, a grand vehicle bore the notorious Qi Feihu, bound upon its roof. Paraded for public humiliation, the crowd buzzed with chatter. A bald man selling braised meat rice exclaimed, "Who is this? Such a grand display. And they've even captured Qi the Skinner?" Qi Feihu had long wielded his power in Hanwu City, exacting heavy taxes even from street vendors, earning him the scornful nickname of Qi the Skinner among the common folk. "I've heard he's that useless boy from the Chen family. Now he holds a high position and struts around. He has only been a soldier for a few months. I too shall send my son into the army." Chen Han coldly observed the public's discourse about Qi Feihu. Subtlety was not his style. His intent was to be as conspicuous as possible. Shortly thereafter, the convoy arrived at the Qi family's doorstep. Along the way, Qi Feihu endured relentless mockery, nearly wishing for death. Upon reaching home, he found the gates of the Qi residence firmly shut, seemingly unwilling to permit Chen Han's entry. A voice resonated from within, "Chen Wei. Our Qi family has severed ties with Qi Feihu as of yesterday. His name has been erased from the family register. We kindly ask you to leave." Chen Han was well aware of the despicable nature of these families. Leaping from the vehicle, he brandished his Shualong gun. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the gates of the Qi residence, along with the surrounding walls, were obliterated by Chen Han's force. The members of the Qi family, who had gathered in the courtyard intending to deny Chen Han entry, were rendered trembling with fear at his overwhelming display of power. "Drive in. Crush anyone who stands in the way." Yes, dressed in a black military uniform, Chen Han appeared utterly domineering, resembling a demon from the depths of hell in the eyes of the Qi family. Chapter 38. The Terror of the Chen Family. The Iron Fist of Power. The warriors of the Qi family, still clinging to a shred of hope, obstructed the entrance to prevent the military from advancing. Yet, Chen Han's word was law, once spoken. All military vehicles disregarded the obstruction and surged through the shattered gates of the Qi residence. One Qi warrior, caught off guard, was struck down by a military vehicle. Despite his foolish bravado, he attempted to confront the vehicle head-on. Seated within that military vehicle was none other than Wang Dagong, the commanding officer of the Fire God Army's top battalion. "Are you seeking death?" Wang Dagong, known for his fiery temper, quickly discharged a round, reducing the warrior to mere remnants of flesh. The great families had controlled the military for nearly a century, and having grown accustomed to peaceful days, they had never witnessed such a bloody spectacle. Originally, those warriors of the Qi family who intended to intervene were now fleeing in panic. Hundreds of military vehicles crashed directly into the Qi residence. Chen Han descended from his vehicle and unceremoniously tossed Qi Feihu into the ancestral hall of the Qi family. Right at the feet of the current head of the family, Qi Bian, the patriarch, looked at the weeping Qi Feihu, unsure of how to respond. "Brother, save me, please." As Chen Han entered the ancestral hall, he surveyed the gathered members of the Qi family without regard for their presence, directly taking a seat in the Grand Master chair at the head of the hall. This act was tantamount to a slap in the face for the Qi family. He regarded the assembly, youthful yet exuding an indescribable authority. Not a single elder from the Qi family dared to meet his gaze. "Are you all gathered here to discuss how to deal with me?" Chen Han's words pierced through the atmosphere, causing cold sweat to bead on the backs of the Qi family members. Qi Bian could no longer contain himself, coldly retorting, "Chen Han, what do you want? Even if Qi Feihu provoked you, we have already expelled him from the family. Do not forget, you are also a member of the Chen family, and our families have been on amicable terms for generations." Upon hearing this, Chen Han's expression remained impassive as he turned his attention to the soldiers disembarking from the military vehicles. He took a sip of an untouched cup of tea before finally uttering a single word: "Kill." That one word chilled the hearts of the Qi family members to the core. The soldiers, bound by their duty to obey commands, immediately surged forth to carry out the order. Although the Qi family's warriors possessed considerable strength, they were no match for the seasoned soldiers who had emerged from the crucible of combat. In mere moments, the hall echoed with harrowing cries of despair. Blood flowed, staining the steps of the Qi residence crimson. Countless bodies were discarded into the courtyard pond. As the instigator, Chen Han merely observed the carnage with a cold gaze. Fully aware of the family's vulnerabilities, women may remain, but not a single man shall be spared. Qi Bian suddenly comprehended Chen Han's intentions. He aimed to eradicate the Qi family entirely. This was a fate more dreadful than annihilation itself, an assault on the very heart of their lineage. All families placed the utmost importance on legacy. With all the men wiped out, what use would the women be? The anguished screams shattered Qi Bian's composure, yet he found himself powerless, helplessly shouting, "Stop! Please stop!" The scene was equally devastating for Qi Feihu, who deeply regretted seeking vengeance against Chen Han. The thousands of soldiers poised to raise the Qi family were an effortless endeavor. Meanwhile, numerous families had dispatched individuals to gather intelligence, and due to Chen Han's forceful entry, the unfolding tragedy within the Qi household was laid bare before the watchful eyes of the surrounding clans. The plight of the Qi family resonated profoundly, with some even capturing the spectacle on film to disseminate within their own families. However, amidst this turmoil, it was the Chen family that felt the deepest dread in Hanwu City. Before me lies the grand Chen family ancestral hall, now teeming with a multitude of people. A chaotic scene unlike its usual tranquility. Typically, such a gathering is inconceivable, for the Chen family does not boast a large population. Most of those present belong to other clans of Hanwu City. The reason for this convergence is simple. The Chen family stands as the foremost clan in Hanwu City, representing the greatest interests in the region. These families have come to the Chen household, seeking aid and demanding accountability. Chen Jinnan, your family has truly spawned a formidable descendant. He is on the verge of annihilating the Qi family. Once the Qi family is eradicated, will it not be our turn next? With the support of Marshal Yu, he commands the entire military. Who dares challenge him in Hanwu City? Chen Jinnan silently observes the dire plight of the Qi family displayed on the screen, remaining speechless for a considerable time. More than the outcry from various clans, what terrifies him most is the stoic presence of Chen Han seated at the center of the hall, his expression inscrutable. Chen Han is undoubtedly aware of the historical camaraderie between the Qi and Chen families. Yet, his ruthless actions against the Qi family serve as a stark warning to the Chen family itself, a reminder of the adage, without the lips, the teeth will perish. This predicament, ignited by the ineptitude of Chen Han, is a matter the Chen family must address. At that moment, a gruff voice interrupted Chen Jinnan's contemplation, already engulfed in fear. This utterance caused the leader of Hanwu City's premier clan to tumble from his seat, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The assembly stared in disbelief at Chen Jinnan's humiliating display, momentarily stunned. They had anticipated the patriarch of the Chen family to spearhead the resistance. Instead, he appeared so vulnerable. Struggling to regain composure, Chen Shimin endeavored to stabilize the crowd, declaring, "Everyone, do not panic. Chen Han is not a madman. There is certainly a rationale behind his actions. Let us observe what his intentions truly are." Meanwhile, within the Qi family, men and women alike had already met a tragic fate, with the majority of the male bodies sprawled in pools of blood, their cries echoing in despair. Qi Bian, tears streaming down his face, knelt before Chen Han, pleading, "Young Master Chen, I implore you to cease. If this continues, the Qi family will be no more." Simultaneously, all those of significance within the Qi ancestral hall fell to their knees, beseeching, "Young Master Chen, we beg for mercy." After a moment of reflection, Chen Han deemed the time ripe to reveal the Northern Expedition plan. He retrieved the document from his pocket and cast it at Qi Bian's feet. "Halt," he commanded, and the soldiers promptly ceased their advance, standing in formation within the Qi family courtyard. Qi Bian picked up the Northern Expedition plan and began to read aloud. The Northern Expedition plan, to combat the Dark Domain. All families must consent to the plan and generously contribute. Donations will be based on family scale. Upon reaching this point, Qi Bian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he dropped the plan in shock. He glared at Chen Han, 100 kilograms of star crystals. "Why don't you go and seize them?" Chen Han merely regarded him with indifference, refraining from uttering a word. Qi Bian surveyed the lifeless bodies of his kin surrounding him, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Was this not a robbery in itself? Chapter 39. The Patriarch Comes Knocking, never to be forgiven. While other possessions could be debated, star crystals, being a non-renewable resource, were akin to the trump cards of the prominent families, a strategic reserve of resources. Under normal circumstances, they would never be relinquished. Chen Han audaciously demanded 100 kilograms of star crystals, nearly equivalent to the total amount currently held by the Qi family. It was tantamount to stripping the Qi family of its very foundation. Failure to comply would mean annihilation. The crux of the matter was that Chen Han held the moral high ground, as Qi Feihu's ambush on him at the military camp left Qi Bian without grounds for objection, even if the matter escalated to the capital. Even the strongest connections of the Qi family with figures of Yu Shuai's caliber were insufficient to provide him solace. This was a blatant display of power, the allure of authority manifesting in its most potent form. Amidst the corpses at his feet, the only recourse left for Qi Bian was to negotiate. Lieutenant Chen, our Qi family is not that large. We cannot part with 100 kilograms of star crystals. At most, 50 kilograms. Qi Bian lamented. Even the prospect of 50 kilograms caused him significant distress, as it would take the Qi family at least 30 years to amass such a quantity. Chen Han cast a cold glance at Qi Bian before producing a blueprint and tossing it at his feet. It astonishingly depicted the entire distribution of the Qi family's current assets. 3 alloy manufacturing companies on Zhuke Street in Hanwu City. Weapons parts manufacturing company on the outskirts of the capital. Qi Bian's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the blueprint. How do you know the distribution of all our family's enterprises? It suddenly struck him that Chen Han was also from the Chen family, and that the ties between the Qi and Chen families were particularly close in Hanwu City. Not only he, but even the members of the Chen family present were equally baffled. Chen Jinan exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. The family's businesses are never entrusted to the younger generation. How could Chen Han know so much?" Chen Shiming inhaled deeply and continued, "I have underestimated him. He is indeed adept at concealment. While our family's enterprises are not managed by the younger generation, their general distribution is public knowledge. He has managed to remember it all. In truth, this was also the reason why Yu Wuyun had dispatched the Hanya group to Hanwu." Qi Bian's final trump card was effortlessly torn apart before Chen Han, leaving him with no choice but to take up his pen and sign the Northern Expedition Plan. "Fine. I will sign." With his objectives achieved, Chen Han felt a sense of satisfaction and then turned to the soldiers behind him. Dismissed. As hundreds of military vehicles gradually departed after plundering the Qi family, the most alarming moment unfolded among the multitude of family members gathered at the Chen residence. Was this Chen Han intent on driving all our families to the brink of destruction? He intends to act, and we cannot afford to wait for others to strike. Can we? What should we do? Is there anyone who can offer a suggestion? Listening to the cacophony echoing from the ancestral hall, Chen Jinan felt utterly disoriented. Just months prior, in the very same hall, he had led the Chen family in sending Chen Han off to the military. Now, a mere few months later, the situation had undergone a complete reversal. Beyond the insurmountable fear, what weighed more heavily on Chen Jinan's heart was regret. If only he had treated Chen Han better. Would they have found themselves in this predicament? An 18-year-old second lieutenant, and the chosen heir of Marshal Yu. The Chen family had once held the potential to ascend to great heights. After much contemplation, a thought finally struck Chen Jinan. Gifts. As soon as the words left his lips, the ancestral hall fell into a profound silence. I refuse to believe that anyone could truly act with selflessness. Chen Han is one of my own. I am confident that I understand him well enough. Their actions are merely motivated by money, are they not? What nonsense about the Northern Expedition. They are merely a bunch of children, a new official eager to prove themselves. If I personally present a gift, it would certainly grant them the respect they seek. Chen Jinan finally regains the demeanor befitting a patriarch. As a representative of the Hanwu City clan, if he failed to take a stance, it was likely that chaos would ensue among the various families, without Chen Han needing to lift a finger. Yet, the words he had spoken to Chen Han just months ago echoed in his mind. Should he proceed, he would likely lose face. The members of the Chen family urged him not to go. "Patriarch, perhaps I should go instead." "Patriarch, Chen Han is merely a child throwing a tantrum. Let us send a few others to spare you the journey." Chen Jinan shook his head, knowing that unless he appeared in person, Chen Han would likely remain unmoved. The next day, Chen Han relocated his office to the Hanwu City government building. Having just eliminated the Qi family, He would not act hastily but instead disperse his subordinates to observe the reactions of the various clans. Relishing the rare moments of leisure, Chen Han took Chen Shui to the military arsenal of Hanwu City. Presently, Chen Han held the highest command authority in Hanwu City. Even the city lord had to heed his orders, and naturally, he could access the arsenal's resources at will. Although the Chen family had not shortchanged Chen Shui on her tuition, she, being a gifted individual, had received no preferential treatment from the family. Even now, she possessed no battle armor or weapons. Upon witnessing the vast array of weaponry in the arsenal, Chen Shui's spirits soared. "Brother, are you saying I can freely choose any weapons and equipment here?" "Indeed," Chen Han replied, affectionately ruffling Chen Shui's hair. During their time in the Chen family, he had never given his sister anything, instead relying on her superior talents to claim family subsidies. This weighed heavily on his conscience. Now that he finally had the opportunity, he was determined to make amends. With that, Chen Han produced a volume of the Benyang breathing technique along with a vial of blood essence elixir crafted from exotic beast materials. This breathing technique and the essence of vital energy are yours to hold. Remember, the Golden Sun breathing method must not be revealed to others. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a jewel. Chen Shui was particularly obedient, committing Chen Han's teachings to memory and nodding earnestly. "Brother, we shall no longer endure the Chen family's oppression." Perhaps recalling the bitterness of so many years, Chen Shui was moved to tears. Chen Han, too, harbored similar sentiments. This was the very reason he could never forgive the Chen family. Even as a scion of the clan, he was prepared to wield the knife against his own kin. At that moment, Ji Yun rushed over in a flurry. "Young Master Chen, your clan leader is coming. You must see him." Truly, it was as if the devil himself had arrived. Chen Han had decimated the Qi family, leaving fewer than 20 males among their ranks. And he had anticipated that the Chun family would respond. He had simply not expected their reaction to be so swift. "Brother, I feel a bit frightened." Chen Shui tugged at Chen Han's sleeve, her head bowed low. Within the Chen family, the one who treated the siblings most harshly was none other than Chen Junnan. He may not have acted directly, but he always turned a blind eye, and being the most powerful figure in the family, his mere presence instilled fear in Chen Shui. "Xiao Shui, he can no longer threaten us. Come, I shall personally take you to meet him. From this day forth, you shall sever all ties with the Chen family." Chapter 40. A Terrifying Strike. The Chen family kneels. In the grand hall of Hanwu City's government, Chen Junnan had been waiting for Chen Han for quite some time. Of course, he did not arrive empty-handed. Accompanying him were several martial generals of the Chen family, who bore with them numerous boxes of precious items. As Chen Han approached slowly with Chen Shui, it was the first time Chen Junnan had laid eyes on Chen Han since the latter had severed ties with the family. Upon seeing him, Chen Junnan was taken aback. A fourth-tier warrior. As a seventh-tier martial general, Chen Junnan could discern Chen Han's realm with relative ease. Just days prior, during his battle with Qi Fei Hu, Chen Han had been merely a third-tier warrior, yet now he had astonishingly advanced to fourth tier. How had he accomplished such a feat? A tempest of emotions surged within Chen Junnan. Though externally, he maintained his composure, even offering a smile to Chen Han. Chen Han remained unperturbed, disregarding him entirely, and took his seat at the head of the hall, clearly delineating his estrangement from the Chen family. "Clan leader Chen, what brings you here?" Seated, Chen Han scrutinized Chen Junnan, mirroring the way Chen Junnan had once inspected him months ago. This shift in their respective positions left Chen Junnan feeling disoriented, yet he could only suppress his discomfort. "Xiao Han," he began, but was interrupted as Chen Han asserted, "Please address me by my title during work." A storm of rage brewed within Chen Junnan. After all, he was an elder of the clan, yet here he was being treated so dismissively by a junior. However, he gritted his teeth and continued, "Young Master Chen, I acknowledge the grievances the Chen family has inflicted upon you over the years, and I am filled with remorse. Hence, I have brought you some compensation." As he spoke, Chen Junnan commanded those present to open the boxes. The first box revealed a dazzling array of gold, each bar weighing precisely as expected. Even in this new era, gold remains a hard currency, its value having ascended compared to the bygone times. Next came the second and third boxes, which contained not only gold but also vital elixirs and precious metals capable of crafting high-end weapons. Each box was filled with treasures worth no less than 10 million blue star coins. The most valuable items, however, lay in the later boxes, crystal-clear star crystals. Brimming with boundless energy, the most sought-after resource of the present age, weighing at least 500 kilograms. In their eagerness to curry favor with Chen Han, the prominent families had truly spared no expense. The Chen family's current stock of star crystals likely paled in comparison to this bounty. Yet, throughout this process, Chen Han merely squinted slightly. Patriarch Chen, what does this mean? Chen Jinan assumed Chen Han was swayed and smiled knowingly. It means nothing much, as I said. This is merely a token of compensation for you. Of course, it also pertains to Chen Shui. The Chen family has not treated you siblings fairly over the years. Chen Jinan's obsequious demeanor left Chen Shui somewhat bewildered. In the past, Chen Jinan had never regarded them with such attention. Brother, why has the patriarch changed so much? He wasn't like this before. Chen Shui, still young and unaware of Chen Jinan's ulterior motives, expressed her confusion. Noticing Chen Han's silence, Chen Jinan pressed on, Xiao Han. Take these items. Your uncle will ensure your name is reinstated in the family registry. Return to the military soon. I wish you success and glory. However, Chen Han's subsequent words plunged Chen Jinan into icy dread. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Ji Yun before him. Ji Yun, member of the Huashan Army's Hanyi squad, take note. On November 20th, 101 of the new calendar, Chen Jinan, patriarch of the Chen family, attempted to bribe this second lieutenant, violating military discipline. Ji Yun, taken aback by Chen Han's frigid proclamation, realized the gravity of the situation should this be recorded. Some matters, when unweighed, seem light, but once placed on the scales, they could weigh 1,000 pounds. Chen Xiao, do you truly wish for this to be noted? Ji Yun glanced nervously at Chen Han, quickly discerning the answer in his eyes. He dutifully recorded Chen Han's words in his notebook. Meanwhile, Chen Jinan felt a chill creep from his toes to the crown of his head. The memory of how Chen Han dealt with the Qi family and other clans was still vivid. A mere pretext had led to the annihilation of the Qi clan, allowing these families to witness the formidable power of the state machinery for the first time. What if Chen Han were to unleash his wrath upon the Chen family as well? Chen Jinnan's lips twitched as he slowly replied, Second Lieutenant Chen, do you find the offered price insufficient? Fear not. I can arrange for the other families to contribute more. The 500 kilograms of star crystal would undoubtedly captivate even the most prominent families in the capital. Chen Jinan could not help but lament that Chen Han was rather overly ambitious. However, he underestimated Chen Han's resolve. It is recalled that the patriarch of the Chen clan in Hanwu City attempted to bribe the lieutenant but failed, seeking to intensify his leverage against him. In a mere utterance, he inadvertently compounded the Chen family's transgressions. Cold sweat poured down Chen Jinnan's brow. A formidable warrior of the 7th rank was now trembling all over. He dared not utter another word, for even a single syllable could jeopardize the Chen family's future. Yet, a few warriors from the Chen clan stepped forth to stand by him. Chen Han, enough? Regardless of our circumstances, the Chen family has at least provided you with sustenance. Do you truly wish to annihilate us completely? Without the Chen family, you would be but an abandoned infant, and now you even lack the means for survival. Can you still sit here to mock us? Their words, though seemingly rational, carried an underlying truth. In reality, had it not been for Chen Shui, Chen Han would indeed have been an orphan. For 18 years, Chen Han had survived solely due to Chen Shui, not from the meager offerings of the Chen family. One of the warriors, unable to contain himself, immediately lunged at Chen Han. Today, I shall teach you, the ungrateful wretch of the Chen family, a lesson on behalf of your father. The assailant was named Chen Hui, a warrior of considerable prowess, and also Chen Han's 6th uncle. He had witnessed the previous confrontation between Qi Feihu and Chen Han and believed he had a grasp of Chen Han's capabilities. He assumed that if Qi Feihu had unleashed his full strength from the outset, Chen Han would undoubtedly have been no match. Therefore, this time, he directly employed the ancestral martial technique of the Chen family, the tremor palm. As a high-tier martial technique, it demanded an immense expenditure of vitality, and he was resolute in his intent to eliminate Chen Han. With a powerful push off his legs, he nearly instantaneously appeared before Chen Han in that confined space. The terrifying force of the tremor palm stirred up gusts of wind within the hall. Die! Chen Hui bellowed, launching a forceful palm strike aimed directly at Chen Han's crown. Yet, he could not have anticipated that the current Chen Han was no longer the same. Suddenly, an incredibly brilliant light flashed throughout the hall, blinding all who beheld it, akin to the detonation of a flashbang. As the radiance dissipated, Chen Hui's head had vanished, leaving only devastation in its wake within the grand hall. Unbeknownst to anyone, Half of the towering 7- or 8-story building had been obliterated. Note: Chen Hui, a member of the Chen family, attempted to assault the lieutenant within the government hall and was summarily executed on the spot. For this crime, the entire clan shall face the consequences. Chen Han's cold pronouncement, coupled with the terrifying strike, rendered Chen Han incapable of remaining seated any longer. With a thud, the esteemed 7th-rank warrior knelt before all present. Chapter 41. The Peerless Divine Weapon. The Overlord's Spear. Chen Han, that was your 6th uncle. Why did you strike with such cruelty? I beseech you, spare the Chen family. They are your own kin. The once imperious Chen Han now found himself weeping uncontrollably. Akin to a bereft dog, kneeling before Chen Han. He was acutely aware that Chen Han possessed the power to obliterate the Chen family. In response to Chen Han's impassioned pleas, Chen Han remained utterly unmoved. Leave was the singular word that encapsulated Chen Han's response. As he gazed upon the cold-hearted Chen Han, a flicker of fear ignited within Chen Han's heart. He dreaded that Chen Han might indeed summon someone to execute him on the spot. Depart. Chen Han gestured for his family members to carry their belongings back. Chen Han, seated comfortably, slowly articulated, the people may leave, but the items must remain. Chen Han, taken aback, exclaimed, did you not refuse to spare the families of Hanwu City? What right do you have to these possessions? Unfazed, Chen Han merely pointed towards the dilapidated government building, stating, the construction of this government building was no trivial expense. Your family has offended me. And thus this debt must be settled by the Chen family. With a violent cough, Chen Han was caught off guard, spewing blood in frustration. He had not anticipated Chen Han's audacity. These treasures, particularly the 500 kilograms of star crystal, represented an immense fortune, capable of establishing a new lineage. Although Chen Han wished to voice further objections, the fear of Chen Han summoning assistance rendered him silent as he exited the hall with a grim expression. Watching Chen Han and his entourage depart, Chen Han smirked with disdain. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Yun had donned the 6th model of special combat armor. Approaching Chen Han with utmost respect. Young master, when shall we strike? Last time at the Qi family, I did not take a single life. Allowing that Zhu Ming fellow to gain military merit instead, Chen Han replied with a subtle inquiry, strike? To annihilate the Chen family, as you suggested? Ji Yun was taken aback, his expression one of confusion directed at Chen Han. With a knowing smile, Chen Han refrained from elaboration, simply instructing Ji Yun to return to the military camp for further training. Upon his return to the Chen residence, Chen Han's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Quick! Notify all families in Hanwu City to dispatch all their combatants. Chen Han intends to leave no survivors for us. The Chen family, as the foremost clan in Hanwu City, wielded considerable influence. Before long, a multitude of luxury vehicles gathered at the entrance of the Chen estate, with tens of thousands converging in the courtyard. These multitudes were formidable, brimming with warriors of various realms, including over 400 formidable generals. Patriarch Chen, do you truly believe that Chen Han is so ruthless as to turn against his own kin? If he shows no mercy, then we shall fight back. We shall perish together if need be. The assembly, filled with righteous indignation, braced themselves within the Chen courtyard. Should Chen Han approach with the same force as he did against the Qi family, a bloody conflict seemed inevitable. However, as a full day passed, the assembly remained in the courtyard, even partaking in 3 meals, yet there was still no sign of Chen Han's arrival. At that moment, a scout hurriedly entered, bearing news. Esteemed guests, upon my observation, Chen Han has remained at the government building, orchestrating its restoration, showing no signs of aggression. This statement left the gathering in astonishment, casting skeptical glances towards Chen Nan. However, the greater shock was experienced by Chen Nan himself. For yesterday, Chen Han's demeanor unmistakably indicated an intent to annihilate the Chen clan. In that fleeting moment, Chen Nan suddenly comprehended. This was undoubtedly Chen Han's tactic. Chen Han's absence was a signal, conveying that he had no intention of pursuing complete extermination. This simple message was potent enough to cause the once unified families of Hanwu City to crumble instantaneously. First intimidation, then division. This sequence of maneuvers was beyond Chen Nan's belief. Was this truly the same child he had once perceived? The other families, astute as they were, could not remain oblivious. Immediately, one remarked, Clan leader Chen, my family has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Others echoed similar sentiments. Watching as the assembly departed, Chen Nan felt a surge of despair. He had hoped for a direct confrontation with Chen Han, where, at worst, they would both suffer. Yet now, he found himself devoid of that option. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You all stop right there. Can you not see this is Chen Han's scheme of discord? Yet, how could the families not understand? Chen Han's strategy was overt, a cunning ploy with no counter. Should they continue to resist, their ultimate fate would be annihilation. Thus, the assembly largely disregarded Chen Junnan's outcry, and soon the Chen family compound fell silent and desolate. All of this unfolded precisely as Chen Han had anticipated. Even that very night, families began to arrive, seeking to pledge their allegiance. A man and woman knocked on the door of Chen Han's office. Upon their entrance, Chen Han promptly rose to greet them. "Uncle Ji, Aunt Ji, what brings you here?" The pair were none other than Ji Yun's parents. They came not empty-handed. Ji's mother held a document titled Northern Expedition Plan, while Ji's father bore a long rectangular box upon his back. Chen Han held a certain fondness for them, as Ji's parents, lacking any martial prowess, were often met with disdain within the Ji family, which endeared them to Chen Han. They frequently offered him assistance in private. Ji's father placed the long box on Chen Han's desk and presented the Northern Expedition Plan, saying, "Xiao Han, let us speak plainly. The Ji family has sent us to negotiate with you. We have signed the Northern Expedition Plan. Please review it." Chen Han raised an eyebrow, his gaze swiftly scanning the document, and indeed, the name of the Ji family patriarch was inscribed in the designated space. Ultimately, Chen Han's mission in Hanwu was to secure the family's endorsement of the plan and their contributions. As long as this was achieved, he would not impose undue challenges. He nodded in satisfaction. "Very well." Then, he turned his attention to the long box on the desk, inquiring, "What is this?" Ji's father, with a hearty smile, opened the box to reveal a magnificent spear, its quality immediately apparent. The gun's body emanated a distinctive glow, characteristic of a superior metallic alloy, with intricate dragon patterns engraved upon it, appearing almost lifelike. Most formidable was the gun's tip, crafted from an enigmatic black stone, polished and sculpted to perfection. Strangely, Chen Han felt an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from the tip of the weapon. Merely gazing upon it sent shivers down one's spine. "Xiao Han, this weapon is known as the Overlord Spear. The body is forged from alloy number 3, which refers to the metals contained within meteors that yield star crystals. The spearhead, however, is composed of a yet undiscovered metal, referred to as the exotic element 7, whose strength surpasses all known metals. Its original owner was none other than Han Howren, the first martial god in the annals of the Great Xia." Chapter 42, A Hundredfold Cultivation Speed. Martial artist of the 7th rank. Han Howren, an exceptionally gifted prodigy, a paragon of martial prowess, and the first martial god-level powerhouse in the continent's history. It could even be asserted that the very realm of martial god was established because of him. In his prime, he and Yu Wuyun were lauded as the dual pillars of the empire, carving out a realm of light amidst an era shrouded in darkness. It was through their valor that the Great Xia could secure its foothold. The title of the continent's foremost martial artist has remained unclaimed since his demise. Even Yu, an old friend of Han Howren, dared only to claim the second position. His prowess is beyond question, and the weapons he wielded in life were truly extraordinary. At this moment, Ji's father sighed, lamenting, "What a pity that such a formidable figure perished due to illness." Chen Han shook his head silently. As a soldier, he had come across classified documents revealing the true cause of Han Howren's death. It was not a mere illness. Han Howren had ventured alone into the depths of the northern dark domain, unknowingly entering a forbidden zone, where he reportedly battled fiercely in the frigid north. When he returned, gravely wounded, the combination of old ailments and new injuries led to the untimely demise of the martial god at the age of 60. This incident instilled an ineffable terror towards the northern dark domain, as even the continent's strongest had met their end there, let alone others. Yu Wuyun's northern expedition plans were consistently thwarted, partly due to this event. Chen Han remarked thoughtfully, "The weapon wielded by General Han must be of greater value than a national treasure. What are you two suggesting?" Just as he finished speaking, Ji Yun's parents knelt before him, imploring, "Please, Second Lieutenant Chen, accept the Overlord's spear." Startled, Chen Han quickly assisted them to their feet, saying, "You honor me too greatly, but this item is far too precious for me to accept." Chen Han was not a paragon of selflessness, unlike Yu Wuyun, who could comfortably keep gifts from the Ji family. This offering held a different significance. Yet, Ji Yun's parents, seemingly resolute, called for Ji Yun to join them. Chen Han, do not feel burdened. We are not doing this for the Ji family, but for this wayward boy, Ji Yun. He will require your guidance in the future. Even Ji Yun, who was being pulled by his ears and crying out in pain, urged, Chen Xiao, just accept it. This item was something my father stumbled upon during his business dealings, and he has treasured it like a gem for many years. We are good brothers. There's no need for pretense. It turned out that this legendary spear, the Overlord's gun, was actually a personal possession of Ji's father. Chen Han, no longer hesitating, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Ji Yun's parents, saying, Thank you, uncle and aunt. In truth, upon first laying eyes on the Overlord's gun, Chen Han felt an immediate affinity for it, as if it had been custom-made for him. Compared to the Snow Wolf gun, a high-quality spiritual weapon, the Overlord's gun was of a significantly higher caliber, likely a peerless divine weapon. In the current realm, the highest classification of weapons is divided into 4 tiers: common, superior, exquisite, and peerless. As for weapons beyond the peerless tier, they may exist, but the current craftsmanship has yet to master the means to forge such items. Even a peerless divine weapon cannot be produced overnight. The sheer quality of materials alone has thwarted countless aspiring smiths. Presently, the number of peerless divine weapons existing in the entire continent is lamentably scarce. Among spear-type peerless divine weapons, only 2 are officially recorded. One belongs to General Yu. But since the time of Han Houran, Elder Yu has ceased to use the spear, instead opting for a Guandao, burying that long spear underground in memory of his old friend. The other is the very spear now in Chen Han's possession. However, Chen Han's innate weapon spirit, the sacred body, demands an almost exorbitant standard for weaponry. The stronger the weapon, the more formidable the sacred body becomes. As Chen Han grasped the Overlord's gun, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the peerless divine weapon, the Overlord's gun. Your cultivation speed has increased 100-fold. What a revelation! Chen Han gasped in astonishment. A peerless divine weapon could indeed amplify his cultivation speed 100 times. This meant that a single day of his cultivation equated to 100 days for an ordinary warrior. Coupled with the starry sky breathing method, his cultivation speed was utterly inconceivable. The following day, upon awakening from meditation, Chen Han felt an infusion of power within his spiritual energy. Martial Artist Level 5. How little time had passed. Chen Han was elated and dedicated himself to training, seemingly casting aside the northward expedition plan entirely. Martial Artist Level 6. Martial Artist Level 7. In just a few short days, Chen Han's realm astonishingly reached an alarming Martial Artist Level 7, a pace that felt swifter than riding a rocket. Of course, during these days, numerous families, like the Ji family, came to sign the northward expedition agreement, often bringing small gifts for Chen Han. However, he graciously declined these tokens of goodwill. Approximately 1/3 of the families in Hanwu City signed the northward expedition agreement without issue, in stark contrast to Chen Han's smooth progress. The situation on the Chen family side was one of chaos and disarray, particularly for Chen Jinan, who spent his days in the family shrine, fixated on the entrance, nearly succumbing to nervous exhaustion. As Chen Han gradually eroded the support for the Chen family, submerging its power little by little, it ultimately led to the entire Chen family becoming isolated and defenseless. Chen Shiming offered some food to Chen Jinan, saying, Elder brother, please eat something. A martial artist may not perish from hunger, yet prolonged lack of nourishment will diminish one's vitality. If this continues, you will fall into decline. In a fit of madness, Chen Jinan violently flung away the food from Chen Shiming's hand. I refuse to eat. Where is that vile little brat Chen Han? Let him come. Isn't he intent on destroying me? Why hasn't he shown up yet? A few months prior, the once lofty Chen Jinan could scarcely have imagined that his retribution would arrive so swiftly. Chen Shiming felt utterly helpless. There were not just dissenters from other families, but even within their own, a notable number questioned Chen Jinan's leadership. Some even began to discuss convening an internal family meeting to oust Chen Jinan from his position as patriarch. Observing Chen Jinan's frantic demeanor, Chen Shiming finally grasped Chen Han's intent. He sought to make Chen Jinan experience the bitterness of being driven from the ancestral hall. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Ah, Chen Han, I have underestimated you. Your methods are ruthless. Chen Zhan gazed towards the government building, his fists clenched tightly. On this day, the government building in Hanwu City welcomed some unexpected guests, the Bai Guang team, who had previously triumphed over them during the Special Operations Group test. Upon seeing them, Chen Han furrowed his brow, understanding that their purpose was far from simple. The counterattack from the family was imminent. If the various families were so easily dealt with, the northern expedition would not have dragged on to this day. Yu Wuyan had been in contact with Chen Han several times, and there were significant obstacles arising from the capital. The Baiguang team was backed by Zhong Go, the representative marshal of the family group, which certainly boded ill. As expected, when Zhen Zilin encountered Chen Han, he wasted no words and directly presented him with a military order. The signatures on the order belonged to prominent figures, including Zhong Go and Ouyang Quan, two of the three current marshals. Additionally, it bore the mark of the 24 Privy Council, the highest authority in the Great Xia. Chapter 43. The contest determining the fate of Great Xia. The contents of the military order were straightforward. It summoned Chen Han to participate in an unprecedented military exchange competition. This competition aimed to gather the brightest talents from prestigious universities nationwide, akin to assembling all the prodigies in one place. Naturally, this exchange was anything but simple. With two marshals and the 24 Privy Council endorsing it, the highest powers of Great Xia, excluding Marshal Yu, were all listed. It was nearly mandatory. Most astonishingly, while this grand event was touted as a military academic exchange, Chen Han stood as the sole representative of the military. Such blatant targeting made their intentions unmistakable. Zhen Zilin smirked, his voice cold. Chen Han, are you afraid? Let me inform you, any student currently enrolled in a university is eligible to participate in this competition. Upon hearing these words, Chen Han felt a shiver run through him. This implied that among the prodigies participating in the grand competition, there might be individuals who had cultivated their skills for 3 to 4 years longer than he had. Most of the extraordinarily gifted individuals of the Great Xia dynasty were ultimately concentrated within the top universities. Not to mention, Chen Han would have to face these geniuses alone. Chen Han, if you choose not to participate in this competition, it is certainly an option. The upper echelons will not impose any difficulties upon you. You would be immediately relieved of Marshal Yu's assignment and return to the military camp. Do not blame me for not warning you. I acknowledge your talent. But among the 600 million people in Great Xia, even if you are a rare gem, there are still 60,000 like you. You may abstain, but should you lose, your military status will be irrevocably revoked. You will never be employed again. Zhen Zilin's words dripped with a palpable threat, seemingly aimed at persuading Chen Han to withdraw. The reasoning was straightforward. The outcome of this competition would serve as a decisive choice between familial interests and the northern expedition for the higher-ups. The elite students from various prestigious universities undoubtedly hailed from affluent families, while Chen Han represented the commoners' faction led by Yu Wuyan. Though it appeared to be a struggle between factions, these two sides embodied the pinnacle of power in contemporary Great Xia. The stakes of this competition would determine the fate of the entire dynasty. The families were also fearful should Chen Han emerge victorious. The scales of power would begin to tip, heralding the end of the era dominated by these clans. Thus, these families would undoubtedly dispatch their most elite heirs to compete with all their might. At that moment, the phone on Chen Han's desk suddenly rang. It was Yu Wuyan calling. His first words were, Chen Han, you need not participate in the Yunjiao Grand competition. Come back. These old stubborns are impossible to negotiate with. A sense of despair permeated Yu Wuyun's voice. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the nation, yet could not sway the current cadre of high-ranking officials. This competition was fraught with peril. Those families approached with the intent to eliminate Chen Han. It was not merely a casual exchange of skills. He did not wish for the heir he had chosen to perish on the battlefield of the competition. The honor of a warrior lies in dying on the battlefield, not at the hands of one's own kind. However, Chen Han's next words left Yu Wuyun momentarily speechless. Elder Yu, do you wish for me to participate? After a prolonged silence, Chen Han gleaned the answer from Yu's quietude. This was the singular opportunity in a century to shake the foundations of those aristocratic families. If only Chen Han could triumph. Yet, the likelihood of that was approaching zero. Yu Wuyun did not wish for Chen Han to die in vain. With resolve, Chen Han picked up a pen and swiftly inscribed his name on the military order, tossing it towards Zhen Zilin. Zhen Zilin stood frozen, utterly astounded by Chen Han's audacity. In terror, he exclaimed, Chen Han, have you lost your mind? In this competition, you are the sole representative of the military. You will face those unparalleled prodigies alone, without any support. You have no one to rely on. Your life could be at stake at any moment. Zhen Zilin, who had long enjoyed a life of privilege within the Thunder God army, could scarcely believe that Chen Han truly dared to sign this military order. Those unparalleled prodigies, even a third-tier marshal general would have to prostrate themselves. Chen Han rose calmly, emanating an unmatched aura of dominance that left Jin Zelin in utter shock. A seventh-tier martial artist? This was inconceivable. It was only half a month since the last Special Forces assessment. In just half a month, transitioning from a third-tier martial artist to a seventh-tier was nothing short of astonishing. This was beyond mere prodigy. It was a miracle. Though Jin Zelin had previously lost to Chen Han, he had been confident at that time, believing he could easily vanquish Chen Han in a contest of personal strength. His defeat had been solely due to Chen Han's extraordinary vitality. Yet, now, confronted by Chen Han's overwhelming presence, Jin Zelin, as a third-tier martial general, felt a gnawing sense of impending defeat. He swallowed hard and slowly inquired, "Chen Han, might you disclose your current fundamental attributes?" Chen Han did not withhold his response. As he had not ended the call, much of his statement was directed towards General Yu. "My current base strength is 124, 500 kilograms. My base speed is 672 meters. My vitality is at 82. The trio of figures nearly left Jin Zelin dumbfounded. Was this the base attribute value of a seventh-tier martial artist? His own third-tier martial general attributes were scarcely comparable. Moreover, his vitality was a staggering 40 points lower than Chen Han's. While it was already astonishing to elevate to seventh tier in merely half a month, the remarkable base attributes were equally shocking. However, looking at Chen Han's confident demeanor, Jin Zelin was certain that Chen Han was not deceiving him. Even General Yu, on the other end of the line, was momentarily speechless. "Ha! Excellent! Excellent! Marvelous! Our great Xia army has such talent. What can those old geezers say now?" General Yu exclaimed, repeating the word excellent thrice before abruptly hanging up, presumably to continue pressuring the high powers he had mentioned. The taller the tree, the more it is subjected to the wind. Chen Han anticipated a backlash from his family, but he had not expected it to be directed solely at him. To display too much brilliance would lead to this consequence. Yet, were he to dim his shine, he would cease to be Chen Han. Though faced with countless adversities, he would forge ahead. If he succeeded, it would invigorate the northern expedition, uplift Great Xia, and even reshape the power structure within the realm. But should he fail, any hope of toppling his family would be lost. Jin Zelin's expression was a tapestry of complexity as he sighed. "Chen Han, are you not afraid that divulging your base attributes will prompt those behind me to re-evaluate their strategies against you?" Chen Han's countenance was dismissive, even laced with scorn. "Bring it on." Even though he stood on a different side of the spectrum, Jin Zelin felt a genuine admiration arise within him, chuckling. "Let us fight for the dignity of our military." As Jin Zelin departed, a system notification resonated in Chen Han's ears. Ding! The system has issued a task to participate in the Cloud Summit Exchange competition and secure the championship. The reward is a substantial 60,000 points, along with 2 opportunities for targeted rewards. Chapter 44, Paradox. The Invincible Long Spear. 60,000 points and 2 targeted draws. This reward from the system is indeed of great value. However, it also indicates the difficulty of the task. It must be said that the speed of the capital is quite impressive. In merely 2 days, the competition venue was constructed, astonishingly located in Hanwu City. This exchange competition has attracted attention from various factions, and within these 2 days, over 30 million people have flocked to Hanwu City. Families from all regions are closely watching this martial arts event, with many prominent figures, typically seen only on screens, appearing on the streets of Hanwu City. Soon, the day of the grand competition arrived. Chen Han, wielding the Overlord Spear, strode alone towards the venue. As the main protagonist of this exchange competition, his mere appearance caused a massive crowd to gather in anticipation. "Look, that person is Chen Han, the sole representative of the military this time. They say he is a once-in-a-century genius. Indeed, over 3 months to reach the 3rd stage of a martial artist. An unprecedented feat. What 3rd stage? Latest news suggests he has already ascended to the 7th stage of a martial artist. Just 1 step away from achieving the realm of a martial general." The crowd buzzed with excitement, their admiration for Chen Han palpable. Yet, dissenting voices emerged. "Genius? What genius? This exchange competition is teeming with prodigies. Have you heard of Zhao Wujing from Wuchuan University? The Zhao family from the capital. His thunder-based abilities are unmatched. He can defeat seniors as a freshman." "Huh, And what about Xiang Ming from Stargazing University? He seems talented, now in his 3rd year. He's already at the 6th stage of a martial general. The great Xia has never been short of talent. These individuals mentioned are the apex of their respective elite institutions. Chen Han's apparent prowess seems insufficient in comparison. Among the onlookers were also members of various families, who shouted loudly, "Chen Han, concede. Don't leave yourself in ruins. Chen Han, your defeat is inevitable." Amidst the chorus of naysayers, Chen Han's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. With her long red hair, graceful figure, and a form-fitting red outfit. The striking expression belonged to Zhao Linger. Behind her were several members of the Cold Night team, including Ji Yun. However, their cheers were drowned out by the cacophony of disparagement. While Chen Han was not surprised by their presence, he was puzzled to see Zhao Linger armed. As spectators were not permitted to carry weapons according to the rules. "What's this?" Chen Han exclaimed softly. Zhao Linger smiled knowingly. "Hey, you're the team leader. And now I'm your soldier. If you're heading to your doom, I can't just stand by. If they plan to take you down, I won't allow it. What if they resort to a will battle? At this moment, the young lady may not possess strength comparable to yours, yet assisting you is certainly within my capabilities." Chen Han suddenly realized that Zhao Linger must have requested Yu Wuyun to include her in this competition. With her presence, Chen Han would at least not feel isolated. A warm feeling surged within him, and a smile graced his lips as Zhao Linger pushed open the doors to the venue, and the two entered side by side. Inside the arena, one could find an assembly of prominent figures. The first to catch the eye were the 3 great marshals occupying the central viewing area, Zhong Go, Yu Wuyun, and Ouyang Quan. They are renowned as the 3 most formidable individuals of the era. The oppressive aura emanating from these martial deities was no exaggeration. Their silence rendered the entire venue so hushed that one could hear a pin drop. Zhong Go cast a glance at Chen Han and immediately discerned his realm, martial artist of the 8th rank. Your subordinate is indeed extraordinary. In just 2 days, he has advanced from the 7th to the 8th rank. I cannot help but suspect he has resorted to some forbidden substance." Yu Wuyun, delighting inwardly, maintained a composed demeanor and replied with an official tone, "What do you mean by my subordinate? We all serve the nation and its people. Zhong Go, do not slander." "Humph." Observing Yu Wuyun's smug expression, Zhong Go snorted coldly and remarked, "I wonder if he can safely navigate today as challenges." In addition to the 3 marshals, the audience comprised other notable individuals, including Li Qingshi, the head of the national pharmaceutical industry, and the leaders of various prestigious families from the capital, most of whom had likely attained the rank of martial emperor. Among them, one individual piqued Chen Han's interest, his ancestral patriarch, Chen Muhu. Chen Han knew very little about this man, having only encountered him a couple of times. Seated beside Chen Muhu was Chen Jinan, looking weary and bowing his head like a dutiful son. Although Chen Han had seen Chen Muhu a few times, the elder did not recognize him. In a sense, this was their first true meeting. Upon spotting Chen Han in the audience, Chen Muhu reprimanded Chen Jinan. "Jinan, how could you bear to let such talent leave the Chen family? Do you not realize that Chen Han has become the focus of the entire nation? If he were not associated with Yu Wuyun, even those ancient figures in the capital, whom I must bow to, would be vying to recruit him." Having returned to the family for just 2 days, Chen Mu had scolded Chen Jinan consistently, leaving the latter feeling numb, only able to nod in agreement. It was not that Chen Muhu genuinely cared for Chen Han. He had established the family's elimination system, advocating for survival of the fittest. He merely lamented that Chen Han could not serve the Chen family. At this moment, Zhong Go was becoming increasingly impatient. He had personally orchestrated the Yun exchange competition, and he was eager to witness the designated heir, Yu Wuyun, suffer a humiliating defeat or even perish. "Host, commence." Zhong Go's cold command sent a shiver through the host of the competition. This contest was specifically targeted at Chen Han, and he was the first to take the stage. Chen Han's initial opponent was none other than Zhao Wujing from the Zhao family of the capital. He is the cousin of Zhao Yufei, yet in terms of innate talent, he surpasses Zhao Yufei by more than tenfold. With a grade of talent, physique, and martial arts technique, he has, in just 1 year since enrollment, defeated a formidable opponent of the 4th level. In the arena, a flash of lightning streaked by, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the eye. In the next moment, a burly figure clad in black martial arts attire stood upon the stage. Zhao Wujing, a 4th-level student of Wuchuan University and a 3rd-tier martial general, roared, "Chen Han, come to the stage." His fierce gaze bore down upon Chen Han below. This contest held the potential to thwart Chen Han, thus marking him as a prime candidate for the future elite of the Great Xia's highest authority, with promises of significant rewards. Consequently, all the prodigious talents from various universities yearned for the opportunity to battle Chen Han, prompting Zhao Wujing's palpable impatience. The audience began to murmur among themselves. Last month, during the martial arts examination at Wuchuan University, Zhao Wujing, with his third-tier martial general prowess, had vanquished Su Jie, a sixth-tier martial general, earning the title of the most outstanding student in the history of Wuchuan University. In this first match, Chen Han is bound to lose. That is quite certain. Yet it is regrettable. Chen Han's training time has been far too brief, not even reaching a quarter of Zhao Wujing's. Given time, he might well surpass Zhao Wujing. Chen Han remained silent, ascending the stage with a quiet determination. At that moment, no one noticed the flickering red light that had begun to emanate from the tip of his spear as he leapt onto the platform. Before the host could complete the word begin, the crimson radiance from Chen Han's spear illuminated the entire arena, resembling a torrent of red lightning interwoven across the stage. In an unexpected turn of events, Chen Han had already moved in unison with his weapon. Just as the word begin fell, Chen Han's spear had already pierced through Zhao Wujing's chest. A bloodied heart hung from the spear's tip, confronting all the notable figures in the audience with a visceral display of bloodshed. In that moment, Chen Han shattered the ironclad laws of martial cultivation. It could even be said that he had turned them upside down. The disparity between martial artists and martial generals was obliterated, resulting in an overwhelming instant kill. Chapter 45. The ancestor of the Chen family regrets. A plea for reconciliation. This strike astonished all present. Even the three marshals on stage were taken aback. What manner of technique had Chen Han employed to strike Zhao Wujing's heart with a single blow? What on earth had transpired? In a flash, Zhao Wujing was no more. A genius capable of defeating even sixth-tier martial generals had succumbed without resistance. A wave of shock rippled through the entire arena. Among them, especially the ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Mu, was nearly overwhelmed by astonishment. His strength ranked at the sixth tier of martial emperors, allowing him to discern Chen Han's trajectory of movement. Yet, he could not comprehend how Chen Han had managed to pierce Zhao Wujing's heart while he was fully prepared for the confrontation. Such an occurrence was utterly unfathomable. In theory, had Zhao Wujing witnessed Chen Han's gunfire aimed directly at his heart, he would have resisted the assault. Even if he failed to defend against Chen Han's martial prowess, he would not have fallen in an instant. Zheng Nan, such martial skills surely do not belong to our Chen family, do they? Chen Muhu inquired of the nearby Chen Zhengnan. This was Chen Jingnan's first close encounter with Chen Han's combat, leaving him utterly astonished, to the point of not even responding to Chen Muhu's question. Zhengnan. It was only after Chen Muhu's stern admonition that Chen Zhengnan came to his senses. He exhaled deeply. Such martial skills, of course, do not originate from our Chen family. After entering the military, Chen Han must have encountered extraordinary fortunes. A child of destiny. Perhaps. How could our Chen family have such a descendant? Zheng Nan, how should I express my thoughts to you? A talent of this caliber. You must exert every effort to retain him, even if it means exhausting the resources of our entire clan. Chen Muhu's face was etched with regret, lamenting that he had not discovered this potential sooner. Although this exchange match had only just begun, Chen Han's initial battle, where he eliminated a martial general with martial prowess, was sufficient to compel those in higher echelons to reassess him. He had achieved an unprecedented feat. While Chen Han had taken a life, he seemed unfazed, instead forcefully extracting the long spear and brutally trampling Zhao Wujing's corpse beneath his feet. He then cast a scornful glance at Zhong Go on the platform. This gaze was nothing short of arrogant, serving as a humiliation for Zhong Go. Infuriated, Zhong Go had anticipated Zhao Wujing's potential defeat, considering Chen Han's previous challenge against Qi Feihu, a martial artist of the third tier. Although Qi Feihu might not match Zhao Wujing, their realms were not vastly different. However, Zhong Go did not foresee such a humiliating defeat. A formidable aura swept across the arena as Zhong Go bellowed, Chen Han, this is a competition arena. That is the foremost individual of Wuchuan High School. How dare you take a life? Kneel. Zhong Go emanated an overwhelming presence, akin to an ocean, engulfing the entire venue. The martial god level represents the pinnacle of the martial world today. This designation carries the term god because the martial god realm is almost detached from humanity. Below the martial god, all are mere mortals. Thus, When this terrifying aura was unleashed, the majority of the audience found themselves crushed to the ground in submission. Some, lacking sufficient resolve, even coughed up blood. Yet, standing on the stage, under Zhongguo's assault, Chen Han remained proudly upright, starkly contrasting with the majority of those in the audience. The reason lies in his extraordinary talent. The dual gifts bestowed upon him rendered even the pressure from a martial god ineffective. He coldly retorted to Zhongguo's threat, "Commander Zhong, the rules of competition do not stipulate a ceasefire. Rather, it is a matter of life and death. How dare these wretched individuals emerge to disgrace themselves? I see that among the major schools, there is no one left. Arrogance, utterly brazen." Chen Han's words not only slapped the faces of the major schools, but also served as a direct affront to Zhongguo himself. The participants in this competition were all hand-picked geniuses, potential confidants of his in the future. A menacing aura emanated from Zhongguo as he quietly gathered his inner strength, intent on eliminating Chen Han on the spot. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten that behind him loomed the foremost warrior of humanity, an unparalleled pinnacle that had remained unconquered for decades. A large hand descended upon Zhongguo's shoulder, effortlessly dispelling his hidden power. "Zhongguo, sit down." A more formidable presence immediately enveloped Zhongguo, instilling a cold sweat and forcing him to obediently resume his seat. This elder, who had once saved humanity, now appeared affable. Yet he had aged, not weakened. Yu Wuyin scoffed. "As a marshal, you should adhere to decorum. Life and death are commonplace in martial competitions." He then cast a sidelong glance at the restless Ouyang Quan, saying, "What, do you wish to make a move as well? Do not forget, the two of you may not stand a chance against me." With just these two remarks, he silenced the entire assembly. For many years, Yu Wuyin had maintained his position as the foremost figure in the military, relying not solely on his experience. The young may be arrogant, yet the old are equally so. Someone murmured from the audience, yet there was little they could do. This duo, the elder and the youth, had effectively subdued all prominent figures present. Once the contest concluded, with Chen Han emerging victorious, the host finally announced the outcome. However, instead of applause, a palpable sense of unease filled the air, for they were all representatives of familial interests. With each match Chen Han won, they edged closer to danger. Clap, clap, clap. Yet in a corner of the hall, applause erupted. It was Chun Mu Hu, the elder of the Chun family. He laughed heartily. "Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy descendants of my Chen family. That was splendid." The audience looked on in bewilderment at Chun Mu Hu, quickly followed by a chorus of jeers. This Chen Mu Hu was indeed adept at embellishing his own reputation. Most attendees were aware of Chen Han's history and understood he had distanced himself from the Chen family. Unperturbed by the disdain of the crowd, Chen Mu Hu continued, "Esteemed guests, as you are all present here, please bear witness. I, Chen, have long overlooked the cultivation of my family's offspring, resulting in the departure of such a promising grandson like Chen Han. This was merely a moment of discord, and I deeply regret it. Thus, today I invite Chen Han to return to the Chen family." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around him turned even more scornful. If Chen Mu Hu truly valued Chen Han, he could have intervened when Zhongguo threatened him. Instead, this old man waited until Yu Wuyin resolved the situation before orchestrating this spectacle. He sought to bring Chen Han back into the fold while also seizing the opportunity to align himself with Yu Wuyin, a masterstroke indeed, a twofold gain. Such sentiments could only be expressed by one utterly devoid of shame. Even more astonishing was the moment when, before the gathered crowd, Chen Mu Hu suddenly knelt down, compelling Chen Jun Nan to do the same. Tears began to cascade from his eyes, a display of remarkable acting that left even Chen Han momentarily speechless. "Oh, little Han, it is your great-grandfather's fault. He has wronged you." In Chapter 46, The Secret of the Overlord's Spear, the Great Dipper's majestic spear technique, Chen Han felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was his first encounter with such unabashed shamelessness. To kneel before so many, an ancestor bowing to his descendants. Yet, the crowd was already well aware of Chen Mu Hu's notorious lack of shame, a reputation that had preceded him. Just days prior, he had wept over a grave during a major family relocation in the capital. The onlookers were merely observing Chen Han's reaction, as Chen Mu Hu was indeed putting him on the spot. In such a predicament, Chen Han could hardly refuse, lest he be accused of betraying his ancestors. Chen Mu Hu's tactic was astutely executed. Whispers filled the audience. Betraying one's teacher and ancestors? That assertion seems rather excessive. At that moment, Chen Han's response was straightforward. He recounted the incident of Chen Han attempting to bribe him at the government building in its entirety. On November 20th, 101 of the new calendar, the head of the Chen family, Chen Han, attempted to bribe this lieutenant, but to no avail. Enraged, Chen Hui assaulted a public official and was subsequently shot dead by me. Ancestor Chen, are you now kneeling in hopes of absolving yourself? As these words echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. In truth, this trivial matter was hardly significant, yet when thrust into the limelight, the dynamics shifted entirely. Chen Mu, who not only lost face, but also bore the weight of a charge meant to exonerate his family, at a loss for words, he glared at Chen Han. Why did you not inform me of these matters sooner? Chen Han's face flushed crimson, aware that many within the family held him in contempt. Thus, he had refrained from disclosing such information to Chen Mu, who, knowing it would jeopardize his position as family head. Meanwhile, Chen Han's counterattack left him utterly astonished. At that juncture, Yu Wuyin cleared his throat. Chen Mu, who? Public officials who commit crimes must face severe consequences. Surely, you are aware of this? The gravity of Yu Wuyin's words filled Chen Mu with trepidation. He held a certain position in the capital, and if Yu Wuyin chose to exploit this opportunity, the repercussions would be dire. Marshal Yu, I must take my leave. Chen Mu, who hastily pulled Chen Han and exited the venue in disarray. As he departed, he cast a glance at Chen Han, not filled with resentment, but rather genuine regret. A younger member of the family possessed such profound insight, rivaling that of an old fox seasoned in the political arena. Coupled with Chen Han's terrifying talents, Chen Mu, who understood that the Chen family had missed the chance to cultivate a potential future sovereign of Xia. Xiaohan, when you find the time, do visit the Chen family. Your great-grandfather wishes to personally host a banquet to express his apologies. Chen Mu, who, having realized the gravity of his missteps, dared not offend Chen Han any further, instead attempting to ingratiate himself before his departure. Chen Han had encountered shameless individuals before. Yet this level of audacity was unprecedented. He chose to ignore the overtures, for his bout had concluded, and what lay ahead were the duels among the prodigies of various esteemed universities. Although the competition was ostensibly directed at Chen Han, these families still maintained a fade of honor. Thus, the tournament did not devolve into a mere series of battles against him. Instead, the strongest contenders from each round would be clandestinely selected to face Chen Han. After all, this contest was under the scrutiny of the highest authorities of the Great Xia, serving not only to challenge Chen Han, but also to evaluate the potential of the top candidates from each institution. Everyone aspired to claim victory. Upon entering the lounge, it wasn't long before Marshal Yu came to pay a visit to Chen Han. This venerable warrior of Great Xia, aged over a century, bore a child's smile. Chen Han, splendid work. I initially believed you would undoubtedly lose, which is why I hesitated to allow you to participate in the competition. You have truly astonished me. Marshal Yu could hardly contain his joy. This was a rare opportunity to challenge the dominance of the families. The hope of victory was tantalizingly close. Though his prowess remained unparalleled, age weighed heavily upon him, compounded by the myriad hidden injuries within his body, leaving him uncertain of how much longer he had to live. Perhaps this would be his last chance. The mountains were filled with the loyal departed, having fought valiantly throughout their lives. And Marshal Yu wished for a noble end upon the battlefield. As he spoke, tears of gratitude welled in his eyes, a testament to the emotional weight carried by the esteemed commander. Marshal Yu, there is no need for such sentiments, Chen Han quickly reassured him. As the saying goes, one should repay the intentions of the sovereign with utmost loyalty, even if it means laying down one's life. Given the Marshal's noble treatment, Chen Han felt compelled to give his all. At that moment, Marshal Yu's gaze fell upon the Overlord's spear resting beside Chen Han, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Is that not the Overlord's spear of my old companion? It seems fate has woven our paths together once more. Han Haoran and Yu Wuyun were renowned as the twin pillars of the empire, their bond deep and enduring. Marshal Yu contemplated the spear for a long while before seizing it with familiarity and deftly twisting its body. To Chen Han's astonishment, a mechanism within the spear was revealed. Upon the marshal's manipulation, a small groove emerged, housing a chip that appeared quite ancient, reminiscent of technology from 50 or 60 years past. Despite having possessed the Overlord spear for several days, Chen Han had never discovered this hidden feature. Marshal, what is this? Yu Wuyun smiled knowingly. I suspected that this crafty rogue had concealed such a device within his weapon. Did he think he could keep it from me? With that, he handed the chip to Chen Han. Connect this chip to your personal network. It contains a set of spear techniques known as the Beidou Haoran spear art. I trust one need not elaborate on this technique. Indeed, no explanation is necessary. The Beidou Haoran gun technique, it is said, was attained by Han Haoran overnight after entering the realm of the martial god, inspired by the constellation of the Big Dipper. It stands as the foremost gun technique in existence. Excluding clandestine practices, this may very well be the only publicly acknowledged supreme gun technique in the world. According to military records, the day Han Haoran comprehended this technique, the heavens wept and the earth trembled. However, due to its overwhelming power, Han Haoran chose not to impart it to anyone within the military. Following his demise in the Northern Dark Domain, this gun technique was irrevocably lost to time. Even after 40 years since his passing, countless individuals have sought after this technique, yet none have succeeded. Who would have imagined that he concealed the technique within the Baoan gun? Except for Yu Wuyun, the one who knew Han Haoran best. Thank you, Marshal Yu. At present, what Chen Han lacks most is a supreme technique. Although the Yu family gun technique is formidable, it pales in comparison to his extraordinary talent and martial skills. Take your time to comprehend. Prepare for the impending duel. Among those talented individuals from the academies, there is one whose gift is particularly peculiar. Exercise utmost caution. With these words, Yu Wuyun returned to his position as marshal. Chen Han then connected the chip to the local network, and before him, a mysterious space suddenly materialized. Within this space stood a solitary figure, proud and imposing, wielding a long gun. Although devoid of a face, merely a phantom, it instilled a sense of dread. Undoubtedly, this must be the unparalleled strongman, Han Haoran. Chapter 47, 2 Hours of Comprehension. What a prodigy! Han Haoran faced away from Chen Han, having even pre-recorded a message. His first words elicited an involuntary chuckle from Chen Han. To discover this chip of mine, I suppose your relationship with that hefty fellow is rather special. The hefty fellow referred to by Han Haoran is none other than Yu Wuyun, standing at 2 meters tall and weighing a staggering 140 kilograms. Marshal Yu is as robust as an ox. While you referred to Han Haoran as the eared bandit, Han Haoran, in turn, called Yu Wuyun the big fatty. Who would have guessed that the so-called national heroes of the empire would be such a comical pair? The two were well acquainted, and Han Haoran trusted only Yu Wuyun to uncover his Beidou Haoran gun technique. Upon concluding his introduction, Han Haoran's demeanor shifted dramatically, though merely a phantom. He emanated an imposing presence. Remember, the essence of my Beidou Haoran gun technique lies not in the moves, but in the warrior's resolve. The warrior's will is victory. A commander has but one objective: to win, to look down upon the world, to stand proud against the heavens. When employing the Beidou Haoran gun technique, one must possess unwavering determination and forge ahead without hesitation. Any wavering will significantly diminish the technique's effectiveness. With that, Han Haoran began to demonstrate the Beidou Haoran gun technique. It must be said, the techniques of Beidou Haoran and the Yu family gun techniques are not even in the same realm. Although both Han Haoran and Yu Wuyun are among the foremost masters of their time, their approaches to combat are utterly distinct. The Yu family spear technique emphasizes flexibility and adaptability, with nearly every move interconnected with the next, capable of catching adversaries off guard. In contrast, the Beidou Haoran spear method is characterized by its grandiose and straightforward maneuvers, horizontal slashes, direct thrusts, and sweeping attacks, extremely simplistic in execution. It embodies relentless offense with no room for defense. As Han Haoran articulates, each strike aims to corner the opponent into a desperate situation, which equates to victory. Once the attack is initiated, retreat is not an option until the enemy is vanquished. This reflects the essence of a true warrior's spirit. Han Haoran's approach to the spear is overwhelmingly domineering, disregarding everything in the pursuit of triumph over his foes. In this regard, Yu Wuyun, who is perpetually concerned with the greater good of his country, falls short in comparison. Han Haoran stands as a quintessential martial artist, delving into forbidden domains not for the safety of the great Xia, but rather to challenge the formidable. As the world's foremost champion, he finds solitude in invincibility. Chen Han discerned the underlying principles of supremacy embedded within these seemingly ordinary techniques. That indomitable will is the quintessence of the Beidou Haoran spear method, justifying its classification as a supreme martial art. Before long, Chen Han adeptly assimilated this spear technique. On his system panel, the entry for martial arts now displayed the Beidou Haoran spear method. In the 10th match, Zhao Ling'er faced Zhang Mu. At that moment, Chen Han was startled by the announcement over the loudspeaker. He realized that the time spent comprehending the Beidou spear method had coincided with the passage of 9 matches. Approximately 2 hours had elapsed. Gradually, he exited the lounge and made his way to the viewing area to observe Zhao Linger's contest. The instant Yu Wuyun spotted Chen Han, his eyes widened in disbelief. He promptly descended from the commander's seat and inquired, "Why are you here?" Chen Han, taken aback by Yu Wuyun's demeanor, waved dismissively, saying, "Commander Yu, is there something amiss? I have mastered the Beidou spear method." "What?" The esteemed strongest warrior of the continent stood there, momentarily speechless. It was only when his secretary called out, "Commander, return to your seat. The match is about to begin," that Yu Wuyun regained his composure, though his expression remained one of profound astonishment. Even while returning to his seat, he kept glancing towards Chen Han. Chen Han was puzzled. He merely learned a supreme spear technique. Was it truly enough to leave the continent's strongest in such a state? Little did he know that Yu Wuyun had also attempted to learn this technique, but had failed. He had spent 2 days and nights having Han Hauren demonstrate the Beidou spear method, yet he could not grasp it. Consequently, he abandoned the effort. The military's elite had previously observed it as well, but none succeeded in mastering it. The most extraordinary case was that of an individual who trained for 3 full years without achieving proficiency in the Beidou spear method. Yu Wuyun recognized Chen Han's exceptional talent. Yet he believed that Chen Han should have spent at least a day in the practice room to grasp even a fraction of its essence. But Chen Han's first utterance was that he had mastered the Beidou spear technique. How could Yu Wuyun not be astonished? Although national affairs were paramount in his eyes, his innate talent was only slightly inferior to Han Hauren's within the entire Great Xia, and it was inconceivable that he lacked a hint of a warrior's spirit. When Chen Han spoke these words, Yu Wuyun even felt a surge of defeat. What an extraordinary brat this is. Yu Wuyun clicked his tongue in disbelief. Zhongguo and Ouyang Quan were equally taken aback by Yu Wuyun's reaction. Despite a recent clash with Yu Wuyun, the 3 marshals still needed to maintain a facade of camaraderie. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Quan feigned concern, asking, "Marshal Yu, what prompts such a reaction? Is it possible that your favored disciple is unwell?" This apparent concern was, in truth, a veiled mockery. Numerous family members perked up, leaning towards the marshal's seat. At that moment, 90% of the audience hoped for some misfortune to befall Chen Han. Yu Wuyun's expression was one of delight, his mouth nearly stretching to the heavens, as if he were more elated than if he had comprehended the Beidou spear technique himself. He chuckled lightly and proudly declared, "Just now, during the 2-hour respite in the lounge, Chen Han grasped the Beidou spear technique." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily bewildered. After all, not everyone was familiar with the Beidou spear technique. Suddenly, someone knowledgeable inquired of Yu Wuyun, "Are you referring to the unique, lost spear technique of Marshal Han Hauren?" Few were aware of the Beidou spear technique, but if it pertained to Han Hauren, then many would certainly be informed. For nearly a century, due to Yu Wuyun's humility, the position of the continent's foremost warrior had been held by him. If no one could surpass Yu Wuyun, then neither could they surpass Han Hauren. The spear technique wielded by such a figure could hardly be commonplace. Although it was Zhao Linger's competition, Yu Wuyun's remark redirected all attention back to Chen Han. Mastering Han Hauren's spear technique in just 2 hours? How could that be possible? Han Hauren's spear technique was a transcendent skill, typically requiring at least 3 years of practice. For those of lesser talent, it could take a decade. 2 hours. Was this a jest? Even a genius ought to have limitations. The crowd's understanding of Chen Han's extraordinary prowess escalated to unprecedented heights, to the extent that the ongoing competition was forgotten. The arena fell into an eerie silence, with Zhongguo's face ashen. In merely 2 hours, Chen Han had made yet another advancement. Meanwhile, the most vibrant activity was taking place within a stately building in the heart of the capital. This edifice, known as the 24 Secret Council, housed the highest powers of the Great Xia. It had been decades since the council had convened in full assembly. Yet today, due to one Chen Han, the pinnacle of power in the Great Xia had converged in unity. Chapter 48. The Nation Trembles. 3 battles, 3 victories. All victories by instantaneous defeats. The designation of the 24 Privy Council is derived from the fact that it comprises 24 individuals of supreme authority. Any decision concerning the Great Xia can only take effect upon the endorsement of more than half of these 24 high powers. Naturally, military matters are governed by the 3 grand marshals. This encapsulates the current power structure of the Great Xia. The 24 supreme authorities are ranked, with higher ranks signifying greater power. Thus, the foremost figure in the Great Xia is the individual who holds the highest position within the 24 Privy Council. Notably, Yu Weiyun ranks 5th among the council, contributing to the fact that today, there are only 23 individuals present among the supreme authorities. Nonetheless, it is improbable that all 24 could convene unless the stability of the nation were to be threatened. Within the Grand Hall of the Privy Council, a screen displays the martial arts arena where Chen Han is situated. This young man is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that Yu Weiyun holds him in such high regard. In just 2 short hours, he has grasped the essence of Han Howren's spear techniques. During my time in the military, I served under General Han and still have yet to master the Northern Dipper's radiant spear technique. We may need to contemplate entrusting the power of the Great Xia to the common people represented by Yu Weiyun rather than to the aristocracy. Gentlemen, do remain patient. This exchange competition has only just begun, and it would be premature to draw conclusions. While Chen Han is indeed formidable, it is important to remember that talent arises in every generation, and the bloodline of noble families will inevitably possess certain advantages over commoners. As a result of Chen Han's prowess, the 23 supreme authorities of the Great Xia have descended into disarray. Among them are those closely aligned with Yu Weiyun, representatives of noble families and neutral parties, each holding differing opinions and conflicting political views. Enough. Each of you should remember your place. A low, commanding voice silenced the room instantly. The speaker was none other than the preeminent authority of the Great Xia, an elderly man appearing to be in his 70s, yet possessing a magnificent mane of golden hair. Emperor Qingtian. Each member of the 24 supreme authorities has the power to determine life and death. Yet this Emperor Qingtian possesses the unique ability to dictate their ranking, and consequently, their power, an indication of his exalted status. His mere utterance commanded silence, as he slowly articulated, "Gentlemen, do not rush. We shall converse once this exchange competition concludes." Emperor Qingtian maintains a neutral stance. He will support whichever side emerges victorious. This neutrality is precisely the reason for the existence of this exchange competition. Though Yu Weiyun is both a Grand Marshal and the 5th-ranking authority, Emperor Qingtian remains unyielding. When he speaks, all factions must comply and await his judgment. However, he added with emphasis, Chen Han indeed possesses remarkable potential. While I shall not interfere in your contest, Chen Han's life must be preserved. Should he perish, whether on the arena or beyond, I shall pursue the truth relentlessly. These 2 statements serve as Chen Han's inviolable shield. Upon uttering these words, the audience exchanged glances of astonishment. Although Emperor Qingtian chose to remain aloof amidst the familial interests and the northern expedition plans, he has indelibly marked Chen Han. Consequently, throughout the vast realm of the Great Xia, it seems none would dare inflict harm upon Chen Han, not even Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan. For decades, no prodigy emerging from the prestigious academies has garnered such favor from Emperor Qingtian. At this moment, seated in the observation platform, Chen Han remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in watching Zhao Ling-er's contest. The match concluded swiftly, for Zhao Ling-er's opponent was hardly formidable. Let us not forget, Zhao Ling-er was once a military prodigy, having trained for a full 3 additional years compared to Chen Han, and now stood as a 1st-tier marshal general. Her adversary, merely a 2nd-tier marshal general, could scarcely rival Zhao Ling-er, who had thrived amidst the brutality of the battlefield. Her exceptional Yu family spear technique left her opponent, a wood element talent named Zhan Mu, disarmed and vulnerable, drawing the audience's admiration. Zhao Ling-er truly is a remarkable talent. Alas, she was not admitted into any of the major academies. The families watching sighed softly, their lament more profound due to Zhao Ling-er being associated with Chen Han, symbolizing his burgeoning influence. Chen Han himself was already astonishingly powerful. If he were to amass further strength, none could stand in his way. Indeed, Chen Han was truly unstoppable. Over the next 3 days, he engaged in 3 consecutive matches, advancing to the national top 8. Representing Wanshi Academy was Qian Ming, from Jinghai Academy was Wang Deqiu, and from Yingxi Academy was Luo Wan. All 3 possessed martial prowess beyond the 4th tier, with Luo Wan being a 5th-tier martial general. These 3 esteemed academies resided within the capital, and each contender was celebrated as a formidable genius in their respective institutions. Yet, none could withstand Chen Han's formidable strike. The technique known as the piercing thorn spear was merciless in its lethality. It bore a striking resemblance to the demise of Zhao Wujing. Each time before stepping onto the stage, Chen Han's spear radiated a crimson glow. Once on stage, it unleashed a fierce and unyielding thrust. The trio exhausted every conceivable tactic, yet could not evade that breathtaking spear strike. Notably, Luo Wen possessed an extraordinary speed-enhancing talent, capable of significantly amplifying his velocity, boasting a base speed over 6 times that of Chen Han. Theoretically, there was no way for Chen Han to catch up to him. However, the moment Chen Han unleashed his martial technique, Luo Wen found himself racing across the stage in mere seconds. Yet still, Chen Han delivered a precise thrust to his heart. The piercing thorn spear is a technique governed by the laws of causality, arguably the most potent martial technique against humanity. It is inescapable, unguardable, and must be endured, or one might as well sprout a second heart. In the span of just 3 days, the elite contenders from various prestigious universities have been tirelessly scrutinizing Chen Han's lethal martial technique, yet they remain utterly perplexed. Each strike results in instantaneous annihilation, leaving no room for reprieve. With 3 consecutive victories and a singular technique that reigns supreme, these matches have garnered nationwide broadcast, leaving the entire nation in astonishment. A mere 8th-tier martial artist has managed to render an entire assembly of seasoned warriors powerless to retaliate. Such an unprecedented phenomenon is unheard of throughout history. Even the common populace has found their dinner conversations transformed into discussions on how to counteract Chen Han's formidable skill. It seems utterly inscrutable. He appears to exert little effort, as if the weapon autonomously pierces the heart. The most significant news of these days revolves around discovering a means to counter Chen Han's unfathomable martial prowess. The nation's intellectuals are racking their brains, yet still cannot conceive of a solution. Most astonishingly, Qi Feihu, who has been incarcerated, finds himself in high spirits each day upon awakening in his cell. The reason is simple. No one else in the country can decipher this martial technique. He is the sole individual who has endured its onslaught and emerged unscathed. With each elite martial artist Chen Han eliminates, Qi Feihu's value continues to rise. Chapter 49. The Sole Solution to the Piercing Thorn Spear. Title: In truth, Qi Feihu's soft alloy heart is indeed the only means to counter the piercing thorn spear. Although the spear is said to target the human heart, the actual area of effect encompasses a substantial region surrounding the heart. Once the piercing thorn spear strikes flesh, it loses its causal effect. This is precisely why Qi Feihu survived. At that time, Chen Han was merely a 3rd-tier martial artist, and coupled with the strength of his soft alloy, the 2 factors together successfully thwarted the piercing thorn spear. However, even if those university martial artists were to realize that such a method exists to counter the piercing thorn spear, time would not be on their side. Installing a soft alloy heart is no trivial procedure. A minimum of 30 days advance appointment is required, and the costs are exorbitant. Furthermore, this surgery carries a high risk of failure, posing a threat to life. Consequently, generally speaking, few would opt for such an operation. Qi Feihu merely stumbled upon a fortunate outcome. As Chen Han forcefully ascends into the national top 8, Zhao Ling'er, on the other hand, has faced utter defeat. At this juncture, the remaining top 8 are all prodigies among prodigies, making victory for Zhao Ling'er utterly implausible. Chen Han's true challenges now commence. The remaining 7 opponents are all endowed with extraordinary skills, none of whom are easy to confront. For instance, today's adversary of Chen Han is none other than Shang Ming, the top talent from the esteemed Starry Sky University, renowned as the foremost martial institution in the capital. Possessing exceptional innate talent, Shang Ming, resembling the physique of Yu Wuyun, boasts an impressive stature with muscles akin to an explosion, and he wields no weapon. Having honed his craft through rigorous physical training, Chen Han observed several of his matches, and the combat skills exhibited by this individual were astonishingly exceptional. In a barehanded combat scenario, he would likely be unmatched. His temperament was ferocious, and this exchange competition was evidently targeted at Chen Han. Apart from his bout with Chen Han, everyone else tacitly refrained from engaging in serious confrontation. Yet this fellow, perhaps due to not facing Chen Han directly in the previous matches, mercilessly incapacitated his opponents. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, Shang Ming erupted into maniacal laughter, revealing a bloodthirsty demeanor. "Chen Han, I have awaited you for a long time." His grin resembled that of a frenzied butcher. This match was, without a doubt, the most anticipated event of the day. Shang Ming, a prodigious talent, had long been regarded as a favorite to win the championship. Chen Han, with 3 victories under his belt, had also gained national attention for his lethal martial prowess. It would not be an exaggeration to declare this match a final showdown. Among the top 8, these two were indisputably formidable. Today, the venue's doors were wide open, allowing even commoners to witness this contest. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think Xiang Ming has devised a strategy to counter Chen Han's martial skills? In my opinion, he must have. Otherwise, how could he appear so confident? Across the nation, no one had yet deciphered the nature of Chen Han's martial techniques. What could Xiang Ming possibly do? The spectators began to speculate. Only Yu Weiyun on the stage furrowed his brow, his previous jovial demeanor absent. While the crowd marveled at Chen Han's remarkable display over the past 3 days and his enigmatic martial skills, few were aware that Xiang Ming's talent was equally mysterious. Yu Weiyun had yet to ascertain how Chen Han's techniques could accurately strike the enemy's heart, nor had he discerned the function of Xiang Ming's abilities. Xiang Ming embodied the peculiar talents that Yu Weiyun had described. Chen Han, step onto the stage. Today, I will unravel your martial skills. Xiang Ming bellowed in fury. Chen Han responded with calm indifference. Regardless of Xiang Ming's tactics, he remained unfazed. However, he was curious to see how Xiang Ming would contend with the piercing, deadly thorn spear. This technique was like an insurmountable advantage against any adversary. Xiang Ming did not appear to be equipped with any metallic enhancements. How could he possibly counter this causal martial skill? As Chen Han ascended the platform, his tyrant spear began to emanate waves of crimson light. By now, the entire nation had nearly deciphered Chen Han's method of attack. Look, Chen Han is employing that martial skill, exclaimed a spectator. Goodness, just witnessing the red glow emanating from his spear elicits a visceral reaction. The first 3 individuals he dispatched perished inexplicably. Of course, although the crowd was aware of this, Chen Han felt no need to conceal his techniques. It was an undeniable show of strength. However, at the very moment he leaped onto the stage, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience as the red radiance from Chen Han's spear inexplicably dissipated. This indicated that he had not unleashed his martial skill. What was happening? Was Chen Han not using that technique? No, please. I am eager to witness how Xiang Ming responds to that extraordinary technique. Xiang Ming, reveling in the astonishment of the audience, wore a proud expression on his face. He taunted Chen Han, saying, "What do you think, Chen Han? Have I not shattered your martial prowess?" Given Chen Han's prominence, one who could dismantle his skills would undoubtedly gain worldwide acclaim. However, Chen Han merely smiled enigmatically, his lips curling upwards. It turned out that the true nature of Xiang Ming's talent was to seal the martial abilities of others. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat trickling down his brow, and a shiver ran down his spine. For 2 decades, since the discovery of his martial secret at a young age, no one had ever unraveled the true function of his gift. Not even those at the pinnacle of martial prowess could penetrate its mystery. His talent belonged to a rare category, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities and muscle density, while simultaneously sealing the opponent's meridians, the very conduits that activated martial techniques. To seal the meridians meant that one could not employ their martial skills. Attempting to forcefully do so would result in the shattering of their tendons, leading to a catastrophic demise. Consequently, many of Xiang Ming's adversaries had inexplicably perished. Even Yu Weiyun failed to discern the underlying secret, merely attributing his talent to its peculiar nature. Xiang Ming's expression shifted from brutal to one of growing terror. How could you possibly know? The actual effect of this talent was his ace in the hole. Had it remained undisclosed, he could have caused his peers to perish without understanding the cause. However, once revealed, its effectiveness would be entirely nullified. From that moment on, no one would dare to employ martial techniques against him. Chen Han felt a tinge of helplessness, a consequence of possessing the system. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Your piercing thorn spear is no longer usable. If forced, it will lead to catastrophic failure. The most direct method of countering such an advantage is, of course, to disable it entirely. Chen Han had genuinely believed that Xiang Ming possessed some formidable stratagem. It turned out to be merely a crude and straightforward mechanism. Suddenly, Chen Han lowered his body, gripping the spear tightly, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The piercing thorn spear had shone brilliantly in recent days, causing many to forget its origins. This seemingly powerful technique was, in fact, the least of Chen Han's cards. Conversely, sealing martial techniques was Xiang Ming's most significant trump card. Chapter 50, The God of Spears. the gunplay that surpasses the continent's greatest warrior. The special talent is underscored by the word special. This special should be interpreted as peculiar. It is said that among 100 individuals, only one is born with a special talent. These talents possess a myriad of effects, such as Chen Han soldier's soul sacred body and the killing god spear intent, alongside Xiang Ming's martial technique sealing. Such extraordinary effects are often unspeakable, even to those closest to them. A casual remark from Chen Han, however, struck like a dagger through the heart, robbing one of their lineage and fortune. Xiang Ming's expression bordered on madness. Seeing Chen Han still intent on engaging him in combat, he roared frantically, "Chen Han, do you still wish to challenge me in a fight? My innate talent enhances my combat abilities and strength. Do you have any idea how much power I possess? A staggering 326,000 kilograms. How could you possibly compare to me?" This was the first time Xiang Ming publicly revealed his foundational attributes before everyone. 326,000 kilograms was simply astonishing. Xiang Ming was at the 6th tier of martial generals, where a strength of around 200,000 kilograms was already a rare phenomenon. To possess 326,000 kilograms meant he had nearly double the strength of others at the same level. The advantage of such foundational attributes was undeniably immense. An elderly man in the audience could not help but exclaim, "No wonder Xiang Ming is hailed as the finest student of Starry Sky University in the past 5 years. Remember, he also has innate talent enhancements. In actual combat, his strength will likely exceed this figure. Chen Han must surely be defeated this time." The prominent figures present all sighed in relief. Should Chen Han fall, it would signify the demise of the Northern Expedition plan, thus preserving their fortunes. How could the family heads not feel elated? Even the members of the Han Yi group, who had always been confident in Chen Han, were now filled with trepidation. Chen Shui, filled with concern, grasped Zhao Linger's arm and asked, "Sister Linger, what should we do? Will my brother lose? Could he be killed by Xiang Ming?" Although Zhao Linger had not reached the national top 8, she felt no regret and reassured Chen Shui, "It's all right, little Shui, have faith in your brother." Yet, unbeknownst to all, Zhao Linger's palms were already slick with sweat. A superhuman martial general against an 8th-tier warrior, and with Chen Han's martial skills sealed. Victory seemed utterly impossible. Zhao Linger turned to Yu Wuyun, hoping to glean some reassurance from his expression. To her astonishment, Yu Wuyun appeared utterly unfazed. Before the duel, he had been frowning and restless, yet now he was laughing heartily, even beckoning to his secretary, "Get me some sweet potato fries and a cup of milk tea. I'm feeling a bit peckish." This scene left Zhao Linger wanting to point an accusatory finger at Yu Wuyun. At over 100 years old, sweet potato fries and milk tea, his most esteemed subordinate, seemed to be facing imminent peril. It was not just Zhao Linger. Even Ouyang Quan and Zhongguo were perplexed. With their martial god-level insight, they could discern no possibility of victory for Chen Han. Suddenly, Chen Han on the stage moved. Faced with an opponent of a significantly higher realm and foundational attributes far surpassing his own, he took the initiative to launch an attack. Moreover, he leaped high into the air, striking down with his spear. Such a maneuver, against a weaker foe, would be overwhelming, but against a formidable adversary, it was tantamount to courting death. The vulnerabilities were far too glaring. Yet, Chen Han utilized it. Xiang Ming chuckled coldly, seeking death. His foundational attributes far surpassed those of Chen Han, and he had no intention of evading. He naturally chose to confront Chen Han head-on. With a surge of energy, his already explosive muscles swelled even further, and then he swung his right hand, delivering a right hook that directly targeted Chen Han's formidable spear. As if two sharp blades clashed, the impact resonated through the arena, akin to a thunderous roar. Logically, Xiang Ming, with his superior foundational attributes, should have sent Chen Han flying with a single punch. However, the scene on the stage was astonishing. Xiang Ming found himself suppressed. Not only did Chen Han remain grounded, but he also forced the 2.5-meter-tall Xiang Ming down with his spear, shattering the ground beneath him. Xiang Ming, filled with disbelief, roared, "This is impossible. You cannot possess over 400,000 kilograms of strength. To subdue him to such an extent would require an unparalleled force." Yet, despite Chen Han's extraordinary prowess, he could not possibly reach such heights. At that moment, however, Chen Han appeared transcendent, disregarding everything around him and offering no response to Xiang Ming's words. His ears resonated with Han Howren's mantra, "A leader's only goal is to win." His gaze was resolute, providing Xiang Ming no opportunity to react. With sweeping strikes, piercing thrusts, and sweeping motions, Chen Han unleashed the simplest techniques of spear play with unparalleled dominance. Each thrust seemed to harbor the weight of 1,000 June, advancing relentlessly, solely to vanquish his opponent. Of course, Xiang Ming was no pushover. His innate combat skills provided him with a significant advantage. They exchanged blows relentlessly, each countering the other's moves. In less than a short while, they had exchanged dozens of techniques. The onlookers gradually became awestruck. A level 8 warrior engaged in combat with a level 6 martial artist possessing gifted combat skills, and yet, the latter managed to hold his ground. In fact, it could be said that Chen Han was consistently overpowering Xiang Ming. Throughout their exchanges, Xiang Ming was perpetually on the defensive, sustaining several wounds from Chen Han's spear. Blood flowing profusely. Die. Xiang Ming, infuriated, found his trump card exposed. Not only that, but he was also losing to Chen Han in the very combat techniques he prided himself on. He summoned every ounce of strength, his muscular arms bulging to the size of a person, swinging wildly at Chen Han. Each punch now boasted over 400,000 kilograms of force, faster and more ferocious. Yet, in his despair, he realized that even with such power, he could not land a blow on Chen Han. Conversely, every thrust from Chen Han found its mark upon him. At that moment, unknowingly, Xiang Ming and Chen Han locked eyes. It was that single glance that instilled a sense of dread within Xiang Ming. Despite the vast difference in their realms, he felt as though Chen Han's gaze concealed an abyss so profound that it threatened to engulf him entirely. This overwhelming aura is a far more terrifying force than mere foundational attributes. In that fleeting moment, the balance shifted between the two equally matched adversaries. With a sweeping strike, Chen Han sent Xiang Ming staggering back 3 meters. Throughout this entire spectacle, Yu Wuyun observed with an air of nonchalance. Decades have passed, and it seems everyone has forgotten the sheer terror embodied by the once unrivaled champion of the continent. They also appear to have forgotten the unparalleled technique of the North Dipper Howren spear art. Yet, Yu Wuyun would never forget. For Han Howren was the pinnacle he aspired to throughout his life. Moreover, Chen Han's marksmanship seems to transcend even that of Han Howren. Chapter 51. The Record-Breaking Victory. The first in history. This is due to the amplification effects of Chen Han's God of Death spear, which elevated the North Dipper Howren spear art from its initial level to a higher tier. The essence of the North Dipper Howren spear art lies in the momentum of victory, not merely in the techniques employed. Thus, it can be said that Chen Han's momentum now surpasses even that of Han Howren. The concept of momentum is a formidable power developed by Han Howren, the unrivaled warrior of his era, one that even Yu Wuyun has yet to comprehend. For a full 40 years, Han Howren reigned supreme. He was a martial deity. As the highest realm attainable is that of a martial deity, Yu Wuyun is also a martial deity, yet he is constrained by the same peak. The foundational attributes of the two are not vastly different, yet Yu Wuyun has never triumphed over Han Howren. This is solely due to the concept of momentum. It was only after comprehending the North Dipper Howren spear art that Chen Han grasped the true terror of momentum. Despite the significant disparity in foundational attributes, with a difference of 200,000 kilograms, the influence of momentum nearly erases this gap. Xiang Sheng's momentum is markedly inferior to Chen Han's. Though Xiang Sheng presents a fierce facade, brimming with rage, it is merely a facade of desperation. The moment Chen Han unveiled Xiang Sheng's innate abilities, the latter's defenses crumbled entirely. His fierce exterior is but a mask he has donned. In contrast, after his martial techniques were sealed by Xiang Sheng, Chen Han remained composed, bolstered by the victorious momentum of the North Dipper Howren spear art. The opposing forces of their respective momenta, one diminishing and the other increasing, elucidate why Chen Han can stand toe-to-toe with the superhuman warrior Xiang Sheng. How infuriating! As a 6th-tier warrior, how could I possibly lose to a mere martial artist? On the arena, unable to touch Chen Han, Xiang Sheng grew increasingly agitated. His greatest advantages over Chen Han, the sealing of his martial techniques, the enhancement from innate combat skills, and his overwhelming strength, have failed to exert any suppressive effect on Chen Han. The two have exchanged countless blows. The arena has become pockmarked due to their fierce duel. As time drags on, Xiang Sheng's urgency intensifies, for it is well known that Chen Han possesses a formidable advantage, vitality. As a martial artist, he already boasts the vitality equivalent to that of a martial emperor. It can be said that Chen Han fears not the war of attrition. Despite the astonishingly high power attributes of Shang Sheng, his vitality is lamentably feeble, standing at a mere 32 points. After exchanging multiple blows with Chen Han, Shang Sheng's body is drenched in beads of sweat, resembling pearls scattered across his bulging muscles. Furthermore, he is riddled with countless puncture wounds inflicted by Chen Han. The mingling of blood and sweat renders Shang Sheng a terrifying sight, akin to a figure drenched in crimson. In stark contrast, Chen Han appears unfazed. In truth, during the exchange of attacks, a few of Shang Sheng's punches landed on Chen Han, yet the damage was utterly trivial in the face of Chen Han's formidable vitality. Witnessing this scene, Yu Wuyun casually tossed a sweet potato fry into his mouth and remarked, "It is about to conclude." As Yu Wuyun predicted, Shang Sheng had reached his limits, fighting like a cornered beast. With every ounce of his remaining strength, Shang Sheng charged at Chen Han. Unleashing the most aggressive form of the national martial art, the 8 Extremes Fist. His body surged forward like a tank, crashing towards Chen Han. However, just as he was about to collide with Chen Han, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was brimming with vulnerabilities in Chen Han's eyes. Chen Han fixated on Shang Sheng, gathering his energy before launching a direct thrust. The strike pierced through Shang Sheng's throat with precision. The immense force of his fist halted abruptly before Chen Han's gaze, and Shang Sheng too ceased to breathe. The entire hall, along with the tens of thousands of onlookers outside, collectively held their breath at that moment. It was only when Shang Sheng's arm fell that thunderous applause erupted. At that instant, both families and commoners applauded sincerely, for the spectacle of this battle was undeniably magnificent. There were no extravagant martial techniques clashing, nor peculiar talent effects at play. It was a simple yet primal contest of combat, each punch striking flesh and awakening the most primitive instincts within humanity. Moreover, Chen Han, a martial artist of the 8th tier, faced off against Shang Sheng, a martial general of the 6th tier. The disparity in their realms rendered this combat exceptionally captivating. Chen Han also achieved an unprecedented record, a martial artist triumphing over a martial general. While formidable, such occurrences are not entirely unheard of. Over the span of a century in the new era, countless prodigies have emerged. Within prestigious academies, records of martial artists defeating martial generals do exist. Yet these victories often stem from intricate talent effects or martial techniques that catch opponents off guard. The pure martial combat exemplified by Chen Han, defeating a martial general bolstered by combat skills, is truly unprecedented. Even the illustrious Han Howren, who once dominated the world, never achieved such a record. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, the host finally announced, "Chen Han wins." Upon hearing those 3 words, the assembled families realized the gravity of the situation, lowering their heads in despondence. Shang Sheng had nearly been universally recognized as the foremost martial artist among the elite academies. The force of 400,000 kilograms, coupled with that enigmatic talent, left no means for Chen Han to be subdued. Among the remaining 6, who could possibly triumph over him? It is safe to assert that Chen Han is virtually the predetermined champion of the upcoming semifinals and finals. However, this scenario would undoubtedly lead the 24th Privy Council to favor Yu Wuyun, thus removing any obstacles from the Northern Expedition plan. Those who stand in the way shall face merciless retribution. Indeed, within the 24th Privy Council of the capital, the 23 holders of supreme authority gazed at Chen Han, who stood proud on the screen, with expressions of utter astonishment. Chen Han's ability to unleash Han Howren's North Star gun technique to such an extent is truly awe-inspiring. Should he be entrusted with leading our great Xia army in the future, it is conceivable that he might restore our nation to its former glory and reclaim our territories. Originally, among the 23 supreme authorities, approximately 16 were opposed to the Northern Expedition, 3 supported it, and 4 remained neutral. However, Chen Han's victory had likely swayed 12 of these powerful figures to favor the expedition. They recognized the terrifying potential that Chen Han possessed. All eyes turned towards the foremost authority of Great Xia, Emperor Qingtian, awaiting his verdict. If he too were to support the Northern Expedition, then this exchange competition would likely come to an end. Yet, Emperor Qingtian merely observed the expression of Zhongguo on the screen. Following Chen Han's victory, Zhongguo did not appear as despondent as one might have expected. The intricate gamesmanship among these old foxes often reveals much through mere expressions. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked calmly, "Do not rush. That old rascal Zhongguo may still have some tricks up his sleeve. After years of rivalry with Yu Wuyun, he would not concede so easily." As one who occupies the highest position of power in Great Xia, Emperor Qingtian is undoubtedly a man of profound foresight. However, while some engage in deep contemplation, others have begun to panic. Take, for instance, the Chen family, who, upon witnessing the once shamed Chen Han on the screen, stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. Chapter 52. Expel the Chen family patriarch. All debts must be repaid. There is no doubt that with this victory, Chen Han has emerged as the most resplendent prodigy of this era. Previously confined to the military, it seems that the influential figures in the capital must now regard Chen Han with utmost seriousness. In the span of just a few months, this transformation has left the Chen family members feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. The ancestral head of the Chen family, Chen Mu, sat solemnly within the ancestral hall. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Whose idea was it to expel Chen Han from the family? Chen Mu's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. As the patriarch of the Chen family, he possessed the power to address every member of the clan. The individuals standing within the ancestral hall exchanged glances, yet none dared to respond. Theoretically, each person present bore responsibility. After all, on that day within the hall, no one had intervened to prevent Chen Han from severing his ties with the family. Even after Chen Han distanced himself from the family, he was ridiculed by everyone. The ancestral hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a considerable pause, someone finally spoke up. It was Chen Han. Chen Han intended to send his son to the martial arts university ahead of schedule and had the audacity to use Chen Han's name as a substitute. He was the mastermind behind this. It was unclear who first voiced it, but a group of individuals seemed to have found a scapegoat, swiftly directing their ire towards Chen Han. Yes, it was indeed Chen Han. Were it not for his son Chen Feng, how could we have agreed to let Chen Han leave the family? Such a promising talent as Chen Han was truly a sacrifice made by Chen Han. Faced with the public condemnation, Chen Han, who had been silently standing in the corner, felt his heart plummet. In this dire situation, he genuinely feared that Chen Mu who might kill him on the spot. Chen Han, is it you? Chen Mu who roared, emanating a formidable aura of a martial emperor, which instantly forced Chen Han to kneel in terror. He fumbled for words, barely able to articulate a response. Now, all the blame fell upon his shoulders, and he felt certain that he was doomed. At that moment, Chen Han suddenly turned to spot someone and, in a desperate bid for survival, decided he would take someone down with him. He pointed at the family patriarch, Chen Nan, and shouted, "Am I the only one responsible? Why do you all fixate on me? Chen Nan, you bear responsibility too. As the patriarch, it was you who consented to send Chen Han into exile, and it was you who agreed to sever his ties with the family." Chen Han seemed to have lost his mind, lashing out wildly. Chen Nan, taken aback by these accusations, was stunned. Chen Han was usually his most obedient subordinate. Within the Chen family, Chen Han was his most loyal aide. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Nan had consented to let Chen Feng assume Chen Han's identity. Chen Han, what are you saying? It was you who gave me 2-star crystals and asked me to look after your son. Chen Nan retorted, fear gripping him. Despite Chen Mu, whose notorious ruthlessness outside, he was known to be merciless within the family, even though he was the patriarch. Chen Mu, who could easily replace him at any moment. However, Chen Nan's words inadvertently revealed a shocking secret, one that even the members of the various families were unaware of until now. It turned out that Chen Feng had usurped Chen Han's identity because Chen Nan had received payment for it. They had gained nothing but had become the executioners of Chen Han's severance from the family. Who would have imagined that the patriarch was such a person? Good heavens! Chen Nan, you truly are a disgrace. You sold out Chen Han for 2-star crystals. As the saying goes, when the wall crumbles, everyone pushes. Had Chen Han remained obscure in the military, even if this incident were later exposed, it would have been swept under the rug. However, the situation was different now. Chen Nan's handling of Chen Han had already drawn considerable criticism. Coupled with Chen Han's current status, Chen Nan had become a target for everyone's attacks. Within the Chen family ancestral hall, a scene reminiscent of dogs biting dogs began to unfold. Unfortunately, this dramatic spectacle was one that Chen Han would never witness. However, he would soon witness another captivating scene. Shortly after Chen Han descended from the stage, basked in the adulation of the crowd, Chen Mu, who managed to procure his phone number from an unknown source, and placed a call to him. The conversation was straightforward, an invitation for Chen Han to attend a family banquet. The underlying motive, of course, was to coax Chen Han back into the clan. Chen Han harbored no sentimental attachment to the Chen family and contemplated declining the invitation. However, Chun Mu Hu added a tantalizing detail at this banquet. He would personally depose Chun Zhongnan, which piqued Chen Han's interest. Thus, he acquiesced, and, that evening, brought Chen Shui along with him. They arrived at the familiar ancestral hall, the very place from which Chen Han had previously exited alone, without a single family member to see him off. This time, however, not only were the Chun family members present, but even the servants and the kitchen staff were there to greet them at the entrance. A red carpet had been laid out, with a prominent plaque proclaiming a grand apology. For reasons unknown, as Chen Han surveyed the scene, he felt a sense of the world's coldness. Yet, Chen Shui, oblivious to this, tugged at his sleeve with excitement. Brother, the Chen family has never gone to such lengths before. They must truly regret their actions. Regret, indeed, was palpable, and Chen Han did not dispute it. He merely patted Chen Shui gently on the head. Little Shui, you are still young. Remember this. Providing assistance in times of need is indeed precious. But embellishing a situation does not signify genuine affection. Amidst Chun Mu Hu's welcoming smile, Chen Han was ushered into the Chen family with the highest honors. A grand feast awaited him, 40 tables laden with an array of exquisite dishes, prepared solely for his enjoyment. Each dish was a rare delicacy, and the cost of the banquet likely began at a staggering 100,000. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our esteemed son, Chen Han, back to his homeland. Chun Mu Hu proclaimed, and the room erupted into thunderous applause. Remarkably, it was Chen Han, not Chen Mu Hu, who occupied the seat of honor at the banquet. Without regard for familial hierarchy, he and Chen Shui took their places at the head table, a privilege they had seldom enjoyed in the past. The only time they had been permitted at such a gathering was during an extravagant feast, seated with the servants. Beyond the sumptuous banquet, the most intriguing spectacle was the sight of Chun Zhan and Chun Zhongnan, bound tightly in the center of the hall. Their expressions were grim, yet they dared not utter a word. They understood all too well that any dissent would likely result in their immediate demise at the hands of Chun Mu Hu. In a bid to curry favor with Chen Han, Chen Mu Hu smiled and said, Little Han, today I wish to enlist you as a witness as I remove Chun Zhongnan from his position as clan leader and expel both Chun Zhongnan and Chen Zhan. Even if you wield immense influence, it is time for them to be silenced. At this juncture, Chun Mu Hu cleared his throat and continued, the unworthy descendant, Chen Zhongnan, has abused his authority as clan leader to accept bribes of 2-star crystals from Chen Zhan, allowing the unworthy descendant Chen Feng to usurp the name of our esteemed son, Chen Han, to gain entry into the martial arts university. Such actions are indeed contemptible and warrant expulsion. Expel them, expel them, expel them. The members of the Chun family echoed in unison. In the center of the banquet, Chun Jinan and Chun Zhan listened to the cacophony of insults surrounding them, their faces darkened, their hearts heavy with despair. They clenched their fists tightly, their nails digging deep into their flesh, blood seeping from their palms, yet they dared not utter a word. They seemed to finally comprehend the feelings that Chun Han had experienced on that fateful day. Chapter 53. Chen Han as the clan leader? The ancestors' plea. Chen Han was somewhat astonished to learn that Chun Jinan had accepted bribes to allow Chen Feng to assume his name. These two had concealed their actions so well that even most of the clan members remained oblivious. However, this revelation had become irrelevant. Compared to the martial arts university, Chen Han found the military to possess a more genuine essence. In a certain sense, he owed gratitude to these two. Chen Mu Hu coldly regarded Chun Jinan and Chen Zhan, announcing, disgraceful descendants, Chun Jinan, Chun Zhan, do you have any objections? Chun Jinan was already engulfed in despair. Yet, Chun Zhan seemed eager to plead for a reprieve. Ancestor, he implored, you may expel me from the clan, but please do not erase my name from the family tree. I beg you. The family tree represented Chun Zhan's very roots. As long as his name remained inscribed, he could still consider himself a member of the Chen family. After all, the Chen family was the foremost clan in Hanwu City. Chun Mu Hu glanced at Chun Han beside him, noticing his indifferent expression, and immediately retorted with fury, nonsense. Such a grave error. If I were to retain your name in the family tree, would I not bring shame upon our ancestors? This pronouncement effectively sealed the fate of Chun Zhan and Chen Jinan. Henceforth, it would be exceedingly difficult for either to reintegrate into the clan. On the surface, Chen Mu Hu was addressing Chun Jinan and Chen Zhan, yet in reality, he was seeking to curry favor with Chen Han. All members of the Chen family observed Chen Han's demeanor from their elevated positions. Under the cold scrutiny of the crowd, Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan, despite their profound reluctance, could only exit the Chen household with expressions of sorrow. Begone. The Chen family does not welcome you. As soon as they stepped outside, the door was locked behind them. With a desolate expression, Chen Jinan let out a bitter laugh. Ha ha. I, Chen Jinan, have managed the Chen family for 18 years, diligently working without recognition. Very well. A pack of ungrateful wretches. His shouts echoed back to the ears of every Chen family member within, yet none displayed the slightest hint of remorse. Instead, they raised their glasses in a toast to Chen Han. Particularly, Chen Shiming, a staunch ally of Chen Jinan, led the charge in expelling him. Being the first to present his cup before Chen Han. Xiao Han, you have achieved great things. I raise my glass to you. From this day forth, remain with the Chen family and never depart. The Chen family shall always be your steadfast support. Until this moment, Chen Han had remained silent, but suddenly he took action. Without a hint of regard for the Chen family, he swept the wine goblet from the table, spilling its contents upon the floor. Business is business. I cannot accept this toast. The phrase business is business transformed the expressions of the crowd into a tapestry of complexity. This signifies that Chen Han attended the banquet not as a member of the Chen family, but in the capacity of a junior lieutenant in the army. The Chen family has reached this level, yet he remains unwilling to forgive them. Chen Muju's smile abruptly stiffened. Theoretically, while the Chen family may not be considered a prominent clan, they hold significant influence in Hanwu City. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, Chen Han should not refuse to return to the Chen family. After some contemplation, Chen Muju concluded that his offered incentives were insufficient, and with a determined bite of his teeth, he declared, Chen Han, now that Chen Jinan has been expelled from the family, the position of clan leader is now vacant. What do you think about taking up that role? What an audacious proposition from Chen Muju. Upon hearing this, the members of the Chen family were left in stunned silence. That is the position of the clan leader. Although Chen Han's strength undeniably qualifies him as the foremost figure in the Chen family, the role of clan leader is ultimately based on seniority. After all, Chen Han is still a member of the younger generation, and appointing him as clan leader implies that his uncles would have to heed his commands. Such an act would be profoundly disrespectful. In a bid to persuade Chen Han to reintegrate into the family, Chen Muhu was truly willing to sacrifice his dignity. Yet, Chen Han felt no inclination to be swayed. Rather, his disdain for his great-grandfather deepened. Chen Mu, despite being a martial emperor of considerable repute in the capital, revealed no trace of a warrior-esque demeanor. He was nothing more than a pure politician. Xiao Xue, let us depart. With that, Chen Han, accompanied by Chen Xue, made his way towards the exit of the Chen family estate. He had witnessed enough of the unfolding drama. As he gazed at Chen Han's resolute figure departing, a shadow of gloom descended upon Chen Mu's countenance. Gone was the affable demeanor he had just displayed. He now resembled a venomous serpent, darkly proclaiming, Chen Han, once you step beyond this threshold today, you shall regret it. A slight smirk played on Chen Han's lips as he remained silent, not looking back as he exited. The last time he left through this door, he felt desolate. This time, however, he departed with youthful exuberance, devoid of any lingering attachments. From this moment forward, perhaps he could be considered to have officially severed ties with the Chen family. As for Chen Muhu, who would feel joy or sorrow in the future remained uncertain. Shortly after stepping outside the Chen family gates, Chen Han noticed a gathering of the Han Yi group under a distant street lamp, all eyes fixed upon him. Additionally, the imposing figure of Yu Wuyun, standing 2 meters tall, awaited him. Chen Han paused momentarily. Perhaps these individuals were his true family. However, their expressions were less than favorable. As Chen Han approached, Yu Wuyun spoke gravely. Chen Han, you need not participate in the upcoming competition. This is where it ends. Yu Wuyun rarely displayed such seriousness, and from his expression, Chen Han could infer that something significant had transpired. Yet, this was perplexing, considering that Shang Sheng was already the most formidable expert in this exchange competition. The remaining participants had also been observed by Chen Han in their respective arenas. Though they are all extraordinary geniuses, they pale in comparison to Shang Sheng. Victory seems almost within reach for Chen Han. At this critical juncture, how could Yu Wuyun allow him to relent? Zhao Linger promptly presented Chen Han with a video. The two individuals featured in the video were Lu Xiyuan from Tianqing University and Guo Xiao from Guangwu University, both of whom Chen Han was familiar with. However, upon opening the video, he was momentarily taken aback. First was Lu Siyuan, who conjured a massive fireball on the arena, resembling a miniature sun, incinerating her opponent into ashes in an instant. Guo Xiao, wielding a broadsword, exhibited a peculiar agility with a single stroke. It was as if the realm of darkness itself had descended, swiftly reducing his adversary to countless fragments of flesh. Previously, neither had displayed such formidable prowess, having overcome their opponents under exceedingly challenging circumstances. It is noteworthy that the martial artists entering the top 8, aside from Chen Han, were predominantly at least 5th-tier generals. Achieving an instantaneous annihilation of enemies is virtually unattainable. Clearly, these two had concealed their true capabilities, which undoubtedly surpassed those of Shang Sheng. According to Yu Wuyan, their genuine talents were of the highest caliber. One possessed a natural affinity for light, the Golden Sun talent, namely Lu Siyuan. This light affinity is not akin to that of Zhun Zilin, but rather a tangible destructive talent, astonishingly potent. She is truly invincible within her tier. The other, Guo Xiao, wielded a unique spatial technique known as the Void-Rending Slash, which, although merely a single stroke, inflicted innumerable blows upon his foe. Chapter 54, The Sole Path to Victory. Breakthrough. Undoubtedly, both of these individuals are unparalleled masters, and they had been concealing their abilities all along. Yu Wuyun lamented, I have underestimated Zhong Go over the years. He has been cultivating power within the military while extending his influence towards martial arts universities. It turns out that both Lu Siyuan and Guo Xiao are elite warriors trained by Zhong Go, his ultimate trump card for this competition. Typically, elite warriors would never reveal themselves publicly. Zhong Go believed that the martial artists he selected were already sufficient to eliminate Chen Han. However, Chen Han is surrounded by numerous mysteries, having consistently performed miracles since joining the military. Thus, Zhong Go implemented 2 layers of insurance. 2 unparalleled prodigies at the 8th tier, combined with their gifts, possess powers nearing that of a martial emperor. Their prolonged concealment of strength was not due to any special reasons, but simply because they are elite warriors. Had Shang Sheng not faltered, Zhong Go would never have allowed them to expose themselves so readily. Chen Han, relinquish your ambitions. This time, I speak sincerely. You need not sacrifice yourself. Having defeated Shang Sheng already sets a new record, and those old fogies in the 24th Privy Council are beginning to take notice of you. If this continues, even if this northern expedition plan does not pass, in a few years, they will have no grounds to speak against you. Yu Wuyun spoke earnestly, yet his expression was laden with helplessness. He could hardly fathom that Zhong Go had concealed such a formidable secret. The members of the Cold Knight group eagerly turned their gazes towards Chen Han, hoping he would forego the upcoming exchange competition. After a moment of deep contemplation, Chen Han suddenly mused, in truth, I am not entirely without a chance of victory. There remains one final option. That is, I must break through to the general rank. Once I achieve that, the surge in foundational attributes, combined with the advantage of the Beidou Howren Spear technique's victorious momentum, will render it a trivial matter for me to overcome both opponents. However, upon uttering these words, the crowd was met with astonished stares directed at Chen Han, as if he were speaking nonsensically. The first to express doubt was Zhao Ling, who had just ascended to the general rank. Are you mad? No matter how extraordinary your gifts, you have only ascended to the 8th tier of martial artists in mere days. Do you think breaking through to the general rank is as simple as eating and drinking? Ji Yun echoed the skepticism, saying, Chen Xiao, I must remind you that breaking through to the general rank is a monumental threshold for martial artists. The fastest person in history to achieve this took a full 6 months. The transition from martial artist to general is virtually a qualitative leap. For a century, countless martial artists have found themselves stymied at this juncture. It can be asserted that 90% of those who cultivate martial arts remain stuck at the martial artist level. Only upon reaching the general rank can one become a cornerstone of society. For instance, the commanders of various camps are predominantly of the general rank, and figures like Qi Feihu, who hold significant positions, are likewise generals. Numerous roles are inaccessible without attaining this rank, underscoring the formidable challenge of such a breakthrough. Despite the belief in Chen Han's potential, there was a consensus that accomplishing this feat in mere days was utterly implausible. Even Yu Wuyun shook his head repeatedly. Chen Han, this jest cannot be taken lightly. I must revoke your eligibility to compete immediately. Yet, Chen Han's expression remained resolute. Commander Yu, please allow me the chance to try. His unwavering confidence led many to ponder whether he might indeed achieve the impossible. If he were to succeed, it would be akin to a miracle, surpassing even a victory over Shang. Seeing the situation unfold, Yu Wuyun ceased his discouragement. However, he could only grant Chen Han a mere 2 days to realize his ambition. Should he fail to break through to the general rank within that time frame, you would have no choice but to rescind Chen Han's eligibility to compete. The sudden rise of Lu Xiyuan and Guoxiao rapidly spread through the streets and alleys of Hanwu City. Concurrently, rumors circulated that Chen Han was unwell and required a 2-day postponement before competing. The townsfolk, who had originally celebrated Chen Han's victory, quickly shifted their sentiments, expressing their concerns. Good heavens, Lu Xiyuan and that Guoxiao are simply too formidable. Chen Han is likely in dire straits. The two had concealed their prowess so well, appearing to have been biding their time for this very moment. A martial artist of the 8th tier achieving victory over numerous generals is indeed a marvel. However, those from the martial arts university have been rather unscrupulous this time. Rumors circulating through the streets and alleys predominantly suggest that Chen Han is on the verge of failure. Some even speculate that Chen Han has relinquished his participation in the competition, claiming that his alleged illness is merely a ruse orchestrated by the military to save face. Nevertheless, there exists a shared consensus among the populace. Withdrawing from the competition is not a disgrace. Quite the opposite. Continuing to compete would be a foolish endeavor, tantamount to self-destruction. Upon learning of this news, the Chen family, from whom Chen Han had rejected rejoining, responded with scorn and derision. Chen Mu, who smirked slyly. This Chen Han deserves such fate. With a modicum of power, his tail has risen to the heavens. Chen Shiming, who has already been appointed as the clan leader by Chen Mu, who echoed in agreement. Let us hope that this time Chen Han meets his demise in the arena. Ancestor, then we shall no longer endure the arrogance of this little brat. The sentiment of wishing for Chen Han's downfall is not limited to the Chen family. A vast majority of families nationwide stand in opposition to him. They dread the emergence of another formidable opponent like Chen Han, following the demise of Yu Wuyun. Yet, Chen Han remains utterly indifferent to these external voices. He has locked himself away in his chamber, meditating in solitude. The crucial aspect of a martial artist's breakthrough from the warrior level to the general level lies primarily in the foundational accumulation, which refers to the basic attributes. Only by cultivating these foundational attributes to the critical threshold of the general level can one hope to ascend to that rank. In this regard, Chen Han has evidently succeeded, and one might even assert that he has exceeded expectations. The second pivotal element is the spiritual enlightenment. Upon reaching the general level, a martial artist acquires an essential foundational attribute known as spiritual energy. This spiritual energy embodies a person's willpower. Only those with unwavering determination can unlock the physical potential that surpasses human limits. Even though the world has experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy a century ago, significantly enhancing human physical capabilities, the human body ultimately has its limitations. The sole means to transcend these confines lies within the spiritual energy of the human spirit. This spiritual energy serves as the foundation for the victorious essence of the Beidou spear technique, which is the source of Chen Han's confidence. After comprehending the Beidou spear technique, he had already begun to grasp its essence. However, the overwhelming demands of the competition had distracted him, hindering his progress. The path of the martial artist requires a resolute spirit, an unwavering forward momentum, and a perspective that regards the world as mere ants beneath one's feet. Chen Han silently recited this in his heart, gradually entering a state of trance. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the streams of spiritual energy intertwining around him. Akin to little tadpoles, gradually, these luminous tendrils of energy ascended into the air, converging above Chen Han's crown. Yu Wuyun and the Han Yi group have steadfastly guarded Chen Han during his seclusion. When Yu Wuyun raised his gaze to behold the ethereal beam of spiritual energy suspended in midair, he, a formidable warrior of divine caliber, was rendered speechless by astonishment. For this was the unmistakable herald of a martial artist on the brink of transcending to the rank of a general. Chapter 55. A Day of Ascension to General. Let us unite. Yu Wuyun's astonishment was beyond articulation. It is crucial to recognize that apart from Han Howren, he stood as the continent's premier martial artist, the sole existing being at the 8th tier of the martial god realm. Over the course of more than a century, he had witnessed countless prodigious talents. Yet, He had never encountered someone like Chen Han. Even the once-renowned Han Howard paled in comparison to Chen Han, filled with both surprise and exhilaration. He stroked his grizzled beard and chuckled. Chen Han, you truly have a knack for delivering surprises. This beam of spiritual energy was visible only to those at the general tier. Zhao Linger, in a state of sheer terror, collapsed onto the ground, rendered momentarily speechless. In fact, it was not merely the members of the Cold Knight team. Virtually all martial artists of general rank and above within Hanwu City noticed the unusual commotion in the military camp. Particularly, Zhongguo and Ouyang Quan were acutely aware. Zhongguo, accompanied by Lu Siyuan and Guo Xiao, had been celebrating in a high-end restaurant, convinced that their family's victory in this exchange competition was a foregone conclusion. However, upon witnessing the flickering beam of spiritual energy emanating from the military camp, his countenance turned ashen. What manner of monster is that Chen Han? Zhongguo exclaimed. It is rare for a warrior of divine stature to be so stricken with fear. Lu Siyuan and Guo Xiao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Commander Zhong, what troubles you? Instead of responding, Zhongguo gestured towards the distant beam of spiritual energy. Look at that beam of spiritual energy. Chen Han is on the verge of a breakthrough. At that moment, Lu Siyuan and Guo Xiao had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Guo Xiao, slightly stronger than Lu Siyuan, scoffed. There is no need for such alarm, esteemed marshals. Even if Chen Han were to ascend to the general realm, what difference would it make? With this blade in my hand, I could easily shatter him into pieces. Both were endowed with exceptional talents, which, while categorized by tiers, also varied in strength. Their gifts were among the most formidable within the realm of talent. However, Zhongguo and Ouyang Quan were not so optimistic. In the months since Chen Han joined the military, he had already performed countless miraculous feats within the camp. If Chen Han were to remain at a level below general, they would possess ample confidence. Yet, once he ascended, their assurance would dwindle to a mere 30%. Lu Siyuan and Guo Xiao were Zhongguo's most loyal subordinates, openly indicating to the 24 Privy Council that he was cultivating his own power. What the members of the 24 Privy Council dreaded most was the emergence of private forces within the military, and the pressure on Zhongguo was already considerable. Should he fail against Chen Han under such circumstances, his influence within the military would be significantly diminished in the future. The martial generals of the city could not help but direct their gazes toward the direction of the military camp, where a beam of spiritual energy shone brightly. They were observing whether Chen Han would succeed in his breakthrough. It is indeed possible for a martial artist to fail when attempting to ascend to the rank of a general. If the beam of spiritual energy dissipates mid-air, it would signify a failure in breaking through. However, if the energy beam retracts back into his body, it would indicate that Chen Han has successfully harnessed the heavenly spiritual energy, thus achieving his breakthrough. Everyone held their breath, focused intently. At that moment, the beam of spiritual energy in the sky suddenly stirred. The beams of energy swam downward like little tadpoles, eventually coalescing into a sphere before rushing back into the room at an astonishing speed. At this moment, the realm was established. Chen Han felt a tremendous force enveloping him. He clenched his fist. Although he had yet to test it, he had already gained a rough understanding of his foundational attributes. My current strength attribute is approximately 300,000 kilograms. My speed is around 800. My vitality is at a staggering 92. Without the enhancement of the Godslayer spear, Chen Han's base strength had already reached a level comparable to that of Shang Shang. His speed and vitality also saw substantial improvements. Meanwhile, an additional attribute had emerged within his foundational stats: mental spiritual energy. This mental energy is categorized in levels, akin to the vitality tiers. Upon breaking through to the rank of general, Chen Han's mental energy reached 5 levels. Do not underestimate these 5 levels. Many martial generals cultivate for decades, and without a breakthrough, their lifetime's worth of mental energy amounts to merely 5 levels. For instance, the numerous generals of the Chen family. Chen Han's birth represents a pinnacle they could only aspire to attain in their lifetimes. If one's mental energy is lacking, they will remain forever trapped at the rank of general. Just then, the door burst open with a resounding crash, and the Cold Knight team, along with Yu Wuyun, stormed in. The expressions of everyone were filled with excitement. Chen Xiao, have you broken through? Ji Yun was the first to inquire of Chen Han. However, the martial god level Yu Wuyun had already seen through everything. He laughed heartily. Ha ha. Well done, Chen Han. Breaking through to a general in a single day? A feat unprecedented in history. With General Yu's affirmation, there was no need for Chen Han to respond. The cold night team surrounded him, celebrating more exuberantly than if they had achieved the breakthrough themselves. Chen Han remained composed, addressing Yu Wuyun, General Yu. There's no need to wait until the day after tomorrow. The arena competition will commence tomorrow. Recognizing the unwavering confidence in Chen Han's eyes, Yu Wuyun ceased his objections and nodded in agreement. This news swiftly spread throughout the streets and alleys within a day. Chen Han's astonishing feat of breaking through to a general in a single day tilted the scales of victory once more. The following day, the arena for the Hanwu City Exchange competition was already teeming with people before the matches had even begun. It is no exaggeration to say that today's competition had become the focal point of the entire nation, even before the event commenced. The venue was packed with throngs of spectators, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. In the midst of the crowd, there were at least 500,000 people present. Under the eager gaze of the spectators, Chen Han was the first to ascend the stage. The host promptly announced Chen Han's opponent in the semifinals. He was to face Lu Siyuan. There was no doubt that, under the orchestrated machinations of Zhongguo, Chen Han would inevitably confront Lu Siyuan. Should he emerge victorious against her, the next battle would pit him against Guo. However, at that moment, Chen Han made an astonishing move. He gazed up at Zhongguo and calmly stated, "Commander Zhong, let us speak plainly. I am aware that this competition has been specifically arranged to target me. If I win this match, I shall be tasked with facing Guo next, correct?" The crowd fell into an eerie silence, the tension palpable. Although Chen Han's words were not unfounded, such matters were meant to remain behind the scenes. How could he bring clandestine affairs to the forefront in a competition that had captured the attention of the entire nation? This was undoubtedly a complete severance of ties with Zhongguo. Lu Siyuan, infuriated, retorted sharply, "Chen Han, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? You are deluded." Chen Han did not respond to Lu Siyuan. Instead, he crossed his arms and gradually ascended into the air, the formidable overlord spear floating above his head. He looked down at Lu Siyuan with a gaze that dismissed her as if she were mere refuse. "Commander Zhong, spare yourself the trouble. Let the two of them come at me together." Chapter 56. No more pretense. Annihilate the sun, slay the gods. Audacious. Utterly audacious. In light of Chen Han's declaration, the crowd was struck by a singular thought. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Han had only just broken through to the rank of a martial general. Meanwhile, Lu Siyuan and Guo were both handpicked by Zhongguo, having been meticulously trained from a young age as lethal warriors. Both possessed innate talent, ranked at the 8th tier of martial generals, and could certainly hold their own even against a martial emperor. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Han was daring to face both of them simultaneously, even with his exceptional talent. Such arrogance was unfathomable. Of course, the most enraged was Lu Siyuan on the stage. As a chosen warrior of Zhongguo, she had concealed her true strength for so long, always underestimating others, never having been looked down upon herself. After all, in every competition, she had to exert herself to ensure that others did not lose easily. "Chen Han, I will eliminate you," Lu Siyuan roared sharply, her hands converging to form a golden fireball, emanating an intense heat as if it could vaporize everything in its vicinity. Yet at that moment, Zhongguo interjected. His tone was notably calm as he coldly commanded, "Lu Siyuan, stand down. Guo, you and Lu Siyuan shall take the stage together." Incredibly, Zhongguo did not exhibit the excitement one might expect. After all, Chen Han's actions were perceived by others as tantamount to courting death. One would expect some mockery. Yet, Zhongguo remained composed, devoid of any amusement, and even appeared somewhat apprehensive. Fear. Despite Chen Han's consistently arrogant demeanor, it is evident that his confidence is underpinned by formidable strength. He understands deeply that he is not a fool. If he intends to confront both Guo and Lu Siyuan simultaneously, it is certain that he possesses the requisite power. Young and impetuous, Guo remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation, compelled to obey Commander Zhong's orders. "Commander Zhong, is there truly a need for this? Can't Siyuan handle him alone? Are we not being a tad too oppressive by teaming up?" Guo scoffs, showing utter disregard for Chen Han. Yet, Zhong's actions leave everyone perplexed as he audaciously strikes Guo across the face. It is difficult to fathom that a marshal would exhibit such fury in this context. However, this slap serves to thoroughly awaken Guo, who is compelled to draw his blade and prepare for battle. At that moment, Chen Han makes his move. The tip of his overlord's spear glimmers with a small white light. Initially, this point of light goes unnoticed, but it rapidly intensifies with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the brilliant radiance becomes blinding. The sun-extinguishing god-slaying spear. This is a weapon of mass destruction, unleashing 3 consecutive waves of energy. The first wave crashes forth like a mighty river, turbulent and extraordinary. The second wave strikes with the force of a vast ocean, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. The third wave, blazing like the sun at its zenith, sweeps away all in its path. This is Chen Han's most powerful technique to date, and it marks the first time he employs it in front of an audience. The last occasion he wielded it was against his 6th uncle, where the martial general Chen Hui could not withstand even the initial strike. Yet now, Chen Han unleashes his full might. With Commander Zhong's trump card revealed, there is no need for Chen Han to conceal his own. A terrifying aura radiates for dozens of kilometers around him, unmistakably emanating from the overlord's spear hovering above his head. Lu Xiyuan and Guo Xiao, who initially regarded him with disdain, gradually transformed their contempt into dread. They simultaneously summon their own lethal techniques. Lu Xiyuan raises her palms, and a golden fireball, reminiscent of the sun, erupts instantaneously. Meanwhile, Guo Xiao swings his blade, unleashing tendrils of dark energy from his body. However, their responses appear to be a fraction too late. With a resounding boom, a beam of light hurtles towards them, crashing heavily above their heads. In that instant, the arena is left with a 5-meter-deep crater. The sheer force of the impact causing surrounding family members to fortify themselves with their powers to withstand the shockwave. This Chen Han is taking things a bit too far. Yu Weiyun exclaims in astonishment, promptly leaping down from the marshal's seat. With a swift motion of his blade, he intercepts the terrifying force of the sun-extinguishing god-slaying spear. The spectators in the stands were already in a state of shock, let alone Lu Xiyuan and Guo Xiao, who stood directly in the path of the beam. One possessed the radiant solar talent of the light system, while the other wielded the power of the void system. Both were paragons of their respective exceptional talents. Yet, their attacks were instantaneously obliterated under the might of the sun-slaying divine spear. However, the levels they had achieved were merely their limits, whereas Chen Han's level was but his baseline. Do not forget the augmentation of the divine soldier's sacred body. Any martial art he employed would be elevated by 2 tiers. Were it not for the highest rating of martial skills being capped at level, the grade of the sun-slaying divine spear would have surged by an additional 2 levels. The duo was both fortunate and unfortunate, for they miraculously withstood the initial onslaught. Lu Xiyuan's hair was disheveled, her cheeks smeared with blood. Guo Xiao, in a more dire state, was nearly a figure of pure crimson, barely managing to remain upright. I expected more of a challenge. Yet this is all it amounts to. Chen Han, before the word death could escape his lips, the second wave of impact struck. Boom. Another thunderous explosion resounded, and the already sunken ground was driven down another 3 meters. At this moment, Lu Xiyuan and Guo Xiao were rendered speechless, their heads reduced to mere fragments, leaving only their torsos intact. Thud! Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, the final shockwave arrived. This surge exceeded the previous 2 in ferocity, plunging the earth an additional 10 meters deep. What was once a pristine arena for martial arts had been transformed into a desolate wasteland by Chen Han's wrath. As for Lu Xiyuan and Guo Xiao, their remains had been utterly annihilated, reduced to mere dust. Zhongguo's heart, which had hung in suspense, finally sank. He touched his forehead, gazing at the 20-meter pit with a throbbing headache. Since he had selected Lu Xiyuan and Guo Xiao, he could hardly fathom the countless resources expended on their training. Those resources, even for a marshal like him, were not easily acquired. Now, they had been completely obliterated by Chen Han, a culmination of over 20 years of effort. After several minutes of stunned silence enveloped the entire venue, the host standing beside the deep pit finally proclaimed, "Chen Han wins." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, with some spectators clapping so vigorously that their hands grew numb, their expressions still dazed. This contest paled in comparison to the previous one, where Chen Han and Shang Sheng had engaged in a brutal exchange for nearly an hour. Yet this time, from the moment Guo Xiao ascended the stage, it had lasted less than a minute. Chapter 57. Gazing upon the great Xia. Who dares to offend him? In the entirety of the last century of new history, Chen Han's victory stands unparalleled. As Chen Han represented Yu Weiyun, he also embodied the common people's cause. This was the first time that the power of the common folk had genuinely triumphed over that of the aristocracy. Observing from below, numerous prominent figures from various families hung their heads in defeat, while the commoners surrounding the arena raised their arms in jubilant celebration. Undoubtedly, the prosperous days for the families have come to an end. This is indeed the reality. At this moment, within the highest authority of the Great Xia, the 24 Privy Council, 23 supreme powers gazed in astonishment at Chen Han on the arena. They had never anticipated that after breaking through to the general level, Chen Han's strength would be so formidable. Furthermore, he concealed a trump card. Even two experts comparable to the martial sovereign level were no match for him. Chen Han's potential was evident. If he were to lead the Great Xia in the future, he would undoubtedly elevate it to unprecedented heights. The foremost authority, Emperor Qingtian, was the first to speak. This young man, Chen Han, possesses not only limitless potential but also considerable cunning. He is both wise and patient, audacious yet discerning. Yu Wuyun, you have chosen the right person. Saying this, Emperor Qingtian presented a copy of Yu Wuyun's Northern Expedition Plan. Esteemed council members, I am in agreement with this Northern Expedition Plan. Is there anyone who opposes? In response to the Emperor's inquiry, the other supreme powers present fell silent. Oppose? Only a fool would voice dissent at such a moment. While many among them represented familial interests, the majority were advocates for the greater good of the Great Xia. Their reluctance to support the expedition stemmed from the low probability of success and the inevitable loss of countless soldiers' lives. They were not naive. Yu Wuyun's concerns were not unfounded. The beastly entities in the northern dark domain had grown increasingly powerful, with many even mastering language and technological systems. What does this imply? It signifies that a new civilization may have emerged in the north. This is quite terrifying. Humanity's current ability to withstand these beasts is due to the advancement of civilization. Ultimately, these beasts are merely mindless monsters. However, should they acquire intellect, the fate of humanity would be nothing short of extinction. The emergence of Chen Han instilled hope in them. This was not merely a struggle between the interests of families and commoners, but a matter concerning the entirety of the Great Xia. I support the Northern Expedition. So do I. All the supreme powers of the 24 Privy Council promptly signed the agreement for the Northern Expedition Plan. At the martial arts competition in Hanwu City, the host announced that Chen Han had won the championship of the exchange competition. Undoubtedly, after witnessing Chen Han's instantaneous defeat of Lu Xiyuan and Guo Xiao, no one could still entertain thoughts of competing with him. Even those prominent figures from the families, who wore expressions of despair, were compelled to force a smile and congratulate Chen Han. Congratulations, young Commander Chen. You have become a figure of great renown in our Great Xia. Young Commander Chen, I hope you will look after the Mo family in the future. Young Commander Chen, a prodigy. I am in awe. In the face of this insincere flattery from a gathering of cunning old foxes, Chen Han remained unfazed. However, he seized the opportunity to deliver a speech that sent shivers down the spines of the family heads in attendance. I have attained this championship merely by stroke of luck. My profound gratitude must be directed towards Marshal Yu Wuyun, the architect of the Northern Expedition Plan. I trust that you all are familiar with the Northern Expedition Plan by now. I hope that the esteemed families will generously contribute an additional 200 kilograms of star crystals to support the army. This request amounts to a staggering 200 kilograms of star crystals. What does this signify? It is worth noting that even the affluent families residing in the capital accumulate a net profit of merely 200 kilograms of star crystals over the span of 5 years. In Hanwu City, 200 kilograms of star crystals could very well represent the total assets of a prominent family. This is no mere exaggeration. It is a matter of life and death. Yet, with Chen Han now securing the championship in the military exchange competition, such prestige carries immense value, compelling these noble families to comply. Should they refuse, who can predict whether Chen Han might seek retribution in the future? Chen Han is undoubtedly cornering them. Those eligible to be present in the conference hall are the most illustrious families of the capital. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, they are naturally unaccustomed to Chen Han's forthright declarations. An elder from one of the families immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Chen Han, we congratulate you. This is a show of respect, but do not overstep your bounds." Before he could finish his statement, another elder swiftly covered his mouth. "Hush, Elder Mo. If you desire to perish, do not drag us down with you." In the entirety of the Great Xia, who dares to offend Chen Han now? Wise individuals understand that. regardless of the 200 kilograms of star crystals, even if Chen Han were to demand it outright. He has the backing of the foremost marshal of the Great Xia and the most powerful institution in the realm. No family would dare utter a single word of dissent. At that moment, an elderly man suddenly spoke up. I am willing to take the lead and contribute 300 kilograms of star crystals based on the Northern Expedition plan. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to look. The speaker was none other than Li Qingshi, the head of the national pharmaceutical industry. As the director and a leading scientist, while the Li family may lack exceptional martial artists, their wealth is undeniably formidable. After all, star crystals are merely considered a high-level asset, and the purpose of such assets is to procure elixirs that enhance a warrior's prowess. Li Qingshi smiled gently at Chen Han and said, "Young Chen Han, this 300 kilograms of star crystals is merely a starting gesture. If you are willing to cultivate a friendship with this old man, I could contribute even more." The crowd was taken aback. While Li Qingshi may not possess a high cultivation level, his status in the capital is undeniably exalted. He ranks only beneath the 24 supreme authorities of the Privy Council. With a mere wave of his hand, countless formidable warriors would likely be willing to serve him. And such a figure is willing to actively befriend Chen Han. Chen Han was well aware of Li Qingshi's intentions, which undoubtedly revolved around the capabilities of the divine alchemist physique. Nevertheless, seeing Li Qingshi's generosity, Chen Han graciously replied, "Thank you, Elder Li." Under the leadership of Li Qingshi, numerous families dared not voice any dissent, opting instead to feign smiles in agreement with the proposed donations. With a single utterance, Chen Han significantly bolstered the star crystal reserves for the Northern Expedition plan. He intended to inform Yu Wuyun of this development, only to discover that Yu Wuyun was preoccupied with a document, wholly oblivious to the happenings in the arena. Driven by curiosity, Chen Han approached him. With Yu Wuyun's formidable abilities, he was certainly capable of sensing Chen Han's approach. However, before Chen Han could inquire, Yu Wuyun took the initiative to ask, "Chen Han, is your father named Chen Xingbian, and your mother, Lu Yufeng?" Taken aback, Chen Han was puzzled as to why Yu Wuyun would bring up his parents. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yu Wuyun's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a hint of nostalgia. "Indeed, it was no coincidence that you followed in your father's footsteps, entering the military as if guided by fate. They are both members of the 869 Bureau." Chapter 58. The 869 Bureau. Chen Han's parents? After speaking, fearing Chen Han might misconstrue his intentions, Yu Wuyun hastily added, "Do not misunderstand. I merely heard some details about your background from Xiao Zhao, including how you came to join the military, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to investigate." Little did he know, this inquiry would yield unexpected revelations. To be candid, although Chen Han had been reborn with memories from his previous life, his recollections of his parents in this life were rather scant. His mother, after giving birth to him, spent merely 2 days in confinement before returning to her work. His father rarely visited home, and when he did, their time together was limited, as if perpetually preoccupied with unending tasks. He was raised by a wet nurse from the Chen family. This situation persisted for 3 years, until one day, his mother returned with an infant, the little Chen Shui. After handing Chen Shui over to him, his parents vanished from his life once more. Chen Han only heard that they had embarked on a mysterious mission and had not been seen since. He harbored no profound feelings, neither affection nor resentment, toward his parents in this life. Observing Chen Han lost in reminiscence, Yu Wuyun offered a wistful smile. "Would you like to hear more?" Intrigued, Chen Han promptly seated himself beside Yu Wuyun. "All right. Although I do not hold much concern for my parents, since they are connected to the military, let us begin with the 869 Bureau. The 869 Bureau, formerly known as the Northern Dark Domain Investigation Bureau, is a clandestine military department established under Yu Wuyun's aegis. Its inception was prompted by the renowned martial artist Han Howren's expeditions into the Northern Dark Domain. 50 years ago, Han Howren returned gravely wounded from a battle against a terrifying entity in the far northern reaches of the Dark Domain, bringing back 2 pieces of disheartening news. The first revelation was that the Northern Dark Domain, after years of influence, had inexplicably undergone spatial mutations. The territory of the Northern Dark Domain had experienced a peculiar spatial reaction, inexplicably expanding several-fold compared to the period before the rejuvenation of spiritual energy. This signifies that the number of extraordinary beasts contained within has surged exponentially. This news is utterly devastating. Reclaiming the lost territories in the north is already a formidable challenge, let alone the fact that the territory has expanded several-fold. In truth, this is one of the reasons why Yu Wuyun's campaign to the north has yet to be approved by the 24th Privy Council. The second stipulation is that martial deities must not tread into the realm of darkness. This does not imply that the northern territories possess any special restrictions. After all, Han Howren had already attained martial deity status when he entered the northern realm of darkness. The martial deities are no longer mere mortals. Once they step into the northern realm of darkness, they will be detected by the terrifying entities within that forbidden zone. These dread entities are extraordinarily mysterious and powerful beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that they can incite cosmic upheaval. For instance, the battle that Han Howren faced with one such beast rendered the entire region of the extreme North barren for 1,000 kilometers. Reclaiming lost ground is not merely about recovering scorched earth. Hence, it is advisable for martial deities to refrain from entering the realm of darkness. Consequently, Yu Wuyun established the 869 Bureau, selecting and training talented individuals from various esteemed universities and the military. The sole objective of the members of the 869 Bureau is to venture into the northern realm of darkness, gather intelligence, and ultimately bring it back to the homeland. Time and again, batches of experts from the 869 Bureau have gone missing or perished in the northern realm of darkness, with scarcely any returning. One could even say none. The existence of the Longha not only obstructs the invasion of beasts from the northern realm into the south, but also blocks the retreat for the members of the 869 Bureau. Yet, for the future of humanity, they persist, undeterred by the perils they face. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng represent the last cohort of exceptional talents selected from the Martial Arts University by Yu Wuyun. Due to the prolonged lack of progress in the explorations of the 869 Bureau, it was declared defunct by the 24th Privy Council 15 years ago. Yu Wuyun issued a final command to the last members of the 869 Bureau, venture forth into the northern realm of darkness to explore. Thus, that final group, including Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, never returned. At this point, Chen Han noticed tears welling in Yu Wuyun's eyes. I am ashamed. They followed me. Forced to live in obscurity, seldom able to see their families. They easily tread a path from which there is no return. At that moment, Yu Wuyun turned to Chen Han and sincerely said, Chen Han, I owe an apology to your parents, but I owe the deepest remorse to you. The suffering you have endured for these 18 years is a consequence of my actions. Your father and mother were both extraordinary talents at the Starry Sky University. Had it not been for me, any apology would be hollow. Chen Han, feel free to ask for any condition you desire, even if it costs my own life. I am willing to pay. Yu Wuyun's words were heartfelt, as he bore guilt for the members of the 869 Bureau. Nearly all of them left no descendants behind. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng are indeed exceptions. Their romance blossomed during university, and they subsequently joined the 869 Bureau together, with Yu Wuyun tacitly approving their union. Chen Han pondered this for a considerable time. In truth, he did not harbor any resentment towards Yu Wuyun, given his character. It was improbable that you would compel anyone to enter the 869 Bureau. This indicated that Chen Han's parents likely ventured into the Bureau due to their lofty idealism. It must be said that the relatives of the Chen family were particularly detestable. In a certain sense, both Chen Han and Chen Shui were descendants of martyrs. At that moment, a thought struck Chen Han, prompting a statement that even surprised Yu Wuyun. General Yu, do you think there exists a possibility that those who entered the northern dark domain, including my parents, may not have perished? This notion had not crossed Yu Wuyun's mind. After all, he had reached the 8th stage of martial prowess and was unable to venture into the northern dark domain. However, after some contemplation, Yu Wuyun shook his head, declaring that is highly unlikely. In fact, there have been individuals from the 869 Bureau who returned from the northern dark domain, although the intelligence they brought back was scant. According to their accounts, the northern dark domain is certainly not an environment conducive to human survival. Only beasts can endure there. Chen Han stroked his chin, harboring a different perspective. Regardless of the transformations within the northern dark domain, it ultimately resides upon the blue planet. At worst, humanity would revert to a primitive society, subsisting on raw flesh and blood. In terms of survival conditions, it is undoubtedly adequate for human existence. Furthermore, over the years, the northern dark domain has witnessed the advancement of extraterrestrial technology. Although the odds of survival are slim, it is not entirely devoid of possibility. Chen Han felt minimal affection for his parents, yet Chen Shui was another matter entirely. As a daughter, she possessed a tender heart and had watched other children with their parents. Countless nights, Chen Han had witnessed Chen Shui secretly weeping with her parents' photographs in hand. Hope, regardless of its size, still existed. With the northern expedition imminent, if there were any chance, Chen Han wished to locate Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. Chapter 59. The Supreme Divine Weapon, Dragon Roar Bow. It was evident that the relationship between Chen Xingbian and Marshal Yu was quite amicable. Marshal Yu Weiyun enthusiastically conversed with Chen Han for half an hour, primarily recounting tales of Chen Han's parents. During their university days, they were indeed a golden couple. Frequently teaming up for competitions, their synergy unmatched, and they had once garnered considerable acclaim within the prestigious Starry Sky University. Suddenly, Marshal Yu Weiyun recalled something and slapped his forehead with vigor. Ah, since you are the descendant of Xingbian, I must naturally hand over his relics to you. As fate would have it, they are located within Hanwu City. With that, Yu Weiyun led Chen Han away from the arena. As the plague god finally departed, the elders of various families sighed in relief, fearing that a single utterance from Chen Han might compel them to relinquish years of family fortune. Before long, Yu Weiyun guided Chen Han to a secluded area within Hanwu City. There stood a building, though it appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. For 18 years, Chen Han had been in Hanwu City, yet he remained oblivious to this place. Yu Weiyun elucidated. This is the location of Bureau 869, where your parents worked before venturing into the Northern Dark Domain. As Yu Weiyun guided Chen Han into the building, he discovered various training grounds and equipment, revealing that Bureau 869 had once been a hub of exceptional talent. Traversing the very site where his parents had devoted themselves, Chen Han felt a whirlwind of emotions. Ultimately, Yu Weiyun led him to a secret chamber. The room contained a myriad of peculiar items, remnants left by the members of Bureau 869 prior to their journey to the Northern Dark Domain. Although not necessarily valuable, each object held profound significance. After a thorough search, Yu Weiyun produced a black box. He dusted it off and slowly opened it. To Chen Han's astonishment, within lay a mechanical bow crafted from a metallic alloy, resembling the design of a compound bow. Yet, its material was remarkable. Chen Han sensed an uncanny similarity between the metal of the bow and that of his own tyrant spear. Commander Yu, what is this? Chen Han inquired, taken aback. With an air of pride, Yu Weiyun revealed the bow, stating, "This was the prize your father earned for securing first place in the martial arts examination at Starry Sky University. Like your tyrant spear, it is an extraordinary weapon. Known as the Dragon's Whisper Bow, this bow is considered one of the treasured artifacts of Starry Sky University. The metal used for its construction is the strongest alloy in the world, identical to that of the tyrant spear, and its value rivals that of star crystals. However," he continued, "the true marvel lies in the bowstring. Years ago, in the South Sea, a monstrous beast from a forbidden zone wreaked havoc, nearly obliterating coastal cities. This creature, resembling a five-clawed golden dragon, was ultimately vanquished by the joint efforts of the imperial stalwarts Han Hauran and Yu Weiyun. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, with only Han Hauran and Yu Weiyun among the martial, god-level warriors in the Great Xia at the time, underscoring the beast's formidable nature. After slaying the dragon, artisans extracted a dragon tendon approximately 13 meters long from its corpse, imbued with an unfathomable mystical power. Remarkably, the bowstring of the dragon's whisper bow is crafted from that very dragon tendon, hence its name. In the Great Xia, archers were a rarity, making the appraisal of a bow as a supreme weapon far less common than that of swords or spears. Currently, the most abundant supreme weapons in the Great Xia were swords and sabers, with spears following closely behind. The number of unparalleled bows was tragically scarce, highlighting the prowess of the dragon's whisper bow. Anyone capable of wielding this bow, even if only drawing the string, could unleash a force comparable to that of a fully powered strike from a martial general. Gazing at the dragon's whisper bow, Chen Han was astonished. "Commander, are you suggesting that you wish to entrust this bow to me? But I am not skilled in archery." Yu Weiyun's expression bore a hint of nostalgia, yet ultimately, he entrusted the Longyin bow to Chen Han. "Regardless of the circumstances, you are the son of Xingbian, and this bow must be bestowed upon you. To give it to another would weigh heavily on my conscience." Chen Han, unable to refuse the kind gesture, accepted the Longyin bow. However, no sooner had he grasped the bow than a notification from the system echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the unparalleled divine weapon, Longyin Bow. Thanks to the enhancement from the sacred body of Weapon Soul, you may now select both a primary and secondary weapon. Upon successfully choosing your primary and secondary weapons, you shall receive an additional boost to your training speed. What? Chen Han was taken aback. It turned out that the enhancement from the sacred body of Weapon Soul was not confined to just the spear. He could choose his primary and secondary weapons at will. Frankly, Chen Han currently lacked any means of long-range attack. The spear's range was rather limited, ill-suited for the ever-changing northern battlefield. While the piercing Death Thorn Spear and the Sunslayer Spear could be utilized from a distance, they were martial techniques that consumed an immense amount of vitality, and employing them simultaneously sacrificed the spear's agility and versatility. If he could wield a bow, it would compensate for Chen Han's only shortcoming. With one weapon for close combat and another for ranged attacks, Chen Han would remain invincible at any time, perhaps driven by the primal instinct within his genes. Chen Han felt an irresistible urge upon seeing the Longyin bow. System, I choose the spear as my primary weapon and the bow as my secondary weapon, Chen Han declared resolutely. Ding. The system has detected that you have designated the spear as your primary weapon and the bow as your secondary weapon. Your Longyin bow will now enhance your training speed by an additional 50-fold. Excellent. Splendid. Although the training speed provided by the secondary weapon was halved, it was still a considerable boost. Currently, Chen Han's training speed had reached an astonishing 160 times. Moreover, he did not need to engage in arduous training. Simply carrying the Overlord Spear and the Longyin Bow would suffice to maintain a state of cultivation. Chen Han felt a surge of joy and immediately picked up the Longyin Bow to familiarize himself, testing his affinity with archery. To his astonishment, as he merely drew the bowstring, an astonishing event unfolded before his eyes. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as several walls ahead of Chen Han were pierced through by a mysterious force. The entire 869 Bureau building was directly breached. Yu Wuyan, holding his forehead, was both amused and exasperated. I forgot to mention, the bowstring of the Longyin Bow possesses the power of the Dragon God. Even a slight pull can unleash terrifying force. Father and son. Indeed, for many times in the past, Xing Bian had inadvertently destroyed numerous buildings. And I cannot count how many times I have requested funding for repairs. Chen Han's expression turned slightly awkward, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Should I offer to compensate? Never mind. This old building is of little use anyway. Yu Wuyun sighed helplessly. At that moment, Yu Wuyun retrieved a black book from the box and tossed it to Chen Han. This is also a remarkable legacy left by your father. Besides being a martial artist, he was also a distinguished scientist. Just look at this. When I first encountered this item, I was astounded for quite some time. Chen Han picked up the book and flipped through it slightly, the contents instantly leaving him in awe. His father was truly extraordinary. Generally speaking, star crystals are utilized as the driving energy for strategic weaponry. They can only be harnessed through technological means. Yet, astonishingly, this book records the method of crafting star crystal arrows. Chapter 60, The Enlightenment of the Arrow God. Powerful archery skills. What a talent. Chen Han couldn't help but marvel. It is worth noting that star crystals are considered the most complex substance known in the new era. They are not merely explosive items. Within them lies a rather terrifying material structure. For instance, the Type 3 lasers on the celestial wall, although based on star crystals, require scientists to incorporate dozens of intricate physical reaction mechanisms to extract the energy from the star crystals and produce the Type 3 lasers. Yet his father had the audacity to use them directly as weapons. The content of this book, though seemingly simple, describes the process of taking star crystals to forge arrowheads, and then equipping those arrowheads with a small reactor capable of extracting energy from the star crystals, allowing the energy to be released. However, this seemingly straightforward concept has eluded countless scientists for over a century in the new era. As for the power of star crystals, there is no need to elaborate. Those Type 3 lasers once annihilated a vast expanse of beastly creatures in an instant. These are no mere star crystal arrows. They are akin to miniature mushroom bomb launchers. Chen Han was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Yu Shuai, how could you not have reported this? It is known that if star crystal arrows could be extensively deployed in actual combat, it could fundamentally alter the current military landscape." Chen Han's query was well understood by Yu Wuyun. However, the strong recoil of the star crystal arrows necessitates a foundational attribute of at least the martial general level to operate the bow that launches them. Furthermore, star crystal arrows are difficult to control, If used on a large scale, a single mistake could lead to casualties among one's own forces rather than the enemy. The inherent danger of this weapon precludes its widespread use. Additionally, the most critical point is that the star crystal arrow technology is a patent of Chen Xingbian, and Yu Wuyun would only pass it on to the descendants of Chen Xingbian. Just based on Yu Wuyun's attitude, Chen Han believed that his parents, and indeed everyone from the 869 Bureau, were not coerced into sacrificing their lives. At this moment, Yu Wuyun added, by the way, if you intend to create star crystal arrows, you must exercise caution. Back when your father was working on this at the Starry Sky University, he nearly caused an explosion that could have destroyed the university. A dark line appeared on Chen Han's forehead. In a sense, such behavior could be deemed a mark of talent. After solemnly thanking Yu Wuyun, Chen Han returned to the military camp. Now, the path of the northern expedition is unimpeded, and Yu Wuyun will exert every effort to prepare for the related matters of the campaign. As for Chen Han, his task is straightforward: to lead the Cold Knight squad in intensified training before the expedition. The success or failure hinges upon this critical moment. All troops participating in the northern expedition will have their training intensity doubled. Upon returning to the military camp, Chen Han immediately issued training orders to the Cold Knight squad. Before the expedition, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Ming, and Ji Yun must break through to the warrior realm. If they do not achieve this, they will undoubtedly become a burden during the campaign. As for Zhao Linger, she must learn a martial skill. Although Chen Han cannot impart his own techniques to her, the Ji family possesses a martial skill known as the Flame Spear, which, while not of a particularly high grade, is perfectly suited for Zhao Linger. Once they reach the martial general realm, the advancement will slow down. The higher the spiritual energy, the quicker the elevation of their realm will occur, making it unrealistic for Zhao Linger to advance before the expedition. After issuing the tasks, Chen Han began his solitary retreat. Before his cultivation, he needed to accomplish one thing: to utilize the system's reward of 60,000 points and 2 opportunities for targeted draws. The rules for targeted draws have undergone some changes. The cost in points has doubled. In other words, if he chooses not to use a targeted draw, the maximum point consumption for a single high-tier draw is 5,000. However, if he opts for a targeted draw, Chen Han will expend 15,000 points. This number of points is acceptable to Chen Han. If he spends 5,000 points and fails to draw the talents or martial skills he needs, it would be akin to throwing them away. What Chen Han desires to draw first and foremost is talent. The enhancement of the sacred body of the soldier's soul boosts the effectiveness of all weapons. However, the killing god spear intent only manifests when using a spear. Thus, what Chen Han currently requires is a talent related to archery. This would ensure that his basic attributes do not lag too far behind when utilizing a bow and arrow. System: I wish to expend 15,000 points to use a targeted draw opportunity for an archery-related talent. Before Chen Han, a wheel suddenly appeared. The talents related to archery are pitifully scarce, comprising only 8 in total. The pointer on the wheel spun continuously until it finally landed on a talent named Insight of the Arrow God. Congratulations! You have acquired the talent, Insight of the Arrow God. Insight of the Arrow God, the deity of the bow, unmatched in archery. When using a bow and arrow, it enhances the visual range by 4 times, doubles the power of the arrows, and allows for a charging effect. The longer the charge time, the greater the arrow's power, reaching a maximum of 3 times the original force. It disregards wind direction and air currents, doubling the arrow's speed, and guarantees a 100% hit rate. When learning archery martial skills, it forcibly elevates the skill by 1 level. Remarkable, utterly formidable. Indeed, it is a remarkable talent, rivaling Chen Han's gun-based prowess. The divine gun of killing. Not only does it enhance vision, the power of arrows, and their velocity, but the most terrifying aspect is its astonishing accuracy. Every arrow finds its mark. It is not an exaggeration to assert that its effects are indistinguishable from the spear of piercing thorns. Wherever Chen Han's gaze falls, even upon the slightest speck, his arrows strike true. Coupled with the stellar crystal arrows, Chen Han's ranged capabilities are truly astonishing. He is quite pleased, with 45,000 points remaining and a singular opportunity for targeted extraction. The next aspect he seeks to extract pertains to his constitution. However, this time it is not related to vitality or blood, but rather to spiritual energy. This is, at present, the rarest type of constitution in the entire Great Xia. Half of the warriors in Great Xia lack any constitution, relying solely on various vitality elixirs to replenish their life essence. While the means to enhance spiritual energy are pitifully scarce, there exists only one type of potion capable of enhancing spiritual energy, and those who can concoct such a potion are exceedingly rare, with prices that are exorbitantly high. This accounts for why the majority of warriors remain at the level of martial generals. Furthermore, among the remaining half who possess a constitution, it is a rare occurrence, akin to finding a needle in a haystack, to discover one that enhances spiritual energy. Without the comprehension of momentum, spiritual energy has minimal impact on a warrior's capabilities and does not influence various fundamental combat attributes. Its sole purpose is to serve as a threshold. Only upon reaching a certain foundational value can one advance. Yet, this singular aspect is sufficient to stymie 99 of aspiring warriors. Hence, this constitution is essential for Chen Han. Otherwise, no matter how swiftly he progresses, it would be in vain. The wheel of fortune spins rapidly, ultimately coming to a gentle halt. Congratulations! You have acquired the rare constitution, Saint Body of the Abyssal Knight. Chapter 61. The Third Tier Martial General of January. What an anomaly you are! Saint Body of the Abyssal Knight. During nocturnal meditation, the enhancement of spiritual energy is doubled. The fixed increase in spiritual energy is also doubled. When one's spiritual energy surpasses that of the opponent's fundamental attributes are diminished by 50%, while one's own attributes are elevated by 50%. Truly, it is an extraordinary constitution. Spiritual energy can only be attained through meditation during the night, and the amount one can gain is contingent upon one's comprehension. The higher the talent, the greater the spiritual energy one can acquire. This elucidates why warriors of lower talent can only achieve the level of martial general at best. Currently, Chen Han possesses 3 talents, and the spiritual energy gained from meditation is already twice that of any singular talent. Furthermore, the Saint Body of the Abyssal Knight can further amplify this by another factor of 2. It can be said that Chen Han's spiritual energy is on par with his vitality, far surpassing that of his peers at the same tier. Most importantly, the sacred body of this frigid knight possesses an exceedingly peculiar attribute. It is capable of diminishing the fundamental attributes of adversaries, strength, speed, vitality, by a staggering 50%, provided that one's mental energy surpasses that of the enemy. Furthermore, it enhances one's own fundamental attributes by 50%. With such an attribute, as long as Chen Han's mental energy is superior to that of his foes, he is virtually invincible. Chen Han is quite pleased with both his talents and physique. Currently, he has 30,000 points remaining. However, he refrains from hastily drawing from this pool, for although 30,000 points may seem substantial, should he fail to acquire the desired martial skills, it would be a waste. It is preferable to wait for a targeted drawing opportunity before utilizing them. Moreover, after the northern expedition, these 30,000 points will prove to be of immense value. Upon completing his drawing, Chen Han ventured outside to observe the members of the Cold Night team engrossed in rigorous training. He too could not afford to be idle. It took Yu Weiyun an entire month to prepare the northern expedition forces and personnel. This month passed in the blink of an eye. In the training grounds, Zhao Ling, clad in form-fitting training attire, glistened with sweat, her figure striking. Her opponent, Chen Han, wielded the Overlord spear. With a fierce shout, Zhao Linger rapidly swung her long spear, soon causing the spear tip to emanate a blazing red glow. Waves of flames merged with the spear's momentum, radiating intense heat. Watch out! Suddenly, Zhao Linger's form vanished in an instant, reappearing before Chen Han, delivering a fiery thrust aimed directly at his face. However, Chen Han merely waved his spear lightly, effortlessly deflecting her attack, extinguishing the fierce flames in the process. Zhao Linger felt a pang of defeat and lamented, "How is it that after a whole month of practicing my flame spear, I still cannot touch you?" In truth, Zhao Linger's martial skill is exceedingly potent. Even those of equal strength would hesitate to confront such an attack head-on. Chen Han chuckled, "You cannot compare yourself to me. Your flame spear has indeed reached a commendable level, sufficient for the upcoming northern expedition." Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Zhao Linger seemed to recall something. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, "True enough, but who can I practice with, given that you are the only martial general in the Cold Night team?" Just as the two were conversing, a thunderous roar of an automobile engine suddenly echoed at the camp's entrance. Lu Zixing, the commanding officer of the Queasy Battalion, clad in military attire, leapt from the vehicle, bringing with him the latest military orders. Second Lieutenant Chen Han, Second Lieutenant Zhao Linger, Corporal Zhu Meng, Ji Yun and Zhao Yufei, you are summoned. The military command is as unyielding as a mountain and demands unwavering diligence. Promptly, Chen Han and the others tidied themselves and proceeded to the camp entrance. Since the military held a special operations group competition, specialized teams like the Cold Night team have their own designated quarters, separate from the Queasy Battalion. Thus, military orders must be personally conveyed by the company commander. Second Lieutenant Chen Han reported in, executing a standard military salute. Lu Zixing had come in person, arriving in a military vehicle, indicating that a journey to the northern territories was imminent. Indeed, as per General Yu's command, the Cold Night team began packing their belongings, preparing to depart immediately for the assembly point at Tontian Wall. For this day, the Cold Night team had been in constant readiness, their luggage long since prepared. Shortly thereafter, they eagerly boarded the military vehicles. To Chen Han's astonishment, this time, the journey was being personally escorted by Lu Zixing himself. Lu Zixing, steering the wheel with a smile, remarked, "The brothers of the Queasy Battalion have set out first. I shall be the last. It has been many years since I last drove, so let me take the wheel this time." This unexpected turn left Chen Han and the others both surprised and honored. Theoretically, Lu Zixing was their superior. However, Lu Zixing seemed unconcerned. The Cold Night team, having endured the Special Operations Group competitions and military exchange tournaments, had become cherished assets of the Queasy Battalion. He glanced at Ji Yun and the others, chuckling. "Well done, little monkeys. Within a month, you've all advanced to the martial artist level. Impressive." With Lu Zixing's imperial martial prowess, he could easily discern Ji Yun and the others' capabilities. In just half a year, they had dispelled the reputation of being the family's waste. Lu Zixing then addressed Zhao Linger, saying, "Red boy, you are not bad either. Keep pushing forward. Only Chen Han can keep your fiery temperament in check." Zhao Linger blushed, wanting to retort, but feeling utterly helpless. Then Lu Zixing turned his gaze to Chen Han, initially taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Third stage Marshal General. How is this possible? What kind of anomaly are you?" Lu Zixing's astonishment was genuine. Caught off guard, he nearly lost control of the vehicle, narrowly managing to halt in time to prevent a tumble down the mountainside. Yet his surprise was understandable. Merely 2 months prior, Chen Han was still at the martial artist level. At that time, he appeared as a feeble infant before Lu Zixing, easily extinguishable with a snap of the fingers. Yet, in less than 2 months, this infant had transformed into a giant. Today, even Lu Zixing dared not claim to be Chen Han's equal. If Chen Han's pace of advancement before reaching Marshal General was within Lu Zixing's comprehension, then what followed was utterly incredible. All martial artists experience a significant deceleration in their cultivation speed upon transitioning to Marshal General. This is an unyielding law. In fact, there are instances where one might not advance even a minor realm within a year. Lu Zixing could not help but feel curious. He inquired slowly, "Chen Han, would you mind sharing your current fundamental attributes with me? Especially your mental energy. Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, that is understandable. There is nothing to conceal. My current foundational strength is 521, 346 kilograms, with an explosive speed of 8, 640, and my vitality stands at 125. Chapter 62, The River Crossing Battle. Behind you stands the nation. My goodness. Bang. Upon hearing Chen Han's fundamental attributes, Lu Zixing couldn't help but utter an expletive, as the military vehicle predictably crashed into the stone wall ahead. Fortunately, the vehicle was custom-made, so the impact caused no damage. Zhao Linger rolled her eyes and remarked, "Captain, must you always react so dramatically?" Lu Zixing cleared his throat awkwardly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was considered a prodigy in the military, having risen to the rank of Marshal Emperor in his 30s and serving as the captain of the Kuei character battalion. He also possessed a formidable talent in the strengthening arts. However, in terms of fundamental attributes, apart from his strength surpassing that of Chen Han, all other attributes were nearly inferior to Chen Han's, particularly his vitality. A staggering vitality of over 130 tears left one in awe. If he recalled correctly, the martial god at the 8th rank, Yu Wuyun, had merely 230 tears of vitality. The most terrifying aspect was the spiritual energy. Lu Zixing's current spiritual energy stood at a mere 30 tears, despite his arduous training for 7 or 8 years. Yet Chen Han had only recently ascended to the rank of Marshal General. Merely a month had passed. No wonder Chen Han's ascension was so swift. The spiritual energy that stifled all martial artists seemed utterly insignificant in the presence of Chen Han. Was it as simple as practicing being akin to eating and drinking? After a long while, Lu Zixing finally calmed his emotions and resumed driving. The further north they traveled, the more military vehicles they encountered. One vehicle, two vehicles, until the road was lined with military transports as far as the eye could see. Chen Han even spotted the mechas of the giant squad racing along the thoroughfare, clearly also participating in this northern expedition. Zhao Linger leaned out of the car window to greet a young girl from the giant squad. This provided a glimpse into the sheer number of forces involved in the northern campaign. According to Lu Zixing's explanation, this expedition included the full deployment of the Fire God Army, consisting of 32 large battalions, 3/4 of the Water God Army's forces with 26 battalions, and the remaining 4 legions, which collectively mobilized 50 battalions. In total, that amounted to an impressive 108 battalions. Nearly 400,000 troops were involved in this northern campaign. This was the largest mobilization of military forces in a century since the establishment of the new calendar. Of course, there were also weapons. The troops participating in the northern expedition were equipped with the finest armament available. For instance, the 5th-generation special battle armor was universally donned. Moreover, the most crucial asset was the 3rd-generation laser cannon. This weapon was currently the only one capable of posing a lethal threat to the monstrous beasts. Thanks to Chen Han's victory in the exchange competition, countless star crystals were contributed by families, allowing the entirety of the military's 3rd-generation laser cannons to be mobilized. This was truly poised to be the largest battle in the annals of history. At long last, Chen Han and his companions arrived at the assembly point of the Tantian Wall. As far as the eye could see, within a radius of over 100 kilometers, an endless array of green trucks, mechs, and weaponry filled the landscape, creating a veritable sea of humanity beyond count. After a century of spiritual energy resurgence, this was perhaps the culmination of human technological advancement over the past 100 years. Chen Han had witnessed military parades on television, yet nothing could compare to this scale. In the face of such formidable power, the insignificance of a single human being became painfully evident. Hanyi Squad, fall in. Amidst the myriad emotions expressed by Ji Yun and the others, it was Lu Zixing's command that jolted everyone into action. The Hanyi Squad, being part of the Kuei Brigade, naturally formed up within its ranks. Once all 108 battalions stood in perfect alignment, the commander of this northern expedition, Yu Wuyun, slowly ascended the city wall. Are you all excited? This marked the first time Yu Wuyun showcased his prowess as the world's foremost warrior. With merely a single shout, his voice resonated powerfully across a radius of 100 kilometers, rich and commanding, reverberating through the air. Let me dampen your spirits for a moment. Many will die today, perhaps in the Long River or within the dark domains of the north. Are you afraid of death? Yu Wuyun's voice carried an invigorating force. Over the years, he had cultivated a profound rapport with the masses, and under his voice, the 40,000 troops seemed to shed their fear. Not afraid. Not afraid. Yu Wuyun continued his oath. Are you not afraid? No. You should be. For as humans, we all fear death. Yet you and I are soldiers. It is our duty to protect our homeland. Loyal bones lie buried in the green hills. What need is there for our bodies to be wrapped in horsehide? Behind you stands the nation. Warriors. I, Yu Wuyun, wish you triumphant returns. Drink this cup of wine, and let us hasten to the Long River. As the last drop of wine was consumed, the entire army of 40,000, along with countless advanced weapons, surged forth towards the Long River. The distance from the Tongtian Wall to the Long River spanned several dozen kilometers, a journey that would inevitably encounter numerous ferocious beasts. Yet, before the might of 40,000 soldiers, these creatures were little more than insignificant nuisances. Before long, the army reached the banks of the Long River, also known as the Mother River of Daxia, the cradle of Daxia culture. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the river had more than doubled in size. It was winter now, and the waters of the Long River were murky yet tranquil, flowing with great vigor. The first obstacle confronting the Northern Expeditionary Force was this very river. Despite its calm appearance, the Long River served as a boundary between the dark domains of the north and Daxia, embodying far more than a mere river. Beneath its surface lurked countless ferocious river beasts, colossal enough to swallow an entire ship whole. Standing by the riverbank, Ji Yun simply tossed a stone into the water. Splash! As splashes erupted from the water's surface, several colossal creatures from the depths emerged, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers. This aquatic environment rendered the Northern Expeditionary Army, or any who sought to traverse from the south to the dark realms of the north, unable to utilize any seafaring vessels. The peril escalated with the prospect of air travel. Low-flying helicopters would be mere targets for the monsters of the Northern Dark Domain. Should they be downed into the Dragon River, survival would be nearly impossible. This river not only thwarted the incursion of northern beasts into the south, but also obstructed the route northward. Currently, the only strategy devised to cross was to utilize the alloy metal rafts developed by the Academy of Sciences to breach the defensive line of the river's monstrous inhabitants. These rafts, compact and easily transportable by vehicles, had a glaring limitation. Each could accommodate only 3 individuals. Thus, the 400,000-strong army had to be divided into triads, employing a system of 3s to navigate the waters. Everyone, prepare. All units, assume your combat positions. Get ready to cross the river. Artillery Battalion. Activate the Type 3 laser cannons and initiate a saturation bombardment against the beasts within the Dragon River. Chapter 63. The Battlefield Meat Grinder. Cross the river. Cross the river. In accordance with Yu Wuyun's directives, the 108 encampments would extend along the Dragon River for over 100 kilometers, subsequently landing in the Northern Territories according to their respective formations. This Grand Northern Expedition was broadcasted live nationwide, aiming to bolster public morale and awaken the complacent citizens of the Great Xia to the ferocity of the external beasts. Additionally, this was a fervent demand from the influential families, who had contributed vast sums of star crystals, essentially half of their fortunes, and were eager to witness tangible results. For Yu Wuyun, this represented a high-stakes gamble, one that could determine the fate of the Great Xia. Should the Northern Expedition succeed, the nation would thrive. If it faltered, his position as commander would likely be relinquished. At that moment, nearly 600 million citizens of the Great Xia were gathered around their screens, engrossed in the live broadcast. Shortly thereafter, Chen Han led the Cold Night Squad, alongside thousands from the Kuei Battalion, to the combat zone. The Kuei Battalion, being the elite among the elite of the Fire God Army, was reserved as the ultimate trump card, positioned at the rear of the assaulting forces. Fire! A sudden command echoed from the highlands. Lu Zixing, upon hearing this, sternly warned, "Everyone, keep your distance. We can perish on the battlefield, but we must not fall victim to our own Type 3 lasers." The Type 3 lasers unleashed a barrage along the riverbank for hundreds of kilometers, an unprecedented display of power. Chen Han gazed upwards to witness black laser beams cascading from the mountains like rain, striking the Dragon River below in a spectacular display. This was the pinnacle of the Great Xia's military might. The penetrating force of the Type 3 lasers was formidable, capable of delving dozens of meters beneath the surface. Roar, roar, roar. As the Type 3 laser struck the surface of the long river, an eerie chorus of beastly roars reverberated throughout the 100 kilometers of the river. The cacophony was deafening, echoing through the heavens and instilling a sense of dread. Before long, massive carcasses of strange creatures began to rise slowly from beneath the water's surface. Blood stained the entirety of the long river, while an array of bizarre underwater beasts sprawled across the river for miles. This was the sheer might of the saturated assault of the Type 3 laser. Witnessing this spectacle, both the soldiers and the citizens of the Great Xia watching the live broadcast were filled with exhilaration. Who would have thought that our military prowess had ascended to such heights? With such Type 3 lasers at our disposal, surely the beasts would turn tail and flee upon sighting us. It seems that before long, we might even venture north for a holiday. Few were aware that the recent barrage of Type 3 lasers, while appearing formidable, was an extravagant expenditure. After all, it covered an extensive range along the riverbanks, and the laser assault lasted less than 3 minutes, consuming nearly half of the total star crystal reserves of all families in Hanwu City. The supreme authorities of the 24 Privy Council felt a pang of regret, having endured the grievances of all families to support General Yu Wuyun's northern expedition. How could that old fellow Yu not be more frugal? Even the Great Xia's supreme authority, Emperor Qing Tian, couldn't help but sigh. General Yu Wuyun wished to conserve resources, but saving star crystals would mean sacrificing more soldiers' lives. In comparison, the lives of the soldiers were far more precious. With a significant portion of the underwater beasts eliminated, General Yu promptly issued orders. The Fire God Army's 2nd and 4th Corps, the Water God Army's 6th and 7th Corps, along with the Wind God Army's 3rd and 1st Corps, 6 corps in total, comprising 24 military camps, were to spearhead the charge. Disembark the rafts. With this command, countless alloy rafts descended onto the surface of the long river like dumplings in boiling water. The soldiers of these 24 camps were, to put it kindly, the vanguard. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Their mission was to pave the way for the elite forces that would follow. After all, once they set foot on northern soil, the main combat forces would be the elite troops of the army. At the forefront, the Fire God Army's Xiang camp and the Water God Army's Chu camp were preparing their soldiers for the upcoming challenge. Brothers, let us drink this toast. We shall meet again in the martyrs' cemetery. Tell my mother that I am no coward. They were acutely aware of their mission as cannon fodder, yet maintained a light-hearted spirit. Not a single soldier under Marshal Yu's command feared for their lives. Among the ranks, Chen Han spotted a familiar face, a young soldier named Luo Feng, stationed in Hanwu City. Though younger than Chen Han, he had volunteered for the northern expedition, despite only possessing the strength of a third-tier warrior. Perhaps sensing Chen Han's gaze, Luo Feng turned to glance at him, waved with a smile, and resolutely stepped onto the raft. The soldiers from the 24 camps, numbering a staggering 70 to 80,000, appeared as mere drops in the ocean along the banks of the river that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. May fortune favor our endeavor. Yu Weiyun sat in the command center, his eyes fixed on the river's surface, his heart racing with anxiety. The previous concentrated assault had nearly eradicated all the underwater beasts in the Dragon River below. Logically, 400,000 troops should be able to cross the river safely. Yet, Yu Weiyun remained uneasy, which was why he had dispatched the advance force of 70 to 80,000. Before long, this contingent had reached the central area of the Dragon River. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The entire river surface rippled as the leading unit's alloy rafts were tossed about like fragile candles in the wind. In an instant, a massive catfish weighing over 10,000 pounds broke the surface, its gaping maw claiming the lives of several hundred soldiers in the blink of an eye. This catfish was at least a 10th-tier beast, equivalent to a marshal general, leaving the warriors of the advance force utterly defenseless. And it was not just this one catfish. Almost immediately after its emergence, various large underwater creatures sprang into action, including sixth-winged crocodile dragons and lion-headed giant squids, all exceeding the 10th tier. The lives of 70 to 80,000 soldiers seemed to vanish as swiftly as cutting grass. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Curse those monsters, perish. The soldiers fought desperately, yet against these 10th-tier beasts, their efforts seemed as futile as mere scratching. Their enormous size meant that even warriors of the same rank needed to unleash their strongest attacks to inflict any significant damage. Why had Marshal Yu not yet commanded an offensive? The soldiers on the shore watched in anguish, their frustration boiling over as they longed to charge forward. As the commander, Yu Weiyun had his considerations. He had foreseen this situation. The purpose of the advance force was precisely to draw out the high-tier beasts lurking deep beneath the water, only to ensnare them with the triconfiguration lasers. Yet, despite his foresight, Yu Weiyun could not help but grip his halberd tightly. These were the elite of his Fire God army. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Chen Xingbian. Firearms had little effect, and the triconfiguration lasers were prone to friendly fire, leaving the army in dire need of precise long-range combat archers. If Xingbian were still here, many soldiers could have been saved. Yu Weiyun sighed in contemplation. At this moment, he was unaware that Chen Han, stationed along the banks of the Dragon River, had already reached for his longing bow. Chapter 64. Are you shooting arrows or sniping? The scene on the water left even the citizens of Daxiao watching the live broadcast filled with trepidation. Is this the Dragon River's beasts? Our army is actually no match for them. How formidable they are. How shall we triumph over this colossal beast? The once elated citizens of the Great Xia have suddenly plunged into despair. This is primarily due to the monstrous creature on the screen, which possesses strength beyond reason. It can be said that even a seemingly ordinary aquatic beast rivals the size of half a blue whale. Among them, the largest, a giant lion-headed octopus, boasts a leg length exceeding 30 meters. They churn the Dragon River, ruthlessly claiming the lives of our warriors. Amidst the lamentations of the Great Xia populace, there are also those who are family members of these vanguard soldiers. Child, you must not die. You are the sole heir left in our home. Flee quickly. Jin Gui. My son. Even through the barrage of comments, the despair of these families is palpable. To witness their sons and grandsons being devoured by these titanic beasts is a sorrow beyond comprehension. Within just 10 minutes, Nearly half of the soldiers from the 24 camps have perished. Suddenly, a crocodile dragon opened its gaping maw, lunging towards the soldiers of the Kuei and Chu camps stationed at the forefront. In his final moments, young warrior Luo Feng tightly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. He understood well that choosing to enter the battlefield meant constantly facing the specter of sacrifice. Luo Feng. The Hanwu City team had spent considerable time with him, forming a bond. Yet, without the command of General Yu, they dared not rush to his aid. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air, akin to dawn breaking through the night. The collective turned their heads towards the source of the noise. A tiny point of light emerged above the Dragon River, racing towards the crocodile dragon. From a distance, the view appeared thus, but not from Luo Feng's perspective. In his view, a brilliant flash of white light erupted from the direction of the Kuei camp, then zipped past him at an incredible speed. The slightest rush of wind feeling like a stinging slap across his face. What was happening? Luo Feng remained bewildered. When he regained his composure and looked back at the ancient crocodile dragon before him, he was taken aback. The crocodile dragon, unbeknownst to him, had been pierced by a colossal hole from its mouth to its tail. The wound was remarkably peculiar, impeccably smooth and circular, devoid of any internal organs or traces of blood. It was as if everything within the attack's range had been utterly obliterated. Following the line of the wound, Luo Feng was even more astonished. Not only had the crocodile dragon been pierced, but this strike had also created a roughly 10-meter diameter hole in the cliffs of the northern Dark Continent. The onlookers were left stunned, for the perspective from the live stream was even more terrifying. Even when the recorded video was slowed down to 64 times, they could only discern a minute point of light piercing through the interior of the crocodile dragon. What, precisely, are those luminous points? They remain utterly indistinct. If one does not slow down, the spectacle becomes even more astonishing. Merely a blink, and an imperceptible assault pierced through the body of the crocodile dragon, traversing the northern cliffs. What is happening? Is this a novel type of weapon? Who can say? In an instant, the crocodile dragon vanished. Gratitude to the hero. Thank the hero for saving my son. Just as the crowd remained curious about the origin of this attack, the luminous points reappeared on the screen, almost identical in nature. The 11th tier beast, the lion-headed giant, was also instantaneously penetrated. However, this time, the spectators had learned to record the event. It was evident that both attacks were orchestrated by the same individual. Following the trajectory of the assaults, they finally discerned the figure. On a rocky outcrop along the Dragon River, a solitary figure stood with an air of majesty, wielding a hard bow nearly the size of a person, fully drawn. His arrows were remarkably unique, their tips crystalline and radiating a dazzling brilliance, unmistakably extraordinary. As swift as thunder, once released, the arrows became virtually invisible, their afterimages barely discernible to the naked eye. This individual was none other than Chen Han. Is that not Chen Han? He can wield a bow as well. How astonishing. One shot, and he brings down a beast of 10th tier or higher. Not only the citizens of the Great Xia in the live broadcast were astounded. Even the soldiers within the army regarded him with newfound respect. It is well known that many formidable warriors are among the Northern Expeditionary Forces, with the leaders of various legions typically at the martial emperor level. However, their attacks are indisputably of a wide-ranging nature. Once unleashed, they risk indiscriminately harming both foes and allies alike. They must await the frontline troops to lure all the large underwater beasts away before they can engage. Not a single person in the entire army possesses an ability comparable to that of precise long-range targeting. Thus, even as their veins throbbed and their hearts bled, they could only suppress their urge to act. Yet, given the current situation, the number of survivors among the frontline troops would be tragically low, which is why Yu Weiyun hoped for Chun Xingdian's presence. At this moment, the sole individual capable of turning the tide and saving the lives of the remaining 40 to 50,000 soldiers is Chen Han alone. Chen Han, well done. I am in awe of you. Chen Han, the lives of my regiment rest solely in your hands. Such praise signifies the highest commendation within the military. Even Yu Weiyun appeared exuberantly delighted. This lad, Chen Han, consistently surprises me. Yu Weiyun did not wish to see the frontline troops' lives sacrificed in vain. He immediately commanded, all frontline troops, maintain distance from the aquatic beasts to create the optimal environment for 2nd Lieutenant Chun. After issuing the order, Yu Weiyun felt a flicker of relief, grateful that he had entrusted the Longyin Bao to Chen Han. Otherwise, today's events might never have come to pass. The dragon's roar bow and the star crystal arrows, gazing upon the battlefield where Chen Han stood. Yu Wuyun couldn't help but exclaim. If only Xingbian were still alive to witness this scene, how pleased he might be. One could draw the ornate bow as if it were a full moon. To the northwest, shoot the heavenly wolf. The advance forces, numbering 40 to 50,000. All forge a path for Chen Han alone. The power of the star crystal arrows is remarkably formidable, equipped with a miniature star crystal reactor. They are akin to handcrafted Type 3 lasers, capable of piercing through anything they hit. Coupled with Chen Han's extraordinary talent as an arrow god, anything within his line of sight is struck with unerring accuracy. Each arrow he looses signifies the demise of a large aquatic beast. Chen Han did not remain stationary, but rather moved swiftly along the banks of the Yellow River, his speed relentless. With merely a glance, he unleashed arrows of unparalleled precision. All the aquatic beasts before him were reduced to mere targets. Lu Zixing, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Those who understood knew he was shooting arrows. Those who did not might have mistaken him for wielding a sniper rifle, one that could automatically lock on. Chapter 65. A headshot in an instant. Exceptional military achievements. Undoubtedly, each of Chen Han's strikes delivered a blow comparable to a Type 3 laser. Yet, the resource consumption was significantly lower. The Type 3 laser cannot strike with precision. It is primarily employed for area bombardment. Activating a Type 3 laser within a 3-meter radius demands a full 2 kilograms of star crystal. In contrast, the arrowhead of a star crystal arrow requires merely 10 grams of star crystal. Thus, 2 kilograms of star crystal could allow Chen Han to forge 400 star crystal arrows, not to mention his innate ability to hit every target. As Chen Han moved with breathtaking speed, any large beast that dared to reveal itself to the advance forces crossing the river fell victim to his lethal arrows. Under the watchful eye of the cameras, the scene appeared even more surreal. It was as if a solitary figure moved with the speed of an afterimage along the 100 kilometers of the Dragon River's banks, countless beams of light shooting forth. And any beast struck by the light was pierced through by an arrow. The spectators were electrified. The previously lackluster morale surged anew in an instant. Wow! Chen Han is incredible. He has single-handedly cleared the aquatic beasts of the Dragon River. His archery is simply divine. Who would have thought, aside from his marksmanship, he possesses such archery prowess? A prominent figure from a powerful family lamented in the comments. Warriors often dedicate themselves to mastering a single skill to perfection. While it is said that having many skills is not a burden, an excess of skills can lead to mediocrity in each. A warrior like Chen Han, who has reached the pinnacle of marksmanship while achieving a perfect score in archery, is indeed one of a kind. At this moment, the 400,000 troops along the banks of the Dragon River began to chant fervently in unison. Chen Han is mighty. Chen Han is mighty. After all, without Chen Han, among the advanced troops of 70 to 80,000, surviving even a mere 10,000 would be the best possible outcome. Yet, Yu Wuyun did not hesitate to wield his divine martial prowess, his resounding voice echoing across the banks of the Yellow River. Chen Han, leader of the Fire God Army's Han Yi squad, is to be commended for his heroic contributions to the Northern Expedition's advanced troops, hereby awarded a special military honor. This announcement was made to the entire army. Since his promotion to second lieutenant, Chen Han had not ascended in rank again, adhering to the military's commendation regulations. Before attaining the rank of second lieutenant, one could rise through various tests or by accumulating experience. However, beyond this rank, the sole path to promotion lay in military merit. Despite Chen Han's championship in the military exchange competition and his considerable contributions to the Northern Expedition, Yu Wuyun refrained from elevating his rank. This was also to avoid any gossip, as the military's rules dictate that without engaging the enemy on the battlefield, no merit could be claimed. Now, however, Yu Wuyun felt no reservations and promptly awarded Chen Han a special military honor. Upon hearing this, the entire force of 400,000 Northern Expedition troops expressed no grievances. Rather, they were filled with envy. How remarkable! If only I could achieve a special military honor once, my life would not be in vain. They recalled that during Chen Han's age, it seemed no one in the military had ever attained such an honor. He had once again shattered the military's records. Military honors are categorized into 4 ranks: third class, second class, first class, and the highest, special class. Within the Great Xia Army, attaining a first-class honor is exceedingly rare. Typically, Only soldiers like those in the advanced troops who sacrificed themselves could be recognized with such merit. As for a special class honor, it is an exceedingly rare feat, reserved for unparalleled military heroes who confront vast numbers of enemies single-handedly in a battle. Over the past century, since the revival of spiritual energy, the number of special class honors in the military is estimated to be fewer than 100, underscoring their exceptional value. Even second and third marshals like Zhong Go and Ouyang Quan possess only a scant few of such honors. Under Chen Han's valiant efforts, the lives of 40 to 50,000 soldiers from the advanced troops were saved. Yu Wuyun, calculating the time, announced to the entire army again, the advanced troops are to withdraw. Artillery units prepare for a second round of Type 3 laser saturation strikes, and following this, the entire army shall charge. The logistics and mechanical troops will construct a bridge across the long river within 2 hours. After issuing these commands, Yu Wuyun did not forget to show concern for his soldiers. Chen Han, withdraw now. Don't overexert yourself. There are tough battles ahead waiting for you. Such a dignified marshal, demonstrating care for his subordinates in front of the entire army, undoubtedly explains why so many are willing to serve Yu Wuyun. As Yu Wuyun had observed, Chen Han, without pause for rest, while moving and shooting, was already beaded with sweat upon his forehead, even with his rigorous training at an impressive level of 130. The power of the star crystal arrow is immense, yet, as Chun Xingbian articulated in his writings, the recoil it generates is equally formidable. Each time Chen Han draws the bow, he expends almost all his strength. If Chen Han possessed merely 30 or 40 levels of vitality, he would hardly be able to draw the bow more than a few times. After all, this is the star crystal arrow that Chen Xingbian employs as a martial skill. Each arrow pierces as if it were a lance of deathly thorns. As soon as Chen Han paused, a throng of warriors began to gather around him. In that moment, Chen Han had undeniably transformed into a battle hero. Old Chen, you are incredible. Old Chen, can you teach me your archery skills? Damn, the range of a sniper rifle is only a few kilometers, yet your arrow can reach 20 kilometers. The animated soldiers of the Qiziang made Chen Han both amused and exasperated. It was Lu Zixing who stepped in to rescue Chen Han from the situation. Why learn from him? If every soldier in the army were like him, we would have already reached the Arctic. Why didn't you train properly before? His reprimand left the soldiers blushing with embarrassment. The crowd quickly dispersed. And just as Chen Han intended to express his gratitude to Lu Zixing, the latter's next words caused him to spew out the water he had just swallowed. Chen Han, now that it's just the two of us, tell me how I can learn your archery skills? Despite being a battalion commander, Lu Zixing often lacked decorum. Shortly after, as the vanguard retreated, the second round of Type 3 laser saturation bombardment commenced. This bombardment lasted a full half hour, until there were no longer any aberrant beasts within the vast expanse of water. The soldiers of the entire army stood vigilant, and the charge sounded from the mountains. All forces surged forward, landing on the northern shore. Over 100,000 rafts descended upon the banks of Longha like dumplings, as 400,000 troops launched a grand assault toward the northern continent. After 2 rounds of Type 3 laser bombardments and the onslaught of Chen Han's star crystal arrows, the number of high-level aberrant beasts in the waters had dwindled significantly. The elite martial artists showcased their prowess, swiftly obliterating the remaining high-level aberrant beasts. A total of 108 large camps, each assigned to their designated combat positions, finally set foot on the northern continent. A century after the resurgence of spiritual energy, the people of the Great Xia had once again arrived on the northern continent, where lush greenery flourished, resembling a primordial forest. Amongst the remnants, some dilapidated houses and moss-covered vehicles from the previous century could be seen. This was destined to be a historic moment. The 600 million citizens of the Great Xia watched the live broadcast, embracing one another in tears. As Chen Han gazed upon a license plate of an Audi before him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In a certain sense, it belonged to the memories of his past life. However, before he could ponder for long, a commotion arose from the nearby grass. In the next instant, a massive boulder hurtled from a distance, heading straight for the center of the Qiziang. Chapter 66, Eagle Eye, Strength of the Ape. A new formula for potions. The boulder before him was colossal, akin to a small mountain, with a diameter of an estimated 50 to 60 meters. It was hard to fathom what kind of strength could lift such a massive stone. Get out of the way. Chen Han and Lu Zixing simultaneously discovered the colossal boulder above them and uttered a cry. Yet, Apart from these two strongest members of the team, the others remained oblivious. When they finally noticed the immense rock looming overhead, panic ensued, and no one assumed a combat stance. Should such a boulder descend, it would undoubtedly result in the injury or even death of thousands. Almost in unison, Chen Han drew the longing bow, while Lu Zixing brandished his spear and leapt skyward. Chen Han refrained from utilizing the star crystal arrow, as its power, though potent, was limited in range and linear in trajectory, rendering it ineffective against such a boulder. Thus, he drew the string of the bow, and with his current foundational attributes, even an unstrung longing bow would unleash a force of several 100,000 kilograms. Together, their combined efforts swiftly shattered the massive stone, averting a crisis. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Lu Zixing sternly commanded, "Stay alert. We are in the northern domain, the territory of the..." Having just set foot on this unfamiliar land, the group's initial excitement was quickly quelled by Lu Zixing's words, prompting everyone to regain their composure and heighten their vigilance. However, it was not merely the area surrounding the Kuei battalion that faced peril. According to the battle plan devised by Yu Wuyun, the Grand Army of 400,000 was to be divided into 40 units, all advancing northward simultaneously. The region where Chen Han currently resided comprised the Kuei, Xiong, and Shu battalions, collectively forming a combat unit of approximately 10,000 personnel. In addition to this area, 39 other regions existed, all seemingly encountering assaults concurrently. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the fray suffered significant losses. Within the command center of Yu Wuyun, reports of casualties flooded in. Report to General Yu, the Bai battalion in Zone 10 has encountered an attack from a strange giant serpent, with casualties exceeding 100. Report to General Yu, the Dihuang battalion in Zone 16 has entered a swamp and faced an ambush from swamp beasts. Casualties have reached 600. Report to General Yu, the Tiangong battalion in Zone 32 has ventured into a forest of carnivorous trees, suffering losses of over 50%. The relentless stream of battle reports left Yu Wuyun in a state of frustration. Nonetheless, the current casualty figures remained within his tolerable limits. After all, intelligence on the northern dark domain was scant, and the soldiers of each battalion possessed varying levels of strength. The live broadcasts from the various battlefields were fragmented, and as they witnessed their comrades falling into pools of blood, the populace was filled with sorrow. The dark domain was indeed terrifying. Their warriors had barely advanced 2 or 3 kilometers, yet they faced such an array of bizarre beasts. Alas, to truly reclaim the northern frontier, a long journey lay ahead. However, it was at least an auspicious beginning. Meanwhile, within the area where Chen Han was stationed, scarcely had the first boulder been dealt with when a second colossal stone unexpectedly followed suit. Fortunately, this time the group was prepared. An array of offensive tactics was unleashed, and the second boulder was swiftly dismantled. Lu Zixing and Chen Han exchanged a glance, and upon raising their heads, they were met with utter astonishment. It is essential to note that the trees surrounding them in this dense jungle reached heights of approximately 30 meters, effectively obscuring the sky and completely blocking their line of sight. What kind of creature could possibly launch such precise strikes in this environment? I must investigate. The unsettling sensation of being in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows compelled Chen Han to declare to Lu Zixing, and with a few agile leaps, he ascended to the treetops. However, once Chen Han reached the summit and surveyed the surroundings, he was met with an expanse of lush greenery, revealing almost no signs of any large beasts. Surely, any creature capable of moving such colossal stones must be of considerable size. Yet there was not a trace to be found. This left Chen Han utterly perplexed. Unwilling to concede defeat, he continued to observe, and soon enough, the adversary revealed its true nature. In the distance, a small black that suddenly emerged, hurtling towards Chen Han at an astonishing speed, gradually enlarging. Ultimately, it transformed into a massive boulder with a diameter of 50 to 60 meters. As the boulder approached, Chen Han finally discerned the visage of the creature responsible. It was an ape standing 7 to 8 meters tall. To be truthful, despite its height, it did not quite fit the description of a giant beast. Its appearance was peculiar, resembling a gaunt monkey, as if it were merely skin stretched over bones. Yet, its arms were extraordinarily muscular, constituting nearly half of its entire physique. Each arm was as thick as that of several men combined. This indicated an extraordinary strength, capable of moving such massive stones. Remarkably, its eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of an owl, suggesting its vision was exceptional. The moment Chen Han spotted it, the strange ape also became aware of his presence. In terms of perception, it seemed to rival Chen Han, who possessed an innate talent. Thus, he aptly named it the eagle-eyed strength ape, as this was an unprecedented species, according to the regulations of the Great Xia. The discoverer of a new species was entitled to bestow a name upon it. In an instant, Chen Han analyzed the characteristics of the eagle-eyed strength ape: immense strength and an expansive field of vision. This indicated its formidable long-range striking capability. This creature would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Lu Zixing patted Chen Han on the back. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Zixing had also ascended to the treetops. Although he could not discern the ape's distinct features, he could perceive its general form. The eagle-eyed strength ape was nestled within the dense foliage, enjoying natural cover, and was situated at least 20 kilometers away, making it quite challenging to confront. However, Chen Han merely smiled faintly and then drew a star crystal arrow from his quiver. With the dragon's roar bow fully drawn, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the star crystal arrow shot forth at an incredible velocity towards the eagle-eyed strength ape. The eagle-eyed ape seemingly possesses a semblance of human intellect, for it can perceive Chen Han drawing his bow and yet remain steadfast, neither flinching nor retreating. At this distance, it exudes ample confidence, even turning its back to Chen Han and playfully shaking its behind, a display of arrogance that incites one's ire. However, in the next moment, its bravado is swiftly extinguished as the star crystal arrow, traversing a distance of 20 kilometers, strikes unerringly at its heart, creating a gaping hole in its chest. Damn! Lu Zixing spat. Though he could not discern the specifics from his distant vantage point in the forest, he witnessed the ape's silhouette vanish. It was evident that Chen Han had made a precise hit, a single, lethal strike. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Chen Han's ears. Ding! System alert. The eyes of the eagle-eyed ape are materials for crafting the composite divine power potion. Do not miss this opportunity. The composite divine power potion is capable of simultaneously enhancing strength and vision range. Upon unlocking the next tier of the apothecary body's formula, this potion's recipe will be available. Chapter 67. The Moment of the Hunt. One man commands the enemy forces. It turns out that the next tier of the apothecary body's formula can unlock a potion that enhances two attributes, both strength and vision. Chen Han had reserved 30,000 points in anticipation of acquiring materials from the exotic beasts of the Northern Territories. The potions crafted by the apothecary body yield exceptional results, but they require materials from these exotic beasts, which are not found in the southern regions of the Great Xia. Only in the north can one procure them. Intrigued, Chen Han prepared to rush over and collect the materials from the eagle-eyed ape. However, at that moment, a series of high-pitched screeches pierced the air, reminiscent of mice yet eerily akin to monkey calls. What noise is that? Lu Zixing was startled. The scene unfolding in the primordial jungle ahead sent a chill down his spine. One after another, eagle-eyed apes emerged from the dense thickets. The reason Chen Han had not seen them earlier was that they had been concealed behind massive boulders within the forest. To his astonishment, it became clear that these formidable beasts were not solitary. They appeared in droves. 1, 2, 3. Chen Han merely cast a cursory glance and estimated that at least 50 to 60 eagle-eyed apes had materialized in that thicket, not to mention the many that remained hidden beyond his line of sight. An attack from a single eagle-eyed ape necessitated the full might of the curve, line, and power battalions. The thought of so many eagle-eyed apes simultaneously hurling massive boulders was almost unfathomable. To put it into perspective, the boulders they could throw would be akin to the height of a 10-story building. With over 10,000 soldiers from the 3 battalions, they would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. The earlier encounter with the eagle-eyed strength apes was merely a mockery directed at Chen Han and his companions. Yet upon Chen Han's decisive action against one, it drew the attention of its brethren. The concepts of jest and territorial defense are entirely distinct. These eagle-eyed strength apes would unleash their full might. Moreover, due to Lu Zixing carrying live-streaming equipment, this scene was broadcast to the eyes of 600 million citizens of the Great Xia. The onlookers trembled in fear. Goodness! Such terrifying beasts exist in the forest in such abundance. There is no way we can contend with them. We must retreat at once. Let us not sacrifice our lives in vain. The beasts faced by the Kuei character camp are likely the most formidable encountered by the Northern Expeditionary Forces. In a total of over 40 regions, the eagle-eyed strength apes encountered by Chen Han and his group are unquestionably the most powerful. Had they been faced by a typical military camp, they would have been utterly annihilated. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zixing, despite his reluctance, could only utter, "Let us retreat. This area is impassable." As he spoke, Lu Zixing prepared to withdraw. However, this would be a deeply humiliating act, as the Kuei character camp is renowned as the elite of the Fire God Army, having engaged in numerous fierce battles. A hasty retreat would surely invite ridicule. At that moment, Chen Han intervened, stopping Lu Zixing. "Captain, do not be hasty. The target of these eagle-eyed strength apes is me, not the brothers of the Kuei character camp. I have a plan." Lu Zixing was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "What plan do you have? And you're aware that these eagle-eyed strength apes are after you? Why not flee at once?" Yet Chen Han did not flee. Instead, he leapt forward, immediately positioning himself on a battlefield entirely opposite to that of the Kuei character camp, the Xiang character camp, and the Chu character camp. In an instant, Lu Zixing grasped Chen Han's intent. Chen Han aimed to divert the attention of these eagle-eyed strength apes using his own strength. This would buy precious time for the soldiers of the three camps. According to the characteristics of the eagle-eyed strength apes, their ranged attack capabilities are terrifyingly formidable. Yet their weaknesses are equally apparent. Their close combat abilities are notably weak. With their short legs, their running speed is likely comparable to that of martial artists. Once the soldiers of the three camps closed in, they would be utterly defenseless. Realizing this, Lu Zixing suddenly burst into laughter. "Madman. Truly a madman. Very well. I shall join you in your folly." Lu Zixing jumped down from the tree, while Zhao Linger looked on in astonishment. "Captain, where's Chen Han? Pay him no mind. He has lost his wits." Lu Zixing waved his hand dismissively, reluctant to explain. Every second was of utmost value. His expression hardened as he shouted, "Everyone, listen up. All troops, advance with determination. Discard all unnecessary burdens and proceed with light packs. Move forward at the fastest pace for 20 kilometers. Military personnel regard obedience to orders as paramount." Although they had yet to comprehend the situation, the over 10,000 soldiers promptly reformed their ranks and surged towards the depths of the jungle. Meanwhile, Chen Han began to redirect the assault of the eagle-eyed strength apes. As soon as he moved, he saw 70 or 80 colossal boulders, resembling buildings, hurtling towards him like cannonballs at a breathtaking speed. The scene was utterly nerve-wracking. With the slightest misstep, Chen Han could be reduced to mere pulp. Yet, to the astonishment of those watching the live broadcast, there was no trace of fear upon his face. He deftly maneuvered, evading the colossal boulders hurled by the eagle-eyed apes, and astonishingly, while continuously dodging, he managed to launch attacks from atop a tree. Whoosh! An arrow was loosed, the formidable star crystal projectile piercing through two massive stones before striking squarely into the chest of one eagle-eyed ape. The entire battlefield seemed to transform into Chen Han's personal stage. Not only was he diverting the assaults of the eagle-eyed apes, but he was also using his radio to direct the offensive strategy of the Kuei Brigade. "Captain Lu, at the 3 o'clock position, there are over 10 eagle-eyed apes. Advance towards that direction." This scene left the spectators dumbfounded. How was Chen Han accomplishing this? He was fully focused on evading the attacks of the eagle-eyed apes while simultaneously commanding his troops. Against such insurmountable odds, he had miraculously carved out a path to survival. The soldiers of the Kuei Brigade, Chu Brigade, Xiang Brigade, and the Cold Night Group, observing the boulders soaring above them, quickly realized that Chen Han was drawing fire away from them. Concern for Chen Han heightened their resolve. "Brothers, our heroic fighter Chen Han is currently attracting attention on our behalf. We must not let his efforts go in vain. Run. Run as if your legs might break." No one could predict how long Chen Han could sustain this precarious situation, but they had to hurry. They were racing against death. As seconds ticked by, the onslaught of the eagle-eyed apes intensified. The more they failed to hit Chen Han, the more enraged the monkeys became, and soon, nearly all the eagle-eyed apes in the forest revealed themselves. Hundreds of boulders cascaded down like a meteor shower, crashing towards Chen Han, darkening the sky and leaving the warriors in other regions in awe. Yet, a trace of a smile graced Chen Han's lips. At that moment, the soldiers from the three great brigades had finally reached the throng of eagle-eyed apes. This heralded our victory. With determination, Chen Han drew 3-star crystal arrows and knocked them onto his longing bow. The moment to hunt was upon him. Chapter 68, The City of Beasts. Despair after hope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 3 arrows were released simultaneously, striking true. Chen Han's remarkable archery left everyone astounded. However, the targets he struck were the eagle-eyed apes situated farther from the Kuei brigade, aimed to prevent them from redirecting their focus. As Chen Han had anticipated, the melee capabilities of the eagle-eyed apes were not merely subpar, despite being classified as beasts of the 10th tier or higher. Their countenance turned to sheer terror upon seeing the advancing troops of the Kuei brigade. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They emitted frantic cries, their expressions in disarray, and they even attempted to flee into the distance. However, now that the adversary was right before them, Lu Zixing would never allow them to escape once more. Brothers, attack! Lu Zixing bellowed, leading the charge himself. With a flurry of his spear, he pierced the head of an eagle-eyed strength ape, creating numerous gaping wounds. Zhao Linger, witnessing Chen Han's reckless bravery, felt her heart leap to her throat. Upon finally spotting the eagle-eyed strength apes, she too thrust her spear forward. The morale soared as the soldiers of the Kuei character camp were completely consumed by their fervor. Even the martial artists, such as Ji Yun and Zhao Yufei, displayed remarkable prowess. The dozen or so eagle-eyed strength apes before them were exterminated in mere minutes. Lu Zixing glanced back. Although he could not see Chen Han from 20 kilometers away, he knew Chen Han could see him. He gave Chen Han a thumbs up. Chen Han, somewhat speechless, responded with a gesture of his own. He had no time to halt his advance to locate the eagle-eyed strength apes. Instead, he raised his bow and released an arrow. Simultaneously, he ceased evading the attacks from the eagle-eyed strength apes. Rather, he stepped onto the boulders hurled by the beasts, charging directly towards them. With their formation in disarray, there was no need for him to engage in long-range combat with the formidable eagle-eyed strength apes. After all, the bow was merely his secondary weapon. Chen Han slung the bow over his back and retrieved his spear once more, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow. Before long, he leapt onto the boulders thrown by the eagle-eyed strength apes, propelling himself toward their location. Piercing death thorn, Chen Han exclaimed, and the overlord spear immediately glimmered with an eerie red light. In an instant, the crimson radiance erupted, and the spear pierced through the heart of an eagle-eyed strength ape. The other eagle-eyed strength ape, startled by Chen Han's sudden presence, attempted to flee. Chen Han swiftly executed the Beidou Howren spear technique, a method characterized by its grand and sweeping movements, perfectly suited for combat. As he wielded the spear, a horizontal sweep carved a deep gash into the fleeing beast. Blood sprang forth. Bathed in the blood of the eagle-eyed strength ape, Chen Han resembled a blood-soaked deity of slaughter, instilling terror in the hearts of his foes. The remaining eagle-eyed strength apes scattered in a panic, yet under the might of Chen Han's spear, escape was futile. Before long, over 100 eagle-eyed strength apes lay vanquished, leaving the Kuei character camp as the first area to cleanse the enemy. Astonishingly, their battle losses amounted to a terrifying 0. Over 10,000 soldiers, under Chen Han's command, had eliminated the enemy without sustaining a single serious injury. Such an outcome was an exceptionally rare phenomenon in the annals of military history, marking an unprecedented victory. This remarkable news swiftly reached the command room of Yu Wuyun. He erupted into hearty laughter, slamming the battle report onto the table. Excellent. Truly excellent. With just Chen Han, he is worth 1,000 of my troops. Immediately issue orders to the commanders of various battalions, urging them to regroup. They must learn from Chen Han and not be daunted by this minor aberrant beast. This victory is undoubtedly exhilarating. Some of the citizens of the Great Xia, who witnessed the live broadcast, were so moved that they knelt in reverence. The heavens have truly opened their eyes. It seems that it will not be long before we can travel to the northern frontier and acquire its resources. With Chen Han setting a magnificent precedent, the morale of the combat troops in other regions was rejuvenated, leading to a series of victories. One report after another of triumphs flooded into the command center. The entire edge of the northern frontier saw the northern expeditionary forces achieving resounding success. However, Chen Han, situated in the depths of the jungle, remained unaware of these developments. At this moment, the soldiers of the Kuei battalion had gathered all the corpses of the eagle-eyed apes together, as this marked their first spoils of war during the northern expedition. Many of the materials from these eagle-eyed apes would undoubtedly fetch a high price as materials from aberrant beasts, not to mention the 10th-tier blood essence stones contained within them. Simultaneously, Chen Han communicated with the system. System, I wish to expend 30,000 points to unlock the next tier of the God of Medicine Physique formula. Ding. The next tier of the God of Medicine formula has been unlocked. Please take note. Chen Han promptly opened the formula to examine it, discovering that the most precious material required for the creation of the composite divine power potion was the eyes of the eagle-eyed apes. There are no substitutes. As for the other materials, they were quite inexpensive. For instance, a hide from an aberrant beast of 8th tier or above, along with 2 blood essence stones from 9th tier aberrant beasts. Both of these items are relatively easy to procure. No wonder the system issued a prompt. It appears that the eagle-eyed ape is indeed a rather rare aberrant beast. Chen Han was fortunate, as he happened to be in an area where such a precious aberrant beast was present. Just then, Lu Zixing approached, bearing a pile of blood essence stones, which he cast before Chen Han. Chen Han, you contributed the most effort, so we shall entrust all these blood essence stones from the eagle-eyed apes to you. No one has any objections. The warriors were quite agreeable. For a single blood essence stone from a 10th tier aberrant beast is enough to purchase a villa in the suburbs of a level 2 main city. Chen Han waved his hand, showing little interest in the blood essence stones. After all, upon entering the northern frontier, there would be plenty of 10th tier aberrant beasts. He stated, I do not want the blood essence stones. You may divide them among yourselves. However, I will take all the eyes of the eagle-eyed apes. What? Lu Zixing exclaimed in astonishment, questioning, you do not want the finest treasures? What do you need their eyes for? They are filthy. Chen Han offered no further explanation. It was evident that the eyes of the eagle-eyed apes held little value, and no one contested his claim. Over 10,000 individuals severed the robust arms of the eagle-eyed apes, indulging in a hearty feast, and after a brief rest, they set forth once more. Meanwhile, the soldiers in other regions had mostly concluded their battles. At this moment, everyone's spirits were exceedingly high, eager to push deep into the north and reclaim the territory of Great Xia. As time flowed gently by, the formidable army of 400,000 steadily advanced a full 200 kilometers. The sun dipped low in the west, casting a mesmerizing glow over the northern landscape. The soldiers of the Kuei character camp surged to a high mountain, captivated by the enchanting hues of the setting sun. Yet, as they gazed down from the summit, despair enveloped them at the sight below. For there, unexpectedly, loomed a city of strange beasts. Chapter 69. The Domain of the Red Wolf Beasts. Tenfold Forces? This was a scene that no citizen of the Great Xia wished to behold. The Northern Realm had witnessed the emergence of a civilization among the beastly hordes. Moreover, this civilization bore faint echoes of modernity. The architecture within the city was quaint and ancient, reminiscent of a century-old ruin, now repurposed by the beasts as dwellings. The streets were meticulously arranged, bustling with traffic. Though the vehicles appeared to be relics of the previous century, they instilled a profound sense of dread. The inhabitants of this city were creatures of a striking crimson hue, resembling werewolves. This species, previously unknown in the annals of beastly lore, could be tentatively named the Red Wolves. Within the city, they congregated in numbers surpassing 1,000,000, a dense throng, while others struggled to discern their features. Chen Han's keen eyesight revealed the truth. The Red Wolves gathered in the streets, astonishingly engaging in face-to-face conversations, their lip movements suggesting they communicated in a semblance of human language. In the heart of the city stood a statue, remarkably, not of a beast, but of a human. This figure, strikingly handsome yet unkempt with an unreasonably long beard, exuded an air of dishevelment. Why would a city of beasts feature a statue of a human? This enigma left many perplexed. The scene before them was nothing short of astonishing. The thousands of soldiers from the Kuei character camp stared in silence at the beastly metropolis, rendered speechless by the surreal sight. At that moment, someone broke the silence. Captain Lu, what should we do? What to do? Lu Zixing found himself at a loss. Despite his years of battlefield experience, he had never encountered a city formed by beasts. Yet, his military instincts soon suggested something was amiss. Brothers, something is not right about this city. Look closely. Although it is filled with beasts, they appear to be mere civilians. Where, then, are their soldiers? This observation captured the attention of all present. Lu Zixing was correct. Despite the multitude of beasts, they bore no weapons and did not exhibit any semblance of combat capability. If they could establish a city, it was reasonable to assume that they also had guardians to defend it, perhaps even regulations akin to those of humans. Indeed, Chen Han had also discerned this peculiarity, yet, like Lu Zixing, he felt a sense of bewilderment and refrained from voicing it immediately. At that moment, an abrupt sound of thudding footsteps emerged from a hillside to their left. Alert! Lu Zixing bellowed, prompting the entire group to adopt a state of vigilance. To their astonishment, a colossal red wolf, thrice the size of a typical one, emerged from the base of the slope. Clutching a finely crafted steel blade, it bore a somewhat sinister smile. Yet the drool cascading from its sharp fangs rendered its grin utterly chilling. In the next instant, it astonishingly spoke. Its voice, though deep and raspy, and its linguistic prowess somewhat clumsy, was sufficient to astonish all present, including the citizens of Daxia, who were watching the live broadcast on their screens. What a delightful surprise. I wondered why the pets from the south had yet to deliver today's meal. It appears humans have arrived. Such a multitude of them. Observing the appearance of the wolfman, it was clear that it was salivating at the sight of the over 10,000 soldiers of the Kuei character camp. Yet, its words revealed a wealth of information. For instance, the reference to pets from the south likely pertained to the group of eagle-eyed mighty apes, which the red wolf had audaciously termed as pets. Had it not been for Chen Han drawing the fire and the brave efforts of his comrades in the Kuei character camp against the enemy, they might have been swiftly annihilated by the eagle-eyed mighty apes. The notion that such a horde of exotic beasts could be referred to as pets by the red wolf was already quite terrifying. Even more formidable was the fact that these civilized red wolves possessed the ability to tame exotic beasts. It is crucial to note that this was a capability that the Daxia civilization had yet to master. Regardless of the methods employed, they were incapable of controlling the minds of exotic beasts, while the red wolves demonstrated this ability, even commanding the eagle-eyed mighty apes to forage for sustenance. As the crowd stood in astonishment, unsure of how to proceed, no one noticed that Chen Han, who had blended into the throng, had inexplicably drawn the dragon's roar bow. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air, and before the colossal red wolf could react, an arrow pierced its chest. It did not have the opportunity to utter another word before meeting its demise. Ji Yun, who had been standing beside Chen Han, was taken aback by his actions and gave him a thumbs up. My brother Han, a man of few words yet fierce in action. Chen Han paid no heed to Ji Yun, instead uttering a single command that jolted the bewildered soldiers of the Kuei character camp into awareness. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted the word, almost instinctively. The city before them was likely teeming with troops, with no fewer than 100,000. Such an army of 11-tiered exotic beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands, was certainly beyond the capacity of their mere 10,000 to contend with. Chen Han had never been one to overestimate his strength. His decisive kill of the red wolf was also a precautionary measure to prevent it from alerting others. Seated within the command room, Yu Weiyun observed the unfolding scene, and could not help but clench his fist tightly. Acting decisively, he exclaimed, "Well done." As the commander of the army, the most fundamental quality is the ability to swiftly assess the battlefield situation and respond accordingly. Retreating is not an act of shame. It is failure that brings disgrace, especially when the prospect of total annihilation looms. Had Chen Han delayed, even slightly, the thousands of soldiers in the Kuei battalion would likely have met their doom. Thus, over 10,000 troops immediately began to withdraw. However, it is no trivial matter to deceive a civilized beast. The red wolf beasts constitute a highly social and cohesive beast civilization. Each red wolf beast can almost sense the mental state of its kin. Therefore, when one red wolf beast detected Chen Han and his companions, it was as if all red wolf beasts had become aware of his presence. In the city of the red wolf beasts, a series of urgent red alerts resonated, prompting the inhabitants to retreat in an orderly fashion. From the mountainous direction where Chen Han and his party stood, a mysterious sound of horns echoed from all directions. Subsequently, armored red wolf beasts began to emerge one by one. 1, 2, before long, a full 10,000 red wolf beasts appeared from all sides. Moreover, this number continued to escalate. Humans. It is humans. Ever since the arrival of the mountain god, I have not feasted on humans for 18 years. The red wolf beasts, while fleeing, salivated at the thought of their quarry, as if humans were the most exquisite delicacy imaginable. When Chen Han and his companions reached the edge of the forest, they found themselves surrounded by the red wolf beasts, whose muscular legs surpassed the Kuei battalion in speed. A cursory glance revealed at least 100,000 red wolf beasts, a force tenfold their own. Chapter 70. Dispersing the Forces. Masterful Tactical Command. 100,000 red wolf beasts. What does this signify? It is essential to understand that the size of a red wolf beast is approximately 3 times that of an average adult male. 100,000 could obscure the sky and besiege the Kuei, Xiong, and Chu battalions, leaving no avenue for escape. Despair etched itself onto every face. Victory was utterly impossible. Their forces numbered merely 1/10 of the opposing army, and their overall strength was inferior as well. It must be noted that of the over 10,000 present, the majority of the Kuei battalion's soldiers were at the general level. A palpable fear of death enveloped the hearts of all. It was over. This time, it was truly over. With no chance to flee and no hope of victory, what were they to do? The hands of the soldiers, clutching their weapons, trembled slightly. Such fear is understandable. The mere fact that the warriors of the three battalions had not fled in panic already demonstrated their courage. Observers from the Great Xia populace, witnessing the 100,000 red wolf beasts, felt their hearts leap into their throats. What to do? Would Chen Han survive? Had fate conspired against the gifted? At long last, our Great Xia has produced a star of unparalleled military prowess. Even before the battle commenced, numerous citizens began to lament. In particular, Chen Han's performance during the military exchange competition revealed his extraordinary potential, while his conduct in the northern expedition showcased the emergence of this rising star. Should he perish there, it would constitute an immense loss for the entirety of Great Xia. Even Yu Wuyun, stationed in the command room, felt a shiver of apprehension. He had remained unperturbed when 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers perished crossing the river, and even when the army suffered severe losses against the monstrous beasts. He maintained his composure at the heart of the military. Yet this time, fear gripped him. Brandishing his broadsword, Yu Wuyun resolutely exited the command room, only to be halted by his secretary. General Yu, where are you headed? To save Chen Han, Yu Wuyun replied, his voice trembling. He fully understood that as a marshal, he was not to act impulsively, yet he could not bear the thought of Chen Han dying there. The secretary retorted sharply, Marshal, do not forget the rule that those of divine marshal rank and above cannot tread into the northern realm. Moreover, if you go, who will command here? If anything were to happen to you, what would become of the Great Xia army? This admonition brought Yu Wuyun back to his senses. Reluctantly, he resorted to encrypted radio communication to issue orders to Lu Zixing. Zixing, this is an encrypted call, heed my words. Bring the Cold Night squad back. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixing instantly grasped Yu Wuyun's intent. However, he did not exhibit any sorrow. Instead, a smile broke across his face. Zixing acknowledges the order. Marshal Yu, it is now our time to repay you. The only means to ensure the Cold Night squad returns unscathed to southern Great Xia was to have the soldiers of the three battalions fight to the death. Buying time for them. Zixing, do your utmost to survive. Faced with his most elite troops and the heir he cherished most, Yu Wuyun's voice bore a hint of despair. Despite his efforts, he could conceive no strategy that would enable these 10,000 to triumph over the 100,000 red wolf beasts. After ending the call, Yu Wuyun could scarcely bear to witness the battlefield's grim reality. Lu Zixing conveyed Yu Wuyun's directives to Chen Han and swiftly finalized the battle plan, only to be met with Chen Han's refusal. During the encirclement by the red wolves, Chen Han had meticulously observed the surrounding terrain and devised a combat strategy. Although it was impossible to safeguard everyone, he aimed to minimize casualties to the fullest extent until they could retreat to the southern realm. Captain Lu, Chen Han stated coldly, if you trust me, relinquish command to me now. Despite Lu Zixing's lingering doubts, he ultimately transferred the command authority to Chen Han. All personnel, follow Chen Han's orders from here on. Given Chen Han's previous performances, none harbored any dissent towards his command. Furthermore, as this was a seemingly doomed situation, they might as well gamble on a miracle. As Chen Han uttered 4 words, the crowd was taken aback. Divide and conquer. The reason for the astonishment of the crowd was quite simple. Their numbers were already inferior to the opposing force. If they further fragmented their strength, they would inevitably be devoured piece by the enemy. However, Chen Han's expression exuded an air of confidence. Everyone, heed my command. Form groups of 10, with the more skilled positioned at the rear and the less skilled at the front, dispersing throughout the dense jungle. Although most of the troops respected Chen Han's prowess, he lacked experience in commanding an army. The captain of the Xiangzi battalion immediately voiced his skepticism. Chen Han, this plan is unfeasible. If we group into 10s and the enemy also divides, a mere 5 red wolf beasts could annihilate an entire group. We might as well confront them head-on. Yet, Chen Han pointed towards the Type 3 laser cannons protected by the Xiangzi battalion. Moreover, I neglected to mention, each group of 10 will be equipped with a Type 3 laser cannon, Which shall serve as your weapon? This is the trump card against the Red Wolf beasts. Lu Zixing's eyes suddenly brightened as he grasped the essence of Chen Han's strategy. Even if the beasts had developed a civilization, they still lagged behind humans in one crucial aspect: technology. In a direct confrontation, those Type 3 laser cannons would undoubtedly be the primary targets for the Red Wolf Beast Legion. However, by dispersing, the scenario would be entirely different. Even the most obtuse commander would now comprehend the subtlety of Chen Han's plan. In an instant, the Red Wolf Beast troops, who had intended to charge, found themselves bewildered. The humans, once perceived as mere prey, quickly reorganized their formation and darted in various directions into the lush jungle. Haha, what are they doing? Running away? Do these feeble humans think they can escape us? The Red Wolves within the Legion erupted in laughter, with 100,000 against 10,000. Not to mention the overwhelming superiority in strength, they were convinced of their inevitable victory. At that moment, a Red Wolf adorned with a yellow-tipped hat stepped forward. This was the master of the Red Wolf City, the commander of the Legion, the Red Wolf Lord. Upon his appearance, a formidable aura radiated from him, instilling a sense of pressure. Listen up. Do not underestimate humans. Let us not forget that the mountain god is also human. This mountain god referred to the statue in the Red Wolf City, which seemed to command deep respect from the beasts. The Red Wolf Lord appeared to possess some military acumen as well. Hear me. According to human strategy, they are attempting to divide and conquer. By dispersing their numbers, they aim to exhaust our forces and secure a safe retreat. However, do they think they can outsmart me? Listen closely. We too shall divide and pursue, leaving no human unchased. Chapter 71. 10,000 against 1,000. Can he prevail? The Red Wolf Lord, surprisingly, understood the principles of warfare. It discerned Chen Han's strategy, intending to leverage the advantageous terrain of the jungle to facilitate a dispersed retreat. This tactic would minimize their battle losses. However, the Red Wolf Beast Lord possessed unwavering confidence in its forces. This group of humans exhibited only mediocre strength, easily dispatched by a mere 5 Red Wolf beasts. Not to mention, it commanded an army of 100,000, capable of organizing into groups of 100 Red Wolf beasts each. Nevertheless, it maintained a degree of caution, wary of potential ambushes lurking within the jungle, thus opting to scatter only half of its troops. This decision reveals that the Red Wolf Beast also possessed a commendable level of military acumen. As Chen Han and the Cold Knight squad executed their retreat, he continuously observed the movements of the Red Wolf Beast army, the unfolding scene prompting a slight furrow of his brow. This formidable army of aberrant beasts not only demonstrated rigorous training, but also a rudimentary understanding of military tactics, even articulating human speech, which was astonishing. Yet, a subtle smile began to form at the corner of Chen Han's mouth. The sole ignorance of the Red Wolf beasts lay in their unawareness of the existence of their Type 3 laser weaponry, an extraordinary armament. Thus, Chen Han communicated via radio, issuing a command to all personnel. Everyone, listen closely. Safeguard your Type 3 laser cannons. They are your trump card. As long as the cannon stands, so do you. Should it fall, so shall you. Indeed, without the Type 3 laser cannons, they would stand no chance against the Red Wolf Beast army. Before long, both the soldiers of the Kuei character camp and the Red Wolf Beasts had scattered throughout the forest. Given the agility of the Kuei character soldiers, it was only a matter of time before they were overtaken by the Red Wolf Beasts. Watch out, old G. That was close. Almost got my back clawed, Zhu Ming exclaimed, being carried by Ji Yun as they navigated the woods, narrowly avoiding the slashing claws of the Red Wolf Beasts. These creatures possessed considerable strength, their base attributes estimated around 300,000 kilograms. Zhu Ming, as a manipulative talent user, had relatively weaker base attributes. A single claw strike could cost him dearly. Humans. The Red Wolf Beasts behind him seemed to have gone mad, incessantly chanting the word human while drooling profusely. Even Ji Yun, endowed with extraordinary speed, found himself pursued relentlessly, leaving the other warriors in even greater peril. In numerous areas, small groups had already engaged in combat with the Red Wolf Beasts. Calculating the time, Chen Han promptly halted his steps. Everyone, cease fighting the Red Wolf Beasts. Remember to draw them together for annihilation with the Type 3 laser cannons. Upon issuing this command, Chen Han and the members of the Cold Knight squad came to a complete stop, turning to face the approaching horde of Red Wolf Beasts. Given Chen Han's formidable strength, he attracted the largest number of Red Wolf Beasts, at least 500 or 600. The red wolf beasts licked their lips in anticipation. Finally, they stopped running. Can't run any longer? Let us feast. Without wasting any breath, Chen Han drew his bow, and with a swift motion, loosed an arrow that struck the speaking red wolf beast squarely in the head, ending its life in an instant. This arrow unveiled Chen Han's prowess to the 500 or 600 red wolf beasts, eliciting a palpable fear reflected in their eyes. After exchanging glances, they unanimously resolved to eliminate the figure atop the tree, looking down upon them with disdain. A howl erupted from one of the red wolf beasts, and in an instant, the entire pack surged forward, targeting Chen Han perched above. Chen Han's expression hardened, and he suddenly lowered his bow. Simultaneously, the overlord's spear ascended majestically. A brilliant light enveloped the throng of red wolf beasts, blinding in its intensity. Remarkably, the red wolf beasts seemed to possess an aversion to light. Upon being bathed in the radiance of the sun-extinguishing spear, they shut their eyes in terror and howled in disarray. Seizing the moment, Chen Han unleashed the spear as assault, and with merely the initial impact, a majority of the red wolf beasts lay mangled and torn asunder. At that juncture, Chen Han bellowed, "Zhao Yufei." The front lines, manned by Zhao Linger and Ji Yunju, promptly parted to create a pathway. Zhao Yufei was responsible for the Type 3 laser cannon belonging to the Cold Knight squad. In an instant, both the sun-extinguishing spear and the Type 3 laser cannon were unleashed, obliterating the 500 or 600 red wolf beasts entirely. Mere seconds later, a small patch of the surrounding forest had been transformed into scorched earth, and the remains of the red wolf beasts were nowhere to be found, their bodies reduced to nourishment for the soil. The commotion drew the attention of all soldiers encamped nearby. "Brothers, Captain Chen Han is valiantly battling. We cannot fall behind. Let us not forget, we carry the hopes of the Daxia people. In military operations, a glimmer of victory can elevate morale dramatically, and morale remains a critical measure of a military strength." With momentum building, Chen Han seized the opportunity to rally his troops, shouting, "Fire!" Instantly, a multitude of black laser beams erupted from the jungle. Many red wolf beasts, caught unawares, were reduced to ashes by the Type 3 laser cannon. What is this weapon? The Lord never informed us that humans possessed such formidable arms. In stark contrast to the high spirits of the soldiers of the Kuei battalion, the red wolf beasts were paralyzed with fear. The power of technology was undeniably formidable. The 600 million citizens of Daxia, gathered around their screens, wept tears of joy. "We did it. Chen Han truly achieved the impossible. 10,000 against 100,000. Let us maintain this momentum. Let us vanquish them utterly." This fervent scene ignited a desire in countless youths to join the military. Over 10,000 stood resolute, undeterred by the specter of death. This is the spirit of the Daxia People's Army. Even Yu Wuyun clenched his fists, his spirit invigorated. In such a fierce battle, not even he, a battle-hardened veteran, could foresee a path to victory. Chen Han had never set foot on a true battlefield against otherworldly beasts, nor had he undergone formal training in battlefield command. Yet, he was able to regain his composure in an instant, leveraging the terrain to resist an enemy force tenfold his own. This can only be described as a miracle. Originally, Yu Wuyun intended to wait until after this northern expedition to enroll Chen Han in the officer training academy, to learn the tactics of commanding an army. After all, he had been focusing solely on honing Chen Han's personal skills. While the army indeed requires formidable special forces with exceptional individual strength, it equally demands officers with extraordinary command abilities. However, it now appears that such a measure may be unnecessary. Chen Han is nothing short of a genius. Just as Yu Wuyun was filled with exhilaration, his secretary stumbled in, breathless, clutching a battle report. In the 13th, 14th, and 15th regions, an army of 30,000 encountered an assault by the forces of the Dark Bats, with casualties near annihilation. In the 26th and 27th regions, an army of 20,000 faced an attack by the Horsehead Beasts, resulting in total destruction. In stark contrast to the near victory reported from Chen Han's side, the Northern Expeditionary Forces in other regions had similarly encountered assaults from the beastly cities, yet they faced near total annihilation. As Yu Wuyun perused the reports, his eyes blazed with fury, and he was consumed by rage. With a sudden gasp, blood spurted from the lips of the venerable marshal, who had lived for over a century. Chapter 72, Blood-Soaked Battle. The shift of offense and defense. Years of warfare had left Yu Wuyun with countless hidden injuries. This sudden surge of anger left his secretary pale with fear. Marshal Yu, what has happened to you? Yu Wuyun forced himself to stand, regaining his composure. He had grossly miscalculated the strength of the northern beasts. He had initially believed that the beastly city encountered by Chen Han was an anomaly, only to discover it was the norm. The northern beasts had evolved to the point of carving out their own territories, each claiming dominion. No matter how seasoned Yu Wuyun was, he could not confront such a staggering disparity in power. He had originally divided the 400,000 northern expedition troops to explore, hoping to avoid complete annihilation, but it now seemed that merging them would have been a wiser strategy. Otherwise, such a horrific outcome could have been averted. At that moment, Yu Wuyun sensed two formidable presences at the door. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Where were you when we were winning? Now that we face defeat, you come to offer your unsolicited comments. Please come in." The door to the operations command room swung open, revealing Marshals Zhong Go and Ouyang Quan approaching. Their purpose for coming was certainly not to lend support to Yu Wuyun. After all, the supreme commander of this northern expedition was none other than Yu Wuyun himself. Zhong Go could hardly suppress a grin as he remarked, "Marshal Yu, you don't seem to be in good spirits. What troubles you? Not resting well?" Ouyang Quan chimed in. Attempting to soften the atmosphere, I saw in the live stream that numerous regions faced near total destruction. The fallen soldiers are almost piling up like mountains. As Ouyang Quan had stated, among the 40-plus regions, only the one where Chen Han resided could be considered a minor victory. In other regions, the forces were either relentlessly pursued by the monstrous armies, leading to utter disarray, or they were surrounded by corpses strewn about. The current casualties have reached at least 70%, meaning that out of the 400,000 troops of the northern expedition, only around 100,000 remain. While the people felt exhilaration for Chen Han, they were equally engulfed in sorrow for the other armies of the Great Xia. The land of Xinzhou is sinking. 300,000 seasoned veterans may require an indeterminate amount of time to regain their vitality. Yu Wuyun gazed at the smug expressions of Ouyang Quan and Zhong Go, and his anger surged anew. The failure of the northern expedition was indeed his fault, yet many among the expeditionary forces were loyal to the two of them. How could they find amusement in this calamity? Yu Wuyun said coldly, "What exactly do you two intend to do? Speak plainly." Zhong Go, unfazed, maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Marshal Yu Wuyun, do not blame me for not warning you. You must bear full responsibility for this northern expedition. Ouyang Quan and I have no connection to it." It became evident that their purpose was to evade accountability. Indeed, they had not personally commanded the operation. Yet if the expedition had succeeded, they would undoubtedly have claimed a share of the glory. After all, the Wind God Army and Earth God Army were also under their command. Yu Wuyun's expression darkened. The sight of the fallen soldiers on the live feed ignited a murderous impulse within him, and he could hardly be bothered to engage in formalities with the two. "Leave. I alone bear the responsibility for this northern expedition. You need not concern yourselves." As he departed, Zhong Go glanced at Chen Han once more, saying, "Do not think that Chen Han can save you. At best, he can only ensure the safe withdrawal of the troops." Suddenly, a fierce wave of blade energy surged forth, as if shaking the very heavens and earth. Both Zhong Go and Ouyang Quan, being martial deities, were sent flying several dozen kilometers before barely regaining their footing. "This old man has gone mad. He truly intends to kill." Ha ha. After being struck by Yu Wuyun, Zhong Go laughed instead of fuming. Once Yu Wuyun is deposed, the position of the Great Xia's foremost marshal and the 5th seat in the 24th Privy Council would rightfully belong to him. How could he not be delighted? The command center, which Yu Wuyun had severed, lay in disarray. He cast one last look at the only surviving unit, the Kuei Battalion, and issued his final command. In the jungle battlefield, the Red Wolf Beast Lord, leading an army of 50,000 red wolves, grew increasingly perplexed as his subordinates failed to emerge from the thicket. Given the speed of the red wolves in comparison to the humans, he had anticipated that his forces would resolve the matter in under 10 minutes. Yet now, after a full half hour, not a single red wolf had appeared to report back. The Red Wolf Beast Lord's patience wore thin, and finally, he resolved to wait no longer. Rising, he declared, "Move. All of you, enter with me." A formidable wave of 50,000 red wolves surged into the jungle. As they delved deeper, the Red Wolf Beast Lord was increasingly astounded, for within the woods lay the mangled forms of his fallen comrades. Indeed, they were not merely corpses, but severed limbs and shattered remains. Their bodies were strewn across the ground, as if sliced by some enigmatic weapon. In the forest lay the severed heads, limbs, and claws of the red wolves, scattered in disarray. As for human corpses, they were lamentably few. A rough estimate, based on the dismembered remnants of the red wolves and the human bodies, revealed a casualty ratio of approximately 1 to 20. The Red Wolf Lord was astounded. It is essential to note that he had dispatched an army of 50,000, while the human forces numbered merely 10,000. The disparity in strength was 1 to 5. Moreover, the Red Wolves generally surpassed humans in power. Yet, the humans had managed to inflict casualties at a staggering rate of 20 to 1. Is this what humanity is capable of? So formidable? Besides the mountain god, are there truly such powerful humans in the world? Observing the carcasses of his kin on the ground, the 5,000 red wolves had nearly lost all courage. At that moment, they finally heard commotion ahead. It turned out that the 50,000 red wolves had not been completely annihilated. A portion was still engaged in combat with the humans. By sheer coincidence, they encountered the very human unit known as the Cold Night Squad. Originally, according to Yu Wuyun's orders, the soldiers of 3 large camps were to provide support to the Cold Night Squad from the rear. However, due to Chen Han's overwhelming strength, he had instead become the foremost unit. Chen Han stood atop the treetops, each arrow he released claiming the life of a red wolf. His silhouette evoking thoughts of someone from the past, a figure that instilled him with profound dread. This was followed by a surge of fury. His subordinates had been slaughtered by Chen Han in such numbers. Capture him. I shall slice his flesh piece by piece and feast upon it. The Red Wolf Lord bellowed in rage. At that moment, Chen Han also noticed the approaching Red Wolf army. He patted the quiver at his waist, realizing that his remaining arrows were few. The star crystal capable of activating the 3rd type of laser cannon was also running low. This had all been within Chen Han's expectations. What lay ahead was likely a true clash of might. Chen Han lowered his dragon cry bow and drew the Overlord spear. Leaping from the treetops, all who could still move, gather around. The remaining warriors gradually converged towards Chen Han, nearly breathless and drenched in blood, unable to distinguish whether it was their own or that of the Red Wolves. The number of those still standing, besides the few who had retreated to the forefront, had dwindled to less than 3,000. 3,000 warriors, gathered together, appeared as insignificant as a giant bear among chicks when faced with the 50,000 Red Wolf army. The outcome of this battle seemed devoid of suspense. Chen Han, heed my command. Take the Cold Night Squad and retreat. This is an order. Lu Zixing issued his final command to Chen Han. If one person were to be sacrificed today, it would undoubtedly be Lu Zixing himself. Yet, Chen Han showed no intention of retreating. Firmly gripping his spear, he stood at the forefront of the formation, embodying his resolve to share life and death together. This is what it means to be comrades in arms. At that moment, Chen Han suddenly spotted a massive figure descending from above, an unmistakable mech, landing right before him. Chen Han, we are here to assist you. The newcomers were none other than the Giant Squad. But it was not just the Giant Squad. From all directions, countless warriors surged forth, the Ding Battalion, the Quang Battalion, the Tiangong Battalion, and even their bitter rivals, the Baiguang Squad. Gradually, their numbers began to surpass the Red Wolf Beast Army. The Red Wolf Beast Lord's pupils widened in shock, his expression one of terror. The tide of battle had shifted. Chapter 73, A Resounding Victory. Pursuit for miles. The final command issued by Yu Wuyun was for all remaining troops from other regions to converge upon Chen Han's location for one last desperate stand. From the original 400,000 Northern Expedition forces, only about 70,000 to 80,000 remained, nearly all concentrated around Chen Han. Chen Han, can you hear me? Chen Han was somewhat taken aback as the encrypted communication device at his ear suddenly crackled to life with Yu Wuyun's voice. General Yu, what are your orders? Chen Han replied promptly. Yu Wuyun's tone was somber. Chen Han, first, I must inform you that the Northern Expedition has failed. Of the more than 40 regions, you are the only one who has managed to remain undefeated. This was evident, for as Chen Han observed the soldiers gathering around him, their faces were downcast, clearly demoralized by their recent defeats. Yu Wuyun continued, I am reallocating the remaining troops to you and granting you the highest command on site. At this point he paused, then added, give me a splendid victory. Although I will undoubtedly face consequences for this failure, remember, we must not allow the public to lose faith in the Northern Expedition. Chen Han took a deep breath. The task entrusted to him by Yu Wuyun was indeed formidable. To instill confidence in the public regarding the Northern Expedition, a significant victory was imperative. Securing tangible results was essential. With an army of 70,000 to 000, roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 core. This was Chen Han's first experience in such command. Yu Wuyun was taking a gamble. Leading troops was not something everyone could master, unlike Han Xian, who thrived on sheer numbers. While Chen Han could command around 10,000 elite troops from the Kuei battalion, it did not guarantee his success in overseeing 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers. Fortunately, Chen Han had already won the admiration of his peers through his prowess, ensuring that morale was on his side. With battle imminent, Chen Han quickly assessed the remaining stock of Type 3 laser cannons. Remarkably, despite the heavy losses across various regions, a substantial number of Type 3 laser cannons had been preserved. Out of the 70,000 to 80,000 troops, there were a full 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons and approximately 100,000 kilograms of star crystal. This was a specialized weapon against the Red Wolf beasts. Subsequently, he cataloged the remaining strength of the large infantry units, fully grasping the tactical landscape. Meanwhile, the Red Wolf beast army hesitated. Taken aback by the sudden influx of human forces, they dared not charge forward, yet this hesitation afforded Chen Han the precious time to command and strategize. My lord, with 10,000 humans, we have already lost so many. Can we still emerge victorious? The Red Wolf beast lord, upon hearing his subordinate's words, felt a twinge of fear, realizing that their understanding did not match that of humans. At this moment, he began to waver in his resolve. Observing the lord's hesitation, the Red Wolf beasts around him also fell into confusion. However, at the forefront, Chen Han boldly initiated a charge against the Red Wolf beast forces. All generals, come forth and slay with me, Chen Han bellowed. As the commanding general, his leading charge was an act that invigorated the morale of his troops. With a leap, he descended into the enemy ranks like a divine warrior. Wielding his overlord spear, he unleashed the grand techniques of the North Dipper's majestic spear art, creating a flurry of spear shadows amidst the Red Wolf horde. Thrust, slash, stab, sweep across the 6 directions. With each thrust, Chen Han felled several Red Wolf beasts. In that moment, he exhibited the full might of the North Dipper's majestic spear art, surpassing even his previous encounter with Shang Shang. With each sweeping strike, he sent a multitude of enemies flying. Although the forces that had gathered from various regions were remnants of defeated troops, witnessing Chen Han's valor ignited their spirits. Chen Han, you are the supreme commander. Why do you lead the charge yourself? Came the voice of a young girl from within the giant mech. Upon finishing her words, the mech leaped into the fray. Boom. With a single punch, it struck with the force of 1,000 pounds, rendering the Red Wolf beasts mere small fry before its might. They were powerless against the strength of modern alloys, as dozens of Red Wolf beasts were instantly crushed into pulp. Jin Zelin, not to be outdone, unleashed the power of light, sending forth countless beams into the enemy ranks, piercing through the bodies of the Red Wolf beasts. The grand army of 70,000 to 80,000 had dwindled to around 5,000 martial masters. Yet, these 5,000 martial experts exhibited nearly tenfold their usual combat prowess. In an instant, the formation of the Red Wolf beast army was thrown into chaos. With their ranks collapsing, the extraordinary beasts were struck with fear by the humans. Nearly all who charged into the Red Wolf ranks were driven by bloodlust, some even resorting to desperate tactics. In that moment, the citizens of Daxiao watching the live broadcast could no longer discern which side was human and which was beast. At this point, the Red Wolf beast lord finally took action. Charge! All of you advance. Only then did the 50,000 Red Wolf beasts respond, dividing their forces to encircle the 5,000 martial masters led by Chen Han while attempting to eliminate the martial-level soldiers. Yet, Chen Han had anticipated this move. While fighting, he keenly observed the battlefield. Noticing the remaining Red Wolf beasts finally stirring, he immediately commanded, "Artillery units, heed my orders. Bombard the flanks and front of the Red Wolf horde with Type 3 laser cannons. Do not allow them to approach you." As Chen Han and his 5,000 elite warriors plunged into the heart of the Red Wolf Beast Legion, it was evident that the flanks and forefront of the enemy forces were densely populated. Just as the Red Wolf beasts surged towards the Northern Expeditionary Army, a series of ominous black laser cannons were swiftly aimed at them. Beams of dark laser light shot skyward, enveloping the battlefield in an instant, leaving no time for the Red Wolf beasts to lament their fate before they were reduced to mere ashes. By the conclusion of the initial barrage, scarcely any of the charging Red Wolf beasts remained. Witnessing this devastation, The morale of Chen Han's forces surged dramatically. Conversely, the Red Wolf beasts, seeing their kin perish in such a horrific manner, were instantly gripped by terror. Leading his 5,000 martial generals, Chen Han advanced like a spear directly into the heart of the Red Wolf beast army. Along the way, he vanquished all who opposed him. Before long, he found himself less than 200 meters from the Red Wolf beast leader. The sight of the Reaper before him filled the leader with dread, prompting him to flee without uttering a single word. In mere moments, he vanished from sight, his speed astonishing, with their commander abandoning them. The remaining Red Wolf beasts lacked the will to resist, discarding their weapons and fleeing in panic. Seizing the moment, Chen Han produced a charge horn and sounded it himself. The entire army surged forward to seize the Red Wolf beast stronghold. Not only did Chen Han's 5,000 elite warriors press on, but the entire corps of 70 to 80,000 troops surged towards the collapsing Red Wolf beast forces. It was a monumental victory. The Red Wolf beasts had scarcely the strength to retaliate. Before long, the Red Wolf army was pursued over 100 miles by Chen Han's Northern Expeditionary Army, arriving at the very foot of the Red Wolf city. At this moment, millions of Red Wolf beasts congregated within the city, and their leaders sought refuge in the stronghold, hoping to exploit their numerical superiority against Chen Han's forces. However, Chen Han halted before the city, his gaze cold as he surveyed the terrified civilians within. Artillery, heed my command. Concentrate all Type 3 laser cannons in one location. Chapter 74, Rooting Out the Weeds. Thunderous Measures. In this moment, everyone grasped Chen Han's intent to bombard the Red Wolf city with 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons. His plan was nothing short of astonishing. Immediately, the commander of the Wind God Army's fierce battalion approached and inquired, Chen Han, do you truly intend to shell this city? There are over 1 million beastly inhabitants within. This is no trivial matter. Will you not report this? Chen Han replied with a resolute smile. Such matters need not be reported. Marshal Yu has entrusted me with the supreme command of the Northern Expeditionary Army. I possess the authority to make this decision. The rationale behind Chen Han's refusal to report was straightforward. Yu Wuyun was already burdened with the majority of the responsibility due to the setbacks in the Northern Expedition. The bombardment of an entire beast city would undoubtedly have significant repercussions. If anyone were to place blame, then Chen Han must shoulder that responsibility alone. Given the current situation, recklessly charging into the city would pose a significant risk of total annihilation. No one could ascertain whether there might be ambushes lurking within the city. Chen Han would not gamble on such probabilities. He would rather obliterate everything with the Type 3 laser cannons. However, during such critical moments, there always seem to be self-proclaimed champions of life who emerge, questioning the morality of the situation. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? There are over 1 million Red Wolf beasts in the city, many of whom are innocent civilians. They are utterly defenseless. Yes, the Red Wolf Beast Legion has been thoroughly routed, unable to stir up any resistance. We should simply charge in and eliminate them all. Some soldiers within the ranks have begun to waver in their resolve, advising Chen Han against such actions, and these were primarily officers. Moreover, the citizens of the Great Xia watching the live broadcast were equally perplexed. After all, it seemed that Chen Han intended to eradicate them completely. I believe these Red Wolf beasts might not be beyond negotiation. What if we could tame them? Indeed, if they can articulate human language, there lies the possibility of subjugation. Should we manage to harness their strength, it would be a tremendous asset. Chen Han, still youthful, displayed a degree of recklessness. Even before breaching the city, some were already discussing how to capitalize on the spoils of war. They seemed to have entirely forgotten that not long ago, an army of 300,000 from the Northern Expedition had perished at the hands of these beasts. Those soldiers had been utterly devoured, their remains consumed. At that moment, Chen Han executed a shocking action. With a powerful sweep of his right hand, he hurled his overlord's spear, impaling a talkative officer and pinning him to the ground. This sight sent a chill down the spines of the 80,000 troops of the Northern Expedition, rendering them momentarily speechless. Chen Han, however, remained unfazed, slowly approaching the officer, and extracted the spear from his body, blood splattering forth. In the face of a formidable enemy, those who sow discord among the ranks shall be executed. This declaration silenced the crowd. In truth, their reactions stemmed from envy. They saw Chen Han's youth and lack of battle experience. Yet he had achieved the position of supreme commander on the battlefield. Had Yu Wuyun been present, they would have likely refrained from uttering a single word. Chen Han advanced further and commanded the artillery regiment to concentrate 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons in a linear formation, ensuring they could cover the entirety of the city. Remember, those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. To empathize with the enemy is to court death, no matter if they are beasts or even humans. They must all be eliminated. As we prepare to enter the city, remember, leave no one behind. Chen Han's authoritative voice resonated, yet there remained supporters within the northern expedition, such as the soldiers of the Kuei battalion. Kill, kill, kill. The echo of these 3 words reverberated through the air. Yu Weiyun observed all this with approval. Had he been in the same situation, he too would have made the same decision. In truth, there was no need for Chen Han to report. He naturally concurred with Chen Han's decision. However, to spare Yu Weiyun from further responsibility, Chen Han surprisingly shut down the encrypted radio, leaving Yu Weiyun in a state of helplessness. At that moment, the bombardment of the Red Wolf Beast City by laser cannons officially commenced. 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons fired in unison, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of dense black lasers akin to a torrential downpour, targeting the city inhabited by the Red Wolf beasts. The Type 3 laser cannons emitted no sound. As they discharged, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yet upon striking the city of the Red Wolf beasts, an utterly despairing scene unfolded. The lethality of the Type 3 lasers differed significantly from that of conventional artillery. Any living being, or indeed any material, within the laser's range would be utterly obliterated. In the blink of an eye, the 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons reduced vast swathes of buildings in the city's forefront to mere rubble. Witnessing the terrifying destructive power of the Type 3 laser cannons, chaos erupted within the city. The screams of the Red Wolf beasts were deafening, a truly heart-rending spectacle. Nevertheless, Chen Han did not relent. Once the first barrage of laser fire concluded, he ordered the replenishment of star crystals for the next round of bombardment. It is worth noting that the various military divisions had retained nearly 100,000 kilograms of star crystals, which were naturally reserved for lavish expenditure. The second wave of Type 3 laser fire followed swiftly, and those Red Wolf beasts who had not managed to escape, along with numerous structures, were once again consigned to the ruins of the city. During the bombardment of the Red Wolf Beast City, it became apparent that among the million Red Wolf Beast civilians, a considerable number were, in fact, hidden soldiers. They concealed themselves throughout the city, and should the Northern Expeditionary Army recklessly advance without knowledge of the terrain, they would surely be caught off guard. The jungle favored the Northern Expeditionary Army, while this city provided a strategic advantage to the Red Wolf beasts. All present could not help but admire Chen Han's farsightedness. Under such circumstances, the bombardment of the Red Wolf Beast City was indeed the wisest choice. The Red Wolf Beast Lord found himself in dire straits. He had initially believed he could successfully lure Chen Han and his companions into the city for street fighting against the Northern Expeditionary Army. It is worth noting that in addition to his original force of 100,000 troops, approximately 50,000 more had remained hidden within the city. The outcome of this conflict remained uncertain. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was utterly dumbfounded, powerless to do anything but watch as his subordinates vanished one by one into the black lasers. At that moment, he uttered a phrase, the origin of which was unknown to him. Why don't these humans follow the script? Should anyone overhear this Red Wolf Beast's quip, they would likely be left in fits of laughter. Time passed, and much of the Red Wolf Beast City had been reduced to ruins, littered with debris and shattered walls. The once endless wails had all but ceased, and at least 90% of the million Red Wolf beasts had perished. As for the remaining 10%, they were left with little combat capability. The 100,000 kilograms of star crystals had been nearly exhausted. Recognizing that the opportune moment had arrived, Chen Han immediately commanded, all units, enter the city. Remember, eradicate every last trace. Even if I spot a mere wolf cub, it shall face military law. Chapter 75, The Star Crystal Vein. Astonishing Victories. Attack. A formidable force of 70 to 80,000 soldiers surged into the ruins of the Red Wolf Beast City. Every sighting of a Red Wolf Beast was met with ruthless execution. As the commander, Chen Han naturally led by example. With a casual flick of his weapon, he uncovered a hidden wolf cub and a mother Red Wolf Beast beneath a stone. The mother beast appeared pitiful, trembling as she attempted to plead. Spare before she could finish her desperate utterance. Chen Han's shot pierced through both her and the cub. This decisive act revealed Chen Han's unwavering resolve to the onlookers. Should they fail to eliminate every trace, they would surely face military retribution. Remember this, The red wolf beast you spare today may become the blades over your heads tomorrow. Chen Han uttered coldly, advancing further. He was unaware whether the red wolf beast leader had perished under the bombardment of the 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons. According to Yu Wuyun, to achieve victory and restore public faith in the northern campaign, the red wolf beast army must be completely annihilated here. Thus, the city must be thoroughly scoured. In a sense, Chen Han was executing a citywide massacre, albeit against the city of monstrous beasts. Besides searching for the remnants of the red wolf beast army, he also issued an order to scour the ruins for spoils. This city, built upon the remnants of the previous century, undoubtedly held treasures from that era. Items from the last century, in the current calendar, could be regarded as antiquities, fetching a considerable price. Chen Xiao, look what I found. Suddenly, Ji Yun approached Chen Han, beaming with excitement, holding an iron box. He opened it to reveal an ancient mobile phone and some coins. Is this a phone from the last century? It looks so old. Ji Yun handed the phone to Chen Han. To Ji Yun, it was ancient. To Chen Han, it was remarkably familiar. It was indeed an Apple phone, often humorously referred to as a kidney machine. A faint smile crept upon Chen Han's lips as he tossed the Apple phone back to Ji Yun. This should fetch a decent sum on the market, and those coins, be sure to keep them safe. In the southern region of Daxia, after years of development, traces of the last century had long since vanished. Only the north still bore remnants. Just then, Chen Han caught a dazzling flash of light ahead. Who goes there? Mistaking it for an ambush by the red wolf beast army, he shouted and pursued the light. However, upon reaching the source, he was met with sheer astonishment. For the radiant glow emanated from a vast expanse of star crystals. The area is approximately the size of a 6-meter diameter. This star crystal was originally meant to be buried underground, situated on the outskirts of the city. Just moments ago, the light from the sun shifted, causing the brilliance of the star crystal to refract into Chen Han's eyes. At that moment, the Han Yi team followed Chen Han to the surface of the star crystal, their eyes wide open like saucers, as if they had never beheld such a sight before. My goodness, such a large piece of star crystal must weigh at least 10,000 kilograms. Ji Yun, hailing from a prominent commercial family, was the first to discern the value of this star crystal. Zhao Yufei, also from a distinguished family in the capital, was equally at a loss upon witnessing such a colossal star crystal. He remarked, as far as I know, all the star crystals in the Great Xia are typically divided into 1-kilogram pieces for convenience in transactions. A complete star crystal of this size is truly unparalleled in the Great Xia. It is far more valuable than fragmented crystals. It's no wonder they appeared so astonished. Not only the Han Yi team, but even the prominent figures of the 24 Privy Council watching the live broadcast were equally taken aback. The northern region is indeed remarkable. The reserves of star crystals there are at least 10 times that of our southern region. Indeed, our incursion into the north is driven by the pursuit of such supreme energy. Not to mention, the northern region is abundant in various rich natural mineral resources. The 24 Privy Council's agreement to the northern expedition was precisely for the sake of the star crystals in the north. The star crystals in the entire southern region have nearly been exhausted. Whatever has been used has diminished in quantity. Yet, this substance remains the most potent energy source available today. It is not an exaggeration to say that 1 kilogram of star crystal can sustain the energy consumption of several major factories in the capital for an entire year. It is truly terrifying. Should we manage to extract a significant portion of the star crystal resources from the north, the future development of the Great Xia will no longer be burdened by energy shortages. However, among the highest echelons of the Privy Council, only Emperor Qingtian has uncovered the secret of this star crystal. Do not rush. This may merely be a portion of the star crystal naturally exposed on the surface. Beneath it may lie an entire vein of ore. Upon hearing this, the 20 or so members of the highest authority collectively gasped in astonishment. A star crystal vein. That is something truly extraordinary. It is worth noting that with a population of 600 million in the Great Xia, there are only 2 known star crystal veins. One is located in the suburbs of the capital, while the other lies on the edge of the southern region. These 2 veins account for 3/4 of the total star crystal reserves in the Great Xia. However, after over a century of extraction, the star crystals in these 2 mines are nearing depletion. If this area turns out to be a star crystal vein, it would mark a historic moment. The accomplishments of Chen Han in this battle would be beyond imagination. The members of the 24 Privy Council trembled with excitement at the thought. Meanwhile, Chen Han on the battlefield seemed to have realized this as well. He commanded his men to bring shovels and immediately began to excavate the surrounding surface. One shovel after another struck the ground. Just as Di Qingtian had surmised, the star crystals lay merely exposed upon the surface. With each section of earth that Chen Han excavated, a new cluster of star crystals came to light. Undoubtedly, beneath this land lies a vast vein of star crystals. While specialized equipment is required to ascertain the overall reserves of this star crystal mine, Di Qingtian could already estimate, based on his experience, that the reserves likely exceeded those of the two existing star crystal mines within the Daxia territory. After all, Di Qingtian ascended to the pinnacle of power not solely due to strength, but because he controlled the mining rights of the two star crystal mines within Daxia. This alone governed the lifeblood of Daxia. Only Di Qingtian's family possessed the innate talent and means to mine and refine star crystals. At that moment, the entire 24 Privy Council fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the sound of someone swallowing could be amplified infinitely. Everyone understood the immense value of this star crystal mine. Even sacrificing countless lives would be worth it. Di Qingtian couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Chen Han's triumph is unparalleled. Chapter 76, Title of Marquis, The Decision of the 24 Privy Council. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Di Qingtian came to a realization. He addressed the members of the 24 Privy Council. Quickly prepare the tools and the venue. When Chen Han returns, I shall apply for his title of Marquis. Title of Marquis? Upon hearing these words, the council members appeared astounded. Indeed, Chen Han's achievements were monumental, but they did not seem to warrant a title of Marquis. The title of Marquis is an honorary distinction that exists outside the military rank system. The rules for conferring a Marquis title are straightforward. Those who have rendered significant military service may be granted the title with the consent of the 24 Privy Council. This title disregards military rank. Even a mere private could be honored as a Marquis if his accomplishments meet the criteria. However, in the past century, those who have received such a title have typically held at least the rank of Major General. Moreover, such instances have been exceedingly rare. Over the last 100 years, Daxia has seen no more than 20 individuals bestowed with the title of Marquis. For example, the continent's foremost warrior, Han Hauran, was honored as the Brave Marquis due to his formidable strength and contributions to Daxia's defense. Similarly, Yu Wuyun, a stalwart of the empire, was granted the title of Loyal Marquis for his unwavering loyalty and remarkable military achievements. To date, even the current marshals of Daxia, Zhongguo and Ouyang Quan, have yet to receive the title of Marquis. Of course, the title of Marquis does not possess the unique powers it once did in ancient times. Rather, it serves more as a symbol of prestige and status. One could say that a Marquis, even if confined to a bed for a lifetime, would still command the respect of thousands and be supported by the state for life. In all of Daxia, it is unprecedented for someone of Chen Han's age to be conferred such a title. Thus, doubts were raised in that very moment. The proposal came from Luo Yuan, the second most powerful figure in the Great Xia. He questioned, Emperor Qingtian, while I can comprehend your perspective, it is undeniable that Chen Han's discovery of the star crystal vein is indeed commendable. However, he has yet to reach his 19th birthday. To grant him a title of nobility upon merely coming of age seems rather hasty, does it not? Luo Yuan addressed Emperor Qingtian directly, embodying the authority of one who stands just below the emperor, and thus felt emboldened to challenge him. After all, the Luo family controls the vital transportation arteries of the Great Xia. Yet, Emperor Qingtian remained unfazed. From the moment he beheld the star crystal vein, he was convinced that Chen Han deserved the honor of nobility. What if he is young? Who else can match his achievements? Let us not forget that the star crystal veins of the Great Xia are depleting, and our energy reserves are in dire straits. For the upcoming northern campaign, Yu Wuyun has already taken away over 30 years' worth of energy reserves for the nation. Chen Han's accomplishments are unparalleled. Even Han Hauran and Yu Wuyun were merely delivering takeout at this age. With these words, Emperor Qingtian rendered Luo Yuan speechless. Enough. My decision is made. You all should seriously consider what title to bestow upon Chen Han. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chen Han remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the Privy Council. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of star crystal veins before him, the soldiers stood frozen in awe, motionless for an extended period. Eventually, Ji Yun broke the silence with a jubilant shout. We VE struck gold. Weve struck gold. Ji Yun, a notorious enthusiast for wealth, immediately lunged toward the star crystal. Fortunately, he was intercepted and pulled back by Lu Zixing. Ji Yun, have you lost your mind? The energy contained within the star crystal veins is immense. If you get too close, you might meet a gruesome fate. Hearing this, Ji Yun regained his composure and patted his chest, saying, "Thank you, Captain Lu. I nearly forgot that only the family of that prominent figure in the capital possesses the capability to mine the star crystals." The esteemed figure Ji Yun referred to was, of course, Emperor Qingtian. For those who are not warriors, even approaching the star crystal veins would subject them to inexplicable effects, akin to radiation, leading to rapid organ mutations. Warriors fare somewhat better, but direct contact with the star crystal veins would still result in fatal consequences. Lu Zixing, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, "Chen Han, these are your men. I cannot intervene. You decide how to punish him." Chen Han smiled slightly. "Very well. Let the punishment be that he is forbidden from visiting any clubs or engaging with women for 2 years. Should he violate this, he shall face military justice." 2 years without women. Are you trying to take my life, Chen Xiao? At this, laughter erupted throughout the gathering. The ability to share such hearty laughter amidst the tension of the battlefield was a testament to their collective joy. It was all but certain that Chen Han, as the commander who discovered this remarkable star crystal vein, would earn extraordinary accolades. Moreover, they could all expect to receive significant rewards, perhaps even a share of the fortunes from the star crystal veins. Without further ado, even a mere kilogram of star crystal would suffice to ensure a life of comfort for the families of soldiers. Just then, within a radius of approximately 5 kilometers, a red signal flare was suddenly launched. Previously, Chen Han had issued orders that if anyone discovered the whereabouts of the Red Wolf Beast Lord, they should refrain from engaging in battle and instead fire a signal flare to alert him. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was indeed the strongest, and while he may be timid, there were few in the army who could match him in a one-on-one confrontation. Upon seeing the flare, Chen Han's expression turned grave. He promptly rushed towards the area, wielding his overlord spear with remarkable speed. Before long, he arrived at the scene. The sole individual who had encountered the Red Wolf Beast Lord was the young warrior, Luo Feng. Terrified and disoriented, he clutched a short dagger, standing off against a red wolf beast. Observing the situation, Chen Han swiftly brandished his spear, delivering a decisive thrust that pierced the beast's chest with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his spear and inquired of the young warrior, "Where is the Red Wolf Beast Lord?" Luo Feng pointed towards the direction in which the beast had fled, exclaiming, "Over there. I was rummaging through the ruins when a horde of red wolf beasts suddenly charged at me. However, they didn't kill me, but rather turned and ran away." Chen Han, upon hearing this, patted Luo Feng on the shoulder. Despite being merely a third-tier warrior, his composure in such a dire situation, coupled with his action of firing the signal flare, was indeed commendable. Following Luo Feng's indication, Chen Han strained his vision and spotted the Red Wolf Beast Lord leading several hundred robust red wolf beasts as they retreated further north. Initially, Chen Han had anticipated that the Lord would make a stand, but to his surprise, it was a full retreat. Opportunity was fleeting. He could not afford to summon others. So he hoisted his spear and dashed towards the direction of the Red Wolf Beast Lord. At that moment, the Lord became aware of Chen Han pursuing him. Not this plague again. Why won't he just go away? He thought, alarmed by the human's prowess. Do not let him catch up. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was indeed fearful of Chen Han's archery skills, which prompted him to order his minions to obstruct the pursuit. Then, he gazed towards the distant mountain range with a fervent hope in his eyes. Once we reach the domain of the mountain god, we shall be safe. This human will not stand a chance against the mountain god. Chapter 77, An 800ly Chase. Slaying the Enemy General. In truth, the Red Wolf Beast Lord's concerns were unwarranted. The speed of the Red Wolves was a significant advantage. Although Chen Han could barely keep pace with the Red Wolves, he found it impossible to draw his bow for a shot. Even the briefest moment would allow the beasts to widen the gap. At that moment, he lamented the absence of a steed. If only he had a mount, he could execute the action of drawing and aiming his bow. Nevertheless, not being able to catch up was of little consequence. Do not forget, Chen Han's vitality is indeed unparalleled. Even the 8th-tier martial god, Yu Wuyun, possesses merely a little over 200 vitality points. Chen Han's vitality has nearly reached that of an average martial venerable, having directly transcended two major realms. The vitality of these red wolf beasts cannot possibly reach such terrifying figures. It is merely a matter of time before they are caught. Meanwhile, in the red wolf beast's exotic beast city, Lu Zixing, accompanied by the soldiers of the Kuei Brigade, arrived at the location where Luo Feng was situated. Upon hearing that Chen Han had ventured alone to pursue the red wolf beast leader and its elite forces, Lu Zixing could not help but gasp in astonishment. Lu Zixing furrowed his brow and remarked, "This Chen Han is indeed taking a considerable risk." It must be noted that Marshal Yu has issued a strict order. The life of Chen Han is far more significant than that of the entire Kuei Brigade or the 70 to 80,000 troops of the Northern Expedition. Should anything happen to Chen Han at this critical juncture, we would all face dire consequences. However, Lu Zixing could also understand Chen Han's reasoning. If they allowed the red wolf beast leader to escape, it would undoubtedly return with reinforcements. This area harbors a star crystal vein. The persistent threat of enemy incursions would lead to future troubles of unimaginable proportions. The 600 million citizens of the Great Xia, watching the live broadcast, found their hearts lodged in their throats. Chen Han had embarked on his pursuit without any live streaming equipment, leaving everyone in the dark about his current predicament. What is happening? This is nerve-wracking. Chen Han must not come to harm. Indeed, Chen Han is our battle hero. We are eagerly awaiting his triumphant return to the Great Xia for a celebration. His valiant performance has instilled hope among the populace, and no one wishes for any misfortune to befall him, not even the highest authorities of the 24 Secret Council. They would not want to honor a fallen hero with a title. At that moment, Zhao Lingner suddenly called out loudly, "Report to Captain Lu. Our Cold Knight team requests to pursue the Red Wolf Beast leader alongside Captain Chen Han." The members of the Cold Knight team bore resolute expressions. Whether in life or death, they would stand with Chen Han. It would be unreasonable to allow him to pursue alone. Lu Zixing nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, a contingent must be dispatched to ascertain the situation. Furthermore, this unit should not be large. No one knows what terrible circumstances might lie ahead, making the Cold Knight team the most suitable choice. At that instant, the giant team also offered their assistance. This group of spirited young girls generously lent their giant mechs to the Cold Knight team. "Linga, use our mechs. The power source of these mechs is star crystal, significantly faster than your own speed." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming's face lit up with excitement. He had been practicing piloting large mechs for some time, but had yet to seize the opportunity. Thus, the members of the Cold Knight team boarded the giant mechs, equipped with live streaming devices, and swiftly followed the direction of Chen Han's pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, the elite forces of the Red Wolf Beast, alongside Chen Han, had traversed a staggering 600 miles across the vast northern expanse. In the words of the Red Wolf Beast's lord, Chen Han was akin to a relentless adhesive, stubbornly clinging to their heels, with the distance between them never exceeding 5 miles. Meanwhile, a significant number of the Red Wolf Beast's elite were already drenched in perspiration. "My lord, we cannot shake this person off. What should we do?" One of the subordinates implored. "My lord, why don't we halt and eliminate him first?" However, the Red Wolf Beast Lord disregarded his subordinates' counsel. He had witnessed Chen Han's valor firsthand, and ridding themselves of him would not be a simple task. Should a substantial human force catch up, their demise would be inevitable. Hence, the Lord bellowed, "Do not stop. Run with all your might. Ahead lies the domain of the mountain god. He will protect us." The Red Wolf Beast Lord held a firm belief in the mountain god he spoke of, and at that moment, he was merely 100 miles away from a sprawling mountain range. However, Chen Han's steed had also arrived at the scene. Upon spotting the giant mech, Chen Han initially thought it was the giant squad coming to aid him, only to hear Ji Yun's voice emanating from within the mech. "Young Master Chen, get in." A smile graced Chen Han's lips as he quickly deduced that Zhu Ming was at the controls of the mech. With a leap, he ascended to the head of the giant mech. "Zhu Ming, steady now," he instructed, before knocking an arrow. Zhu Ming's piloting skills were remarkably stable, and Chen Han felt minimal jostling as he stood atop the mech. With bated breath, he retrieved one of his few star crystal arrows from the quiver and aimed it at the direction of the Red Wolf Beast Lord. In an instant, he released the arrow. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air, sending the Red Wolf Beast Lord into a state of disarray. The domain of the mountain god was within sight, yet the Lord, disregarding all else, seized several Red Wolf beasts nearby and hurled them behind him. The star crystal arrow pierced through several elite red wolf beasts, yet ultimately lost some of its potency, embedding itself firmly in the ground. Block him, the red wolf beast lord commanded fiercely. Chen Han had anticipated this, and swiftly loosed several more arrows, nearly decimating the elite of the red wolf forces. However, at this moment, the red wolf beast lord finally entered the so-called domain of the mountain god, breathing a sigh of relief as he shouted, "Mountain god, help us." Chen Han paid no heed to the alleged mountain god. For now, only the red wolf beast lord remained by himself. As the last star crystal arrow was shot forth, an uncanny event unfolded. The arrow sped towards the head of the red wolf beast lord, but as it neared the purported domain of the mountain god, the star crystal tip astonishingly shattered in an instant. What struck the red wolf beast lord's head was merely a wooden shaft. Chen Han was taken aback, perplexed by what force had rendered the star crystal ineffective. He immediately shouted, "Zhu Meng, stop!" After all, the driving energy of the giant mech is the star crystal. If it enters the area where the star crystal is ineffective, it would be tantamount to rendering it useless. Witnessing this scene, the lord of the red wolf beast could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, "May the mountain god bless us. Long live the mountain god." With that, he dashed into the more secluded forest. This mountain range is composed of pristine jungles, with treacherous paths, and Chen Han and his companions, unfamiliar with the terrain, knew that if the lord of the red wolf beast vanished from sight, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The members of the Cold Night team, observing the lord's triumphant demeanor, could not help but grit their teeth in frustration. Zhao Yufei even uttered a curse. "Damn it. After chasing for 800 miles, we still let him escape." At that moment, however, no one noticed that Chen Han's tyrant spear was emanating waves of deep crimson lightning. The star crystal may be ineffective, but could it truly disregard the piercing thorn of death? In the next instant, Chen Han's figure shot forth like a cannonball, a flash of red lightning darting through the ancient jungle. The lord of the red wolf beast was prepared to turn back and mock the Cold Night team. But as he spun around, he found Chen Han's face mere inches away. Just as the red wolf beast opened its mouth, a spear pierced directly through its heart. Chapter 78. This wild man is my father? So impressive. In that moment, whether among the 600 million citizens of the Great Xia or the observing Cold Night team, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Clad in a black military uniform, Chen Han had effortlessly traversed a distance of 5 kilometers to claim the heart of the opposing leader. In truth, the ability of the Thorn of Death allows one to take the head of an enemy general amidst a multitude. The reason Chen Han had refrained from using it was due to its considerable risk and the necessary time for preparation. As the commander, he could not afford such recklessness. During the pursuit, he had not deployed it because the targets were too numerous and chaotic, requiring focused concentration to unleash the Thorn of Death. However, here, the situation was different. The only remaining enemy was the Lord of the Red Wolf Beast, allowing him to unleash this long-range targeting skill without reservations. Moreover, it was undeniably a single shot to the heart. It is worth mentioning that since the beginning of the Northern Expedition, Chen Han had not employed the Thorn of Death. But once he did, it sent a ripple of shock throughout the nation. Chasing for 800 miles and slaying the enemy leader was undoubtedly a heartening act. While it may not compare to the discovery of the star crystal vein in terms of achievements, it served to greatly uplift the spirits of the people. The populace embraced one another, weeping tears of joy. How fortunate we are in Great Xia to have such a youthful prodigy like Chen Han. The future of Great Xia is indeed promising. An elder who had endured the dark times of turmoil was moved to tears. He exclaimed, in Chen Han, "I seem to see the shadows of Han Haoran and Yu Wuyun, the twin pillars of the empire from years past. Perhaps he even surpasses them. Since the time of Han Haoran and Yu Wuyun, the dark turmoil has been quelled, and for over a century, no one in the Great Xia has emerged to rival their legendary stature. Meanwhile, the streets of all major cities in the Great Xia reverberate with a significant announcement. National Bulletin. National Bulletin. Lieutenant Chen Han, on the battlefield of the Northern Expedition, pursued the Red Wolf Beast Lord for over 800 miles, ultimately vanquishing him, bringing joy to the entire nation. This proclamation was jointly issued by the 24 Privy Councils, aware of the power of public sentiment. With over 30,000 soldiers lost in the Northern Expedition, a lack of substantial victories would lead to a loss of faith in the current authority of Great Xia. The only remedy for this situation was a resounding triumph. Particularly noteworthy was the subsequent announcement. In honor of Lieutenant Chen Han's grand victory on the battlefield, the entire nation shall observe a 3-day holiday. Though 3 days may seem short, in this highly technological society, it is indeed a rare gift. This further underscores the magnitude of Chen Han's feat in slaying the Red Wolf Beast Lord, a truly astonishing event. The nation erupted into cheers, with fireworks lighting up the skies in celebration, rivaling the fervor witnessed when Han Haoran and Yu Wuyun quelled the dark turmoil. This heralded a promising beginning, signifying that the northern territories were no longer a human forbidden zone. However, at that moment, Chen Han on the battlefield remained oblivious to the events transpiring within Great Xia. He withdrew his spear from the corpse of the Red Wolf Beast Lord, casting a cold glance at the lifeless body. As he looked ahead, he discovered a human statue emerging in the distance. This statue bore a striking resemblance to the one found in the city of the Red Wolf Beasts, a male figure with wild, unkempt hair and an exceedingly long beard. Could this be the so-called mountain god mentioned by the Red Wolf Beast Lord? It resembled a savage. Chen Han scoffed quietly. He soon realized that the forest was not home to just this singular statue. Almost every few miles, he encountered another statue of the so-called mountain god. Moreover, feathers and skins of various exotic beasts were scattered in all directions. Clearly, this place was frequented not only by the Red Wolf beasts, but likely by the other exotic beast cities encountered by the Northern Expedition forces as well, who came to pay their respects. Who exactly was this mountain god? Furthermore, the territory itself possessed an eerie quality, rendering the functions of star crystals and their reactors ineffective, a discovery that to this day remains elusive to the scientists of the Great Xia civilization. Such is the uniqueness of this region. At that moment, Zhao Linger approached, holding a black box in her hand. She presented the box to Chen Han and remarked, "Chen Han, look at this. I found it beneath the great tree. It seems to have been here for quite some time, covered in a layer of dust." Chen Han felt a twinge of curiosity, for he was unaware of what the black box truly was. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find an array of intricate modern components within: glass tubes, gears, and enigmatic black metals. Collectively, this black box appeared to be some form of apparatus. Lacking an affinity for science, Chen Han could not fathom its purpose. However, Li Qingshi, watching the live stream, was utterly astounded. As an expert from the National Academy of Sciences, he discerned the function of the device. He promptly sent several comments, declaring it to be an instrument capable of generating a magnetic field. The metals within the device were extraterrestrial substances derived from meteorites during the Age of Darkness, possessing the ability to emit a formidable magnetic field. Currently, we lack the technology to harness such a magnetic field. Yet, the individual who crafted this instrument is undoubtedly remarkable. These comments caught the attention of the board Ji Yun, who screenshot them and sent them to Chen Han. Instantly, a chilling possibility dawned upon him. He moved the black box away from the mountain range and casually discarded it in a random location, subsequently retrieving a small piece of star crystal from the giant mech. He attempted to throw the star crystal into the vicinity of the black box, and, as he had anticipated, the result was astonishing. As the star crystal approached within a 2-kilometer radius of the black box, it disintegrated into fragments in an instant. It turned out that it was not the territory of the mountain deity that was peculiar, but rather the power of technology. This black box generated a special magnetic field that rendered the energy within the star crystal ineffective. Chen Han could not help but click his tongue in admiration. The mountain deity was becoming increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, Yu Wuyun had taken a screenshot of the mountain deity's image for closer examination. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the statue. As he scrutinized it, his expression shifted from confusion to shock, and then gradually to terror, causing his entire body to tremble. The fact that a martial god like Yu Wuyun could lose his composure over such a matter was undoubtedly significant. Before long, Chen Han received a call over his encrypted radio from Yu Wuyun. "Commander Yu, is there something amiss?" "Chen Han, I need to discuss something with you. Please do not be alarmed. I suspect that this mountain deity might be Xing Bian." Although Yu Wuyun had provided a lead-up, Chen Han remained in stunned silence for quite some time. "Commander Yu, are you suggesting that this wild man is my father?" Chapter 79. This couple only exploits their son. Ahem. After hearing Chen Han's words, Yu Wuyun awkwardly cleared his throat. After all, Chen Xingbian was indeed Chen Han's father, and referring to him as a wild man was rather inappropriate. Although the statue bore a striking resemblance to a savage, Chen Han struggled to believe it, for he had traversed through time with memories from his past life. Thus, even though he had only seen Chen Xinbian a few times during infancy, he still retained a vivid recollection of his father's appearance. The visage of the wild man starkly contrasted with the impression Chen Han had of Chen Xinbian. "Yu Shuai, this statue cannot possibly be my father. The disparity is far too great," Chen Han exclaimed with a click of his tongue. However, Yu Weiyun's tone was resolute. "At that time, you were still young and had scarcely laid eyes on Xinbian. Within the ranks of the 869 Bureau, I spent the most time with him. Though he possessed a patriotic heart, his demeanor was unruly and unrestrained, which I believe explains his current appearance." Yet, as he spoke, Yu Weiyun fell into a prolonged silence, presumably deep in thought. What puzzled him was the notion that if Chen Xinbian truly was the so-called mountain deity, why would he reside in the northern borders, receiving the adoration of numerous exotic beasts? Furthermore, why did he not return to the Great Xia? These questions were laden with enigmas. Yu Weiyun held a profound belief in Chen Xinbian's character, though eccentric. One could not operate within the clandestine 869 Bureau without a sincere heart. Externally, Chen Han remained uncertain. However, considering the black box capable of nullifying star crystals, it seemed there was no other candidate within the Great Xia who could produce star crystal arrows except for Chen Xinbian. At that moment, a sudden remark from Chen Han jolted Yu Weiyun. "Yu Shuai, if the mountain deity truly is my father, do you think he might be here in these mountains?" Yu Weiyun's expression became somewhat animated. To be candid, he had previously doubted the possibility of Chen Xinbian being alive in the northern borders. But the current situation ignited a flicker of hope within him. He immediately commanded, "Chen Han, mobilize all forces to search this mountain range. While ensuring the safety of the Northern Expeditionary Army, do everything possible to locate Xinbian." Chen Han nodded slightly. Presently, the Northern Expeditionary Army was stationed in the city of the Red Wolf Beasts, relatively secure. Regarding the search of the mountain range, around 1,000 personnel would suffice. Unsure if terrifying exotic beasts lurked within, he only deployed 1,000 elite warriors from the Koei character camp and specifically ordered them not to carry any equipment related to star crystals. 1,000 individuals commenced a thorough search along the sprawling mountain range, and soon a day had elapsed. Within the mountains, Chen Han and his team discovered a plethora of those black boxes capable of rendering star crystals ineffective, seemingly strewn across the entire range. It was difficult to fathom the magnitude of such an undertaking. Even Li Qingshi, watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but express his astonishment. The capability to create just one of those black boxes was already a marvel of nature, requiring untold time and intellect. Yet, the mountain deity had produced thousands. Achieving mass production. If possible, I truly wish to invite this mountain deity to join the National Academy of Sciences. Northern Expeditionary Army, I implore you not to harm him. Li Qingshi commented in the chat. Meanwhile, Chen Han felt a headache coming on. After a full day and night of searching, they had yet to uncover a single trace of habitation within the mountains. His father, akin to a burrowing mole, concealed himself in an unknown lair. Fortunately, Lu Zixing arrived with a companion, the valiant young soldier, Luo Feng. It was at this moment that Chen Han discerned Luo Feng's extraordinary talent, a gift known as infinite tracking. While this ability offers little advantage in combat, it proves remarkably beneficial in searches. It is said that he can detect the scent of others from miles away. Chen Han couldn't help but regard Luo Feng with newfound respect. Although his combat skills were modest, individuals endowed with such talents are exceedingly rare within the military. Second Lieutenant Chen, allow me to give it a try. Although the scents in this mountain are numerous and chaotic, I believe I can succeed. Luo Feng beamed with a youthful smile, then activated his infinite tracking ability. To his astonishment, he truly uncovered their location. It was a concealed cave, its surroundings resembling a labyrinth, likely the result of some intricate mechanism or formation. The entrance was obscured with layers of dry wood. Without Luo Feng's guidance, Chen Han and his 1,000 men would have been utterly lost. Chen Han promptly awarded Luo Feng a third-class merit, then cleared the straw covering the cave's entrance. Indeed, traces of habitation were evident within. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over Chen Han. "Everyone, stand back," he bellowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, dark projectiles shot towards Chen Han and his comrades with alarming speed from within the cave. Reacting swiftly, Chen Han brandished his spear, swirling it in a circular motion. Clang, clang, Clang. The air resonated with the sounds of numerous weapons colliding. Thankfully, due to Chen Han's warning and the fact that the men of the Kuei regiment were positioned at a safe distance, they remained unscathed. Once the barrage from the cave ceased, Chen Han took a moment to recover. Upon inspecting the ground, he discovered peculiar flying daggers, their blades serrated and remarkably sharp. Additionally, a dark spot at the tip suggested they were coated in a lethal poison. Cautiously, Chen Han picked up one of the daggers for closer examination. What in the world is this? At that moment, Yu Wuyun initiated a secure communication with Chen Han. If I had any doubt about whether that mountain deity was indeed Xingbian, I am now entirely convinced. This flying dagger array bears your mother's signature. Only your mother in the entire Great Xia has a penchant for these daggers, which she calls the immortal slaying daggers. Immortal slaying daggers. What an audacious claim. Yu Wuyun informed Chen Han that if Chen Xingbian was a marksman and scientist, then Lu Yufeng was a master of hidden weapons and formations. A formation master is a profession that emerged after the resurgence of spiritual energy and the ensuing chaos of the last century. While martial artists can become formation masters, not all formation masters are martial artists, as they employ the principles of the 8 trigrams to ensnare or harm their foes. Lu Yufeng's formation is truly unparalleled throughout the Great Xia, as she was a disciple of Zhang Daoming, the foremost authority on formations from 40 years ago. In the realm of concealed weaponry, Lu Yufeng has also made remarkable contributions, exemplified by the Celestial Slayer flying dagger, should it strike its target. Even a formidable warrior of the martial emperor rank would suffer grievous injuries, had it not been for Chen Han's timely response. The casualties among the thousands in the Kuei character camp would have been catastrophic. Moreover, this only pertains to concealed mechanisms, according to Yu Wuyun. Had the Celestial Slayer flying dagger been launched personally by Lu Yufeng, Chen Han might not have been able to withstand its might. This is precisely why Lu Yufeng audaciously named her unique flying dagger the Celestial Slayer. In Chen Han's memory, Lu Yufeng has always been an exceedingly gentle mother, and he never anticipated this formidable aspect of her character. Gazing at the scattered Celestial Slayer flying daggers around him, Chen Han couldn't help but twitch his lips. This couple certainly has a penchant for putting their son in peril. Chapter 80. The Peculiar Cave. Returning home. At this moment, the elite members of the Kuei character camp were utterly dumbfounded. Ji Yun trembled and asked, "Young Master Chen, what exactly lies within? Perhaps we should refrain from entering." Chen Han hesitated as well. The mechanisms merely for entering the cave were already so formidable, he could hardly imagine what sinister traps awaited inside. After all, this is a dwelling. At that moment, Yu Wuyun communicated once more. "Chen Han, there is no need for concern. The mechanisms Lu Yufeng employs have mostly been demonstrated at the 869 Bureau. I have witnessed many of them. With my command, you may proceed with confidence." There was a resolute assurance in Yu Wuyun's words. Nevertheless, despite it being somewhat a defiance of military orders, Chen Han still inquired, "Commander Yu, are you certain you can manage this?" Inside the command room, Yu Wuyun fell silent for what felt like an eternity. The ensuing silence was deafening. After a prolonged pause, Yu Wuyun finally uttered 2 words, "Go ahead." With over 1,000 individuals being a rather large target, entering the cave posed significant risks. Thus, Chen Han only summoned the familiar Han Yi team to venture inside the cave. He also took along lighting and broadcasting equipment to facilitate Yu Wuyun's command at any moment. The cave appeared quite spacious, equipped with some lighting fixtures, with wires running throughout, though the location of the switches remained unknown. It was evident that these were devices installed by Chen Xing. Given the absence of any human factory in the Northern Territory, producing such components was no small feat for him. Currently, the cave seemed secure enough, yet Chen Han remained quite cautious, proceeding step by step into the depths. Suddenly, Ji Yun let out a piercing scream. "Oh my goodness, it hurts." Chen Han turned to see Ji Yun clutching his foot, writhing in agony on the ground. To his dismay, he noticed that Ji Yun's shoe and the lower half of his trousers appeared to have been scorched away by some substance. One of his legs was swollen and an alarming shade of purplish red. It turned out that Ji Yun had inadvertently stepped into a pool of purplish liquid, which had corroded his shoe and pant leg. The leg appeared as if it had been poisoned. Zhu Ming immediately seized a large blade and exclaimed, "Old Ji, this leg is beyond saving. Cut it off. All of it." His demeanor could easily lead one to suspect he was acting out of personal vendetta. However, Chen Han promptly intervened, for he observed that the poison in Ji Yun's leg showed no signs of spreading. At that moment, Yu Wuyun spoke up. That substance is scientifically known as the purple jute flower poison. Chen Han, I forgot to mention, your mother was also a master of toxins. Yet, the purple jute flower poison is not fatal. It merely induces excruciating burning pain. Here, Yu Wuyan hesitated, his next words seemingly difficult to articulate. Moreover, this toxin temporarily suppresses male hormones, while enhancing female hormones. For women, it poses no significant threat, but for men before Yu Wuyan could finish. Ji Yun's voice confirmed everything. His tone had transformed into a sharp, high-pitched squeal that sent shivers down Chen Han's spine, resembling that of a eunuch. Young Master Chen, it hurts so much. Upon hearing this, the group could no longer contain their laughter. Ha! This is too funny. Old Ji, look at you now. The wheel of fortune turns. Fate spares no one. Ji Yun, this is retribution. Zhu Ming and Zhao Yufei laughed until they doubled over. And even the usually stoic Zhao Linger could not suppress her laughter. Chen Han strained to maintain a serious demeanor, and after regaining his composure, he called for the elite troops outside. Bring Ji Yun out. Yu Wuyan added. Your mother once used the purple jute flower poison during her university days to deal with the suitors surrounding her. His tone was tinged with amusement. However, upon realizing that Lu Yufeng had employed the purple jute flower poison rather than a lethal toxin, Yu Wuyan felt a wave of relief. This indicated that Lu Yufeng had no intention of taking a life. Had she truly set deadly traps, Yu Wuyan would have found it impossible to dismantle them all. The journey ahead became significantly smoother as Chen Han and the others followed Yu Wuyan's lead. Lu Yufeng had left behind two types of formations within the cave, the Witch S4 Gates formation and the Martial Marquis Escape formation. Since the mechanisms within these formations were not lethal, Yu Wuyan confidently guided them forward. Nevertheless, they still encountered minor mishaps along the way. For instance, Zhu Ming's head was swollen to the size of 3 fists after being stung by a peculiar beast, while Zhao Yufei inadvertently inhaled a gas that caused his body to swell. By the end of the ordeal, aside from the higher-ranked Chen Han and Zhao Linger, none remained unscathed. Even Chen Han and Zhao Linger had not completely avoided the traps. It was merely that their martial prowess rendered them immune to the non-lethal toxins set by Lu Yufeng. A dark line formed on Chen Han's forehead as he reflected on his parents, who, in a certain sense, were a match made in heaven. After navigating through these two formations, they finally reached the innermost depths of the cave. Here, darkness enveloped them, devoid of any light. However, as Chen Han activated the lighting device, he beheld 2 silhouettes standing side by side ahead of him. From their forms, it was unmistakably a man and a woman. Even though Chen Han prided himself on his composure, his heart experienced an unusual tumult at this moment. Although he was a transgressor of time, these 2 individuals were, after all, his biological parents. Blood runs thicker than water, and to claim he felt no emotional upheaval would be disingenuous. Chen Han cautiously approached, and as he reached the pair, a voice startled him. In the azure sky, a little white boat sails. I am currently away, please leave a message. The sound of a nostalgic tune from the last century echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these were, in fact, 2 intelligent mechanical puppets. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Chen Xingbian. Chen Han's grip on his weapon tightened, his desire to shatter the mechanical puppets growing stronger. Although he had gained a general understanding of Chen Xingbian from Yu Wuyan, he did not anticipate such peculiarities. Ha! At that moment, Yu Wuyan burst into hearty laughter. Good. Seeing Xingbian like this, I know he has not changed. Chen Han, return. Leave them my message. They should come looking for you. Chen Han was rendered speechless, and could only leave a note. By decree of Marshal Yu, return swiftly to the city of Red Wolf Beasts. He then exited the cave with the Han Yi team, marking the conclusion of the Northern Expedition. The complete annihilation of a monstrous city and the discovery of a vast star crystal mine rendered this victory unparalleled in the annals of new history. As a result of this triumph, the Northern Expeditionary Army would not return directly to the barracks, but instead head towards the capital. At this moment, Chen Han was unaware that along the route back to the capital, 600 million citizens of the Great Xia had spontaneously formed welcoming parties, their numbers extending for hundreds of miles. Within the capital, the 24 highest authorities of the Privy Council were already preparing for the conferral ceremony. The city was abuzz, as discussions among the populace centered around the youngest marquis in the history of their realm. Chapter 81, The Young Prodigy, the Champion Marquis. As the Northern Expeditionary Army entered the Tontian Wall, they did not advance far before encountering the welcoming figures of the populace. The nation's celebration was no mere exaggeration. For the first time in a century, humanity had boldly launched an offensive against the beasts and achieved a resounding victory. This was of monumental significance. Undoubtedly, Chen Han was at the forefront of the ranks, with even Marshal Yu Wuyun positioned behind him. Chen Han, you are incredible. Chen Han, I adore you. Having only seen him online before, witnessing him in person was indeed a revelation of a youthful genius. The citizens, in a continuous stream, welcomed Chen Han with jubilant cheers. Unaccustomed to such adulation, he could only smile and wave. The entire Northern Expeditionary Army appeared elated. After all, while Chen Han bore the brunt of the accolades, they too could partake in the celebratory atmosphere and receive the gratitude of the people. The only one who appeared truly dejected was undoubtedly General Yu Wuyun. Despite the significant achievements of this northern expedition, it was marred by grave losses. The lives of 300,000 soldiers weighed heavily on his heart, rendering any joy impossible to attain. Nevertheless, over the years, he had cultivated an impeccable reputation, and as he traversed the land, not a single citizen cast blame upon him. On the contrary, the populace expressed sentiments such as, "General Yu, my son did not bring you shame, did he? I saw him on the screen. He showed no cowardice. General Yu, do not be disheartened. My eldest son performed admirably, slaying 2 monstrous beasts. He has earned his keep. I have a younger son as well, and I shall send him to enlist next year. Commander Yu, my son also upheld his honor." Upon hearing these words, the foremost general of the great Xia, Yu Wuyun, could not restrain his tears. He would have preferred the townsfolk to hurl accusations at him, as such would have been less painful to bear. He understood well that war exacts a toll on lives. He had witnessed the grim realities of death throughout the tumultuous times he endured. Even amidst the loss of 30,000 souls on the battlefield, he maintained his composure. Yet, he felt utterly ashamed to face these common folk after the conflict. Yu Wuyun cried out, "Fellow villagers, I have failed you. You entrusted your children to me, many of whom were only sons, and I could not bring them back. It is my fault." Standing at the forefront, Chen Han was deeply moved by this scene. He believed that Yu Wuyun was not at fault. The intelligence regarding the North was woefully inadequate, and no one anticipated the convergence of so many monstrous beasts forming a civilization. Scattered exploration was indeed the optimal strategy to minimize casualties. While it was inevitable that Yu Wuyun would face repercussions, his position as commander should never be revoked. Under the enthusiastic welcome of the nation's citizens, the Northern Expeditionary Forces advanced towards a grand city ahead. This city, resplendent with gilded exteriors and towering skyscrapers, was at least twice the size of the primary city, Hanwu City. This was none other than the present capital of Great Xia, the imperial city of Dongdi. It was Chen Han's first visit to Dongdi City, and remarkably, the entire populace of the capital gathered to celebrate his triumph. Release. Suddenly, a voice echoed from atop the city walls. In response, the skies above the imperial city erupted with a dazzling display of fireworks, radiant and multicolored. Welcome the Northern Expeditionary Hero, Lieutenant Chen Han, into the city. With the Northern Army numbering 70 to 80,000, not all could enter the city. Thus, only special operations teams and officers of battalion rank and above officially entered Dongdi City. Upon their arrival, the citizens' fervor surpassed that of the outskirts. Although Dongdi City was vast, every street and alley was teeming with people. Many had traveled great distances merely to catch a glimpse of Chen Han. According to the reception staff, the venue for honoring the Northern Expeditionary Hero was the Yulong Terrace in Dongdi City. Yulong Terrace stands as the highest point in the Eastern Imperial City, a locale typically reserved for significant state affairs, where the 24 Privy Council members convene. Chen Han's prominence is remarkable, for all 24 of the highest authorities will be in attendance. It is worth noting that such an assembly has not occurred in nearly a decade. Upon hearing this news, Yu Wuyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he patted Chen Han's shoulder, exclaiming, "Goodness! It has been quite some time since the old fogies of the Privy Council have been so generous. It must be that old relic, Emperor Qingtian, is preparing to bestow a noble title upon you." Given that Yu Wuyun holds a seniority greater than that of Emperor Qingtian, he felt emboldened to refer to him in such a manner, despite being ranked 5th. The prospect of his most cherished protege receiving a noble title was the most joyous occasion for Yu Wuyun since the Northern Expedition, prompting him to instruct Chen Han to depart first and change into appropriate attire. As Chen Han observed Yu Wuyun's retreating figure, he felt somewhat perplexed. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Grand Hall of Yulong Terrace. This magnificent structure boasts over 100 floors, with the summit reaching into the clouds. Reputed to facilitate dialogue with the heavens, thousands of elite Thunder God guards are stationed here, underscoring the grandeur of the location. Upon entering the hall, Chen Han was struck by its opulent decor, adorned with crimson fabrics and resplendent golden embellishments. The 24 highest authorities were arranged in a circular formation, positioned around an elevated dais. As Chen Han surveyed the assembly, he noted the diverse appearances and expressions among them. Some were stout, while others were slender, yet all exuded an imposing presence. Curiously, some among them were not martial artists but still radiated an extraordinary aura. The sole commonality among them was the purple dragon robes they donned, intricately embroidered with symbols of the Great Xia civilization, though the number of dragons depicted diminished with their rank. Among them stood General Yu, clad in a robe adorned with 6 dragons, who greeted Chen Han with a warm smile. It became clear that the change of attire he had mentioned referred to this occasion. After all, he was not only the supreme commander of the 3 armies, but also one of the highest authorities within the Privy Council, uniquely rising through the ranks solely based on military merit, devoid of any personal wealth. At that moment, the first to speak was an elderly gentleman clad in a 9-dragon robe, positioned at the center of the hall. "Lieutenant Chen Han, please take a seat." Undoubtedly, this was Emperor Qingtian. Confronted by the figures he typically observed only during significant celebrations on screens, Chen Han adopted a more solemn demeanor and gradually took his seat. Subsequently, Emperor Qingtian continued, "Chen Han, do you understand why we have gathered here at Yulong Terrace to meet with you?" Chen Han slowly shook his head. Following this, Emperor Qingtian issued a command, "Commence." No sooner had his words fallen than the ceiling of Yulong Terrace began to slowly open, revealing a breathtaking expanse of the starry cosmos above. The sight of the brilliant galaxy was utterly enchanting, particularly at the altitude of Yulong Terrace, which made one feel as though they were immersed within the celestial river, spellbound by its beauty. No wonder it is said that Yulong Terrace can connect with the heavens. At this moment, the lights of the entire Yulong platform suddenly extinguished, leaving only the radiance of the Milky Way cascading upon Chen Han. Emperor Qingtian abruptly spoke, "Lieutenant Chen Han, during the northern expedition, you valiantly shot down the Dragon River's beasts, aiding the army in crossing the river. You shattered the eagle-eyed giant stone array with your fierce combat prowess. You outsmarted the Red Wolf Beast army, annihilating the city of the Red Wolf Beasts, locating the star crystal veins, and executed a swift 800-mile assault, decapitating the Red Wolf Beast leader. Heaven bears witness, and the sun and moon attest to this. Today, the 24 ruling figures of our Great Xia unanimously vote to bestow upon you, Lieutenant Chen Han, the title of Champion Marquis for your unparalleled wisdom and bravery that surpasses all others." Chapter 82. An Extraordinary Commendation. The rights to Mindstar Crystals? The title of Marquis, which Emperor Qingtian has procured for Chen Han, is none other than that of Champion Marquis. In truth, the title of Champion Marquis has existed since ancient times. The most renowned was the legendary General Hua Zubing, who was conferred the title for his valor. However, despite the long-standing nature of this title, suitable candidates have been exceedingly rare. Primarily, it requires significant military achievements. Currently, there are a total of 24 marquises in the Great Xia, and only half of them have attained their titles through monumental military feats. The other half comprises political luminaries, such as those who have retired from supreme power, receiving their titles posthumously after enduring long years of service. Candidates of Chen Han's caliber are scarce, with only a handful to be counted on one hand. In truth, only the imperial paragons Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun could be compared to him. Furthermore, there is the matter of age. Among the 24 marquises, the youngest is Han Haoren, who was bestowed his title at the age of 50, making him the first Marquis of the Great Xia. The Champion Marquis Hua Zubing exemplifies the archetype of youthful heroes, with an ideal age not exceeding 25. This criterion effectively disqualifies nearly all potential candidates for the Marquisate. Therefore, although the title of Champion Marquis has long been available, no one has been able to bear its weight. Chen Han, at under 20 years of age, possesses military merits that rival the might of the empire, having pursued and slain the enemy leader across 800 miles, shaking the entire army. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Only Chen Han is worthy of the title of Champion Marquis. Ha ha ha, what a splendid Champion Marquis. Yu Wuyun laughed heartily, his exuberance surpassing even that of Chen Han. almost forgetting the responsibility he bore for the failure of the northern expedition. At that moment, Emperor Qingtian suddenly produced a ring. The ring was entirely black, seemingly crafted from a unique metal reminiscent of the material used in the tip of the Overlord's spear. Embedded within the ring was a star crystal weighing several grams. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the star crystal bore the inscription of a few small characters. Champion Marquis. This ring is a distinctive identity ring assigned to marquises, and Yu Wuyun possesses one as well. Currently, within the entire Great Xia, only the family of Emperor Qingtian holds the technology to mine star crystals, and only they can inscribe characters on the surface of star crystals while controlling their energy. Thus, this ring is truly one of a kind. As the Emperor descended from the platform, his address to Chen Han transformed. Champion Marquis Chen Han, you are hereby conferred. Chen Han saluted with military decorum, then reverently accepted the Champion Marquis ring from the Emperor's hands. The Emperor spoke slowly. Chen Han, from this day forth, you shall be the 25th Marquis Champion of the Great Xia. I hope you will venture forth to conquer the realms and make further contributions to our great nation. Yes, Chen Han replied resolutely. This was merely the conferral. The subsequent rewards for Chen Han were yet to unfold. Firstly, in terms of military rank, Chen Han's second lieutenant title astonishingly leaped 3 tiers, elevating him directly to major. Once again, he shattered records in the annals of military history. Each ascension in rank from second lieutenant necessitated an accumulation of countless military achievements. The higher one climbs, the greater the accomplishments required. The military does not elevate ranks without just cause. A major typically signifies a genuine level of command within the armed forces. Moreover, the members of the Cold Knight Squad also witnessed their ranks rise by 2 levels. In addition to the elevation of ranks, substantial material rewards were bestowed. The soldiers of the Cold Knight Squad, who served in the Quasi-Character Battalion, received a copious amount of Qi blood essence, an invaluable prize. Furthermore, they were granted the opportunity for a body modification procedure, disregarding cost, akin to the internal enhancements undergone by Qi Hu. Yet, beyond these accolades, Chen Han was awarded a prize that left the entire assembly astounded. It appeared that the Emperor had not previously informed the other dignitaries about this reward, hence the shock that rippled through the high platform. This remarkable reward was the right to extract 10% of the Great Xia's star crystal mine. While it may sound fantastical, in reality, only the Emperor's family possesses the authority to mine the star crystal deposits. In simpler terms, this means that Chen Han will receive 10% of the star crystals extracted from the northern mines. Do not be misled into thinking that this 10% is insignificant. According to the regulations of the Great Xia, all star crystal mines fall under state ownership. Thus, 60% of the star crystals are allocated to the national treasury. The remaining 40% is easily procured by various families through barter methods to acquire these precious star crystals from the mines. This practice has resulted in the accumulation of star crystals among the prominent families. After all, the economic lifeblood of the entire Great Xia is controlled by these families. For instance, the Chen family possesses countless factories in Hanwu City, permeating all aspects of life in the city. Industries in the capital city are similarly dominated by these families. To prevent the hoarding of resources and the potential collapse of the Great Xia's economy, the system of exchanging goods for star crystals was established. Ultimately, however, these exchanged items serve to enrich the national treasury, ultimately benefiting the citizens of the Great Xia. From this, it is evident that star crystals are not only a source of energy, but, more significantly, the true economic lifeline compared to mere currency. This elucidates why the sole entity possessing the technology for mining star crystals, the Imperial Qi Tian, has ascended to become the preeminent power in the Great Xia. Essentially, the star crystals are regarded as state property. Yet, Imperial Qi Tian has allocated 10% of the star crystals for private ownership by Chen Han. This reward is nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, the expressions of the various supreme powers of the Great Xia fluctuated between joy and despair, despite their clandestine offerings. None could procure even a fraction of a % of the star crystal mining rights from Imperial Qi Tian. Only Chen Han appears to be uniquely favored. Of course, this generosity does not come without strings attached. Imperial Qi Tian is well versed in the intricacies of power. This reward serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it aims to encourage Chen Han to discover more star crystal mines in the Northern Territory. The more mines he unearths, the more secure the position of the Great Xia's foremost power becomes. On the other hand, The star crystal mines in the north are less secure than those in the south, and by bestowing such benefits upon Chen Han, he is more likely to exert himself in their protection. While he may not regard Chen Han as a successor with the same fervor as Yu Wuyun, this method of winning hearts is certainly straightforward. Thank you. This transaction is quite advantageous for Chen Han, who naturally accepted it. Imperial Qi Tian, pleased with the outcome, continued. In your honor, a grand banquet has been organized at Yulong Terrace today. Go and enjoy yourselves. Your Northern Expeditionary Army has toiled for several days. It is time for some well-deserved relaxation. Chen Han hesitated, yet he did not wish to leave. He said, I wish to stay and hear about your handling of Marshal Yu. The accolades for Chen Han had concluded. Thus, what could transpire in this place would only pertain to the punishment of the Great Xia's foremost marshal, the fifth supreme power. Imperial Qi Tian cast a glance at Chen Han, ultimately nodding in agreement for him to remain. Yu Wuyun, as the foremost marshal of the Great Xia, your misjudgment has led to the entrapment of 400,000 troops in the northern expedition, resulting in the loss of 300,000 soldiers. Your crimes warrant the removal of all your positions, demoting you to a commoner. Chapter 83, The Chen Family. Mere rabble. To be demoted to commoner. Upon hearing these 4 words, Chen Han was momentarily taken aback. He had believed that despite Yu Wuyun's grave errors, he had served the Great Xia throughout his life and sacrificed all of his sons, having lost his wife in middle age and his sons in his later years. Even if he had no merits, he certainly bore the weight of toil. Furthermore, he was a significant contributor to quelling the dark turmoil. A demotion could be reasonable, with retained retirement benefits, yet he never anticipated being reduced to a commoner. Chen Han instantly felt compelled to speak. Before he could utter a word, however, Yu Wuyun burst into laughter. Ha! Good. Very well. Being demoted to a commoner is not so bad. I can finally be a pure warrior like Howren. Yu Wuyun swiftly approached Chen Han and patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. The implication was that Chen Han, having just been elevated to the status of Duke Champion, should not stir trouble for this old man. Besides, he had weathered the storms for the Great Xia for most of his life. In contemporary times, following in the footsteps of Han Howren may not be devoid of merit. Years ago, Han Howren ventured into the northern territories after relinquishing his military position and descending to the status of a commoner, only to confront the creatures of the Forbidden Zone. Beneath the starlit sky, the silhouette of a youth shone brilliantly, while that of an elder appeared exceedingly desolate. At that moment, the Emperor Qingtian unexpectedly spoke. Old Yu, do not be so hasty to depart. The demise of the 30,000 troops in the northern expedition, though a grave error, is mitigated by the triumph of your personally chosen successor, coupled with the merits you have established over the years. Even the gravest of faults may be overlooked. Following deliberations by the 24th Privy Council, it was decided that your position as marshal would remain unchanged, though your rank within the council would shift from 5th to 24th. Upon hearing this, both Yu Wuyun and Chen Han, who were poised to leave, visibly relaxed. Yu Wuyun, without hesitation, pointed at Emperor Qingtian and exclaimed, You old fool, why do you speak with such labored breath? Emperor Qingtian chuckled, revealing a surprisingly cordial rapport with Yu Wuyun. The demotion in rank was of little consequence to Yu Wuyun. After all, his role within the 24th Privy Council was largely nominal, and he did not actively engage in political affairs. His inclusion in the council was merely a gesture from above, reflecting their inability to bestow any further titles upon him. This was also a consequence of Chen Han's achievements. Had it not been for Chen Han's resounding victory, Yu Wuyun would undoubtedly have been thrust forward as a scapegoat, unable to face the public. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han realized his concern was unwarranted. The emperor's handling of the situation was quite understandable. As the foremost authority of the Great Xia, his duty was to maintain equilibrium. Among the 3 marshals in the army, Yu Wuyun, Zhongguo, and Ouyangquan, only Yu Wuyun represented the commoner's interests. Moreover, more than half of the 24 highest powers in Great Xia aligned themselves with familial factions. The ability to stand with the commoners was largely due to Yu Wuyun's influence. Should Yu Wuyun truly step down, all factions in both political and military spheres would inevitably gravitate towards the families, irrevocably shattering this delicate balance. Emperor Qingtian was loath to witness such an occurrence. Thus, even if Yu Wuyun were to resign voluntarily, he would never acquiesce. Those who ascend to such heights are not devoid of discernment. Chen Han felt a sense of relief and proceeded to the banquet. In celebration of the Northern Expedition's victory, many prominent figures had gathered in the capital, and the Yulong Terrace was entirely reserved across 3 floors. A plethora of exquisite delicacies adorned the venue. Yet, amidst the grandeur of the feast and the presence of illustrious guests, there was but one true protagonist. Congratulations to the champion marquis. To the champion marquis. I raised my glass. As soon as Chen Han descended the stairs, countless dignitaries approached him, raising their glasses in salute. Chen Han had undeniably become the focal point of the banquet. Wherever he went, he was greeted with toasts. Although his current military rank and position were not particularly high, he was nonetheless the 25th Marquis of Great Xia, and more importantly, the champion marquis. It is apparent to all that Chen Han possesses boundless potential for the future. Even certain families from the capital have begun preparations to introduce suitors to him. Champion Lord, as a prodigious youth, do you currently have a suitable match? Champion Lord, I have a daughter, 18 years of age, whose beauty rivals that of the most exquisite flowers. She would be a perfect match for you. Many enchanting ladies cast flirtatious glances at Chen Han. Zhao Linger observed this all too well, and without realizing it, she crushed the wine glass in her hand. Ji Yun felt that at this moment, Zhao Linger resembled a ferocious beast, yet she could not suppress her sharp tongue. Instructor Zhao, we are the rightful queens here. Please calm your fury. Little Yun's performance was as stellar as ever, but Zhao Linger refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, she flung a small vial of violet poison, which she had brought back from the northern realm, right onto Ji Yun's face. The pain was immediate, causing Ji Yun to writhe in agony. Do not speak recklessly. I am merely concerned that Chen Han might overindulge in alcohol tonight, and his kidneys may suffer. Zhao Linger gritted her teeth, enunciating every word. Only Zhao Yufei wore a foolish expression. How could drinking harm the kidneys? Isn't it the liver that suffers? Chen Han made his way from the first level of the banquet to the third, yet the enthusiasm of the crowd showed no sign of waning. However, at this juncture, he encountered a few individuals he wished to avoid. The venerable ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Muhu, and the current head of the family, Chen Shiming. It was evident that the two were uninvited guests at today's celebration. Now, they shamelessly accepted toasts from various families at the banquet. You are the esteemed ancestor Chen Muhu, and I recall that the champion lord is one of your kin. Your family has truly produced an exceptional descendant, proclaimed Chen Shiming. Indeed, we must foster closer ties between our families in the future. With a champion lord emerging from your clan, you must look after us. Chen Muhu shamelessly asserted, naturally. This champion lord owes much to our careful cultivation in the Chen family. Otherwise, such achievements would be unattainable. Chen Shiming chimed in, exactly. When Chen Han was in our family, we devoted all our resources to nurture him. Our family has truly endured hardships. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Han's mouth. Having consumed a few cups of liquor, these two seemed oblivious to their own identities. Chen Han glanced around and soon sent 2 wine bottles flying, striking both Chen Shiming and Chen Muhu on the back of their heads before they could react. A loud thud echoed throughout the hall, plunging it into silence. Who dared to act? Do you not know I am the rightful heir of the champion lord? Before Chen Shiming could finish his sentence, he turned to see Chen Han, and both he and Chen Mu turned pale with fright. Xiao Han, why have you come here? Chen Han replied coldly, address me as champion lord. He then surveyed the crowd and declared, listen well, I have severed all ties with the Han Wu Chen family. My accomplishments are entirely my own and bear no relation to the Chen family. From this day forth, I stand alone, in the realm of the Han Wu Chen family. They are nothing more than common folk. Chapter 84. The Crimson Mecha. The 8-gate type, 3 laser cannons. The actions of Chen Muhu and Chen Shiming are utterly repugnant. The Chen family has never bestowed even a fraction of their resources upon Chen Han. Yet now that he has emerged as the champion, they audaciously claim his success as their own. However, Chen Han sees through the true nature of these elders. His 2 statements resonated profoundly among the prominent figures in the capital, conveying 2 significant messages. The first delivered a resounding slap to the face of the Chen family. The more boastful Chen Muhu and Chen Shiming became, the heavier the blow they received. From this point onward, Chen Han's return to the Chen family is implausible. He must forge his own lineage, severing all ties with the ancestral legacy of the Chen family. The second message was even more terrifying. To refer to the Chen family as common folk signifies that Chen Han has not only severed all relations with them, but likely harbors enmity towards them as well. This serves as a warning to the families present. Any association with the Chen family would mean opposing him, the champion. How could the families that have ascended to prominence in the capital fail to grasp the underlying implications of Chen Han's words? From this day forward, it seems that not only those families seeking to ally with the Chen family, but even those already closely connected to them must sever all ties. No one wishes to offend a champion in his prime. Chen Mu-hu and Chen Shiming appeared pale, having merely come to enjoy a meal and boast. Yet they found themselves cornered by Chen Han. Chen Shiming, initially contemplating a plea for mercy, was met with the weapons of Chen Han's guards aimed at his head. The champion's orders are clear: be gone at once. Should they delay further, the guards would undoubtedly execute them on the spot. With their tails tucked between their legs, the two fled in disgrace. Chen Han refrained from annihilating them or obliterating the Chen family because he had received news about Chen Xingbian and Liu Yufeng. Once he locates his parents, he will settle the score with the Chen family. As he watched the two retreat, a subtle smile graced Chen Han's lips as he ushered his sister, Chen Shui, forward. Remember, esteemed guests, my family currently consists of just 2 members, myself and my sister, Chen Shui. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in flattery. Indeed, the sister of the champion. She is truly a petite and charming beauty. Nonsense. She is undeniably poised and spirited. She is destined to become a formidable general on the battlefield. Laughter and praise flushed Chen Shui's cheeks with a rosy hue. Having long been unnoticed in the Chen family, she shyly clutched the hem of Chen Han's garment and murmured, "Brother, I feel a bit embarrassed." Yet Chen Han reassured her. "Shui, hold your head high. You are now the sister of the champion. There is no need to bow your head any longer. Stand proud." Upon hearing these words, Chen Shui felt a surge of pride and joy, her smile blossoming in response to the crowd's admiration. The banquet proceeded as usual. Chen Mu-hu and Chen Shiming were but mere clowns, unable to stir any significant turmoil. As the evening wore on, the family members surrounding Chen Han gradually dispersed. At that moment, an elderly gentleman quietly approached. Chen Han looked up and was surprised to see Li Qingshi, the head of the national pharmaceutical industry. Li Qingshi did not offer a toast. Instead, he scratched his head and said, "Champion Ho, I apologize for not engaging in conversation earlier, as I am not particularly fond of drinking." Chen Han found the words of this unpretentious scientist amusing. It was evident that someone so dedicated to research was ill-equipped to navigate such social situations, perhaps influenced by the knowledge that Chen Xingbian was a scientist. Chen Han had developed a certain fondness for scientists, prompting him to say, "Mr. Li, if you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak openly." Li Qingshi replied candidly, "To be frank, Champion Ho, your visits to the capital are likely infrequent. So I would like to invite you to the national pharmaceutical industry to provide guidance on our work." Guidance for the national pharmaceutical industry? Chen Han felt somewhat bewildered. His ability to concoct potions relied entirely on the enhancement of the apothecary god physique, which fundamentally differed from the methods employed by the national pharmaceutical industry. The apothecary god physique merely required materials from exotic beasts to directly produce potions, while the national pharmaceutical industry had numerous procedures to follow before they could create a vial of qi and blood elixir. It was not that Chen Han was unwilling to go. Rather, he genuinely lacked understanding of scientific principles. Just as he contemplated declining, Li Qingshi, seemingly anticipating his response, hurriedly presented Chen Han with an invitation. Upon glancing at the invitation, Chen Han noticed it prominently stated, "New Generation Red Divine Mecha Launch Event." Li Qingshi explained, "Rest assured, I will not let you make a trip in vain. This is an invitation to the launch event for the New Generation Mecha organized by the National Academy of Sciences, and the slots are extremely limited. It holds considerable value." To entice Chen Han to provide guidance, this earnest scientist resorted to a form of bribery. According to Li Qingshi, the Red Divine Mecha was unlike any currently available on the market, representing the latest model. It could reach a height of 15 meters. Moreover, the entire mecha was constructed from a cutting-edge memory alloy, significantly enhancing conductivity and sensitivity compared to older models. Most impressively, this mecha could be equipped with a tri-type laser cannon powered by star crystals, capable of mounting up to 8 units. What does this imply? It suggests that if the Red Divine Mecha could be mass-produced, the military might no longer require artillery battalions, as this mecha could not only engage in combat, but also serve as a platform for the tri-type laser cannons. Of course, this was unlikely, as the current production costs of the mecha were exorbitant. Furthermore, the quantity of star crystals consumed by 8 tri-type laser cannons was not insignificant. making complete mass production nearly impossible. Nonetheless, this was enough to drive many top-tier manipulators into a frenzy. With the Red Divine Mecha, the combat capabilities on the battlefield would be vastly superior to those of the older models. Although Chen Han lacked manipulative talent, he recalled discussions between Ji Yun and Zhu Ming about purchasing a mecha upon their first encounter with the colossal machines. Chen Han naturally agreed, as a mech requires only one operator, yet significantly enhances the overall combat capability of the Cold Knight team. Previously, it was indeed from atop the mech that Chen Han successfully cleared out the elite forces surrounding the Red Wolf Beast Lord. The thought of equipping it with 8 Type 3 laser cannons was almost beyond imagination. Chen Han felt a surge of excitement, and thus consented, as guiding the work did not necessarily mean altering the national pharmaceutical formula, presenting no major issues. When Chen Han conveyed the news to the entire Cold Knight team, the members' expressions were filled with exhilaration, particularly Zhu Ming, who was positively jubilant. This night was destined to be sleepless. The release event was set to commence at 8 in the morning, prompting the Cold Knight team to rise early and head towards the venue. Even before entering the event hall, they caught sight of the mech's impressive form. The venue itself stood only 8 meters tall, yet the towering red god mechs in the center reached a staggering height of 15 meters. The mechs loomed majestically, their imposing frames adorned with a vibrant red coating and engraved with numerous pentagrams, each shouldering 4 Type 3 laser cannons. Chapter 85. Competing with the champion? Do you possess such strength? Is that the red god mech? Zhu Ming's eyes sparkled with fervor, brimming with an intense passion. For a man, the allure of mechs is undeniable. This sentiment is even more pronounced for those gifted with the ability to directly operate them. Encountering such a remarkable sight naturally ignited a desire to possess it. At that moment, Zhu Ming suddenly produced a bank card from within his pocket, wrapped meticulously in multiple layers. He handed the card to Chen Han, saying, "Captain Chen, without further ado, all my savings are on this card. I hope it conveys my heartfelt intent." Ji Yun could not resist teasing him. "Oh, the stingy one is splurging today. How much could possibly be on that card?" To Ji Yun's astonishment, Zhu Ming replied, "Including all my military rewards since enlisting, it's roughly 30 million. Ji Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Ming, who typically refrained from indulgence in food or clothing, had managed to save up such a substantial amount. While 30 million might fall short of purchasing a mech, it still constituted a significant fortune. Observing this, Zhao Ling'er also produced her bank card, stating, "I have 5 million as well." Concurrently, Zhao Yufei revealed his card, declaring, "I have 8 million. Indeed, the leanest camel is larger than the most robust horse." Zhao Ling'er, having fought on the battlefield for many years, found accumulating 5 million to be a feasible endeavor. Both Zhao Yufei and Zhu Ming, like Chen Han, were among the less favored in their families. Before enlisting, Chen Han could scarcely muster 2,000 yuan. Yet, the funds they presented were all in the millions. Of course, there was another who shared Chen Han's plight. The group turned their attention to Ji Yun, who, to their surprise, appeared utterly flustered and hastily emptied his pockets. "Do not judge me by appearances, for my pockets are cleaner than my face." Ji Yun is not truly lacking in wealth. Rather, his resources are primarily allocated to the establishment. Yet, Chen Han has not genuinely accepted the funds from several individuals. With a 10% stake in the mining rights of the North Star Crystal, his financial prowess alone is sufficient to rival the esteemed families of the capital. As the Han Yi team entered the venue, they were met with numerous congratulations. "Congratulations to the champion Marquis Chen Han on your resounding victory in the Northern Expedition." Overnight, Chen Han's name had echoed throughout the imperial city, becoming a household name. However, a portion of the attendees regarded him with caution. What brings the champion Marquis here? Could it be for the Red Divine Mecha? These individuals were predominantly those endowed with manipulation abilities, undoubtedly drawn by the impending release of the Red Divine Mecha. Li Qingshi had mentioned that the opportunities to attend this release event were exceedingly limited, especially in the capital, ensuring that those present were not only affluent, but also of high status. Among them were 5 petite girls from the giant team. Chen Han was somewhat taken aback until Zhao Ling'er whispered in his ear, "It seems that Sister Shirin's family holds considerable renown in the capital." Enlightenment dawned upon Chen Han. It was no wonder these 5 girls could afford mechas. Upon spotting Chen Han, Zhang Shirin promptly approached to greet him. "Champion Marquis, have you taken the time to attend today's release event?" Chen Han smiled gently. "Indeed, I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance with the mecha last time. During the pursuit of the Red Wolf beast leader in the north, had it not been for the giant team's generous loan of the mecha, their success might not have been so assured. That was a minor matter. However, I shall not yield my claim on today's mecha. Zhang Shirin playfully waved her diminutive fist, as if to challenge Chen Han. Please, everyone, take your seats. At that moment, the host of the event approached with measured steps. I trust each of you has come today with the anticipation of the Red Divine Mecha. I must candidly admit that this mecha is the culmination of a decade's worth of breakthroughs by the research team of the Great Xia Academy of Sciences. With this declaration, a grand curtain was drawn back, revealing the Red Divine Mecha at the center of the venue. According to the host, there are 3 sets of the Red Divine Mecha available for sale today. While the materials used in all 3 mechas are largely similar, their performance differs. For instance, they can be categorized into low, medium, and high-performance configurations. Performance specifications aside, the most critical aspect is the distinct laser cannons that accompany each mecha. The shortest Red Divine Mecha can only mount 4 cannons, while the 12-meter-tall variant can accommodate 6. Only the 15-meter-tall version can support 8 cannons and boasts the highest performance. Naturally, the prices will vary accordingly. The host's presentation stirred excitement among the attendees, as the specifications of these Red Divine Mechas surpassed those of the previous generation by a significant margin, especially the 15-meter-tall Red Divine Mecha. It is capable of withstanding approximately 300,000 kilograms of force, nearly equivalent to a strike from a martial sovereign-level powerhouse. Individuals like Chen Han, with their extraordinary abilities, are not included in this category. Most who have just attained the martial sovereign rank possess only around 300,000 to 400,000 kilograms of strength. It is worth noting that the giant mech is already among the elite of mechs, yet it can only endure forces of about 100,000 kilograms. It is no wonder that the audience, upon hearing this introduction, reacted with such fervor. Observing their response, the host appeared quite pleased and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us speak candidly. In the development of the Red God Mech, the coffers of the Great Xia have invested substantial funds into our project research team, and our researchers have expended immense effort. Now, it is time to recoup some of that investment. Thus, we shall auction these 3 mechs. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. Typically, newly developed mechs are sold at fixed prices, yet the unprecedented Red God Mech is being auctioned, which took many by surprise. However, this decision is not entirely unfathomable, as only 3 units exist, and the venue accommodates hundreds of attendees, making fixed pricing impractical. The first mech to be auctioned is, astonishingly, the 15-meter-tall Red God Mech. Its starting bid is not insignificant, commencing at a whopping 100 million. Ladies and gentlemen, without discussing the production costs of the mech, many of you, having served in the military, are aware of the price of the Type 3 laser cannon. Therefore, the base price for the Red God Mech is set at 100 million, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10 million. The Type 3 laser cannon, exclusively supplied to the military, is known to cost around 30 million each, as far as Chen Han knows. Thus, the base price of 100 million is, in reality, a loss-making endeavor. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, Chen Han boldly raised the price of the Red God Mech to a staggering figure, 200 kilograms of star crystal. He declared nonchalantly. This proclamation sent a collective gasp through the crowd. In the capital, for significant transactions, it is common to use star crystals as currency. The price of 1 kilogram of star crystal is approximately equivalent to 5 million. Therefore, 200 kilograms amounts to a staggering 1 billion. This can be deemed excessively affluent. Who would dare to raise the bid in such a manner? Most individuals, who initially intended to speak, instinctively lowered their heads. Some among them wished to protest, only to be swiftly restrained by those beside them. Competing with the champion marquis in terms of financial prowess, do you possess such capability? Among the audience, there were those privy to the insider information. One such individual was a balding middle-aged man. Chen Han recalled encountering him at yesterday's banquet. His name seemed to be Zheng Hui. At the banquet, Zheng Hui had followed him like a sycophant, lavishing praise from start to finish, leaving Chen Han with a vague impression of him. His family operates a hotel business in the capital, and it is quite substantial. Zheng Hui addressed the crowd. You may not yet be aware, but when the champion marquis was conferred yesterday, that esteemed individual from the 24th Privy Council granted him a 10% mining right to the Northern Star crystal mines. you may not fully grasp the concept of a 10% mining right. To elucidate, a star crystal vein yields approximately 50 tons of mining output per month. This translates to the champion, Ho, acquiring 5,000 kilograms of star crystals each month. Upon hearing this, the crowd was further astounded. 1 kilogram of star crystals equates to 5 million. Thus, 5,000 kilograms amounts to over 100 billion. Moreover, the conversion between star crystals and currency is not as straightforward as it seems. For instance, the star crystal veins in the Great Xia are limited in supply to various families. This implies that when these families are in desperate need of star crystal reserves, the prices will inevitably soar. Take the current situation as an example. Due to the northern expedition, Yu Weiyun has confiscated the majority of star crystals from various families. Initially, 1 kilogram of star crystals could be exchanged for approximately 3 million. In less than a month, the price has nearly doubled. The current 5 million is not even the ceiling. It is entirely possible for it to rise to 6 million. The 5,000 kilograms of star crystals represent the relentless efforts of countless families over many years to amass such reserves. While Chen Han is able to acquire this quantity each month, it is no wonder he boldly proposes 200 kilograms of star crystals. To him, it is but a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated, no longer daring to compete with Chen Han. He truly has a mine at home. A star crystal mine. No less. Even Zhang Shirin could not help but chuckle wryly. Chen Han, your power is overwhelming. I concede. I will forfeit this mech. But the other two you must not seize. Chen Han nodded nonchalantly, as his intent was merely to procure the Red Divine mech for the Cold Night team. 1 unit suffices. 300 kilograms of star crystals. Just then, a voice emerged from behind Chen Han. Clearly, the 200 kilograms of star crystals is not the upper limit for this Red Divine mech. Those present are all notable figures from the capital, and it is impossible that they would refrain from competing with Chen Han entirely. Chen Han turned to look, and the speaker was a young man with yellow hair, dressed in opulent designer attire. Zhao Yufei, well acquainted with the capital, explained to Chen Han. This young man is named Ma Jing, hailing from the Ma family in the capital. The Ma family is formidable. If Chen Han possesses a mine, the Ma family possesses a bank. In contemporary Great Xia, star crystals, a high-end hard currency, are state-owned. However, banks are different. While half of the shares remain with the state, the other half is held by various families. The Ma family holds shares in several large banks. In the capital, they rank among the foremost families. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Han sensed that Ma Jing did not seem to approach him for fair competition, but rather with a personal vendetta. Chen Han felt perplexed, as this was his first visit to the capital, making it unlikely for him to have made enemies. Not only did Ma Jing raise his bid, but he also approached Chen Han, stating, Champion Ho, while others may fear you, I, Ma Jing, do not. Do not think that just because you hold a title, you can act with impunity in the capital. In our capital, with so many families and a rich history spanning numerous years, do you have any foundation here? Ma Jing's attitude caused Chen Han to furrow his brow slightly. Zheng Hui, noticing the tension between the two, seized the opportunity to flatter Chen Han and quickly approached him. He elucidated the situation. Champion Ho, didn't General you recently eliminate a family in the capital? That family is closely related to the Ma clan. Chen Han suddenly understood. It was indeed a mess left by General Yu, which explained Ma Jing's hostility towards him. However, given that this was an auction, a matter of fair competition, Chen Han had no desire to dwell on his grievances with Ma Jing. 1,000 kilograms of star crystal. Chen Han boldly raised the bid to 1,000 kilograms. A display of audacity that left the host momentarily speechless. In most cases, bids involving star crystals are typically increased by single digits. Yet here was Chen Han, escalating the bid by hundreds. 100 kilograms equates to 500 million. Thus, Chen Han's increase amounted to a staggering 45 billion. Truly extravagant. In all my time in the capital, I had never witnessed someone raise the bid in such a manner. It's impossible to counter. Even if the Ma family has a bank, they cannot convert all their cash into star crystals. Ma Jing's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself utterly powerless. As others remarked, even if his family had financial resources, acquiring star crystals is limited. While the major families are generally not short on funds, they are indeed in need of star crystals. However, Ma Jing, somewhat intoxicated by his rage, retorted, 1,100 kilograms. Seeing Ma Jing truly enraged and prepared to confront Chen Han to the bitter end. Zheng Hui quickly intervened. "Champion Ho, you are magnanimous. Please do not stoop to Ma Jing's level. The Ma family possesses not only vast wealth, but Ma Jing's uncle holds the position of the 22nd highest authority in the Great Xia. The intertwining of politics and business explains Ma Jing's audacity." Nonetheless, Zheng Hui's words fell on deaf ears for Chen Han. 2,000 kilograms of star crystal. Chen Han was not particularly vain, yet today he was determined to compete with Ma Jing. The rationale was straightforward. Ma Jing's animosity towards Chen Han was primarily due to General Yu. Should Chen Han concede here, it would not merely be a loss of face for him. The entire capital would proclaim that General Yu was in the wrong. Ma Jing's animus was not directed at Chen Han himself, but rather at Yu Wuyun, who stood behind him. Hence, Chen Han's bid was exceedingly extravagant. A full 2,000 kilograms of star crystal. Ma Jing trembled with rage, daunted into silence. For the total star crystals he could mobilize from the Ma family amounted to perhaps only 1,500 kilograms. An additional 500 kilograms would necessitate the mobilization of substantial cash reserves, requiring at least a month to accumulate. The most frightening aspect was the realization that Chen Han's minimum bid was merely the Ma family's maximum limit. Suddenly, Ma Jing questioned, "Chen Han, don't get too smug. To my knowledge, you only received your title yesterday. The star crystal vein in the Northern Territories requires at least 2 months to be operationally developed. How could you possibly possess 2,000 kilograms of star crystal?" Subsequently, Ma Jing pointed towards the host on stage, exclaiming, "Our research team from the Great Xia has invested a decade in developing the Red Divine Mech. Are you suggesting we accept a mere promise?" What Ma Jing did not anticipate was the host's earnest and unabashed support for Chen Han. "Greetings, Mr. Ma. This is no trivial matter. The champion Marquis has achieved a resounding victory in the northern frontier, and we in the research team hold him in high esteem. Our development of the Red Divine Mech is not solely for monetary gain. It is also driven by a profound belief. Without such conviction, our team of thousands would never have persisted for 10 years on a project with such slim chances of success, whether it be 2 months or even a year. Our research team is prepared to wait." The host's words left Ma Jing utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He seemed to forget that the Red Divine Mech was adorned in red, emblazoned with a pentagram, the colors of the national flag, the colors of faith, the colors of the Great Xia. Moreover, Chen Han's disdainful gaze only exacerbated Ma Jing's frustration. Chen Han shot him a sidelong glance and coldly remarked, "Did your uncle not inform you that yesterday the 24th Privy Council awarded this Marquis a preemptive reward of 10,000 kilograms of star crystal from the national treasury?" Such a strike to the heart was unparalleled. In Chapter 87, The God of Killing, Chen Han. Execute on the spot. Chen Han would never engage in bidding without a solid foundation. He could not make empty promises. It was precisely the reward of 10,000 kilograms of star crystal that emboldened Chen Han to make such a bid. Ma Jing had unwittingly set a trap for himself. At that moment, a figure in military attire suddenly appeared at the outdoor venue. Under his command, the researchers from the Red Divine Mech project marched in unison to the stage. Just as the crowd was trying to comprehend the situation, the soldier bellowed, "Halt!" The researchers stood at attention, their gazes fixed resolutely towards the auction stage, their expressions unwavering. Salute to the champion Marquis. To the astonishment of all, the entire assembly of researchers, numbering in the thousands, rendered a military salute to Chen Han. The spectacle was truly breathtaking. They were not part of the military and had no obligation to honor Chen Han in such a manner. This act was entirely spontaneous, driven by genuine respect and admiration for Chen Han from the depths of their hearts. With a solemn demeanor, Chen Han then led the Han Knight team, along with members of the Giant team, in reciprocating the salute to the Red Divine Mech Research Group. Were it not for their tireless dedication and relentless efforts, many of the military's weaponry and equipment would have been in short supply. In that moment, Chen Han began to grasp why Yu Wuyun was so fervently committed to the northern expedition. Having just ascended to the title of Champion Marquis, he found himself bearing such immense scrutiny and expectation, while Yu Wuyun had fought his way through the tumultuous era of chaos, enduring the public's fervent hopes even during his everyday strolls down the street. Given the honors and status he has achieved, he could certainly retire early and return to a simpler life. On the Jade Dragon platform, when Yu Wuyun expressed his desire to be a pure warrior like Han Haren, it was not an idle sentiment. He harbored such aspirations, yet he remained deeply tethered to the Great Xia and its people. In a certain sense, this attachment stemmed from his unwavering faith. The host's subsequent remarks left the audience in profound astonishment. Ladies and gentlemen, after deliberation by our research team, we have decided to generously present this top-tier red divine mecha to the champion. While we certainly aim to recoup our investments, our greater desire is to witness the mecha we have painstakingly crafted charging into battle, vanquishing foes. Thus, the fruits of our 10 years of labor will not be in vain. Even as Chen Han commenced the bidding, the research team members had already contemplated gifting the mecha. Their intentions were not fueled by flattery. Those engaged in scientific pursuits tend to possess a pure-hearted earnestness, simply wishing to see the red divine mecha on the battlefield. You are truly commendable, esteemed research team. Such a magnificent creation ought to be wielded in combat, rather than being used for petty disputes within the academy. The attendees unanimously extolled the greatness of the research team. In stark contrast, the divisive Ma Jing found himself utterly humiliated, slinking away from the venue in disgrace. A chorus of jeers erupted, seemingly mocking Ma Jing's hasty retreat. Naturally, Chen Han did not intend to take advantage of the research team. 2,000 kilograms of star crystal may seem substantial, but when divided, each individual would only receive about 1 kilogram. 10 years of hard work yielding only 5 million is quite modest. It is worth noting that scientists working for families often earn close to 5 million a year. With successful research outcomes, a single project could potentially yield tens of millions. What was promised as 2,000 kilograms will indeed be delivered as such. I shall arrange for it immediately, Chen Han stated calmly. Thank you, champion. The host, along with all the research personnel, deeply bowed to Chen Han. Subsequently, Chen Han asked Zhu Meng to remain behind, and once he completed the adjustments to the red divine mecha, he would be able to take it away. As they stepped outside, Chen Han and his companions were surprised to see Ma Jing lingering at the entrance with a few servants, still unwilling to depart. Young master, let us leave. Staying here is merely embarrassing. Leave? I came here today to purchase a mecha. If I cannot obtain the top configuration, perhaps I can acquire a lower configuration from someone else. It turned out he had not left because he wished to buy a lower-tier red divine mecha from those who had already made their purchases. After all, he felt too embarrassed to re-enter the venue. Upon seeing Chen Han emerge, although Ma Jing dared not offend him, he rolled his eyes and began to speak sarcastically. In my opinion, those scientists are fools. What era are we in? Still clinging to faith? Faith is worthless. Having money in hand is the only undeniable truth. If only they were willing to develop a new type of mecha for the Ma family. Isn't the price set at their whim? In a certain sense, Ma Jing's words do hold some truth, albeit